Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Pain. Excruciating pain. Chen Feng lies in a pool of blood, the knife embedded in his chest, rendering him utterly immobile. He could never have imagined that his wife would stab him while he lay asleep. How go? Kill this useless man and seize his spatial abilities. Our family of 3 will become self-sufficient and no longer depend on this waste. As Su Qing's words fell, Wang Hao twisted the knife's handle, causing Chen Feng to writhe in agony. Witnessing their intimate demeanor, he struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly. Why? Have I not treated you well enough? You both conspired to murder me. Wang Hao scoffed, looking down at him with derision. Chen Feng, do you still not understand? Xiaoming is the child of your wife and me. For the past 2 years, I owe you for taking care of them. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt as though struck by lightning. After the apocalypse descended, resources were alarmingly scarce, and he had fought tirelessly to keep this family alive for so long. Wang Hao had been his brother before the apocalypse, and they shared a close bond, but once the cataclysm struck, they lost all contact. 3 months ago, Wang Hao had been left in the frigid wilderness, on the verge of being dismembered and consumed when Chen Feng fortuitously found him. In the face of this former brother, even knowing resources were scarce, Chen Feng rescued him without hesitation. Yet now, the other sought his life. It was his failure to discern character, rescuing a wolf in sheep's clothing, betrayed by a brother, cheated by a wife, and the son he had nurtured for 2.5 years was not even his own. He felt such hatred. If I were to be granted another chance, I would never let you escape. Ha ha ha, say those words for Yin Wang. Wang Hao sneered and suddenly withdrew the knife, blood gushing forth as Chen Feng felt an excruciating pain seep into his bones, his vision growing increasingly blurred. You treacherous couple, I shall haunt you even in death. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, he felt the world spinning, nausea overwhelming him, and he jolted awake. Gritting through his discomfort, he lifted his head to see the towering buildings outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the blue sky. What is happening? Am I not dead? He gazed around, the surroundings peculiarly familiar. An office desk, a sofa, and a secretary clad in black stockings, her figure voluptuous and alluring. Is this my former company's office? The hot air from outside enveloped him, causing a shiver to run through his body. After the apocalypse, the globe was blanketed in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures shrouding the entire world. How could such warm weather exist? Manager Chen, are you all right? Zhao Huan set down the documents in her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. You may leave for now. Chen Feng suppressed his shock and hurriedly checked his phone for the time. August 1st, 2080. I have been reborn, returned a half a month before the apocalypse. In half a month, on August 15th, 2080, on that day, in the midst of summer, an unexpected snowstorm blanketed the globe, the snow lasting for 6 months, plunging the entire Earth into an ice age. Within merely 6 months, 90% of Earth's life perished in the extreme cold. Countless lives were lost in this calamity. The combination of extreme cold and the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse led to a drastic reduction in global human population. Within 2 years, of the 10 billion people, only 800 million remained. In such dire conditions, all edible resources vanished, leaving only humans to consume. The entire legal and social order of the planet disintegrated. Any means necessary to satiate hunger became the norm. In this harsh environment, had it not been for Chen Feng awakening his spatial abilities, he would have been unable to protect his family. Not a single member perished, and even Chen Xiaoming thrived under his care, plump and healthy. How ironic. The son he had raised for 2.5 years was not even his own. By the timeline, Su Qing must already be pregnant with Wang Hao's child. A flicker of fierce light erupted from Chen Feng's pupils. Since heaven granted him a chance at rebirth, he would not let the treacherous pair of Su Qing and Wang Hao escape his wrath. You both wait for me. I will make your lives a living hell. Chen Feng suddenly paused, a flash of brilliance igniting in his mind. Is this the space I awakened before? In disbelief, he waved his hand, and a cup on the table vanished instantly. With a mere thought, the cup reappeared on the table, the hot water inside unchanged. Wonderful. With this space, I can stockpile enough supplies to live extravagantly when the apocalypse arrives. Chen Feng was overjoyed. In the second year of the apocalypse, a colossal meteor fell to Earth, carrying a virus that transformed countless people, many of whom awakened their abilities during this process. Chen Feng was among them, awakening spatial powers. Unfortunately, in his previous life, when he awakened his powers, the supplies had long been depleted by survivors, leaving him with nothing to stockpile. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. In the apocalypse, even a single pack of instant noodles could compel someone to serve you, while a sausage could entice a woman to shed her garments for you. In a world where resources were scarce, lives held little value, let alone dignity. Mastering supplies equated to possessing absolute advantage. Of course, it was not only supplies that mattered. Weapons were essential. When all order crumbled, those wielding weapons held the power to dictate terms. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile guns. My neighbors become my granary. Within mere minutes, he had arranged the primary tasks for the next half-month. First, stockpiling goods, which was crucial for his quality of life post-apocalypse. Second, revenge on Su Qing and Wang Hao, the treacherous couple, as well as all those who had previously harmed him. Chen Feng would spare none. However, he needed to sever ties with that wretched Su Qing first. Aren't you with Wang Hao now? Allow me to facilitate your union. Chen Feng directly summoned his secretary, and after finalizing company matters, he began his leave. Stockpiling supplies required money, lots of it, but this posed no challenge for Chen Feng. Knowing the apocalypse was imminent, he had to convert all his assets, including houses and cars, into cash to amass supplies. With a plan in mind, Chen Feng hurried home. Upon entering, he heard voices coming from the bedroom. How go? If Chen Feng discovers I'm carrying your child, it will be troublesome. That useless fool could never find out. At worst, you just need to serve him well for one night, and then he'll help me raise the child. How good, you are so wicked. Quick, while that fool is still at work, let me enjoy myself. Although he had long suspected their affair, hearing it in person ignited Chen Feng's fury, causing him to tremble with rage. By the way, find a way to make that spineless fool get some money. I plan to buy a sport car and take you for a ride. All right, I'll do as you say. Chen Feng trembled with anger, unable to contain his fury any longer, and kicked the door open. Treacherous couple, your schemes are quite audacious. Chapter 2. Divorce. A sudden, thunderous noise startled the two lovers, leaving them petrified. Feng Ge, aren't you supposed to be at work? Wang Hao exclaimed, hastily putting on his clothes while casting a nervous glance at Chen Feng, clearly taken aback by his unexpected return at such an hour. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't have witnessed such a captivating scene. Chen Feng glared at the couple with fury. He had always regarded Wang Hao as a brother and had taken meticulous care of Su Qing, never allowing her to work outside. But in the end, what had he received in return? While he toiled tirelessly outside, she was not only keeping a man at home, but also spending her own money to buy him a sports car. In his past life, at a similar juncture, Su Qing had directly approached Chen Feng for money, claiming the family needed it. Blinded by love, he had exhausted every means, even resorting to high-interest loans to gather one. 5 million. Little did he know that the moment he handed the money to Su Qing, Wang Hao had purchased a sports car, and Su Qing had the audacity to berate him for being unsuccessful. Such genuine affection was worth less than feeding a dog. Darling, don't misunderstand. Wang Hao just came to help me find something. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng struck Su Qing across the face. How dare you hit me, you worthless fool. Su Qing had never endured such humiliation, and she immediately erupted with curses. So what if I brought a man home? What wrong have I committed that justifies your violence? Feng Ge, hitting your sister-in-law is clearly your fault, Wang Hao said, maintaining a serious demeanor, entirely oblivious to his own wrongdoing, and instead blaming Chen Feng. Chen Feng, fists clenched tightly, trembled with rage at the sight of the two shameless individuals colluding together. He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate his enemies at that very moment. Yet, the apocalypse had not yet descended, and the law had not crumbled. He had to endure. Divorce, bring the marriage certificate, and we shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Feng stated coldly, startling both Wang Hao and Su Qing. Wang Hao thought to himself that he hadn't even purchased the sports car yet. What would happen to it if they divorced? Su Qing, on the other hand, was unwilling to let go of Chen Feng, her financial provider. Darling, please don't act rashly. I have good news. I am pregnant with your child. Su Qing attempted to use the child as leverage to retain Chen Feng, a tactic that had indeed worked in her previous life. When she had claimed to be pregnant back then, Chen Feng had become utterly compliant, even borrowing from loan sharks without a second thought when she demanded one. 5 million. Huh. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of whose illegitimate child you carry. Do you expect me to support someone else's son? Chen Feng looked at Su Qing with disdain. If you wish to avoid the circulation of your infidelity video among relatives and neighbors, you better accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Though he did not possess such a video, the threat was sufficient to intimidate them. As expected, upon hearing this, Su Qing abandoned all resistance and turned to retrieve the marriage certificate. Chen Feng had anticipated this. Su Qing was a quintessential hypocrite, wanting to maintain both her reputation and her affairs. Divorce is fine, but the house belongs to me. That is my compensation for lost youth, something I rightfully deserve. Su Qing regarded Chen Feng as if it were a matter of course. The house had been purchased by Chen Feng before their marriage, thus classified as premarital property, which should have had no bearing on Su Qing. However, Chen Feng, not wishing to prolong the conflict, readily acquiesced. He was pressed for time, having intended to liquidate the property anyway, and since Su Qing was insistent, he agreed. He had already devised a plan to cash out. Under the condition of Chen Feng leaving empty-handed, the divorce paperwork was completed in a mere half hour. When Su Qing returned to their residence, Wang Hao rushed to greet her. Did you really divorce him? Su Qing nodded. He left everything behind just to end the marriage. I couldn't dissuade him. No, we cannot divorce. Where will I get the money for the sports car? Who will take care of our child? Wang Hao urged. Xing, think of a way to reconcile with him. Do you understand? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, but found herself unable to refute. Chen Feng was indeed her best option. With a monthly salary exceeding 50,000, all of which he obediently submitted to her, even accommodating her every whim. Although Su Qing considered herself attractive, she doubted her ability to attract top-tier wealthy heirs, who were notoriously fickle, constantly replacing their partners. Even if she managed to ensnare one, how long could she hope to remain by their side? He's simply angry right now. Once he calms down, if you treat him better and offer him some benefits, he will surely return to you like a loyal dog. Enough, I'm rather tired, Su Qing retorted, retreating to her room. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Feng sought out a loan shark. In his previous life, he had borrowed money to enable Wang Hao to purchase a sports car. This time, he was doing it for himself. The house is located at Yu Dai Long Ting, 180 square meters. I require 5 million in cash now, to be repaid with interest in 13 days. Chen Feng sat down, handing over the property deed. He had no intention of repaying the money. They could directly seize the house. He intentionally selected a 13-day term, allowing the loan shark an extra day to collect the debt. Perfectly timed to let Su Qing experience the bitterness of being thrown out of her home. The property deed is here. If I fail to repay the money in 13 days, the house is yours. The loan shark was taken aback by Chen Feng's words, immediately instructing his subordinate to verify the property deed. Upon confirmation, the loan shark became ecstatic. Yu Dai Long Ting was renowned as an affluent community, and even in a loss, Chen Feng's property could fetch 6 million. This was akin to delivering money directly into their hands. Mr. Chen, the funds have already been transferred to your account. It has been a pleasure doing business. A pleasure indeed. The thought of the impending consequences Su Qing would face in 13 days brought a lift to his spirits. 5 million in cash was still insufficient. That amount would barely cover basic living supplies. He needed food, water, a generator, diesel, fuel, and even various weapons and transportation capable of traversing snowy terrain. More importantly, he required a safe house capable of withstanding extreme cold. All these necessities would far exceed 5 million. However, he was unperturbed. He had countless ways to earn money. In the antique market, a porcelain piece valued at 200 million awaited his discovery. In his previous life, he had once stumbled upon a priceless blue and white porcelain piece in the antique market. Unfortunately, by then, the apocalypse had already begun, rendering money and antiques worthless. Nightfall arrived, and Chen Feng drove to the most luxurious restaurant in the area. His plans for making a profit from his find would have to wait until tomorrow. You worthless fool. Instead of tending to my sister at home, you come here to enjoy yourself? You need to be taught a lesson. Just as he sat down, a figure approached Chen Feng, clutching his collar and questioning him with hostility. Chapter 3. Have you been kicked by a donkey? The individual was Su Jiqiang, Su Qing's brother, who had been unemployed since graduation and spent his days idling away. Due to their parents' severe preference for sons over daughters, Su Jiqiang was spoiled, always demanding money from his family. Naturally, when Su Qing's family was short on funds, they turned to Chen Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Qing's entire family was draining Chen Feng dry. Besides Su Jiqiang stood Zhao Qian, his girlfriend, a gold digger with a decent appearance. The two had bullied Chen Feng on more than one occasion. Recently, Su Jiqiang was preparing to marry Zhao Qian and needed a dowry of 50,000, which they naturally expected Chen Feng to provide. In his previous life, Chen Feng had been the gullible fool, but now, that role was not one he was willing to play. I have plenty of money. Why not use it for food and drink? Despite the brazen arrogance of Su Jiqiang before him, Chen Feng suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. What a coincidence to run into you while handling some matters. Pleased with Chen Feng's smile, Su Jiqiang felt a sense of pride, thinking that his sister had trained this pathetic man quite well. Enough of your frivolous antics. Remember to settle the bill for today's meal, he declared, promptly seating himself with Zhao Qian to commence ordering. As for Su Jiqiang, the ineffectual brother-in-law, Zhao Qian could scarcely muster the energy to glance his way. Such a spineless creature, unable to muster even a hint of indignation when grasped by the collar, hardly merited the title of a man. With a nonchalant posture, Zhao Qian began ostentatiously perusing the menu. My dear, this steak is priced at 688 a serving. May I order it? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiqiang nodded affirmatively. Order as you please. We are not short of funds. Let's have 2 servings. After his bold proclamation, Su Jiqiang could not help but internally lament the exorbitance of the meal. Having brought merely 2,000 yuan with him, he had anticipated that it would suffice for a meal, yet the steaks had already consumed a significant portion of that amount. Fortunately, with Chen Feng present, he would merely need to cover the expenses today. Observing the spectacle, Chen Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Continue your charade. Soon enough, you shall have cause to lament. In a brief span, Su Jiqiang, in his bid to impress, had ordered nearly 5,000 yuan's worth of dishes, gradually losing himself amidst Zhao Qian's affectionate utterances of dear. Chen Feng, noticing Su Jiqiang's pretentious demeanor, decided to stoke the flames further. Jiqiang, how can one indulge in steak without a fine red wine? A meal devoid of wine lacks soul. Must you interject? Su Jiqiang shot Chen Feng an impatient glare. I am well aware of the necessity of red wine. Yet, upon glancing at the wine prices, he could not stifle a gasp. The cheapest bottle was priced at a staggering 19,000. Nevertheless, seeing Zhao Qian's eager expression, he resolved to order a bottle, reasoning that it was not his own money at stake. My dear, I adore you, Zhao Qian exclaimed, her satisfaction evident as she snapped a flurry of photos of the opulent spread before her. Though she usually lived a relatively refined life, it was a facade, with her possessions being mere replicas. There was no comparison to the lavishness of dining with Su Jiqiang. Although she was aware of his unemployment, it mattered not as long as he could present the funds. Her gaze shifted towards the neighboring Chen Feng, who was devouring his meal with little regard for decorum, prompting her to regard him with disdain. He was indeed handsome, yet his lack of manners rendered him no different from a rustic. In truth, one could not fault Chen Feng. It had been 2 years since he had tasted such delectable food. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, he had resorted to eating even cockroaches, as their protein content was 7 times that of beef. My parents are demanding a bride price of 500,000. Are you prepared? Zhao Qian suddenly inquired mid-meal, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Su Jiqiang. Rest assured, it is all arranged, Su Jiqiang replied, a boastful grin on his face, his gaze shifting to the now finished Chen Feng. Brother-in-law, remember to transfer the bride price to my account by noon tomorrow. J'entends tout propose. His tone was firm, as if issuing a directive. Bride price? Whose bride price? Chen Feng cleaned his mouth. a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded the pair. Do you take me for an ATM? Of course it is mine. Did you not hear me say I intend to propose? Su Jiqiang retorted, incredulous. Have you lost your senses? Why would I pay a bride price for a woman I am not related to, especially one who does not share my bed? Chen Feng's demeanor shifted, his voice firm. Su Jiqiang's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, clenching his fists and lunging at Chen Feng. You worthless fool. Do you seek a beating? Before he could reach Chen Feng, he was effortlessly kicked back. You dare lay a hand on me? You think I won't have my sister divorce you immediately? Su Jiqiang moaned, clutching his abdomen, while Zhao Qian stood by, bewildered and unsure of how to react. Divorce? Chen Feng smirked, producing a divorce certificate. Do not threaten me with such matters. I have already divorced your sister. You think to extract money from me? Dream on. Su Jiqiang's disbelief was palpable. How could this ineffectual man have divorced his sister? Had he not been her devoted sycophant? Yet, with the divorce certificate before him, he had no choice but to accept the truth. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the manager, who, accompanied by security, swiftly arrived at the scene. Gentlemen, this is not a venue for your ruckus. Quickly, this man has assaulted me. You must deal with him, or I shall file a complaint. Su Jiqiang implored, wailing to the manager. This gentleman, causing a disturbance at Mingwei restaurant. We kindly request an explanation, the manager replied, clearly displeased. Creating a scene here is tantamount to sabotaging your own livelihood. Indeed, I wish to discuss business with you. Can you take charge? Chen Feng interjected, disregarding the manager's words. Now is not the time for business discussions. I wish to reserve 100 tables for a banquet at a rate of 10,000 per table. If you can accommodate this, I shall pay half the deposit immediately. 100 tables at 10,000 each? That totals 1 million. And you would provide a deposit of 500,000? Such opportunities are rare. The manager's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not a disturbance, but rather the arrival of a benefactor. Can we negotiate this business? Chen Feng's gaze bore into the manager's. Absolutely. I shall make the arrangements right away. The manager, overjoyed, promptly retrieved pen and paper, and after signing the contract, Chen Feng wasted no time in transferring 50,000 yuan. Zhao Qian, is it? Chen Feng turned to her with a grin. This fellow has no money to offer you the life you desire. Have you considered marrying me? I would provide you a bride price of 1 million. Chapter 4. What brings you here? Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback by his words, her heart racing. Chen Feng's extravagant offer was astonishing, directly reserving a banquet for 1 million. To spend such a sum on a meal indicated that his wealth far surpassed that amount. Moreover, Chen Feng was undeniably more handsome than Su Jiqiang, and his willingness to offer her a bride price of 1 million excited her immensely. Should you decide, do remember to contact me. I am a responsible man. Chen Feng gestured a phone call to Zhao Qian before turning and departing with flair. You insolent fool. Do you think you can act so brazenly? I shall ruin you. A furious Su Jiqiang attempted to confront Chen Feng, but was halted by the manager. Step aside. Do you not understand the consequences of your actions? Apologies, sir. Your total expenditure today amounts to 25,100 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Step aside. That is absolutely out of the question. Chen Feng is one of my esteemed guests. I have never encountered someone so generous. How could I allow him to be harmed? Let him pay. He is my brother-in-law. Do you understand the repercussions of obstructing me? The manager regarded Su Jiqiang with a look of incredulity. Such shamelessness was a first for him, treating others as inconsequential while expecting them to cover his expenses. Who gave you the audacity to think you could dine and dash at Mingwei restaurant? The manager signaled, and several security personnel closed in on the two, their expressions menacing. Zhao Qian had never witnessed such a scene, and she was immediately frightened, tugging at Su Jiqiang in a panic. You must pay the bill. Why are you just standing there? I do not have that much money. Su Jiqiang was on the verge of tears. While he had 2,000 yuan on him, it was woefully insufficient. No money? How dare you order such expensive dishes without funds? Do you think us easy prey? Break his legs. I have money. I have money. Just wait. I will make a call. Su Jiqiang, trembling with fear, dialed Su Qing. Upon hearing that Su Jiqiang had spent over 20,000 on a meal, Su Qing was furious. Yet, as a sister, she could not be overly harsh. After scrambling to gather some funds, she finally managed to bail Su Jiqiang out. Just what is going on? Spending such a vast sum on dining. My money certainly does not come from the wind. Upon returning home, Su Qing could not help but voice her grievances to Su Jiqiang. Over the years, she had never developed the habit of saving money. And now that she had divorced the ATM of her life, she found herself devoid of funds. If Su Jiqiang continued to squander money like this, trouble would inevitably arise. It was all the fault of that worthless Chen Feng. Su Jiqiang's eyes brimmed with resentment as he could not restrain himself from complaining to Su Qing. Sister, since you have divorced that good-for-nothing Chen Feng, why do you keep giving him so much money? That amount could have served as my bride price. Su Qing furrowed her brows, clearly perplexed by Su Jiqiang's words. Chen Feng had left empty-handed. Where would he have acquired any money? What? Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang sprang up from the sofa. Sister, are you telling me that worthless fellow left with nothing? You are not deceiving me, are you? Su Qing produced a contract and handed it to Su Jiqiang. When he saw the clauses regarding Chen Feng's asset distribution, he became even more agitated. Sister, you have been deceived by that good-for-nothing. He has hidden quite a bit of money. You must call him and demand it back. It's rightfully ours. Observing Su Jiqiang's fervor, Su Qing was increasingly bewildered. Hidden money? How much could there possibly be? Over the years, Chen Feng's salary card had been in her possession, and she had only given him 200 yuan each month. There was no way he could have saved much. Sister, that good-for-nothing booked 100 banquet tables at Mingwei restaurant today, totaling 1 million. For all these years, we have been deceived by him. I estimate he has at least a few million in cash. Su Qing gasped in shock, her mind reeling. Are you telling the truth? Of course. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. You must call him immediately. No matter what, we need to retrieve that money. All right, I will call right away. In the royal suite of a 5-star hotel, Chen Feng was busy calling various restaurants to reserve banquet arrangements. As the apocalypse loomed, acquiring cooked food had become increasingly difficult, and finding high-quality, delicious fare was akin to climbing a mountain. He aimed to stockpile some of the dishes prepared by chefs on the spot. Within his own space, everything remained still. Whatever hot water he placed inside would retain its temperature indefinitely. As for poultry and essential goods, he planned to acquire them on the evening of the 14th at zero cost. Though he had numerous methods to earn money, this was a time to conserve. Funds needed to be allocated judiciously. Steak, foie gras, and roasted duck. Let us proceed. Ding, ding, ding. While frantically reserving tables at restaurants, Chen Feng noticed a call from Su Qing and, without a second thought, hung up. He could easily surmise that she was calling to inquire about the banquet arrangements Su Jiqiang had mentioned, likely with the intent of extorting money from him. Told Su Qing. He was merely an ATM. After a brief interval, Su Qing called again, but this time Chen Feng had no hesitation in blocking her number. Keeping her on his contacts would only hinder his dining reservations. After making rounds to various restaurants, Chen Feng then turned his attention to takeout, ordering everything from barbecue to spicy hot pot and exquisite fish head dishes. It was not until midnight, when most businesses had closed, that he finally settled down. In just half an evening, he had spent over 2 million. Damn, the exhilaration of spending money was truly delightful. In his previous life, despite earning a monthly salary of 50,000, all his earnings went to Su Qing, leaving him with a meager allowance of only a few hundred yuan while others lived lavishly. This unrestrained spending was a first for him. There remained many more expenses on the horizon, such as housing and renovations. These were of utmost importance. Creating a residence capable of withstanding extreme cold was essential for his comfort in the impending apocalypse. Around 10 o'clock the next day, Chen Feng arrived at Antique Street. Recalling from his previous life the location of a valuable antique, which he swiftly sold for 200 million. The antique was valued at over 2 billion. While its auction price would be higher, he was eager to sell and settled for 200 million. Antiques only had a half-month shelf life. After that, they would become worthless debris. Once the funds were transferred, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the sales office of Yudai Longting. This was the neighborhood where Su Qing's family resided, and purchasing here would facilitate his plans for revenge. After all, when the world was blanketed in snow, he needed to ensure he could deal with his ex-wife's family without delay. Chen Feng, what brings you here? As soon as he entered the sales office, Zhao Qian, wearing high heels, approached him with a face full of excitement. The previous night, Chen Feng had made a deep impression on her. Even if it was mere posturing, presenting $1 million for banquet reservations was no small feat, far beyond the capability of Su Jiqiang, who could not even afford a meal. She had been troubled by not having Chen Feng's contact information, yet here he was, seeking her out today. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Qian's enthusiasm, but quickly recalled her as the sales representative from the office. I came to look at houses. Please bring me the information for Villa number 3. Chen Feng said with a slight smile. What? You wish to purchase Villa number 3? Zhao Qian exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Feng. It was worth a staggering 100 million. Anyone able to afford a villa in Yudai Longting was undoubtedly among the elite wealthy. Is it possible that the villa has already been reserved? No. I will fetch the information right away. Zhao Qian dashed off to retrieve the documents, evoking envy from the other sales representatives. A villa worth 100 million, even with lower commissions, would still yield nearly $1 million, an amount they could not hope to earn in a lifetime. Zhao Qian returned swiftly, her appearance transformed. She had swapped her high heels for Valentino's shoes, her professional suit replaced with a short, form-fitting skirt, and her blouse's neckline had been deliberately lowered, revealing a tantalizing view. This was undoubtedly an ensemble designed to enhance her allure. Chen Feng marveled at the transformation. In his previous life, she had teamed up with Su Jiqiang to bully him, never sparing him a glance. Yet now, when presenting the properties, she nearly clung to him. Qian, I am quite satisfied with the house, but I would like to test the soundproofing and the bed shock absorption. Shall we give it a try? Chen Feng unabashedly took Zhao Qian's hand, causing her to blush instantly. How shameful. Couldn't you discuss such matters privately? How disgusting. A scornful voice interrupted from the side. Chen Feng looked up and was instantly captivated. The woman before him possessed a stunning physique, and her dress accentuated her curves enticingly. Her long legs were enough to make anyone drool. The key was her face, breathtakingly beautiful, capturing attention effortlessly. She was undoubtedly a goddess, in Chen Feng's eyes. A perfect 10. Lin Feier. A flash of memory from his previous life surged through his mind as he recognized her. She was a budding star, known for her striking looks and impressive acting skills, and she had begun to gain some notoriety in the industry. If circumstances continued to progress positively, she would surely rise to great fame. Unfortunately, she encountered the apocalypse. In a world where humanity's essence faded, beautiful women often face dire situations, especially those of goddess caliber like Lin Feier. In his previous life, a group of men had stormed into her residence, and she was never heard from again. The outcome was all too predictable. Beautiful lady, we will be neighbors from now on. If you ever run out of food, remember to come to me. I can offer you some ham. Chen Feng said with a grin. Pervert. Lin Feier huffed coldly, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly left the scene. Why is kindness met with such ingratitude? Chen Feng wore an expression of disbelief, while Zhao Qian beside him looked at him with a hint of anxiety. Chen Feng, do you know her? I do not. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Feier was exceedingly beautiful, and if it came to competition, she had no chance whatsoever. Come, let us first view the villa. If it suits, I shall make the payment today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian hurriedly excitedly led Chen Feng to see the villa. Shortly after their departure, Su Jiqiang arrived at the sales office, searching for Zhao Qian and inquiring with curiosity. Sister Zhang, have you seen Qian? Ah, Xiao Su, Qian has taken a client to view the villa. Please wait a moment. Sister Zhang regarded Su Jiqiang with a knowing look, as if she perceived him as a foolish target. Xiao Su, Qian is quite fortunate this time. If this villa sells, her commission could easily amount to nearly $1 million. A female salesperson nearby struggled to suppress her laughter. You must treat our Qian well. After all, we have no one else as capable as her here. Rest assured, I will treat her well. While Su Jiqiang felt excitement, he could not help but feel perplexed. Why did the words sound so strange? Capable? Su Qian's workability is merely average. How can she be considered competent? After waiting for half an hour at the sales office, Su Jiqiang could no longer bear the wait and prepared to inquire further in the lounge. Before he could even knock, a cacophony of mocking voices emerged from within. That dog, Su Jiqiang, is likely to end up with nothing. Indeed, after all, he is merely an ordinary man without a job. How could he compete with such a wealthy individual? The salespeople chattered amongst themselves, their tones laced with envy and jealousy. Do not speak so. Qian is not that kind of person. A young female salesperson could not help but murmur. What are you thinking? If she were not that kind of person, would she dress so provocatively? Did you not see how low her collar was? Haha, that wealthy man was quite clear. He said he wanted to test the bed shock absorption. Who knows? They may be entangled in bed right now. Another chimed in, besides, with $1 million in commission. Even if that rich man is merely playing around, she has no reason to refuse. Su Jiqiang is nothing, lacking both capability and looks. A female salesperson lamented. If it were us, we would undoubtedly leap at the opportunity. Unfortunately, they had no such chance. So, is this what you mean by capable? At the door, Su Jiqiang could no longer contain his anger and kicked open the lounge door, startling the salespeople inside. Xiao Su, you frightened us. Why did you kick the door? Damn it. Where is that wretched woman? Villa number 3, Xiao Su, do not act recklessly. Qian is not what you think. A few tried to advise him, but Su Jiqiang, blinded by rage, paid no heed and rushed towards Villa number 3. Damn it. Dare to steal my woman? You must be tired of living. Su Jiqiang was furious. Upon arriving at Villa number 3, he witnessed a scene that ignited his rage. Chen Feng was assisting Zhao Qian as they exited the villa, their demeanor appearing quite intimate. You worthless fool! You dare to lay claim to what is mine? I shall deal with you today. Without a second thought, Su Jiqiang clenched his fist and swung at Chen Feng. Chapter 6. We're going to get rich this time. As Su Jiqiang lunged towards him, Chen Feng showed no mercy and retaliated with a kick. In the past, Chen Feng might not have been Su Jiqiang's match, but now, he was a man who had endured the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world for 2.5 years. In an environment of scarcity, he had even managed to support an entire family. In terms of skill, 10 Su Jiqiangs would not be worthy to carry his shoes. Delightful. After sending Su Jiqiang tumbling to the ground, Chen Feng could not help but deliver a slap. In his previous life, he had been bullied by Su Jiqiang's family, feeling utterly humiliated. Now, he finally found an opportunity for revenge. You dare strike me? I shall retaliate. Su Jiqiang, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rise and fight back, but was stopped by Zhao Qian. Su Jiqiang, have you had enough? Zhao Qian's face was filled with displeasure, her previously cheerful mood significantly dampened. More importantly, she worried that Chen Feng might back out of the purchase due to Su Jiqiang, which would be a tremendous loss. Qian, I was just assaulted by him, and you are still defending him? Su Jiqiang could hardly believe it. In such a short time, his girlfriend was siding with someone else. What of it? You deserved it. If you had not acted aggressively, Chen Feng would not have retaliated. Zhao Qian replied, her expression tense as she stepped closer to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I will educate this person when I return. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Such a person is not worth my concern. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang's resentment grew even more intense. He could not fathom Chen Feng's audacity. Just as he was about to explode, Zhao Qian pulled him aside. Mr. Chen, regarding the villa. Well, I was not particularly keen on this villa, but considering your excellent service, I have decided to proceed with the purchase. Let's sign the contract. Chen Feng cast a pointed glance at Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang understood. Chen Feng was indeed the wealthy individual the salespeople had spoken of, the one who intended to buy a villa and take his girlfriend to bed. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Enough. How long do you intend to cause a scene? Just because you are inept and unemployed does not mean you should jeopardize my job. Zhao Qian reprimanded sharply, leaving Su Jiqiang speechless. Chen Feng watched the two former adversaries turn on each other with amusement. He felt a great sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, with only half a month remaining until the apocalypse, otherwise he would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. A beating would be too lenient for them. I wish to begin renovations immediately. Is that agreeable? No problem. As long as you pay the down payment and sign the contract, the house is yours. You may proceed with any alterations. However, this villa is already renovated. Do you still wish to spend on further renovations? Indeed, there are certain aspects I find unsatisfactory and require thorough reworking. Instantly, Chen Feng's affluent status appeared even more impressive in Zhao Qian's eyes. How extravagant! The signing of the contract and the payment did not take much time. By the time Chen Feng received the keys, only 2 hours had passed. The smooth, unhurried pace of the transaction astonished Su Jiqiang. This useless man had indeed purchased a villa. He possessed not merely a few million. The villa was valued at 100 million, even if he had only paid 20 million as the down payment, given the circumstances. It was clear he had even more in his pocket. All right, I have matters to attend to. You just finished exercising. Go home and rest well. I will reach out when I require your assistance. As Chen Feng spoke, he provocatively glanced at Su Jiqiang before turning to leave. The exercise he referred to was indeed legitimate. He had been quite active during the house viewing, running around the villa, leaving Zhao Qian exhausted and even causing her to trip. As for Su Jiqiang's thoughts, they were of no concern to him. Sure enough, the moment he departed, the conflict between the two erupted. Did you really go to bed with that useless man? Su Jiqiang was seething with rage. Have you had enough? Chen Feng is not as despicable as you think. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will become angry. Damn it! How can you be siding with him so soon? Su Jiqiang was filled with pent-up frustration. If you had not been with him, how could you possibly be walking so unsteadily? I fell. Had it not been for Chen Feng's help today, I might have fallen even worse. Look at you. Instead of being grateful, you're causing such a ruckus. Zhao Qian's face bore a frown, though her tone had noticeably softened. Though she could sense Chen Feng's subtle flirtations, Zhao Qian had already dropped various hints in the villa, nearly pulling him to the bed, yet he feigned ignorance. This left her somewhat perplexed. Her current objective was to stabilize Su Jiqiang while enticing Chen Feng, developing a plan labeled 4567. Once she and Chen Feng were truly together, she would undoubtedly cast Su Jiqiang aside. Darling, you need to work hard, do you understand? My commission from a single property today is substantial. If you don't strive, how can I entrust my next life to you? It must be said that Zhao Qian's tea artistry was exemplary, weaving words that left Su Jiqiang utterly bewildered. Rest assured, Qian, I will not disappoint you. Moreover, I must tell you, that lad's money is all mine, and that villa is mine too. At this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. What utter nonsense. Had he lost his mind over money? Were it not for Su Jiqiang's obedience, she would have long since discarded him. Su Jiqiang hurried home, where his family was gathered. Sister, Dad, Mom, we are rich. We are truly rich. What wealth? Su Dahua, his father, stood up abruptly. A fervent mahjong enthusiast yet lacking skill. He had recently incurred significant losses. The mention of wealth set him ablaze. Chen Feng, that scoundrel has quite a fortune. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Isn't it just a few million he has? We've already sent someone to reclaim it. His mother, Ma Salon, responded, exasperated. No, it's not merely a few million. That good-for-nothing just bought a villa in our community, villa number 3, worth 100 million. The news struck the Su family like a thunderclap, their eyes widening in disbelief. How much did you say? Su Qing exclaimed. 100 million. You must be mistaken. Even if he has some money, how could he possibly possess that much? This contract was signed by my girlfriend. How could I be wrong? Su Jiqiang was brimming with excitement. Moreover, he needs to renovate it. I am certain he has ample cash, all of which constitutes marital property. And sister, it should all belong to us. The family grew increasingly agitated, especially Su Dahua, who immediately donned his shoes and rushed outside. Quick, take me to see our grand villa. Chapter 7. Have you violated heavenly laws? My heavens, this villa is enormous. Upon arriving at villa number 3, the Su family was beside themselves with excitement. Not only was the villa vast, but its facilities were clearly of high quality, far exceeding their apartment. This yard is big enough for a football game. I'll turn it into a mahjong hall. Su Dahua had already begun to envision his future prosperous days. Dad, this is a villa, suggesting such things as beneath its dignity. Su Qing gazed longingly at the mansion, having dreamed of living in such luxury her entire life. Little did she expect that a divorce would lead to its realization. What do you mean a mahjong hall? Such a vast space should not be wasted. Regardless of what it becomes, let us hurry inside and take a look. As the four approached the entrance, two security guards promptly blocked their way. Excuse me, this is private property. Unrelated individuals must leave. This is my home. How can we be unrelated? Su Qing's face twisted in displeasure. Indeed, how dare you stop us from entering our own home? Do you believe I could have you dismissed from your positions? Sudawa, who already had a short temper, erupted in anger at the guard's obstruction. I'm sorry. The owner has instructed us that you have no relation to him. The guard's expression was stern, his gaze icy as he prepared to call for reinforcements. They had never encountered such shameless individuals before. What do you mean, no relation? I am Chen Feng's wife. We are family. If you do not allow us inside, do you realize the consequences? Su Qing thundered. Yes. This villa was purchased by my son-in-law to honor me. I command you to open the door. I'm sorry. The owner specifically informed us that he is divorced and has no wife. The guard replied coldly, his expression unyielding. How shameless. Even after the divorce, they still covet the owner's property. In the community, Chen Feng had gained some notoriety as a pushover. The Su family had never regarded him as a son-in-law. Even a dog held more status than Chen Feng. They had failed to treat him well before. Now that he was divorced, they acknowledged him as a son-in-law. What? How did he do this? Su Dahua seethed. Quick, call that good for nothing. After raising him for so many years, he should at least have warmed up to us. Ma Zuelon cursed, visibly furious. The guards looked at the group with increasing disdain. Who raised whom? They were aware that before marriage, Chen Feng was a well-regarded young talent in the community, and even the house was purchased with his own funds. Yet, after marrying, the Su family had moved in and became entirely dependent on him without contributing. How could they shamelessly utter such words? Su Dahua and the others continued to curse as they attempted to call Chen Feng, but none of their calls connected. Finally, the guards grew impatient and began to escort them away, leaving the Su family unwillingly retreating. That good-for-nothing has the audacity to ignore my calls. Ma Zuelon returned home in a foul mood. Daughter, you must find a way to contact him. We need him to return for a reconciliation. At least we can provide him with a doghouse. Otherwise, we will immediately seek a lawyer to leave him destitute. Sister, you should say something nice to that good-for-nothing and coax him back. Su Jiqiang mumbled. Qian is pressing for the betrothal gifts. You can deal with him later. If we go to court, it will waste a lot of time. Su Qing took his words to heart, hastily attempting to reach Chen Feng. The call was blocked, so she turned to WeChat, utilizing every means at her disposal. 100 million mansion was enough for her to live a life of luxury. This was even more gratifying than marrying a rich second generation. There was no shame in lowering herself to apologize. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, after leaving, promptly sought out the largest local security company. This company not only ensured personal safety, but also specialized in modifying residences. Often, when protecting certain high-profile individuals, they would renovate their residences, and over time, they had gained considerable experience in this area. Additionally, with many wealthy individuals seeking to create doomsday shelters, their business had been thriving. I wish to transform a villa into a doomsday shelter. Please take me to your supervisor. Chen Feng explained his situation to the salesperson, who immediately arranged for personnel to assist him. Anyone looking to create a doomsday shelter was undoubtedly a wealthy client, as ordinary individuals lacked the funds and energy for such an extravagant pursuit. Before long, a well-dressed man approached Chen Feng. Hello, sir. My name is Gao Mingyuan. May I ask your name? Gao Mingyuan was polite, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng while mentally pondering the man's background. Among the affluent of Qingzhou, he had not encountered anyone quite like him. Chen Feng, he replied, handing over the floor plan of his villa. The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 below, each covering 500 square meters. Can you transform this into a doomsday shelter? Gao Mingyuan examined the floor plan, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Mr. Chen, typically, doomsday shelters are constructed underground. transforming a villa may not yield the best results. Generally, above-ground structures can suffer severe issues during earthquakes and other disasters. After all, no one can guarantee that the developers will not construct a shoddy project. Chen Feng shook his head. He was well aware that burying it underground would be the safest option, but time was evidently running out to address these issues. Had he possessed more time, he would undoubtedly have devised a better shelter. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Simply follow my instructions. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng began. I require all external walls to be fortified with titanium alloy steel plates, ensuring they cannot be breached. All windows must be bulletproof. The entire villa's interior should be insulated with highly effective thermal materials, equipped with a heating system and a backup power source sufficient to maintain a comfortable temperature even at -80 degrees. Additionally, there must be various security systems in place to prevent any intruders from entering, even if there are 100 or 200 of them. An air circulation system is also essential to ensure I am not suffocated by toxic gases. Are these modifications feasible for you? Chen Feng smiled at Gao Mingyuan, only to find him utterly astonished, gazing at him in disbelief. Gao Mingyuan swallowed hard and stammered, "Mr. Chen, have you lost your senses? You wish to construct such a fortress?" Chapter 8. Constructing the safe house. Chen Feng felt quite helpless. These were essential conditions to ensure his comfort in an apocalyptic, frigid environment. Just inform me if you can accomplish this. Gao Mingyuan nodded decisively. Chen Feng's requests were not unreasonable. In fact, it could be considered a relatively modest safe house, as he had encountered even more extravagant demands in the past. Our company specializes in this area. We can fully meet these requirements. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. That will suffice, but I am a bit anxious. How quickly can you complete this? Mr. Chen, you need not worry. Our efficiency is beyond question. Given your situation, we can complete it in 2 months. Too long. Chen Feng immediately shook his head. After 2 months, the apocalypse may have already arrived, rendering an unfinished safe house no different from any ordinary place. Hasten the process. A month will suffice. Gao Mingyuan instinctively replied. His gaze toward Chen Feng turned somewhat perplexed. Generally, builders of apocalyptic safe houses prioritize security above all else, rarely considering time constraints. Some affluent individuals even spend years constructing their safe havens. 2 months is still too long. Chen Feng continued to shake his head, dissatisfied with the response. I have only 10 days. Gao Mingyuan could no longer maintain his composure. He began to doubt whether Chen Feng was simply creating trouble. What do you mean? Making such extensive demands and then expecting completion in 10 days. Do you think I am easy to bully? Nevertheless, Gao Mingyuan was a highly skilled professional, suppressing his frustration as he looked at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, the time frame you propose is exceedingly difficult to achieve. I understand your concerns, but my house is already renovated. All you need to do is reinforce it and fulfill my requirements. It is certainly possible. Chen Feng had considered this carefully. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a large villa for renovation. Mr. Chen, you may not fully grasp our constraints. I can increase the budget. Gao Mingyuan was momentarily speechless. If that were the case, negotiations could indeed proceed. First, calculate the total cost for me. Without hesitation, Gao Mingyuan pulled out his notebook and began to tally the figures. Moments later, he presented Chen Feng with a comprehensive list of materials and their associated costs. The renovation fee amounted to 200 million, calculated based on a 1-month time frame. Chen Feng glanced at the list and nodded in approval. Typically, renovation costs and property prices are equivalent. Thus, if purchasing a house costs 100 million, achieving a satisfactory renovation would typically require another 100 million. The fact that his renovation needed 200 million without considering decoration demonstrated just how exorbitant the expenses for an apocalyptic safe house could be. However, based on the materials, it seemed that even explosives would be ineffective against it. If you can complete it within 10 days, I will add another 100 million to your payment. If you believe this is feasible, I can sign a contract and pay the deposit right now. Gao Mingyuan, who had previously appeared calm, could no longer contain his excitement. He stood up abruptly, vigorously shaking Chen Feng's hand. Mr. Chen, I will prepare the contract immediately. Our collaboration will be fruitful. 100 million is a significant sum. And while the initial 200 million would cover costs and labor, this additional 100 million would be nearly pure profit. To expedite the process, the simplest solution would be to increase the workforce. We must add more personnel. For that 100 million, I will do whatever it takes. I will provide a deposit of 100 million now, and after the inspection, I will pay another 100 million. If there are no issues after a month of occupancy, I will pay the remaining 100 million. Is this payment method acceptable? Chen Feng had considered this arrangement. The 200 million would sufficiently ensure the other party's profit, and by the time the final 100 million was due, the apocalypse would likely have arrived, making collection impossible for them. Certainly, Gao Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. After signing the contract and completing the down payment, Chen Feng departed the company amidst Gao Mingyuan's enthusiastic send-off. Quickly, instruct everyone in the company to set aside their current tasks. Completing this order will double the year-end bonuses. The entire company erupted in excitement. Gao Mingyuan wasted no time, swiftly making phone calls to arrange for the materials to be delivered. Upon returning to the community, Chen Feng noticed that workers had already begun measuring his villa, prompting him to marvel at the power of money. This period of effectiveness would be fleeting. Once the apocalypse descended, all currency would merely be a pile of worthless paper. After greeting the security personnel, Chen Feng contacted a real estate agent within the community, spending 20,000 to rent an apartment and a warehouse. The apartment would serve as his residence for the next 10 days, while the warehouse was necessary to accommodate the multitude of banquet supplies he had ordered. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to simply store items in his space in front of a crowd. He might even find himself captured for experimentation before the apocalypse arrived. This money is disappearing far too quickly, Chen Feng lamented as he lay on his bed, having spent 20 million on the apartment and 100 million on renovations. He had initially possessed 200 million, but in the blink of an eye, only 80 million remained. However, Chen Feng felt no anxiety regarding finances. He had numerous methods for generating income, and with the impending apocalypse, accumulating wealth would soon lose its significance. Having enough would suffice. If necessary, he could always mortgage his villa to a loan shark. With the safe house and residence no longer a concern, the acquisition of weapons became a pressing issue. Although he possessed spatial abilities and decent skills, lacking firearms would still pose significant challenges. As the saying goes, while neighbors hoard grain, I hoard guns. My neighbors are my granaries. However, in the land of Shenzhou, procuring such items was virtually impossible. It appeared he would need to expedite a trip abroad for some zero-cost shopping. Chen Feng pulled out his phone and booked a flight to the United States. Due to work commitments, he frequently traveled abroad and had no issues with visas or passports. In the United States, acquiring weapons was remarkably straightforward. Additionally, there were countless massive department store warehouses that he ought to explore. After all, wasn't zero-cost shopping all the rage there? Having been reborn, he certainly wished to experience it. Just as Chen Feng finished booking his flight and was studying the warehouse locations on a map, his phone vibrated several times, indicating an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, darling, it's me." As soon as he answered, he was met with Su Qing's voice filled with complaint. "If you continue to ignore me, I might really get angry." Chapter 9. We are not finished. Chen Feng listened to Su Qing's words, filled with deep resentment, and he could hardly contain himself. "So, you rolling in bed with someone else is my fault, is it? How can you still be angry with me? What face do you have? If there is something to say, just say it directly. I'm quite busy at the moment." Chen Feng wore an impatient expression. He simply did not have the time to deal with his ex-wife's family. Otherwise, he would have taken care of them long ago. "Husband, I heard you not only booked 100 tables for the banquet, but also purchased a villa. How could you make such significant decisions without consulting me?" Su Qing complained in a tone that was almost coquettish. "Mind your own business. If I want to buy a house, that's my affair. Why should I discuss it with you?" Chen Feng could no longer hold back and cursed outright. Su Qing was truly shameless, acting as if nothing had happened and stating such things seriously. Was she not treating herself as a mere pawn to be manipulated? "Husband, are you still angry? I apologize. It was just a moment of confusion. Can we reconcile?" Su Qing's voice turned pitiful, as if she genuinely felt regret for her actions. "Husband, I really can't live without you. Please come back." Listening to her words, Chen Feng almost believed her. Had it not been for the last life, where Su Qing had stabbed him in the heart, and had he not already seen her true colors, he might have actually softened. Can't live without me? Huh. You can't live without my money and the villa, can you? Chen Feng responded with a cold smile. If it weren't for his wealth and property, Su Qing's character would have rendered her uninterested in him at all. Seeing that Chen Feng was impervious to her words, Su Qing's expression turned sour. Nearby, Su Dahua and Ma Solon also appeared displeased, seizing the phone to berate him. Useless. Don't push your luck. We're trying to negotiate with you nicely, which is a chance for you. If you come back, we can even arrange a doghouse for you in the villa for your comfort. But if you defy us again, not only will you lose the villa, but we won't leave you a single penny. You think too highly of yourself. Don't forget you signed a contract to leave with nothing. Your money and villa belong to our family. Su Jiqiang couldn't contain his anger and was about to say more when he realized the call had already ended. This useless scoundrel dared to hang up on me, Su Dahua exclaimed, quickly dialing again, only to find the phone was off, clearly blocked. This brat really has some nerve. Find a lawyer. I will make him bankrupt. Yes. Let's do it quickly. I want to see how long he can act so arrogantly. Su Jiqiang hesitated, but finding a lawyer might take time. Qian is urging me for $1 million as a betrothal gift. Sister, think of a way. Wasn't it 500,000? How did it rise to $1 million? Su Qing frowned tightly. She claimed to have made $1 million from selling a house and was not short of money. She merely wanted an attitude. Ma Suilon, hearing this, quickly turned to Su Qing, urging her to figure something out. After all, he was her only son. He couldn't be left without a bride. With a sigh, Su Qing picked up her phone and called Wang Hao. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had bought a villa worth $100 million, Wang Hao became ecstatic. He had never imagined he could own a villa in his lifetime. Chen Feng, your wife is mine, and I will not let your villa slip away. Rest assured, my dear, I will find someone right away. That scoundrel needs to be taught a lesson. Once I deal with him, he will obediently return the villa to us. After hanging up, Su Qing still felt a twinge of worry and called a lawyer. For some reason, the current Chen Feng gave her an impression of being an entirely different person, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. After ending the call, Chen Feng's thoughts returned to the map. He had to be extremely cautious regarding his trip to the United States, and time was of the essence. He needed to procure everything required as swiftly as possible. Ideally, he could go the same day and return the next. With such a tight schedule, he had to plan meticulously. Once he had sorted out these matters, Chen Feng skillfully opened a food delivery app. Ordering takeout was a commitment he maintained diligently. Ding dong. Just as he had placed the order and was about to set his phone down for a break, another message arrived. Picking it up, he was surprised to see it was from Zhao Qian, Su Jiqiang's girlfriend. After buying a house from her, he had saved her contact information. Chen Feng, are you resting? Not yet. Is there something you need? Zhao Qian, at her residence, held her phone nervously. Facing a billionaire like Chen Feng, it was impossible not to feel anxious. After all, her future happiness depended on this. If she could win Chen Feng over, she could become a wealthy wife without needing to sell houses anymore. Regarding the villa, the loan documents have already been submitted. I believe it won't be long before they are approved. All right, I'm counting on you to handle the matter. I trust you. Seeing Chen Feng's message, Zhao Qian felt a surge of joy and quickly opened her album, carefully selecting a prepared photo to send. Chen Feng, do I look good in this outfit? As Chen Feng viewed the photo sent over, a smug smile crept across his face. Su Jiqiang, oh Su Jiqiang, you think you're so impressive, but little did you know your girlfriend was actively flirting with me. The photo was quite daring. Zhao Qian wore nothing but sheer nightgown, more revealing than any private photo. It was a pity that Zhao Qian's figure and looks were merely average. Had it not been for the desire to annoy Su Jiqiang or retaliate against Zhao Qian, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, possessing resources meant he could have any woman he desired. Yes, you look lovely. Su Jiqiang is indeed fortunate. I have never worn this for him. She is doing this specifically for you. If you like it, she will wear it for you every day. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng forwarded the photo to Su Jiqiang, adding a remark. Your girlfriend looks good in this outfit. Did you buy it for her? Having completed this, he promptly blocked Su Jiqiang on WeChat, opened the door, and prepared to receive his takeaway. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang, enraged, jumped out of bed, smashing his phone. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. This is not over, just wait. Chapter 10. Advanced Tea Art Master in Villa Number 4, adjacent to Villa Number 3. Lin Feier sat exhausted on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Even without makeup, her inherent grace could not be concealed. This is outrageous. That person is simply intolerable. Lin Feier fumed, striking the sofa with her delicate fists, seemingly attempting to vent her pent-up anger. The construction in the neighboring Villa Number 3 had persisted throughout the night, depriving her of sleep. Complaining over the phone had proven utterly futile. To make matters worse, when hunger struck in the middle of the night, she discovered that all the delivery services had ceased taking orders. In the end, she watched helplessly as delivery workers arrived at her community only to deliver to one building. The incessant flow of deliveries had not halted for a moment. Upon inquiry, she learned that all these deliveries were made for the owner of Villa Number 3. This revelation only fueled her anger further. Her already poor impression of Chen Feng deteriorated. Not only had he disturbed her sleep with his late-night renovations, but now he had also deprived her of a meal. This deep-seated grudge made her grit her teeth in fury. Feier, what's going on next door? It's unbearably noisy. A voluptuous woman stepped out from her room, clearly displeased. Her name was Xiao Lulu, Lin Feier's close friend and an actress. However, in terms of fame, it pales in comparison to Lin Feier. Originally, I intended to visit Lin Feier for a few days, but on the very first night, the noise from the construction work was unbearable. It seems they are undergoing renovations, Lin Feier said with a hint of grievance. This is outrageous. If I don't confront them today, they will think we are easy to bully. Xiao Lulu, unable to contain her temper, dragged Lin Feier outside. She could not tolerate such behavior at all. Beside the villa, Chen Feng glanced at the documents handed to him by Gao Mingyuan and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I have mobilized all the workers from our company. Within 10 days, we will definitely get it sorted. Gao Mingyuan confidently assured him. It would be a joke if the entire company-ass workforce, working in 3 shifts, could not complete the task. That would mean he truly did not deserve his salary. That's good, but one thing you must remember is to ensure quality. Chen Feng replied, his tone serious. Mr. Chen, you can be assured. We will not compromise our reputation, Gao Mingyuan said with utmost confidence. Just then, Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu stormed over, visibly upset. Seeing Lin Feier, disheveled and dressed in a nightgown, Chen Feng was taken aback by her beauty. Even without makeup, she still exuded an enchanting charm. As for Xiao Lulu beside her, she was also quite striking, with long legs and an alluring figure. Just a glance made Chen Feng realize she must at least be a D-cup. The only drawback was the ubiquitous internet celebrity look that had become tiresome. Noticing their anger, Chen Feng hurried to greet them. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I just bought a new house and couldn't wait to start the renovations. I hope it hasn't disturbed you too much. Even if you were renovating, can't you be considerate about the timing? Renovating all night is one thing, but continuing on a Saturday? Don't you think we deserve some peace? Lin Feier's displeasure was palpable, her furrowed brow adding to her beauty. If it were the apocalypse and I brought her home, she might live at least 3 years less, Chen Feng thought to himself. Before he could respond, Xiao Lulu sweetly took Lin Feier's hand and said, Feier, they didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Lin Feier looked at Xiao Lulu in disbelief. You were angrier than I was at home. Why is it suddenly my fault now? Is this your way of blaming me? In an instant, Lin Feier realized the situation. Xiao Lulu, who usually disregarded everyone, was suddenly speaking up for Chen Feng. There could only be one explanation. She was interested in him. Hello, sir. My name is Lulu. Let's exchange contact information so we can communicate easily in the future. Xiao Lulu blinked and subtly leaned forward, her neckline revealing enticing glimpses. Senior tea artist, Chen Feng thought, realizing she was of the same caliber as Zhao Qian, though far more beautiful and sophisticated. However, he was indifferent to this. He exchanged contact information without a second thought. A tea artist is just a tea artist. At worst, I can give her some bread during the apocalypse. My conditions are not lacking. Once we finish today, the noise will diminish significantly. By then, it won't affect you, will it, Miss Superstar? Not at all. Mr. Chen, take as long as you need for renovations. It won't bother us. Xiao Lulu quickly interjected, much to Lin Feier's annoyance, as she pinched her waist. How can you be so oblivious? This man is nothing but a scoundrel who toys with women, and you are shamelessly trying to curry favor with him? Upon returning to their residence, Xiao Lulu excitedly pulled Lin Feier aside. Feier, I didn't expect your neighbor to be such a young and accomplished person. I thought he would be a balding old man. I advise you to keep your distance. He is not a good person. He even has ties with the sales staff when buying a house, Lin Feier warned tersely. Xiao Lulu, instead of being upset, brightened at the thought. I am certainly more attractive than the salesgirl. Winning him over should be effortless. After discussing the renovation details, Chen Feng finally left the community. Today, he planned to acquire several vehicles. If all went well, he would finalize the snowmobile arrangements. After all, when the snow piled up several meters deep, other means of transportation would be utterly useless. As soon as Chen Feng exited the community, several thugs emerged from the shadows surrounding him. What's the matter? Chen Feng smirked at the thugs, confident he could dispatch them within 20 seconds. Compared to the reckless individuals from the apocalypse, these idle thugs were nothing. Break his legs. Su Jiqiang stepped forward, his eyes filled with malice. Oh, isn't that Jiqiang? I specifically sent you the photos last night, and you still don't appreciate it? If it weren't for me, you would never have had the fortune to see such beautiful pictures. Su Jiqiang, already fuming, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and swung it at Chen Feng's head. I'm going to beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you. Chapter 11. Just break one hand as the attack came. Chen Feng did not flinch. Even surrounded by several thugs, he easily dodged Su Jiqiang's strike. Apart from his own skills honed during the apocalypse, another crucial factor was his awakened spatial abilities, which granted him heightened awareness of his surroundings. At that moment, Su Jiqiang's movements appeared astonishingly slow to him. As he evaded the attack, he kicked out, sending Su Jiqiang crashing to the ground, howling in agony. What were you all just standing there for? Take him down. The thugs finally reacted, raising their fists to strike Chen Feng. However, within moments, they were all knocked to the ground, each one crying out in pain. How did you become so strong? Su Jiqiang's scalp tingled, his face a mask of disbelief. This was the same waste who could never fight back or retort. He seemed like a different person now. Well, you've learned to find help. I guess I need to teach you a lesson today. Chen Feng looked down at Su Jiqiang, a mocking smile on his face. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to have some skills hidden up your sleeve. I truly admire you. Not far away, Wang Hao emerged with another person. Chen Feng initially felt indifferent, but upon seeing the man beside Wang Hao, he paused in shock. Wasn't he that the loan shark boss? The loan shark recognized Chen Feng as well, astonished to see a familiar face. However, he quickly regained his composure, considering only profit mattered. What's wrong? Did I go too easy on you last time, and you didn't learn your lesson? You're back for more trouble? Chen Feng said with a smile. You're so arrogant, having struck Tiger's subordinate. You'll regret it soon. Wang Hao said, quickly glancing at the man beside him. Tiger. This scoundrel is the one. Please take care of him. Tiger slowly approached Chen Feng and said, Mr. Chen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It seems we truly have a connection. Chen Feng smiled, while Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao's expressions changed, growing tense. This waste actually knew Tiger? And they appear to be quite familiar with each other. Mr. Chen, friendship is one thing, but business is another. Today, you are in the wrong. Tiger Yi concealed his blade behind a smile. One moment he was chuckling heartily, and in the next, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he distanced himself. Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief, realizing that Tiger Yi was indeed dependable. It is my fault, thus. Consider this 200,000 as medical expenses for my brothers, Chen Feng declared, transferring the sum to Tiger Yi without hesitation. Additionally, whatever amount they paid you, I will offer double. Can Tiger Yi assist me in resolving this predicament? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao panicked and, filled with rage, exclaimed, Chen Feng, are you seeking death? How could Tiger Yi possibly be swayed by a useless wretch like you? Before Wang Hao could finish his tirade, Tiger Yi's hand came crashing down, sending him sprawling to the ground. Shut your mouth. This is not some worthless fool. This is my brother, and you dare to sow discord amongst us? Are you tired of living? Tiger Yi retorted, following up with a kick directed at Wang Hao, leaving Su Jiqiang speechless in fear. Get rid of both of them. Beat them until they learn their lesson. Tiger Yi commanded. I was wrong, please spare me. Chen Feng pleaded. I promise I will never dare again. The two, stripped of their arrogance, desperately begged for mercy. Mr. Chen, since they have begged for forgiveness, a light reprimand will suffice. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just break one hand. Wang Hao's face fell at the suggestion. Chen Feng, I will not let you off. You are doomed. Wang Hao's eyes glinted with malice, but before he could finish, he was dragged away. Do not cause a fatality, Chen Feng remarked, transferring 1 million to Tiger Yi without delay. He did not believe Wang Hao would pay 50,000 to Tiger Yi. 1 million was more than sufficient. Indeed, when Tiger Yi received the 1 million, he couldn't help but regard Chen Feng with newfound respect, astonished by his generosity. Mr. Chen, I have heard you purchased a villa worth 100 million? Tiger Yi inquired with a grin. Being in the lending business, he naturally kept abreast of the borrower's situations. While he may not know every detail, Chen Feng's real estate acquisition was certainly not a secret to him. A thought flickered in Chen Feng's mind as he regarded Tiger Yi, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I owe it to you, Tiger Yi. Without your 5 million, I would never have earned such a fortune in such a short time, nor would I have purchased a villa. This revelation piqued Tiger Yi's interest. What kind of business can turn 5 million into 100 million in just a few days? That far exceeds my profits from lending. Sensing Tiger Yi's curiosity, Chen Feng spoke mysteriously. To be honest, I have recently been trading virtual currencies. With leverage, I multiplied that 5 million 20-fold overnight. Now, I find myself regretting the villa purchase and am scrambling for funds to seize this opportunity for further profit. Damn! Tiger Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend what he had just heard. 100 million overnight? That was faster than counterfeiting. While he would typically doubt such claims, Chen Feng's actual acquisition of property left little room for skepticism. How much do you need? 80 million, using this villa as collateral. It is valued at 100 million, and I have a 300 million contract with the renovation company. Should I fail to repay, you could easily recover 90 million. Tiger Yi gasped, visibly intrigued. Yet he restrained his excitement. I need to consider this thoroughly. After all, it is a substantial sum. Agreed, but it must be swift. The market for virtual currencies changes rapidly. I will provide you with an answer tonight. Please send me those contracts. Chen Feng replied. Witnessing Tiger Yi's retreating figure, he finally allowed a cold smile to escape. The trap had been set. Tiger Yi, who had caused untold harm through usury, was now falling victim to Chen Feng's strategy, thus serving justice. After sending the documents to Tiger Yi, Chen Feng proceeded to a well-known local car modification shop. Boss, I would like 10 of those snowmobiles out front. Chapter 12. Purchasing vehicles at the Lei Ting modification shop. Li Bingyao was perched at the front desk, battling drowsiness. The modification industry was often quiet, leaving her pondering what to eat after work when a sudden voice jolted her back to reality. Before her stood a rather handsome man, and to her astonishment, he was requesting 10 snowmobiles. Sir, you must be joking. Snowmobiles were moderately priced, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, with modified versions typically around 100,000. While 10 would amount to just over 1 million, her commission would still be substantial, nearly 100,000. In a year, she wouldn't earn that much in pure salary. I assure you, I am not joking. Please arrange the contract swiftly. Chen Feng replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the striking woman before him. She possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, even surpassing that of Xiao Lulu, boasting a perfect curve. At least a D-cup. Chen Feng mused that her beauty was such that, had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a femme fatale. Li Bingyao, acutely aware of Chen Feng's scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush but made no attempt to hide, intentionally showcasing her impressive cleavage as she brought over the contract. Mr. Chen, the total for 10 units is 130,000. We currently have only 2 in stock, but rest assured, we will fulfill the remaining units within 5 days. By the way, is that Mercedes-Benz G-Class modified by you? Chen Feng inquired, pointing at a nearby vehicle that, while inherently imposing, had been enhanced to look even more striking. Indeed, this is our ice and snow apocalypse model. It is perfectly suited for frigid conditions, capable of traversing icy surfaces as if on solid ground. The heating and insulation are exceptional, ensuring functionality even in temperatures as low as -40 degrees. Chen Feng surveyed the vehicle, feeling quite satisfied. After the apocalypse descends and the snow settles, he would indeed require such a means of transport, far more comfortable than a snowmobile. How much? 130,000. I meant, how much for the Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Li Bingyao looked perplexed, thinking she must have misheard, but upon seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, she realized he genuinely intended to purchase a vehicle. Is this car not for sale? It is for sale. The price is 600,000, but if Mr. Chen is interested, we can negotiate. Li Bingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she subtly adjusted her neckline. No need, just draft the contract for me. Can I take it today? Li Bingyao was once again taken aback. Was he not the epitome of a wealthy patron? She felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms. Encountering such a handsome and affluent man was a rare delight. Mr. Chen, I will promptly handle the paperwork for you. Will you be paying in full or opting for financing? Li Bingyao guided Chen Feng back to her desk, and he felt her soft presence against his arm. Prompting a smile, he accepted her advances with grace, for Li Bingyao was indeed quite attractive. While she may not rival Lin Feier, she certainly scored a solid 90. If we finance, your commission would increase significantly. Let us proceed with financing, but must be expedited. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao grew even more animated. Chen Feng was exceptionally considerate. Mr. Chen, you are so kind. I will handle it immediately. The entire process went smoothly. And when Li Bingyao learned of Chen Feng's villa valued at 100 million during the loan paperwork, she discreetly adjusted her neckline even further. However, Chen Feng did not linger, as he had many tasks to complete before the impending apocalypse. After driving away from the Lei Ting modification shop, Chen Feng headed straight to the Michelin restaurant. Confronted with an array of delicacies, the scene quickly transformed into a bustling spectacle, where a cadre of chefs in the kitchen ignited a flurry of activity, clattering pots and pans amid the sparks of culinary fervor. As soon as a batch was prepared, Chen Feng instructed them to deliver the dishes to the vehicle in the underground garage, only retrieving the items himself once the crew departed. From exquisite Western cuisine to elaborate Chinese banquets, and even down to modest street food and takeout, Chen Feng spared no opportunity to indulge. In the Su family residence, Su Dahua gazed at his son, Su Jiqiang, who lay languidly on the couch, his hand bound in bandages, feeling a deep sense of frustration. You two good-for-nothings. How can you not handle a mere waste? What use are you to me? He scolded. Uncle, it's not that we are useless. It's just that the waste has allied with Lord Hu, leaving us powerless. Wang Hao retorted, unwilling to accept the blame. Dad, sis, you must avenge me. That waste broke my hand. He howled. Call the police. I refuse to believe that waste can act with such impunity. He has harmed others and deserves to be imprisoned. Ma Tsuelon shouted defiantly, clamoring for justice. Mom, don't be reckless. If we alert the authorities, Lord Hu will not spare us. Su Qing warned, her expression grave. Lord Hu is no trivial character, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. What then? Are we to stand by and let him flourish? Su Jiqiang protested. They had already sought legal counsel, but the lawyer required time. Let S go. If he is so oblivious, we shall escalate this matter. Join me at the villa to confront him, Su Dahua commanded, and without hesitation, they made their way to Chen Feng's villa. Upon arrival, they encountered Chen Feng returning in his vehicle. What the hell? That S.A. Benz G-Class. Worth at least several million. Wang Hao exclaimed, his envy palpable as he watched Chen Feng disembark. That damn Chen Feng is using our money to buy lavish cars. Bitter resentment brewed within them, for they had supported him for years, only to see him plot against them. Indeed, my daughter has cared for you for so long, and now that you found success, you shamelessly abandon her. Do you have no conscience? They lamented. As Su Dahua and Ma Sulan threw themselves to the ground in a dramatic display. Chen Feng, however, had little desire to engage with their antics. Preoccupied as he was with his own affairs, and recognizing that the world had not yet descended into chaos, he found no satisfaction in seeking revenge. As he attempted to leave, the family clung to him. "I have no intention of fighting. You would do well to step aside," Chen Feng warned coldly. As onlookers began to gather, pointing and whispering, "Do you dare to strike me?" Ma Sulan cried out, her voice rising in indignation. "Is there no sense of justice? This ungrateful wretch has cast away my daughter and today allowed my son to be harmed. Neighbors, you must judge." The crowd, initially drawn by curiosity, regarded her with disdain. "This is utterly disgraceful." Chen Feng's demeanor hardened as he surveyed the scene. Chapter 13. What audacity do you possess? Since you have no shame, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chen Feng had initially contemplated allowing the Su family a reprieve, but their aggression left him no room for leniency. "Su Qing, what audacity do you possess to come here and cause a scene?" he challenged. Su Qing, with her chin held high, felt justified in her actions. "What do you mean by causing a scene? Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation for your actions?" she demanded. "This villa belongs to us. Reclaiming our property is our right. You, a beast, have the gall to expel us. Where is your humanity?" Su Dahua and Ma Sulan, unashamed in their antics, continued their tirade, eliciting further scorn from the onlookers. "I always thought this young Chun was a good son-in-law, diligent and selfless. I never imagined he would turn out to be so despicable. Ah, how hard it is to truly know a person," one neighbor remarked. "If I encountered such a man, I would surely teach him a lesson." Others echoed their sentiments, their anger mounting. Meanwhile, in Villa 4, Lin Fei and Xiao Lulu observed the commotion from their window, fully aware of the unfolding drama. "I told you Chen Feng was no good. Do you believe me now?" Lin Fei's opinion of him had plummeted further. Initially, she had perceived him as a man who exploited women for money, but today revealed a far darker nature. He had abandoned his family and allowed harm to befall them, even usurping their possessions, who would disgrace themselves in public unless driven to desperation. Yet, Xiao Lulu paid no heed to Lin Fei's words. Her gaze fixated on the gleaming Benz G-Class behind Chen Feng. "That must cost a fortune," she mused. Lin Fei, exasperated, rolled her eyes. "You've absorbed nothing of what I just said, have you?" Understood, Fei, Worry not, I'm not foolish," Xiao Lulu replied, though her eyes betrayed her interest in Chen Feng. Recently divorced and possessing wealth and charm, pursuing him seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, she believed herself far more appealing than his ex-wife, both in physique and beauty, confident in her allure. As Chen Feng endured the raucous accusations from Su Dahua and his wife, he was painted as a heartless villain in the eyes of the neighbors, who regarded him with contempt. Su Qing, observing the scene, could not suppress a smirk. "Chen Feng, I gave you the chance to cherish our relationship, yet you squandered it, forcing us into this conflict. Today, I will not let you escape." Approaching him with feigned vulnerability, she grasped his hand and implored, "Darling, shall we remarry? I promise to treat you with utmost kindness. If you agree, I will overlook your transgressions against my brother." The crowd shook their heads in disapproval, realizing they had misjudged Su Qing. "It seems we were wrong about her. She is indeed a good woman." Another added, "I had thought her lazy and uncaring, yet she appears to be quite devoted." The neighbors' attitudes towards Chen Feng shifted dramatically, believing his prior servitude was merely an act. "Are you done pretending?" Chen Feng scoffed at Su Qing. "Darling, Before she could finish, he struck her sharply across the face, leaving her stunned. The onlookers gasped, taken aback by his audacity. "Beast, you!" Su Dahua prepared to retaliate, but was silenced by Chen Feng's retaliatory blow. "You shameless waste, today you shall." Chen Feng showed no mercy, delivering a swift strike to Ma Sulan, causing her to stagger. What a release! I have never felt such satisfaction. A neighbor, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, contemplated intervening, but quickly reconsidered, realizing the risk of incurring Chen Feng's wrath. "Do you truly believe we are easy prey?" Su Qing spat, her gaze icy, clearly seething with rage. It seems you think I am easy to bully. Who gave you the audacity to cause a ruckus here? Chen Feng gazed at the other party with a look of disbelief, then turned his attention to the group of neighbors present. Since everyone is here today, and this shameless family is making such a scene, I shall no longer hold back. Chen Feng spoke, but a look of disdain spread across the faces of his neighbors. You've already resorted to violence. Do you still think you have a right to argue? Ignoring their expressions, Chen Feng continued, you all know how this family has exploited me. As a high-ranking executive earning $50,000 to $60,000 a month, I should be living quite comfortably. Yet the reality is that I have never had more than $200 in my pocket. What are you saying? As a man, shouldn't you support your family? Su Jiqiang retorted angrily. How can you even mention supporting a family? You are over 20, yet you don't work, living off my resources, eating my food, using my things, and even expecting me to pay for the wedding dowry. I'm not your father. How dare you? Su Jiqiang's face turned a shade of green and purple from the retort, yet he stubbornly pressed on. My sister is married to you. Isn't it only natural that you contribute to this family? To hell with what's natural. I've exhausted myself for this family, and I accept the burden of supporting the three of you. But this woman spends my money on her lover and expects me to buy a sports car for him and support their child. Do you think I'm a fool? Is there still a sense of justice? Is there still a law? The neighbors around them were taken aback by this revelation. The Su family is truly shameless. In such a situation, any man would find it intolerable. You are talking nonsense. This is slander against my daughter. Su Dahua shouted furiously. Slander? Well, I happen to have a video of them in bed together. Since all the neighbors are here today, let them judge whether I am slandering. Chen Feng said, pulling out his phone, ready to share the video in the homeowners group. Chapter 14. Prove it to me. Originally furious, Su Qing was now thoroughly panicked upon witnessing this scene. If the video of her and Wang Hao in bed were to be shared in the homeowners group, she would lose all face and would likely be the subject of ridicule wherever she went. Su Qing hurriedly approached, attempting to stop Chen Feng. Husband, do you really intend to go this far? Stop. I'm not your husband. Your entire family treats me like an ATM. I'm not worthy of that title. Chen Feng replied lightly. Besides, we have long been divorced. We are no longer connected. The crowd of neighbors instantly grasped the situation. It clearly indicated that the Su family was at fault, continuously exploiting Chen Feng. Otherwise, it would not have escalated to this point. The Su family is indeed shameless. Behaving like parasites. Even after the divorce, they refused to let Chen Feng go. Indeed, I only just recalled that Su Dahua usually plays mahjong extravagantly, losing a considerable amount of money. I thought he was wealthy, but it seems he was just milking his son-in-law. Look at how good Chen Feng is. Su Qing is clearly not a good woman, and even has an affair. The neighbors swiftly shifted their scorn towards Su Qing's family, leaving them utterly embarrassed and wishing to disappear into the ground. Ultimately, not knowing what else to do, they left the scene in disgrace. Chen Feng, since you claim you are divorced, you should know you are leaving empty-handed. I advise you to give me the villa and all the money. Perhaps I will leave you a little. Su Qing's tone turned resentful as she threatened him. This time, before Chen Feng could respond, the onlookers began to voice their discontent. Su Qing, you can support your lover, but now you want to take from your ex-husband? Have you no shame? Exactly. You didn't cherish your husband, and now you want to strip him of everything. Your heart is truly vicious. Su Qing's expression darkened. When did her personal affairs become fodder for these outsiders? Moreover, I'm merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Am I in the wrong? Chen Feng, you wait. Su Qing spat, leaving in a huff. The neighbors erupted in indignation, having never encountered such a shameless woman. Little Chen, we all know your character. Rest assured, we will stand by you. Indeed, you're divorced now? Coincidentally, my daughter is single. Would you like to meet her? In an instant, Chen Feng became the center of attention, with numerous neighbors eagerly introducing their daughters to him. He struggled to escape their fervent matchmaking. Upon returning home, Chen Feng received a message from Su Qing, sent from an unknown number. I have already found a lawyer. We shall see. Chen Feng did not reply, feeling apathetic towards the matter. His WeChat was filled with messages, including one from Hu Yi, who had already made up his mind to accept the deal, although he could only offer $70 million for the villa. Chen Feng merely responded that he would take whatever amount was offered, as it was still profit for him. After discussing with Hu Yi, just as he was about to transfer the money, Hu Yi suddenly inquired about virtual currency. Mr. Chen, regarding the virtual currency you mentioned, is there any risk involved? I have some money I would like to invest. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy. This was no ordinary lender, but rather a god of wealth. Without further ado, he began explaining the intricacies of virtual currency, assuring him that if he invested with Chen Feng, he would double his money within half a month. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Why not take a chance? I've gone all in. Can I deceive you? Hu Yi, upon hearing this, without hesitation, transferred 150 million to Chen Feng. 70 million was for the villa mortgage, and 80 million was from Hu Ye's own funds. What a generous man. Chen Feng accepted the money with tears of joy, surprised at the unexpected windfall. Half a month later, the apocalypse had already descended. Repayment was out of the question. After finalizing matters with Hu Yi, the restaurant also notified him that the banquet preparations were complete and would be delivered the next day. At the bottom of his WeChat, there were several messages from Xiao Lulu. Mr. Chen, I apologize on behalf of Fayer. She is quite thoughtless and hopes you won't take it to heart. Mr. Chen, your car is so handsome. Could you take me for a ride? Chen Feng opened Xiao Lulu's moments. Her posts were either fierce or flaunting her legs, predominantly showcasing her figure, making one wonder if she was peddling herself. All right, I promise to take you out for a drive when I have the time. The suspension on my car is top-notch. After replying, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside, uninterested in further engagement. Early the next morning, the restaurant staff delivered the banquet, continuously unloading dishes into the warehouse he rented. Each time the warehouse was filled, Chen Feng would close the door and retreat to his space. This process lasted half a day, leaving Chen Feng utterly exhausted. However, the outcome was excellent. Hundreds of banquet tables would keep him sustained for a long time. Yet he still felt insecure. He needed to continue ordering. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to secure meals. Chen Feng rubbed his neck and entered the elevator, preparing to return home. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Zhao Qian hurried in, her high heels clicking as she entered. Chen Feng, I need to discuss some matters regarding the loan with you. Would it be convenient to go to your home? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Qian, her face flushed, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. Discuss at home? Is this truly about the loan? I wouldn't dare to point it out. Of course, it's convenient. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you as well. After exiting the elevator and returning home, Zhao Qian casually removed her outer jacket, revealing an extraordinarily alluring outfit. With black stockings and a form-fitting silk dress, her figure was accentuated alluringly. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. This is evidently a carefully curated appearance, intended to captivate. The attire is quite commendable, far superior to the ensemble from last night. Chen Feng, seated on the sofa, observed Zhao Qian, who was ardently showcasing her alluring figure. You dare to say that? She specifically sent it for you to see. Yet you turn around and send it to Su Jiqiang, causing me to endure a scolding from him. He is even considering breaking up with me. Zhao Qian lamented with a look of grievance. I am not like other men. If you wish to be with me, you must refrain from flirting with other men. Zhao Qian, realizing her misstep, quickly sought to appease him. I merely think it is unfair to let that worthless Su Jiqiang have you. Of course, he wants to be with you. He is like you since the moment he laid eyes on you. Prove how much you like me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian smiled seductively, half kneeling between Chen Feng's legs, burying her head into his lap. Chapter 15. Unable to endure this insult in that instant, Chen Feng felt as though his head might explode. He never anticipated that Zhao Qian would employ such a tactic, leaving him utterly unprepared. As he watched her diligently bury her head while tugging at his clothing, if he failed to respond now, he would hardly be a man. Without further hesitation, he lifted Zhao Qian, preparing to take the initiative. Chen Feng, are your words still valid? Zhao Qian placed her hands upon Chen Feng's shoulders, her demeanor enticing and filled with emotion. Of course they are valid. As long as you sever all ties with Su Jiqiang, I will grant you a dowry of 1 million. Chen Feng responded swiftly, without a hint of hesitation, facing the former adversary. If such an opportunity was presented to him. To ignore it would be akin to being less than a beast. Rest assured, since I have chosen you, I will certainly cut ties with Su Jiqiang. How can a worthless man like him compare to you? Zhao Qian cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was quite pleased with the prospect of Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang becoming enemies. It would be best if they fought to mutual destruction. Yet, when Zhao Qian heard about the 1 million dowry, she could not help but smile inwardly. At this juncture, who still cared about dowries? Her mind was solely focused on Chen Feng's villa and luxury cars. After tonight, she would become a wealthy socialite. With that thought, Zhao Qian eagerly lunged at Chen Feng, swiftly shedding her garments, and the two were candid with one another. Suddenly, an untimely ring of a phone disrupted their moment, causing them both to pause. Upon seeing it was Su Jiqiang calling, Zhao Qian's face contorted with disdain, and without a second thought, she hung up. You, a mere failure, wish to obstruct my rise? Are you out of your mind? However, when she turned back to Chen Feng, the phone rang again. Is that Su Jiqiang calling? Chen Feng smirked, using an authoritative tone. Answer it. But we are currently. Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed, and upon meeting Chen Feng's gaze, she instantly understood. Chen Feng was testing her. If she wished to be with him, she must make her stance clear and immediately sever ties with Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang, you cannot blame me. Zhao Qian playfully punched Chen Feng, blushing as she exclaimed, How annoying! Why do you have such a hobby? Despite her words, Zhao Qian obediently answered the call. Qian. Good news, monumental good news. Su Jiqiang's excitement radiated through the phone, but Zhao Qian, filled with indifference, responded absent-mindedly. What monumental good news could you possibly have? Is it that you managed to gather the dowry? She had already grown indifferent to the 1 million dowry. She was on the verge of securing Chen Feng and did not care about that sum. No, Chen Feng signed a clean break agreement when he divorced my sister. Everything he has now belongs to our family. Zhao Qian abruptly halted, her demeanor wavering as she quickly pushed Chen Feng away and grabbed her phone. You cannot be joking with me, right? Of course not. We have already consulted a lawyer. That Chen Feng cannot flaunt himself for long. Soon, not only the villa, but everything in his pockets will belong to us. Su Jiqiang's excited voice echoed through the phone, and Zhao Qian hung up, her gaze fixed fiercely on Chen Feng. Is what Su Jiqiang said true? Did you sign a clean break agreement? Yes, Chen Feng revealed without a hint of concealment, smiling at Zhao Qian. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly struck across the face by a sudden slap. Are you out of your mind? You signed a clean break agreement, yet continue to flirt with other women? Do you have a screw loose? Zhao Qian was furious, hastily dressing and storming out of the room. Damn it! Chen Feng stood there in shock, clutching his face, stunned for a while before regaining his wits. What kind of madness is this? You came to my house, and now that you want to distance yourself from Su Jiqiang, I have already stripped down, and you slap me? Fine, I must retaliate. When the time comes, if I do not settle this score, I shall not bear the surname Chen. Chen Feng was seething, feeling utterly humiliated. Were it not for Zhao Qian being Su Jiqiang's girlfriend and his adversary, he would not even cast her a second glance given her looks. I cannot endure this any longer. Spotting Zhao Qian's discarded stockings and intimate apparel at the bedside, he wasted no time and headed straight to the Su residence. At the Su family home, the atmosphere was filled with excitement as they gathered together, each face alight with exhilaration. They had received confirmation from their lawyer that with the divorce agreement in hand, reclaiming their assets was a foregone conclusion, though they had anticipated this outcome from the start. Having a lawyer affirm it brought them great reassurance. Qian, do you believe me now? Forget about dowries. If you marry me, you will never have to work again and can enjoy a life of luxury at home. Su Jiqiang declared, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. He was elated at the prospect of witnessing Chen Feng's downfall while simultaneously acquiring his wealth. That villa was no small matter. Everyone has always believed in you. Zhao Qian cooed, rubbing her arm against Su Jiqiang's. Su Jiqiang raised an eyebrow in delight, feeling the softness from her touch without any obstruction. This girl is igniting a fire in this setting. However, you are aware of my family situation. I am my parents' only child, and since you are financially stable now, could you provide a 2 million dowry? Zhao Qian purred, causing Su Qing and her parents to frown immediately. Zhao Qian had already increased her dowry request several times, which seemed exceedingly greedy. Very well, 2 million it shall be. Do not worry, we will not treat you poorly, Su Jiqiang decisively proclaimed, prompting Zhao Qian to tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Ma Talan and her husband exchanged disapproving glances, but with only one son, they had no choice but to acquiesce, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door and discovering it was Chen Feng, a wave of mockery swept through the gathering. Chen Feng, it is too late to come begging for mercy now. Su Qing sneered at him, her demeanor haughty. She had anticipated that he would come to plead, but it was already too late. Chen Feng, kneel and beg for mercy. I might be kind enough to leave you with a couple of thousand. Su Jiqiang basked in his triumph. Chen Feng observed the arrogance radiating from him and responded with a cold smirk. I did not come here to plead with you. With that, he produced an item from his hand and placed it into Zhao Qian's embrace. You left in such a rush earlier that you dropped your clothes. So I specifically brought them to you. Chapter 16. Target, the ugly nation. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Zhao Qian stood frozen in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Chen Feng. It was evidently unexpected. The other party possessed such audacity, particularly Su Jiqiang, whose countenance darkened upon seeing the garments handed to him by Chen Feng. His remaining hand clenched tightly, an unmistakable fury simmering within him. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why Zhao Qian had not donned any intimate attire today. Initially, he had presumed it to be intentional, but to his shock, he discovered she had been entwined with Chen Feng. Infuriated, he vowed to make Chen Feng pay dearly for this betrayal. Just as Su Jiqiang contemplated taking action against Chen Feng, the latter evaded him effortlessly, turning on his heel and fleeing. Why would I engage with you? Am I foolish? He had already ignited the flames of vengeance, and he had no inclination to concern himself with the repercussions for the Su family or Zhao Qian. Preparations were in order. It was time to venture to the United States. He had no desire to squander any more time. Revenge? After the apocalypse descends, he would have ample time for such matters. After Chen Feng departed, Su Jiqiang struck Zhao Qian across the face with a resounding slap. The onlookers from the Su family glared at her with discontent. Wretched woman, how dare you still seek a betrothal gift from me? Get lost. Su Jiqiang berated, feeling utterly disgraced. Jiqiang, you've misunderstood me. I have not engaged in any affair with Chen Feng. He is slandering me, Zhao Qian pleaded, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. How can you claim to be wronged? Your clothes are still with Chen Feng. Do you take me for a fool? Su Jiqiang's fury intensified, and Su Dahua nodded in agreement, asserting that this engagement was no longer tenable. Su Qing scoffed coldly, rebuking, you are already my brother's girlfriend. Yet you shamelessly cavort with another man behind his back. There is no need to continue this farce. The notion that Zhao Qian had betrayed her brother incensed Su Qing further. Zhao Qian regarded Su Qing's self-righteous demeanor with a disdainful internal scoff. Was this a jest? She had not even married yet, and she was being chastised for her choices, which paled in comparison to Su Qing's own indiscretions. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud and quickly asserted, this is merely Chen Feng attempting to sow discord among us. We must not fall for his ploy. Jiqiang, uncle, aunt, consider just how cunning Chen Feng truly is. Upon hearing these words, the Su family fell silent. They recognized the possibility that Chen Feng could indeed be scheming. Then how do you explain these items? Su Jiqiang remained skeptical, harboring lingering doubts, particularly since the intimate garments had been a gift from him to Zhao Qian. I lost these 2 sets several days ago. Perhaps Chen Feng bribed my roommate to steal them. My dear, please believe me. My heart belongs to you alone. Zhao Qian implored, feigning vulnerability as she clung to Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang furrowed his brow, unable to discern the truth of the matter. Just then, a lawyer entered, presenting documents to the group. I have thoroughly investigated Chen Feng's situation. He currently possesses 1.8 billion in cash, along with luxurious properties and vehicles. The revelation left the room in stunned silence. How much? Their faces were etched with disbelief, incredulity evident in their expressions. 1. 8 billion in cash. Su Qing was nearly beside herself, lamenting why she had chosen to divorce Chen Feng. Had she known, she would never have allowed Wang Hao to visit her home. Such a fortune would have been better retained within her grasp, although she could pursue legal means to reclaim her assets. The lawyer's fees would undoubtedly amount to hundreds of millions. Su Qing felt a pang of regret. As for Zhao Qian, she clung to Su Jiqiang with unwavering tenacity. It was imperative to secure her hold on him, given the staggering sum of 1.8 billion. Quickly, devise a way to freeze his assets. Do not allow him to transfer them, Su Qing urged, recognizing the urgency of the situation. You need not worry. I have already initiated legal proceedings. However, it will require some time to establish that his wealth constitutes marital assets, the lawyer replied calmly. This case poses no difficulty. It is undoubtedly marital property. Is it even feasible for him to amass such a fortune independently? Su Dahua muttered in frustration, yet acknowledged the necessity of adhering to legal protocols. Early the following morning, Chen Feng boarded a flight destined for the United States, specifically Florida. He had meticulously planned this endeavor while at home. The choice of Florida was straightforward. It was a chaotic locale where he could effortlessly procure the desired weaponry. Additionally, the region boasted various expansive warehouses, seafood cold storage, and ranches, making it the ideal setting for his undertaking of a zero-cost procurement. 2 hours later, upon disembarking, Chen Feng met with a prearranged guide. In 2080, global transportation speeds had significantly accelerated. 2 hours sufficed to reach any corner of the world. Ah, my friend, at last we meet. The guide, a handsome man of Eastern descent, embraced Chen Feng warmly. Yi Tian, it has been far too long. Chen Feng responded with a smile. The two were business associates who had grown familiar through frequent interactions. Come, I have arranged accommodations for you. Let us dine first. Yi Tian, my time is pressing. Let us attend to business, Chen Feng replied, his urgency palpable. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's smile vanished, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chen Feng, even if you acquire those items, you cannot retrieve them. Chen Feng shook his head, asserting, do not concern yourself with these matters. I have my own plans. Very well. Since you insist on proceeding, I shall not press further. The contacts have been made. The pair entered a vehicle and drove toward the outskirts. Chen Feng, not being a citizen of the United States, could not legally procure weapons through conventional channels. He would have to buy from private individuals. Upon arriving at a mansion, Chen Feng was taken aback by the array of weaponry displayed before him. This was no mere illegal vendor. It resembled a warlord's armory, a warehouse brimming with armaments sufficient to equip a battalion. Did you bring the money? The proprietor squinted at Chen Feng, leaving Yi Tian outside, unable to enter. Here is $100,000. I require enough. The owner interrupted, leveling a weapon at Chen Feng's head. Drop the cash, and you may leave. Chen Feng was astonished, his expression darkening. Chapter 17. The zero-cost procurement. This man dared to attempt to extort him. He had not anticipated such audacity. Esteemed sir, I merely wish to make a purchase. Please do not jest. Chen Feng's tone turned menacing. Fool, utter another word, and I shall take your life. The man sneered, brandishing the weapon threateningly. Do not presume. I am unaware of the stringent prohibitions your government imposes on such arms. Should I report you, I might even earn a commendation. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could no longer conceal his murderous intent. I came to negotiate a business transaction, yet you attempt to threaten me. Is this a joke? Do you truly believe I am a pushover, someone you can easily manipulate? I will offer you one last opportunity. Either deliver what is rightfully mine to me, or I shall take it myself. Faced with the weapon pressed to his forehead, Chen Feng displayed no signs of trepidation, seemingly unfazed. The man, taken aback by Chen Feng's fearless demeanor, was clearly unprepared for such defiance. Fact, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The man showed no hesitation. For him, eliminating a person was exceedingly simple, especially when that individual hailed from another nation. However, just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet, and in an instant, he plummeted into Chen Feng's spatial realm. What a lunatic, constantly causing trouble. Does he truly believe I am easy to bully? In Chen Feng's domain, a living being would meet their demise almost instantaneously. Nevertheless, regardless of how long it took to retrieve the body, it would still remain a fresh corpse. He could effortlessly create spatial rifts within a 3-meter radius. And when someone threatened him in his presence, it was tantamount to courting death. Observing the weapons before him, he wasted no time and swiftly collected them into his space. It was nearly a warehouse full of arms, sufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, Chen Feng sought out Yetian to inquire about nearby arms dealers. Do not get reckless. I cannot assist you with this matter. It could lead to grave consequences. Yetian firmly shook his head in refusal, aware that if they were discovered, it could cost them their lives. These individuals have bullied us in the past, causing our Shenzhou to hold its head low. I am merely reclaiming a bit of interest for our nation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. I know of a local tyrant whose stock far exceeds what we have here. Chen Feng, however, shook his head decisively. Just provide me with the exact location. You should not involve yourself in this matter. Although the apocalypse was imminent, Chen Feng did not wish for Yetian to be apprehended in his final days. That would be no different than condemning him to death. Yetian did not press further. After giving Chen Feng the address, he hurriedly departed. Chen Feng then made his way to the place Yetian had mentioned. This location was far more extravagant than the previous one, with guards already patrolling the area. Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings and began to dig a tunnel in the grass, 500 meters from the warehouse. He could open the entrance of a spatial rift underground and absorb the earth within, easily cutting through even rock to store it in his space. During the apocalypse, it was this very skill that had allowed him to protect his family in increasingly dire circumstances. Had it not been for the surprise attack from Su Qing, he would not have met his demise. Silently digging his way to the warehouse, when Chen Feng beheld the situation inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. The weapons here far exceeded those in the previous location. Not only were there the common AK-470S, but even RPGs and Gatling guns were present. With these supplies, I could effortlessly assemble a formidable team in the apocalypse. Chen Feng reflected with a sense of wonder. Even against supernatural beings, he could hold his ground with such armaments. Without delay, he collected all the weapons from this place and retraced his steps through the tunnel, even remembering to fill it back in afterward. Next stop, supplies. Chen Feng murmured, bidding farewell to Yetian before heading toward his planned destination. Before leaving, he reminded Yetian to stock up on supplies, as they shared a good relationship, and it was wise to offer a reminder. 3 hours later, Chen Feng arrived at the location of the Wanama warehouse, employing the same tactic to dig a tunnel beneath it. The supplies here were extensive. It would be no exaggeration to say that everything needed for sustenance, clothing, and shelter could be found. This time, Chen Feng did not rush in recklessly. During the day, the warehouses had numerous staff, so he waited until night fell and the world was quiet before emerging from the ground. He collected pots, pans, fruits, vegetables, meats, seafood, clothing, everything he could without hesitation, leaving behind empty shelves in his wake. Who goes there? Halt! Although he moved quietly, he was eventually noticed by a guard. The supplies belong to the company. But my life is my own, understand? Chen Feng brandished his weapon at the startled guard, who nearly wet himself in fear. Understood, understood. The guard quickly nodded, realizing that failing to comprehend the situation could very well cost him his life. After knocking him unconscious, Chen Feng resumed his looting. Once he had emptied the Wanama warehouse, he wasted no time and set off toward the Yamison warehouse under the cover of night. In that single night, Chen Feng managed to gather food, clothing, and supplies. He even acquired 5 tanks and a multitude of tracked vehicles while passing a base. Upon counting his spoils, he lamented the presence of snowmobiles, realizing he had squandered money by purchasing them earlier at the Leiting modification shop. If only he had known this would be a zero-cost acquisition in the United States, he would have refrained from such an expense. These made outfits, JK uniforms, and various colored stockings were quite appealing. Surely, someone would find a use for them in the future. Chen Feng chuckled, envisioning how, after the apocalypse, his vast resources would easily attract goddesses. While it was acceptable to collect women, He must handle the situation wisely. Unless absolutely necessary, they should not be kept close. Chen Feng mused over the betrayal by Su Qing, an event still vivid in his memory. His strength was commendable, but he could not withstand ambushes. He needed to procure some fresh water and return home. With that thought in mind, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the reservoir in the United States. The following day, chaos erupted throughout the United States. Various regions in Florida experienced immense disorder. The Wanama warehouse and the Yamison warehouse had been completely stripped overnight. The authorities were bewildered. Even with vehicles, it would take days to transport such quantities. Yet, their warehouses had been emptied in a single night. The upper echelons of the United States took the situation very seriously, but unfortunately, they found no leads. Not only were the warehouses affected, but they also discovered that a reservoir had been drained overnight. Oh my God, could it be divine retribution? Not divine. I am an employee of Wanama, and I know what happened that night. It was a single person. A man urgently stated on a forum in Florida. One person? You must be out of your mind. Who could possibly move so much on their own? A chorus of skepticism ensued, with many dismissing the notion as impossible. The entire nation was ablaze with speculation, as experts and professors flocked to investigate this mysterious occurrence. Yet, it was evident that, at least for now, they would uncover no clues. Meanwhile, Yetian sat at home, trembling. He felt bewildered. Although there was no direct evidence, he sensed a connection to Chen Feng. The sudden visit, seeking weapons, it was not typical behavior. On his phone, Chen Feng had sent him a message, advising him to stock up on winter supplies. If he found himself in dire straits, he could dig down 2 meters in his bedroom to access provisions left for him. Yet Tian, naturally, was perplexed by Chen Feng's words, feeling utterly bewildered. As for Chen Feng, the protagonist of this series of events, he was already aboard a plane heading home. He had no worries about what would transpire in the United States next. Even if they uncovered his identity, there would not be enough time for them to trouble him. As for Ye Tian, he had done what he needed to. Whether he could endure the coming challenges was up to fate. Upon returning home, Chen Feng collapsed onto his bed, sleeping for an entire day. His time in the United States had exhausted him. Once he had rested, Chen Feng returned to his bustling routine, frequently ordering takeout. All the delivery services in the city were ecstatic to see him ordering again. Their big client, a living Buddha, had returned. On the other hand, Lin Feier clutched her phone, a deep sense of frustration etched across her face. What? What did you say? All the takeout from your restaurant has been ordered out? How is that even possible? There's nothing we can do. If people are willing to spend money, we cannot refuse them. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feier stomped her feet in anger. She had made numerous calls, yet not a single takeout order was secured, as if all the deliveries in the city had been monopolized by Chen Feng. That scoundrel, the grudge for the takeout is irreconcilable. May I never let the opportunity slip. Clenching her delicate fists, she struck the air with a few forceful punches. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, she headed towards the supermarket. With no takeout available, she would have to buy ingredients and cook for herself. Chen Feng gazed at the increasing number of takeout orders, feeling a growing sense of security. Over the past few days, he had spent over 20 million just on meals, and the pace of expenditure was only accelerating. However, he paid no mind to the rapid depletion of his funds. It would not be long before this money turned into worthless paper, devoid of any utility. Converting into food was the wisest choice. He needed to stock up on action films. Contemplating the imminent global snowstorm that would lock everything down, he realized he would have ample time. Watching more action films and honing his skills would be of paramount importance. Of course, in addition to movies, Chen Feng was also busy downloading games. While he was preoccupied with these tasks, Li Bingyao called to inform him that the snowmobiles had arrived and were ready for delivery. After sending her location, she arrived about half an hour later, accompanied by a few people, dressed in a form-fitting jumpsuit and impeccably styled with high heels. Her figure was accentuated to perfection. It was evident that she had made an effort to present herself beautifully today. Chen Feng smiled, not bothering to conceal his gaze, his eyes wandering over her. Compared to Zhao Qian, Li Bingyao was undeniably in a different league of beauty, her physique and appearance utterly eclipsing. Mr. Chen, Please take a look at these snowmobiles. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to let me know. Feeling Chen Feng's gaze, Li Bingyao surprisingly did not feel repulsed. Instead, she puffed out her chest, secretly pleased with herself. You can rest assured that I will handle everything. Let them unload directly into the warehouse. Hearing this, Li Bingyao quickly instructed her workers to get to work. Just as they were unloading, Su Qing and Wang Hao emerged from the elevator, arm in arm. Wow, this big G looks truly impressive. Wang Hao clearly noticed Chen Feng, but completely disregarded him, leading Su Qing to admire Chen Feng's vehicle. Their actions were evidently intended to provoke and annoy Chen Feng. Darling, after a while, I'll take you for a ride in it. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was far superior to the sports car he initially fancied. Haha, I doubt you will have that opportunity. Chen Feng scoffed, his smile unabashed. Chen Feng, if you hand over this car and that villa to me now, I might leave you 100,000. Otherwise, don't expect to get a single cent. Su Qing declared with a strong and arrogant attitude, her chin held high. Haha, if you have the capability, then take it yourself. Chen Feng sneered, utterly dismissive. Your schemes are bound to fail. Ha ha, fail? We have already consulted a lawyer. It won't be long before all your assets are awarded to us. Wang Hao boasted, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. What? Do you want me to cripple your other hand too? Wang Hao shuddered at the thought, hastily retreating a few steps to distance himself from Chen Feng. Pathetic, your arrogance won't last long. The opportunity was given to you. Don't take it for granted. Once time passes, even if you kneel and beg, I won't give you a penny. Su Qing coldly remarked. What do you think you are, demanding money from me? Ridiculous. Everything you have, what you eat, wear, and use, was provided by me. Why do you have to say that? Chen Feng laughed heartily. With your meager tactics, you think you can seize my money? Keep dreaming. Unaware of their own folly, they continued to exchange heated words. Just as Su Qing was about to leave, her phone rang, and upon seeing it was her lawyer, a glimmer of joy crossed her face. Lawyer Huang, how is it? Have you completely frozen Chen Feng's funds? Su Qing's voice rose several octaves, exuding an air of arrogance as she provocatively glanced at Chen Feng. Miss Su, I apologize, but I just checked. You will not be able to retrieve a single cent of Chen Feng's money or assets. What? The once triumphant expressions of Su Qing and Wang Hao turned into shock as they began to yell into the phone. Lawyer Huang, please don't joke with us. Yes. Yes. He signed the agreement to leave with nothing. Why can't we get the money back? We are legal. Wang Hao was extremely reluctant, as the thought of relinquishing such a fortune was unfathomable. That was nearly 200 million in cash, a mansion worth 100 million, and several million worth of cars. None of these were attainable through mere labor. Chen Feng observed the duo with a smile, amused by their plight as they resembled two clowns in front of him. Their every move comically ridiculous. I have already checked. None of Chen Feng's money constitutes marital property. The voice of Lawyer Huang echoed from the phone, causing Su Qing's expression to twist into one of sheer rage. You're talking nonsense. That much money cannot possibly be anything but marital property. Is it from after the divorce? It was impossible to fathom that such wealth could be accumulated in just a few days post-divorce. Who could earn billions just days after a divorce? Lawyer Huang, you're not being bribed by Chen Feng to deceive us, are you? Wang Hao's tone became increasingly irritable. Suspecting foul play, I hope you can speak respectfully. I am a person of principles. Lawyer Huang retorted, his tone filled with discontent. This is all verifiable. I have no reason to deceive you. That money was earned by Chen Feng in these recent days. On the day of your divorce, he received 5 million. Though I couldn't trace how it came to him, the very next day, Chen Feng purchased an antique for 200,000 and sold it for 200 million. All of this is substantiated. What? The revelation left Su Qing utterly stunned. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, her previous impression of him shattered. No, he must have transferred his assets beforehand. It has to be that way. Wang Hao, still unwilling to accept reality, continued to shout in outrage. Who would believe that? Plus, how could he possibly have an interest in antiques? Our lawyers operate on solid evidence. Miss Su, there is no need to fight this case. You have no chance of winning. After stating this, Lawyer Huang hung up, leaving the two in a daze. What'd I just say? Do you believe me now? Chen Feng teased, reveling in his joy. It must be you pulling strings, right? You can't fool me. Return my money. Wang Hao stepped forward, grabbing Chen Feng by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was truly unwilling to accept that the massive fortune and luxurious mansion had slipped away from his grasp. The psychological disparity was too much to bear. Are you looking for trouble? Chen Feng brushed Wang Hao's hand away, while Su Qing glared at him. Her teeth gritted in anger. Did you know all along that antique would be worth 200 million? She felt this was the only possibility, otherwise. How could Chen Feng stumble upon such a priceless item immediately after their divorce? Yes, you were so ruthless, planning for our divorce all along. I must have been blind to marry you. Su Qing cursed, her frustration palpable. Chen Feng regarded her vitriolic outburst with amusement. What an audacious individual. Even at this moment, she still blamed him for her misfortunes. I am not as malevolent as you might think. Initially, I intended to share with you the discovery of a treasure. But who could have anticipated that upon returning home, you would be entangled in such a scandalous affair? Now that we have reached this point, Chen Feng is indifferent to adding fuel to the fire. I had envisioned bringing something home to elevate your status as a wealthy woman, allowing you to lead a life of comfort. Yet who could have foreseen your disgraceful choice to associate with a useless individual? You dare to call someone a useless person? Chen Feng, do not revel in your triumph, or I shall retaliate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng delivered another resounding slap to his face. You wish to take my money? I regret to inform you. Your calculations are woefully misguided. Although Wang Hao was seething with rage, he dared not utter another word. He was no match for Chen Feng, especially after sustaining a broken arm. Su Qing was overwhelmed with regret. The current situation truly left her lamenting her choices. How could she have become involved with Wang Hao at such a critical moment? If only she had been a moment earlier, she could have secured the position of a wealthy wife, never to want for money again. Alas, she found herself in this dismal predicament. Mr. Chen, everything has been prepared for you, Li Bingyao announced as she approached Chen Feng, accompanied by workers carrying various documents. She deliberately positioned herself close to him, feigning intimacy. She had overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and Su Qing and found their lack of shame appalling. I have more documents at home. Would you like to visit? Indeed, I happen to have matters I wish to discuss with you. Li Bingyao nodded in agreement. Observing their departing figures, Wang Hao wore an expression of discontent. He could not accept this. He needed to devise a plan to reclaim their money, which rightfully belonged to them. He turned to Su Qing, his frustration boiling over. How can you speak so brazenly? If you hadn't insisted on causing trouble at home, we would already have a fortune. Su Qing shouted back, her dissatisfaction palpable. She genuinely regretted her involvement with Wang Hao. However, it was too late to dwell on past decisions. She hurried back to her residence to strategize on how to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, after returning to his abode with Li Bingyao, the two naturally engaged in the intimate activities befitting adults. Li Bingyao's willingness to visit Chen Feng's home spoke volumes. She had long desired to capture the attention of this affluent man, nearly succumbing to temptation during their previous encounter at the modification shop. As for Chen Feng, faced with the alluring beauty before him, he could hardly remain unaffected. Li Bingyao surpassed both Su Qing and Zhao Qian in every regard, in terms of appearance and figure. Even Xiao Lulu paled in comparison. Moreover, her innate charm resembled that of a siren, her voice capable of melting hearts. Oh dear, I wonder what I shall wear now that my stockings are torn. Li Bingyao pouted, nestling into Chen Feng's embrace, playfully punching his chest. I would express sympathy, but you were just as reckless as I was, Chen Feng replied, feigning innocence. In ancient times, she would have undoubtedly been labeled a femme fatale. What do you mean by that? Li Bingyao began to retort, but her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Feng. How could you? Chen Feng chuckled, diving towards her. Little enchantress, prepare to be overwhelmed. Chapter 20. Do I appear to be a fool? What did you say? We won't receive a single cent? You aren't deceiving us, are you? This cannot possibly be true. The echoes of furious accusations reverberated within the Su household as Su Dahua and his wife, incensed, overturned the table. The abrupt disappearance of their money left them in turmoil. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? If only I could deceive you. Su Qing offered a bitter smile, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Chen Feng's wealth was amassed after their divorce, and without substantial evidence, his fortune was entirely unrelated to them. Who could have predicted that he would earn billions in mere days post-divorce? Such an extraordinary feat was beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Look at the foolish decisions you've made. If you were to steal a man, at least choose a more opportune moment. Su Dahua erupted in rage, directing his ire towards Su Qing. This was a sum amounting to billions, an amount that could not be earned in a lifetime. Yet, they were on the verge of losing it all due to Su Qing's foolish actions. Su Qing, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Can I be blamed for this?" It was Chen Feng who returned at the wrong time. "Indeed, sister, if we cannot recover that money, Qian will surely break off our engagement." Su Jiqiang chimed in, unable to contain his frustration. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. It seemed that Zhao Qian would soon sever ties with him. "Quickly, contact the lawyer again. We are willing to pay any sum necessary to retrieve our money." Yes, if the lawyer refuses to assist, it's merely because he deems our offer insufficient. Su Dahua and his wife nodded vigorously. Su Qing, hearing this, remained silent, promptly reaching for her phone once more. In the office of Lawyer Huang, he held his phone, exasperated. "Lawyer Huang, is there truly no way? I am 25 years old. My 75-year-old wife has passed away. Can my 48-year-old son not support me in my old age? No. How many times must I repeat myself? You are 25. You can work for yourself instead of indulging in these fantasies." Lawyer Huang hung up, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. No sooner had he ended the call than Su Qing rang again, leaving him utterly speechless. "Lawyer Huang, although Chen Feng and I are divorced, what can I do to reclaim his money? Surely you have a solution." "There is no way. It is impossible unless you have a child. Perhaps you could claim some money through them." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's spirits lifted. She exclaimed, "I am pregnant." Hearing this, Lawyer Huang finally relaxed. "Well, that's manageable. You should at least secure a portion." "But Lawyer Huang, the child is not Chen Feng's. Will that affect the division of assets?" Lawyer Huang retorted, "What nonsense! You cheat on your husband and end up pregnant by another man. Then see your ex-husband become wealthy and expect to claim his money? Have you no shame?" He genuinely felt sympathy for Chen Feng, having to endure such an unprincipled spouse. "You cannot expect to obtain money from him. Cease your hopes. Lawyer Huang, is there truly no alternative? I can offer you more money, whatever you desire." Su Qing grew frantic. "This is not merely a matter of money. The only solution is to remarry him. Otherwise, you will struggle to reclaim a single cent." After hanging up, Lawyer Huang had no desire to communicate further with Su Qing. She was far too brazen. Meanwhile, the gaze of Su Qing's family converged upon her. "What is the situation? Can you manage?" Su Jiqiang inquired incessantly. "If we lack funds, Zhao Qian will surely leave me." Su Qing shook her head in resignation, her disappointment evident. "We cannot obtain it unless I remarry him. Otherwise, even the lawyer cannot help." Upon hearing this, Su Dahua and his wife urged her to act swiftly. "Then let us hasten. If remarriage allows us to recover the money, what are we waiting for?" Ma Zuolan hurriedly passed her the phone. "Quickly call him. If you sweet-talk Chen Feng, that devoted fool will surely agree. Indeed, we shall not hold his past insults against him, nor will we blame him for striking Jiqiang. As long as we can remarry, we will treat him better and perhaps increase his allowance." The family conspired, and Su Qing, seizing her phone, dialed Chen Feng. That was a fortune of billions. If it could be reclaimed, she would not mind sacrificing a little dignity. Moments later, the call was connected. But as soon as she answered, Su Qing could not suppress her frown. On the other end of the phone, there was a distinct sound of heavy breathing. Being adults, it was easy to discern what the other party was engaged in. "Chen Feng, what is the meaning of this? You took the documents and ended up in bed with that shameless woman, didn't you?" Su Qing shouted into the phone, seething with anger. She had seen the saleswoman, who was far more attractive and well-built than herself, and felt utterly inferior. Who would have imagined that Chen Feng would be so brazen? "Are you out of your mind? I can choose to be with whomever I wish. What right do you have to interfere?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Su Qing had truly lost her senses. He regretted his decision to marry her, questioning his own foolishness. Perhaps you should handle your affairs first, Li Bingyao suggested. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Feng's actions were too much, especially while they were in the midst of work. It's fine, let's continue. We can't let an inconsequential person disrupt our mood, Chen Feng said nonchalantly, while Su Qing was on the verge of exploding with rage. Her anger surged, but she managed to hold it back. Once I get the money, you will regret this. Chen Feng, I still have feelings for you. After all these years, it's impossible to simply erase it. If you are willing to remarry me, I can forgive you for being with another woman today. Zhao Qian forced a smile, attempting to soften her tone. Chen Feng, however, was utterly speechless. I'm worth several billion now. Why would I be interested in a woman who cheated and bore another man's child? With my wealth, I can choose anyone. Do you expect me to remarry you and support a child that isn't mine? Do I look like a fool? With that, Chen Feng hung up the phone, thoroughly disgusted by Su Qing. After Su Qing ended the call, Su Dahua and his companions gathered around, inquiring about the situation. He entangled with a female car sales representative. What? That shameless scoundrel. Let us go confront him. Without a second thought, Su Dahua and his wife stormed out, unwilling to let the matter of several billion in assets go unresolved. Chapter 21. Can you not be so petty? Should you rest a bit? Observing Li Bingyao slowly dressing, Chen Feng could not resist pulling her into his embrace. This girl seemed utterly exhausted, her movements sluggish. Do you have to go to work? What if I don't? Will you support me? Chen Feng chuckled at the alluring gaze of Li Bingyao, her expression full of feigned sorrow. Well, that could be arranged. The world is on the brink of collapse, and I have stockpiled enough supplies to support one person. Naturally, Chen Feng would never allow her the opportunity to ambush him like Su Qing had done before. It was far better to live alone in his safe haven. Li Bingyao laughed, shaking her head. I don't want you to support me. You wealthy people never speak the truth. She was no fool from the very beginning. She aimed to win Chen Feng over, but had never intended to commit fully. Flirting with a rich man was acceptable, but entrusting her life to him was simply foolish. All right, I'll take you to work. Chen Feng decided not to dwell on the topic any longer, having lived 2 lifetimes and understanding her intentions well. Just as he finished getting ready to leave, a loud banging echoed from the door. You shameless wretch, open the door. Su Dahua was furious. Chen Feng had used money that rightfully belonged to them to support a woman. Who could tolerate such an affront? Looks like trouble has come knocking. Li Bingyao glanced worriedly at Chen Feng. It's nothing but a few lunatics. Chen Feng scoffed coldly, fetching a bucket of water from the bathroom and heading to the door, flinging it open to douse the intruders. The couple, caught mid-curse, were suddenly drenched with cold water. Although it was summer, the sudden shock rendered them speechless. You insolent fool! How dare you splash me with cold water? Are you rebelling? Ma Hatsuelon trembled with rage. Soaked to the bone. Isn't this what you deserve? Coming to someone's residence to cause a ruckus. You've brought this upon yourselves. You. Ma Hatsuelon was seething with anger, especially upon noticing Li Bingyao behind Chen Feng, which only fueled her fury. You shameless creature, keeping a vixen outside. How can you face my daughter? Everyone look, this scoundrel has abandoned my daughter and is keeping a mistress. Ma Hatsuelon began her performance, but Chen Feng showed no leniency, grabbing another bucket of water to douse them once more. Do you have no sense of justice? Justice? Your daughter has cheated and is carrying another man's child. Yet you dare come here to demand money? Do you truly think I'm a fool? Chen Feng sneered. If you continue to make a scene, I won't hesitate to cool you off again. He went to fetch more water, causing Su Dahua and his wife to hastily retreat, frightened. They were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, expecting to intimidate Chen Feng, who was no longer the pushover they once knew. Not far away, Su Qing witnessed the scene, clenching her fists and making a resolute decision. She had to retrieve the child. With the child in her possession, she could remarry Chen Feng and live a life of luxury. After dropping Li Bingyao off at her job, Chen Feng transferred 1 million to her account, which delighted her so much that she rewarded him with a kiss. Leaving the modification shop, Chen Feng continued his procurement endeavors, driving his large vehicle to various restaurants. He was also scouting the area, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. With the apocalypse looming, there was an impending opportunity for zero-cost acquisitions. He planned to visit a bookstore, as knowledge is the sustenance of the spirit. Additionally, he noted gas stations, intending to stockpile fuel, ensuring he wouldn't lack energy when the time came. Furthermore, he recognized the importance of medicine, as any injury in such circumstances could be fatal. Thus, having necessary medications was paramount. Fortunately, this place had no shortage of pharmacies, making it feasible to gather ample supplies the night before the apocalypse. He also considered finding a doctor. Otherwise, even having medicine would be of little use. Chen Feng meticulously planned everything, even creating a checklist. "Hello, Mr. Chen, your 100-table banquet is ready. Shall I deliver it now?" While Chen Feng was busy shopping, a phone call interrupted him. "Yes, please send it to the warehouse. I will return shortly." After making a few more purchases, he leisurely drove back to his residence. A group of people was bustling about, taking care not to overlook the numerous items. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please refrain from taking that? These are items ordered by Mr. Chen. I would know how to explain it if you take them home." At the warehouse entrance, the hotel manager was in a heated discussion with an elderly woman and a child, clearly displeased. The child was gnawing on a chicken leg, and the elderly woman was holding 2 braised pork shanks, evidently pilfered from Chen Feng's order. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Were they truly taking advantage of him? This elderly woman, surnamed Zhou, had a notorious reputation in the neighborhood, leveraging her delinquent son to exploit various benefits. Despite the community's dissatisfaction, no one dared to voice their grievances. In a previous life, after the apocalypse descended, this family had committed numerous and scrupulous acts. Even his son, in a bid to establish dominance, had taken the lives of many within the community. Chen Feng had also endured considerable oppression from them. "What are you fussing about? Am I not merely taking 2 pig trotters? What is wrong with my grandson having a chicken leg? With so much food, he can't possibly finish it all." Old Lady Zhou huffed, her acerbic expression leaving onlookers at a loss for words. Those unaware might mistakenly believe she was claiming her own possessions. "Leave those items with me." Chen Feng approached, his demeanor unfriendly, his tone displeased. Having been bullied by this old hag in his previous life, there was no reason to allow her to manipulate him now. "Xiaochen, what do you mean by that?" Old Lady Zhou's face turned sour. "You've ordered so much food for a gathering. I'm merely taking 2 trotters. It's not a significant amount. Can't you be a little less stingy? You make it seem as if I'm taking a huge advantage. How embarrassing. I never intended to invite anyone to partake in this meal." Chen Feng offered her no leniency. The old hag was utterly shameless. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, he would have been inclined to slap her across the face. "What are you doing? Am I not simply taking 2 dishes? You have so much. What is the harm in giving me a couple?" Old Lady Zhou retorted, raising her chin defiantly. "I'm the chairperson of the community committee. Consider this a gesture of friendship." Her tone dripped with pride. Insanity, Chen Feng thought, utterly exasperated. Did she truly see herself as someone of importance? "Grandma, I want to eat lobster. I want a big lobster." The chubby child, having taken a few bites of his chicken leg, tossed it to the ground, pointing at the lobster not far away. "Fine, if you want to eat it, go get it yourself. Uncle Chen has plenty of food and won't mind." Old Lady Zhou blatantly ignored Chen Feng. "Are you attempting to morally blackmail me?" Chen Feng scoffed repeatedly. "You've mistaken your opponent." As he watched the chubby child reach for the lobster, Chen Feng instinctively slapped his hand away. "If you want lobster, let your grandma buy it for you." The child, undeterred by the slap, prepared to reach out again. This was a brat that even the dogs in the neighborhood despised. And given that Old Lady Zhou's son was a thug, everyone avoided this child. Yet, Chen Feng felt no pity and directly lifted the unruly child, shoving him towards Old Lady Zhou while snatching the pig trotters from her grasp. "Chen Feng, what do you mean by this?" "He asked just a child. How much can he eat?" Old Lady Zhou's face was filled with displeasure as she berated Chen Feng. "With someone as stingy as you. It's no wonder your wife ran off with a man. You deserve it. If you want food, go buy it yourself. Always looking to take advantage. How shameless can you be?" Unable to contend with Chen Feng's retorts, Old Lady Zhou left with her grandson, clearly plotting her revenge. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. This matter, it's no trouble. I bear you no ill will. Chen Feng casually tossed the pig trotters to a large black dog nearby. And this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the departing old lady Zhou. Her eyes filled with venomous resentment. You'd rather feed a dog than give it to me. Just wait. Upon returning home, old lady Zhou's eyes darted around, and after some time, she coldly took out her phone to send a message in the owner group. Dear residents, the owner of Villa Number 3 is quite unreasonable, incessantly renovating day and night, and the noise has severely disrupted our daily lives. Shouldn't someone address this matter? Though many residents were not fond of her, as the community committee's matriarch, she received several responses. Indeed, this is rather excessive. They don't even allow us to rest at night. We should go have a serious talk with him. If that doesn't work, we'll report him. Upon seeing the replies, old lady Zhou smiled to herself, hastily sending a voice message. I'll confront him about this issue today, but he, relying on his wealth, dismissed me completely and even scolded me. Everyone, please judge. I'm only looking out for the collective interests of our community. After sending her message, a smirk crept on her lips. You think you can contend with me? You're still too inexperienced. What does it matter if you're wealthy? I'll make sure you're not comfortable living in this community. As she spoke, more and more people began to echo her sentiments. This is too outrageous. Does wealth grant one the right to act with impunity? We must report him and put a stop to the renovations. In truth, there hadn't been much of a problem. Only the first day had been noisy, and since then, the sounds had diminished significantly. Old lady Zhou was merely seizing the opportunity to make a fuss. You live far away, what do you know? In such times, you still defend him. Are you trying to curry favor with him? Old lady Zhou cursed, growing increasingly irate as she sent voice messages that left her opponent speechless. Who could out-argue this old hag? It was simply impossible. Seeing the lively discussion in the group, Su Dahua and his wife couldn't resist chiming in, expressing their disdain for Chen Feng. This matter must be addressed. We need to maintain the environment of our community, old lady Zhou declared, even tagging Chen Feng. You think you could challenge me? You're still too naive. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having stored away the food, returned home to lie down when his phone buzzed with notifications. He picked it up to find himself unwittingly transformed into the community's enemy. This old hag is truly insufferable. Chen Feng began typing furiously. Old lady Zhou, what is the meaning of this? After your grandson was caught stealing from me, is this your form of retaliation? Old lady Zhou, angered by Chen Feng's accusations, replied, You are speaking nonsense. My grandson only took a lobster. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Yes, just a child. Children may be innocent, but adults should know better. Why can't you manage your own family? Chen Feng retorted, Let us not delve into irrelevant matters. Your renovations are affecting the entire community, and you owe everyone an explanation. Chen Feng was unyielding, sending a voice message to the group. Dear neighbors, I acknowledge my fault regarding the renovations. I've been pressed for time, so I propose giving each of you 2,000 yuan as an apology. The moment these words were uttered, the group fell silent in disbelief. With 500 members, he was about to distribute 1,000,000 yuan. How extravagant. Anyone could boast. But old lady Zhou's snarky voice was barely out when a red envelope appeared in the group. Clearly, it was from Chen Feng. Without hesitation, she clicked to claim it. It would be a shame to miss out on a good deal. However, upon attempting to claim the red envelope, she found she was unable to do so. Chen Feng, what does this mean? Why can't I receive the red envelope? Old lady Zhou erupted in anger. Chen Feng chuckled derisively. What does that mean? It means I've said it, so you cannot claim it. Did you think I was foolish? Besides old lady Zhou and her family, Su Qing's family was also excluded from receiving the red envelope. Chen Feng, don't think your wealth makes you superior. The noise from your renovations isn't over. Old lady Zhou protested. I don't hear any noise from their renovations. Perhaps you're just hard of hearing. Old lady Zhou. As soon as she finished speaking, others began to support Chen Feng. Exactly, old lady Zhou. Mr. Chen hasn't done anything wrong. Can't you stop creating trouble for no reason? Madame Zhou's face was instantly rendered speechless. Was this a joke? Just a moment ago, a group of people were rallying to denounce Chen Feng. Yet in the next instant, they were speaking directly to him. Do they have no shame? Do not allow your conscience to be clouded as you defend Chen Feng. If this issue remains unresolved, it will impact you. Madame Zhou said darkly. Madame Zhou, please do not involve us, someone replied. I live near Villa number 3 and could not hear anything at all. Do not speak recklessly. Another echoed, indeed, Mr. Chen has acted quite reasonably. Your renovations caused a ruckus for over 2 months, and when I came to remind you, I was scolded. He has only caused a stir for 1 day. What's the fuss? At these words, the crowd seemed to awaken from their past grievances, their indignation palpable. Madame Zhou was a typical person who allowed officials to commit wrongs, but forbade the common folk from lighting a lamp. Few were satisfied with her, even on this occasion. While a few spoke in her favor, after receiving Chen Feng's monetary gifts, they fell silent. There was nothing to be done. Chen Feng knew how to handle people. Who would dare to oppose money? Chen Feng observed the tide of opinion shifting and felt immense satisfaction. You think you can challenge me? You're quite naive. Madame Zhou, why not give everyone a red envelope as an apology? I will not. Why should I give out red envelopes? Are you out of your mind? Madame Zhou cursed at her phone. She could not believe she could not handle this matter. Just wait. There will come a time when you will fall into my hands. Her daughter-in-law, Qin Yin, hesitated at this point but could not resist advising, Mother, perhaps it is best to let it go. He is wealthy and has done us no harm. Be quiet. You know nothing. Madame Zhou exploded in anger. If you won't help me deal with that scoundrel, at least do not create more trouble. Go cook. Qin Yin wished to persuade her further, but ultimately sighed in resignation and turned to the kitchen. Useless. Just looking at you is irritating. Madame Zhou's displeasure was evident as she picked up her phone again, determined to think of a way to deal with Chen Feng. How infuriating. That scoundrel gave away $1 million in red envelopes, and all that money is ours. Mr. and Mrs. Su pounded their chests in frustration, while Su Qing wore a face of distress. That money should have been theirs. Yet Chen Feng chose to bestow it upon their neighbors instead. He would rather give it to them than to her family. They could not even receive the red envelopes. Was this not a deliberate affront? This is why he refuses to remarry me. It is because I have Wang Hao's child. Su Qing's determination grew as she resolved, tomorrow, I will terminate the pregnancy, and then those billions will be mine. At Lin Feier's residence, Xiao Lulu was glued to her phone, her heart racing. She had initially come to visit Lin Feier for a short period, but upon meeting Chen Feng, she eagerly insisted on joining the owner's group to learn more about him. To her surprise, she stumbled upon this scene. Purchasing a mansion worth $1 billion and luxury cars costing millions was one thing, but openly distributing $1 million in red envelopes in the group was an act of a true tycoon. She must seize this opportunity. If she could win over Chen Feng, she would never have to live the life of a struggling minor actress again. With resolve, Xiao Lulu vowed to capture Chen Feng's heart and escape her current hardships. In the ensuing days, Chen Feng diligently stockpiled prepared foods. The culinary skills of hotel chefs would be a rarity once the apocalypse struck. Naturally, he did not overlook street vendors or barbecues. After indulging in fine dining, a taste of junk food was also quite satisfying. Each day began with stocking supplies, and when fatigue set in, he would embrace Li Bingyao for a well-deserved rest, leading a fulfilling life. 10 days passed swiftly, and Chen Feng initially doubted that the renovations would be completed on time. Yet, he underestimated the allure of wealth. To earn that additional $1 billion, Gao Mingyuan summoned all employees to work day and night in shifts, ultimately ensuring timely completion. In fact, they were not only cleaning, but had even managed to expedite the process by half a day. When Chen Feng arrived at the villa, it had been transformed entirely according to his design. The entire place had become a fortress of steel. Mr. Chen, we have tested the villa's sturdiness. Against walls fortified with titanium alloy plates, not even armor-piercing rounds or explosives can inflict any damage. Indeed, it seems satisfactory. Chen Feng nodded in approval and inquired about the various systems inside the villa. Gao Mingyuan confidently assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we have installed new insulation materials in the walls, capable of withstanding extreme cold. The interior features a heating system, air filtration system, an independent diesel generator, and even a water purification system." As Chen Feng inspected the interiors, he acknowledged that professional matters should indeed be entrusted to experts. Not only had they met all his specifications, but the decor also remained lavish. I am very pleased. The payment will be transferred to your company's account shortly. Chen Feng stated without delay, transferring 1 billion immediately. As for the remaining billion, I will adhere to the contract. That is acceptable, is it not? Gao Mingyuan nodded eagerly, thrilled by Chen Feng's promptness, as he had never encountered such a straightforward individual. By the way, could you arrange for a few more diesel generators for me as backups? Mr. Chen, we have already arranged 2 diesel generators for you. Even if one malfunctions, the other will suffice, Gao Mingyuan assured him. Chen Feng had a reason for needing multiple generators, and of course, he would not miss out on this profitable venture. After Gao Mingyuan left, Chen Feng gazed at the villa before him, finally feeling a sense of relief. Regardless of how harsh the outside world became, he would not have to worry. Has your villa been completed so swiftly? At that moment, Xiao Lulu approached from a distance, having evidently been waiting for this moment. Dressed in a revealing tank top, her alluring figure and long legs were captivating. Yes, I spent a bit more to expedite the work. Could you take me inside for a tour? Seeing Xiao Lulu's playful demeanor, Chen Feng smirked. A tour of the house? Do you really think I would believe you? I would feel embarrassed to state the obvious. Chapter 24. I fear Lulu will misunderstand. Chen Feng was well aware of Xiao Lulu's intentions. She was merely seeking an opportunity to win him over and become the mistress of the villa. Leveraging her looks to ascend is a common tactic in her circle. Given her impressive tea art skills, she must have engaged in such endeavors frequently to master them so effortlessly, embracing the principle of seizing opportunities. Chen Feng did not hesitate and readily agreed. Very well, you may tour as you wish. Really? Xiao Lulu exclaimed with delight, wrapping her arms around Chen Feng's, seemingly unbothered by the immense pressure on him. To be honest, I have always admired this style of decoration. This is a perfect chance to discuss it with Mr. Chen. While Chen Feng maintained a composed expression, his heart raced. Although Xiao Lulu may not surpass Li Bingyao in appearance, her tea artistry was undeniably impressive. Let's engage in a thorough exchange. Chen Feng was about to take Xiao Lulu back to the villa when an unexpected figure rushed in from outside, blocking their path. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? Su Qing's face was filled with anger, her hostility toward Xiao Lulu unabashedly evident. What do you mean? I'm going home, and you come and ask me what it means? How ridiculous! Chen Feng mocked, looking at Su Qing with a smirk, provocatively wrapping his arm around Xiao Lulu's waist. Xiao Lulu, being a top-notch tea artist, quickly understood the situation and affectionately leaned against Chen Feng's shoulder, teasingly inquiring, Chen Feng, who is this big sister? Seeing the incredibly beautiful Xiao Lulu beside Chen Feng made Su Qing seethe with rage. Now, the fact that the other party referred to herself as big sister only fueled her anger further. Get lost? I'm talking to my husband. What right do you, a shameless harlot, have to interrupt? Most would have backed down in such a situation, but Xiao Lulu was no ordinary person. Instead of being angry, she laughed heartily. Call me shameless? You're the one who is truly shameless. Engaging in an affair while married is one thing, but expecting your husband to raise another man's child and then scheming for him to leave empty-handed when discovered, I can't hold a candle to you. Su Qing's face darkened, her expression as gloomy as a stormy sea. After a long pause, she couldn't find a rebuttal and turned her gaze to Chen Feng. Husband, I know you're very angry, and I realize I was wrong. Can we just not fight anymore? Don't call me husband. I can't bear that. Chen Feng quickly pushed away Su Qing, who was trying to hold him back. Husband, I only made a mistake that every woman might make. Can you forgive me? Please don't speak recklessly. I have no such interests. It's one thing to act like a harlot, but to treat it as if it were a matter of course? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Xiao Lulu interjected, unimpressed. Having seen many things, she had never encountered anyone as shameless as Su Qing. It would be best if we never meet again. I fear Lulu might misunderstand. Husband, please stop this. This person does not genuinely care for you. She is only after your wealth. I have already terminated Wang Hao's child. We can have our own. Shall we remarry? Su Qing pleaded, her entire demeanor filled with desperation, clearly on the verge of madness. Chen Feng was taken aback, realizing that Su Qing had gone so far for money as to terminate a child. If Wang Hao were to learn of this, he couldn't imagine how furious he would become. She did it for money. How are you any different? If I were a pauper, would you even glance my way? Chen Feng sneered. Since we are both the same, why shouldn't I choose someone with better conditions? Look at how you compare to Lulu. Indeed, big sister. Didn't you check yourself in the mirror before daydreaming? Xiao Lulu said lightly, a hint of disdain and contempt gracing her lips. Comparing herself to Su Qing made her feel insulted. Chen Feng, I even terminated my child for you. What more do you want? Su Qing shouted, her voice hoarse. Her gaze filled with increasing resentment. Crazy. I never asked you to do that. Don't come to my home again. Chen Feng pushed Su Qing away and led Xiao Lulu into the villa. Watching their figures disappear, Su Qing clenched her fists, her entire body trembling with rage. Chen Feng, I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Don't blame me for being ungracious. After saying this darkly, Su Qing immediately took out her phone and called Wang Hao. I have a task for you. Find a way to capture Chen Feng. After a moment of hesitation, the voice on the other end finally responded. This is somewhat difficult. Chen Feng has connections with Hu Yi. Why are you so useless? I didn't ask you to confront him directly. Just find someone to ambush him. Wang Hao fell silent again. Although it sounded simple, executing it was extremely challenging. After all, Chen Feng was quite skilled, and this would be illegal. Do you have any ambition? That's billions at stake. Don't you want it? Su Qing seethed, her frustration palpable, wondering how she ever found Wang Hao desirable. All right, I'll prepare immediately. Though fearful, Wang Hao was spurred into action by Su Qing's words. Under Chen Feng's guidance, Xiao Lulu explored the villa. As she admired the lavish decor, her astonishment grew. This villa was far more opulent than Lin Fei Heir's No. 4 villa. Having seen the world, she could tell that all the furnishings were luxury items. What a fortune it must have taken to furnish such a place. Xiao Lulu clung to Chen Feng's arm, not letting go, almost wishing to merge with him. Not much, just around 3 billion. Chen Feng replied with a smile, causing Xiao Lulu's eyes to widen in disbelief. Her breath quickening. 1 billion for the house, and another 3 for the decor? This is beyond extravagant. A voice within her echoed, urging her to seize him. Mr. Chen, don't you have air conditioning? Why do I feel so hot? Hot. Chen Feng looked around, puzzled. It was summer, and the sun blazed outside. But his home was equipped with ample insulation and air conditioning, so it shouldn't be hot at all. Could it be that Gao Mingyuan cut corners? As he pondered, he noticed Xiao Lulu's strap slipping down her shoulder, revealing a breathtaking view. Suddenly, it dawned on him that luxury homes and cars were alike. Their cooling effects were not as effective as expected. Understanding the implication, Chen Feng took Xiao Lulu by the waist and headed toward the bedroom. Chapter 25. You wait for me. Though Xiao Lulu paled in comparison to Lin Fei Heir and even Li Bingyao, she was remarkably proactive. Chen Feng found himself somewhat at a loss. As soon as they entered the room, she pressed herself against him. Her scant clothing somehow ended up on the floor. Chen Feng, a normal man, could not ignore his instincts. However, just as he prepared to embrace Xiao Lulu and take control, she suddenly placed her finger on his lips. Mr. Chen, I have a favor to ask of you, may I? Xiao Lulu was undoubtedly skilled in manipulation. At such a critical moment, even a single request would be hard for any normal person to refuse. With her dreamy eyes and alluring breath, who could bear to say no? Chen Feng quickly regained his composure, internally scoffing. Playing tricks with me? I have lived 2 lives. You think I can be manipulated? If it's too difficult, I'm afraid I can't help you. It's not difficult. It's merely a matter of a few words for Mr. Chen. Sitting on Chen Feng's lap, Xiao Lulu wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Not long ago, I spoke on your behalf, and my dear friend Lin Fei Heir became quite unhappy with me. I feel uncomfortable staying at her place. Could I possibly move in with you? As she spoke, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately recognized her ploy. She wanted to move in while pretending to seek refuge. He didn't believe Lin Fei Heir would act in such a manner. I'm used to living alone and am not accustomed to having guests. Chen Feng firmly shook his head. He would never allow someone like Xiao Lulu into this safe haven. After all, she was even more fickle than Su Qing. The moment her interests wavered, she will be the first to betray him. Furthermore, even if the apocalypse does not arrive, her appetite is terrifyingly large. Is it truly feasible to become the mistress of a mansion simply by taking a nap? If you do not wish to reside at Lin Feier's home, I can arrange a rental for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu's demeanor shifted to one of evident astonishment. She clearly did not anticipate Chen Feng's rejection. Could it be that her charm was insufficient? That seemed implausible, as not a single director remained composed in her presence. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Lulu wasted no time and pressed herself against Chen Feng, her gaze alluring. Chen Feng, don't you desire my constant companionship? Chen Feng shook his head. He understood that everything in this world has its price, and evidently, Xiao Lulu did not meet that valuation. Her implication was clear. She would be his private companion. At his beck and call. This time, Chen Feng did not hesitate and firmly pushed her away. I can offer you an additional 100,000 each month. If you are amenable, we may continue. If not, I shall not compel you. Even though Xiao Lulu was devoid of any modesty at that moment, Chen Feng remained unfazed. After the apocalypse, a mere loaf of bread could compel one to do anything, and he was in no rush. There would be a time when Xiao Lulu would seek his favor. 100,000? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu's expression soured. Chen Feng had casually distributed 1 million in the owner-s group chat, yet he only offered her 100,000 per month. What did he take her for? A cheap commodity? Despite her reluctance, she dared not display her displeasure openly. Instead, she slowly picked up her clothes from the floor, presenting an enticing posture as she dressed before Chen Feng. Chen Feng, if you miss me, remember to call. Xiao Lulu cast him a flirtatious glance, unwilling to relinquish the chance to ensnare such a lucrative catch, yet equally resistant to devaluing herself. Only after Xiao Lulu departed the villa did Chen Feng rush to take a cold shower. Feeling somewhat refreshed, he finally called Li Bingyao, determined to have an exhilarating encounter that night. However, in that very moment, his phone suddenly emitted an alarm. It was the security system of the villa, designed to lock onto anyone who approached, alerting him if they lingered too long. Upon checking the surveillance, he saw the elderly Zhou and her grandson appearing on his screen. Outside the villa, Zhou was stealthily inspecting the premises with her grandson. Ever since Chen Feng had rebuffed her, she had been scheming to create trouble for him. Yet despite her efforts, she had found no grounds for complaint. The renovations had been quiet, and the cleanliness was beyond reproach. Today, upon inspecting, she found the workers had entirely vacated the site. Astonishingly, the renovations had concluded in merely 10 days, leaving her without any opportunity to find fault. Grandma, I need to pee. Luo Xiaolong tugged at his pants, desperately wanting to relieve himself. Pee, go over by that wall. Zhou retorted with a derisive laugh, dragging him to the wall. This shameless old hag. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's irritation flared, and he opened the main door, activating the loudspeaker to berate them. Zhou, are you going to control your unruly child or not? Is he seriously urinating on my wall? Startled by the sudden voice, Zhou turned to see Chen Feng on the second-floor balcony, but she merely scoffed dismissively. My little dragon is just a child. How can I control him? Besides, you are over 20. Why stoop so low to argue with a child? Can you not be more magnanimous? Observing Zhou's unreasonable demeanor, Chen Feng laughed coldly. While I have no issue with your child relieving himself by my wall, I advise you to keep him away from my front door. Or do not expect me to be polite. In response, Zhou's temper flared, and she commanded her grandson, Xiaolong, that man refused to give you lobster last time. Go urinate at his front door. Let us see what he can do about it. Luo Xiaolong, hearing this, eagerly ran to the front door, unfastening his pants and letting loose like a water faucet. Let us see if he dares to deny me lobster again. I'll come back to do my business here. Before he could finish, he suddenly seized up, collapsing to the ground and convulsing in agony. Wow, Grandma, this door is so painful. Something is biting me. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. How dare you harm my grandson? Just wait. When my son returns, you will pay dearly. Zhou seethed, raising her phone in one hand while calling for help. Chapter 26. Evil begets evil. As Luo Xiaolong writhed on the ground, lamenting his fate, even the little one continued to wet himself uncontrollably. He was so overwhelmed that he nearly lost control. Yet Chen Feng remained unfazed. The Zhou family were no good people. That child was a typical brat, and his misfortune was well-deserved. I warned you not to urinate at my door, and yet you stubbornly refused to listen. How could you be so inhumane? Dragging your own grandson into this for revenge? Chen Feng chuckled, setting a chair on the balcony, as if to enjoy a spectacle. He relished watching the old woman become increasingly agitated, unable to manage her situation. The villa's gate and surrounding walls were equipped with an electric fence, the voltage of which Chen Feng could easily adjust. Just moments ago, he had only activated a low voltage, enough to cause discomfort without endangering life. Chen Feng, you heartless wretch, I will make you pay. Zhou's face twisted in fury as she raised her fist to strike the door, only to collapse moments later, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, cursing him as she writhed on the ground. Many neighbors, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy. The entire community held little affection for the Zhou family. Even when they saw her fall, no one rushed to help. Evil begets evil. This time, she had truly met her match. What evil? Mr. Chen is our neighborhood's great benefactor. A crowd gathered. Excitement mingled with concern, for Zhou's son, Luo Zhongyuan, was a notorious troublemaker, raising questions about whether Chen Feng could handle the situation. Before long, a burly, fierce-looking man rushed over. His fury ignited upon seeing his mother and son sprawled on the ground. You scoundrel, come out. Today, I will make you regret this. Luo Zhongyuan, known for his volatile temper, could not remain calm under such circumstances. What did Chen Feng's wealth matter? In this place, he would be brought to heel. Meanwhile, Qinyan hurried to restrain Luo Zhongyuan, urging him not to act impulsively. There might be a misunderstanding. After all, if things escalated, who knew what chaos could ensue? Get away from me. Luo Zhongyuan shoved Qinyan aside, his expression a mask of rage. A misunderstanding? My mother and son are lying here. And you still defend an outsider? Are you out of your mind? Qinyan stood helplessly, feeling deeply aggrieved. Observing this scene, Chen Feng could only shake his head. In his previous life, he had held a poor opinion of the Zhou family, yet he felt a pang of sympathy for Qinyan. This is a remarkably beautiful woman, whose allure is among the finest in the community, the object of desire for countless male residents. If Lin Feier represents the essence of youthful innocence and aloofness, then Qinyan embodies the epitome of maturity and captivating charm. Whether it be her graceful, curvaceous figure or her stunningly exquisite visage, she possesses the power to drive men into a frenzy. Unfortunately, fate has not been kind to her. After the apocalypse struck, Luo Zhongyuan gathered a group of followers, becoming the notorious leader of the community. In a bid to win their loyalty, he callously offered his wife to his subordinates for their amusement. It is said that Luo Yin ultimately met a tragic end. Unable to withstand the torment, she descended into madness, eventually freezing to death in the snow. You ought to heed your wife's counsel, lest you find yourself the one to suffer, Chen Feng remarked languidly. Shut your mouth. You think you can bring me down? I will make you pay, Luo Zhongyuan shouted, wielding a stone as he pounded on the door. Alas, the door was forged from titanium alloy, impervious to his efforts. Just you wait. I will not let you escape today. Seeing no way to break through, Luo Zhongyuan called upon his henchmen. Though the community had security, no one dared intervene. Luo Zhongyuan's notorious reputation kept them at bay. Son, you must deal with him. Xiaolong's Kuan was nearly incapacitated. We could have faced extinction. The elderly Zhou lamented, her face ashen. Luo Zhongyuan's expression was dark as he resolved to confront Chen Feng. Boy, if you are a man, come out and face me. Stop hiding like a coward. Chen Feng looked down at the gathering crowd, unperturbed, and promptly dialed Hu Ye's number. Now, Chen Feng was cherished by Hu Ye, and upon learning of the trouble brewing, Hu Ye wasted no time in arriving with his men. Who dares to trouble my brother? Upon Hu Ye's emergence, Luo Zhongyuan wilted, rushing towards him with a forced smile. Hu Ye was a genuine figure in the underworld, while Luo Zhongyuan was merely a petty thug. The disparity between them was vast. Hu Ye, this scoundrel has harmed my mother and my son. Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Ye struck him with a resounding blow. If Chen Feng's family has been harmed, it is because they deserved it. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, I suggest you leave immediately. Hu Ye's commanding presence left Luo Zhongyuan filled with resentment, yet he could only swallow his pride. Very well, since he is a friend of Hu Yi, I shall grant him face. Son, what are you saying? That scoundrel has bullied us, and you wish to let him go? Zhou, the elder, cried in disbelief. Mother, please quiet down. We must leave quickly. Luo Zhongyan trembled, feeling the weight of the situation. Despite his unwillingness, he lowered his head in apology to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I apologize. Today's events were my fault. I will ensure my family behaves in the future. Should this happen again, it will not be so simple. Chen Feng remained expressionless. Indeed, this must not occur again. Afterward, Luo Zhongyuan and his family left in disgrace. Once they returned home, Zhou, the elder, seethed with indignation. Is this how it ends? With Hu Yi backing him, it complicates matters. Let us call the police. It's the least we can do. Hu Yi, no matter how formidable, cannot intervene in law enforcement. We are in the right. Luo Zhongyuan shook his head grimly. Do not involve the police. I have my own methods to deal with that scoundrel. Even with Hu Ye's assistance, he cannot always protect him. One day, he will face the consequences. Chapter 27. Room Acquisition. Chen Feng understood the Zhou family's schemes, yet he remained indifferent. The apocalypse was imminent, and he had no desire to entangle himself with them. Should they seek to disturb his peace, he would simply eradicate them. After all, his recent journey to the United States had yielded a wealth of weaponry, ample enough to obliterate their entire family. Seated on the balcony, Chen Feng gazed at the scorching sun, pondering how soon the world would be cloaked in ice and snow. Today marked the day Hu Yi would reclaim properties, and retribution for the Su family was nigh. He murmured to himself, descending to the underground garage to procure more supplies. Time was of the essence. He would gather what he could. The affairs concerning the Su family were of no concern to him. However, as he arrived at the garage, a figure surged towards him from behind, brandishing a knife against his throat. Behave yourself, or not even the King of Heaven can save you. At the sound of the voice, Chen Feng instantly recognized his assailant. Wang Hao, if you're looking for trouble, at least bring more than just two others. He could clearly sense that only Wang Hao and two accomplices were present. Wang Hao's hand was still in a cast from a prior injury. In this vulnerable state, they dared to confront him. Was this not an act of self-sabotage? You think you're so important. Even in this condition, you still act so arrogant. You will soon regret this. Wang Hao's tone was grim, believing that the knife pressed against Chen Feng's neck would secure his dominance. Do not think that just because you have Hu Ye's backing, I cannot deal with you. No one can save you now. Save? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. I have no intention of seeking rescue. You three pathetic fools think you can threaten me? Why is this scoundrel so arrogant? Quickly, take him down. Don't let this escalate. Wang Hao commanded, and his two companions prepared to strike. Yet, just as they were about to act, they found their hands immobilized. The knife against Chen Feng's throat, unable to pierce any further. What is happening? The assailant's face turned pale, disbelief washing over him. But before he could react, Chen Feng's fist came crashing down. In mere moments, the three of them were left howling in pain, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to this extent. Chen Feng, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Wang Hao, now kneeling before Chen Feng, dared not resist. Just moments prior, he had been so brash. Now, he begged for mercy. Wasn't it you who was so arrogant just now? Chen Feng sneered. I simply did not recognize your prowess. I underestimated you. Please grant me mercy. With a swift kick, Chen Feng sent Wang Hao sprawling, watching as he rolled several times before coming to a halt. Now be gone. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hastily fled the scene. Once he was gone, Chen Feng dialed Hu Ye's number. Letting him off is out of the question. Hu Yi, when you go to reclaim the properties today, remember to bring someone with a particular affinity for men to properly entertain a friend of mine. Chen Feng, isn't that a bit excessive? Forcing someone is against the law. Hu Yi hesitated, reluctant to invite legal troubles. Hu Yi, do not be so naive. A man forcing another man is hardly more than a lesson. Here, I will transfer 500,000 to you. Do not let my brother work in vain. Upon hearing this, Hu Yi had no choice but to comply. After hanging up, he summoned a person and began to relay his instructions. Su family. Su Qin gazed at the battered Wang Hao, her expression darkening. You worthless fool. You cannot even handle Chen Feng. What use are you to me? Wang Hao looked innocent, while Su Dahua and the others expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang Hao was the reason for Chen Feng and Su Qing's divorce, the very source of their inability to reclaim their villa and over 100 million in cash. Mother, what should we do? We cannot retrieve the money, and I cannot even get married. Su Jiqiang lamented, an expression of despair etched across his face. Do not discuss financial matters with Zhao Qian just yet. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to stabilize her first and proceed with the marriage. Su Dahua scoffed as the family deliberated, when suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. What are you doing? I warn you, do not act recklessly. What are we doing? Of course, I am here to reclaim the property. With a wave of his hand, Tiger Yi led a group of men into the room. The owner of this house has already sold it to me. Will you vacate willingly, or shall I throw you out? Stop! Let go of me. This is illegal. Get out. They vehemently protested. This is clearly our house. Do not overstep your bounds. Matsuelan was ready to cause a scene. But Tiger Ye's men were not to be trifled with. One swift slap sent her reeling. You scoundrel, I will fight you. Su Dahua roared, rushing to the kitchen for a knife, only to be seized and thrown out. What do you mean by this? We have no conflict, do we? Su Qing's brows furrowed. With Tiger Ye's appearance, she sensed that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Chen Feng. Did Chen Feng send you? Indeed, he has mortgaged the house to me. Now, please leave. Nonsense. This house belongs to us. He left with nothing, and it has nothing to do with him. I do not care. I only recognize the property deed. Evict them. The ruffians offered no opportunity for resistance, forcibly expelling them and bringing in Wang Hao. Tiger Yi, what is the meaning of this? Wang Hao trembled as a burly man approached him with a predatory gleam in his eyes. This person is in your charge. Do not create too much trouble. Tiger Yi instructed, and the burly man nodded eagerly, eyeing Wang Hao's arm with barely concealed anticipation. Rest assured, I shall be quite gentle, he assured. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from the room, sending the Su family fleeing in terror. Tiger Yi was ruthless and not someone they could provoke. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Ma Tsuelan shouted, incensed that their home had been seized. Although the intruders were brazen, they were indeed in the right. However, when the enforcement team arrived and assessed the situation, they simply shook their heads. It would be better to file a lawsuit. They have a contract. The issue lies with the division of property during your divorce from Chen Feng. You will undoubtedly regain possession of the house through legal means. Hearing this, the Su family finally exhaled in relief. We must sue. What Chen Feng has done is illegal, and I will make him kneel and beg. Su Qing seethed as she pulled out her phone to contact a lawyer. Chapter 28. Preparations before the apocalypse. After arranging matters with the lawyer, Su Qing directly rented an apartment within the Yudai Long Ting community. They needed to keep an eye on their house while also watching Chen Feng. His reckless handling of the property and its implications made him liable for legal repercussions. The only way to avoid accountability was to forgive him. When that time arrives, he would have to pay dearly for his actions. On Chen Feng's end, upon receiving a video from Tiger Yi, he could hardly contain his laughter. Even through the screen, he sensed Wang Hao's despair. You think you can compete with me? You are sorely mistaken, and this is merely the beginning. Su Qing also sent a message, threatening him with dire consequences, stating that she had secured a lawyer and a court summons would soon follow. Chen Feng was utterly unconcerned. The end of the world was nigh, and he had no inclination to dwell on such matters. After attending numerous banquets, he received a call from the Leitang modification shop, informing him that the down jacket and warm silk quilt he had ordered had arrived. These were essential items. The down jacket was suitable for wear even in Antarctica, and the quilt provided exceptional warmth. Although his safe house had formidable insulation, venturing outside without proper attire would leave him susceptible to the cold. Why isn't Li Bingyao here to deliver the goods? Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chen Feng discovered a man bringing the items and couldn't help but inquire, as Li Bingyao was typically responsible for such matters. Li Bingyao is on leave due to a fever today, so I am delivering these to you, Mr. Chen. Please check if anything is missing. I see. Chen Feng nodded, signing the receipt. He had full confidence in Li Bingyao's management of these supplies. Moreover, he had plenty of thermal down jackets from the ugly country in his own space, so he was not lacking in that regard. Once the staff was sent away, Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang approached, laughing and chatting. "Oh, is that not Chen Feng? Why are you hoarding so many down jackets in this sweltering heat? Have you lost your mind?" Su Jiqiang mocked. Zhao Qian, standing beside him, barely glanced at Chen Feng, perceiving him merely as a pauper. "What's wrong? Have you been ousted from your residence and still act so smug?" "Huh, Chen Feng, do not think that just because you brought a couple of thugs to confront us, you can act brazenly. What you have done will exact a heavy toll on you. We have already contacted a lawyer." Hearing this, Chen Feng's smile broadened as he turned to Zhao Qian. "The Su family will not receive a single cent from me. They are currently renting their home. You gain nothing by staying with him. Instead, come with me, and I shall provide you with 20,000 yuan each month." "Shameless," Zhao Qian scoffed, raising her chin in disdain. "Who would covet your filthy money?" With that, she took Su Jiqiang's arm and sashayed away. "Chen Feng, we shall see about this." Nearby, Xiao Lulu witnessed this scene, uncertain whether to feel happy or angry. It seemed that in Chen Feng's eyes, everyone had a price. He was quite the lecher, but was not impulsive in his actions. "I refuse to believe that my charm cannot win you over." Xiao Lulu was confident. Her previous failure to capture Chen Feng had merely been an accident, and she was certain he would not resist next time. Upon returning to Lin Feier's residence, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The room was overflowing with food, instant noodles, meats, fruits, and vegetables. An enormous freezer was already packed to capacity. "Feier, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Lulu gasped in disbelief. "This is all due to that scoundrel." Lin Feier fumed. Chen Feng had monopolized all the takeout and banquets lately, leaving her unable to order food. Not wishing to venture out daily for groceries, she decided to stockpile supplies. "Since I will not be working for the next month, I shall not go out. If you desire something different to eat, feel free to venture out yourself," Lin Feier declared as she settled onto the sofa to watch a show. For her, taking a break at home was the ultimate leisure. Xiao Lulu looked on enviously. Only someone as famous as Lin Feier, combined with her affluent background, could afford such a leisurely lifestyle, unlike herself, who had to scavenge for directors and wealthy heirs. "No, I must secure Chen Feng." After attending to his matters, Chen Feng drove to Li Bingyao's residence. Noticing the sparse conditions, he went to the market and purchased an abundance of food and daily necessities to bring her. With a significant temperature drop expected that night, there was no need to worry about spoilage. The door was flimsy, so Chen Feng reinforced it with welding and steel. He had done everything within his power. Whether Li Bingyao could endure during the apocalypse depended on her own resilience. Seeing Chen Feng provide her with medicine and supplies, including a pile of warm clothing, Li Bingyao was profoundly moved and insisted that he experience the warmth of 38 degrees. "Conserve these supplies and trust no one, understood?" Chen Feng earnestly cautioned. "Your predicament resembles an impending apocalypse. It is merely a cold, a common ailment. Just remember my words. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call me." After offering a few more instructions, he donned his attire and departed. As the last rays of sunlight faded from the horizon, an unmistakable chill, out of season, permeated the air. Many were particularly exhilarated. The summer had been uncharacteristically sweltering, yet today, a refreshing coolness had descended. A throng of individuals meandered beneath the residential complex, seeking relief from the heat. Little did they know that the forthcoming temperatures would plummet to a staggering -40 degrees, rendering the sun's warmth utterly obsolete. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, seizing the first moment of twilight, hastened towards the library. This establishment operated from 9 to 5, and the staff had long since departed. He entered with determination, intent on hoarding an array of books. Books are the sustenance of the mind, a means to alleviate the tedium of endless days. Once he had secured a considerable collection, he proceeded to the warehouse of a chain pharmacy. His choice of the warehouse over the pharmacy stemmed from its sparse attendance and the abundance of pharmaceuticals available. This approach was significantly swifter than procuring supplies from the pharmacy. Upon exiting the warehouse, he noted that the temperature had further declined to 8 degrees. Such a drastic drop in temperature unequivocally heralded the approach of the end times. Chapter 29. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Regrettably, this sudden chill evoked little concern among the populace. For them, It was merely a matter of returning home to don additional layers. Time was of the essence. Failure to act promptly would mean missing the opportunity entirely. Chen Feng murmured to himself as he rushed towards various cold storage facilities, having meticulously identified numerous targets, including warehouses at the seafood market and vegetable depot. Despite inciting a fair degree of chaos, it was evident that few would notice his activities in such a brief span. By the morrow, no one would pay heed to these matters, for the anticipated temperatures would deter even the most intrepid souls from venturing outside. After visiting all the warehouses, he dashed to a large shopping center. At 11:30, many stores had already shuttered, and due to the sudden drop in temperature, even those typically open late had closed their doors. He did not hesitate, collecting an assortment of clothing, JK uniforms, kipayos, silk skirts, and various alluring garments, all in a fervor. It must be said, his sense of aesthetics far surpassed that of the Western world. Even the Qipao alone eclipsed their offerings by leagues. By the time Chen Feng had cleared the shopping center, the clock read 11:50. He did not linger, but instead hurried home at an accelerated pace. The wind outside had begun to carry a biting chill, strikingly fierce and capable of inducing illness in the unprepared. As he returned to his villa, standing by the window and watching the clock strike midnight, he beheld the first flurries of snow swirling outside. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. What is this ghastly weather? It was over 30 degrees during the day. How can it be so cold at night? Su Dahua, wrapped in a blanket, trembled uncontrollably. When his family had been evicted, they had taken nothing with them. Given that it was summer, they had only purchased seasonal bedding. This sudden drop in temperature left them utterly unprepared. Despite Su Dahua desperately clinging to his wife for warmth, the cold was relentless. Su Dahua and Su Jiqiang fared better, huddling together. Though still cold, they managed to endure. Su Qing, however, faced a dire situation. Initially, she had isolated herself in her room to avoid suspicion, but eventually, even wrapping herself in the curtains proved futile. She stealthily made her way to Wang Hao's room, seeking warmth in his company. Yet, even then, the family remained cold, ultimately congregating in one room, relying on the meager warmth from a water heater to stave off the chill. I cannot endure this. I must return. It is far too cold here. Zhao Qian expressed her dissatisfaction. She had come to discuss the dowry, never anticipating such events. Yet, as she opened the door, a wave of frigid air forced her back inside, nearly freezing her in place. Qian, perhaps it is best you stay put. I shall return you home tomorrow. Su Jiqiang quickly suggested, pulling her back. What misfortune have I encountered? Su Qing lamented, observing her frostbitten family with growing resentment. Chen Feng, it is all your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not have been cast out nor frozen in this manner. With that thought, she hastily composed a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, do not be so arrogant. The authorities are addressing this matter. Even if you evade imprisonment, you shall owe us a substantial sum. At that moment, Chen Feng reclined in a chair beside his bed, coffee in hand, gazing at the snow cascading outside. In a mere half-hour, the ground had become blanketed in a thick layer of snow. In Qingzhou, it was indeed unusual for it to snow in winter, especially at this time of year. More importantly, the current temperature was already far colder than that of winter. Fortunately, Chen Feng's home was well insulated, maintaining a comfortable 26 degrees, ideal for human habitation. Suit yourself. I am utterly unconcerned, he replied with a sardonic laugh to Su Qing's threatening message. To him, the constraints of societal norms held no sway. Concepts of law and morality were inconsequential. Survive first, then we can discuss the rest. Do not test my patience when you come to seek my help. I shall not be lenient. If you are wise, you will arrange for us to stay in the villa. He retorted, dismissing her pleas. In this bitter cold, you ought to reconsider how to endure the long night ahead. Chen Feng nonchalantly replied before tossing his phone aside, unconcerned with her threats. The opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. If they faltered now, he would be sorely disappointed. As the snowfall intensified, Chen Feng grew weary of his surroundings. Gripping a megaphone, he could not resist proclaiming loudly, the old order has collapsed completely. Mortals, prepare to welcome your king. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the entire residential complex. After delivering his declaration, he paid no mind to whether he was disturbing others and returned to his bed. Though the room was a comfortable 26 degrees, he still draped a silk quilt over himself, not out of coldness, but due to concerns about the heating system, which he had yet to test. In the You Die Long Ting owners group, despite the late hour, chatter buzzed incessantly. What on earth is happening? This weather is unbearably cold. Did you hear? Someone was yelling in the complex. What is going on? I think I heard someone calling us to welcome a king. What lunacy! It is freezing outside. Some expressed their annoyance through the chat. It must be Chen Feng making all that noise. He has a loudspeaker. Elderly Mrs. Zhou was the first to speak up, directing her ire at Chen Feng and tagging him in the group. Chen Feng, what are you causing such a ruckus for? Are you trying to keep people awake? Unfortunately, Chen Feng had already silenced his phone, oblivious to the uproar in the group. The following morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the warmth enveloping him. His body slick with sweat. The interior of the house was well insulated, and the heating facilities were functioning perfectly. He was nearly overwhelmed by the warmth under his silk quilt. Outside, the snow had accumulated to a meter, blanketing the entire world in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. Undoubtedly, the apocalypse had arrived on schedule. Upon checking his phone, he found the community group chat in utter chaos. Initially, some were lamenting the noise disturbances, particularly the elderly Mrs. Zhou, who seized the opportunity to berate Chen Feng, wishing to verbally subdue him entirely. However, no one came to her aid, as many had received red envelopes from Chen Feng and were reluctant to speak against him. Moreover, it was clear to all that Mrs. Zhou was merely seeking excuses to target Chen Feng, and they were too apathetic to assist her. After a tirade of insults with no response from Chen Feng, she was left to fall silent. The conversation soon shifted to complaints about the bitter cold, as a group of individuals, likely unable to sleep due to the frigid conditions, began to voice their grievances in the chat. How could it possibly snow in the middle of summer? Surely, this is a jest. Snow in such weather seems utterly absurd. To their astonishment, the snow was indeed real, accumulating on the ground. No wonder it was so cold. Had the end times truly come? What about our mortgages? Let us refrain from such idle talk, for spreading rumors can lead to dire consequences. We must have faith in the authorities. After all, our emergency response capabilities are world-class. Observing these messages, Chen Feng shook his head in quiet disbelief. This group was ultimately too youthful. Their emergency response capabilities were indeed exceptional, yet they must be able to respond effectively. A few isolated issues could be managed, but when the entire world faced indiscriminate problems, there was little that could be done. In his previous life, this group remained calm, believing that rescue would arrive before long. This very belief had cost them their last chance for self-preservation. Quickly, news was disseminated from the relevant authorities, urging everyone to remain indoors and refrain from wandering about. Many saw the message and felt a wave of relief. Shortly thereafter, the authorities issued a holiday decree, relieving everyone from work the following day. The response was prompt and provided a sense of security. However, it wasn't long before the group, having settled momentarily, began to chatter once again. What was going on with this dreadful weather? I stepped outside to relieve myself and nearly froze solid. You think that's bad? My water pipes have frozen, and when I opened a refrigerator, the warm air that escaped was astonishing. The external temperature had plummeted well below that of the refrigerator's cooling capabilities. The extreme cold had rendered the entire water supply system inoperative, as everything had solidified into ice. In such weather, the only option was to venture outside to collect snow and rely on the still functioning electricity to melt it for warmth. Yet this was perilous. Even a brief exposure to such low temperatures could result in frostbite, and lingering too long could be fatal. More critically, this was merely a temporary situation, for it would not be long before the world faced power outages due to resource shortages. Most regions depended on hydroelectric power, and with the extreme cold freezing almost all sources of water, how could electricity be generated? It was only due to the presence of several nuclear power stations that they could still manage 1 hour of concentrated power each day. When that hour passed, true disaster would begin. My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Old Zhang went out to assess the situation, and after merely 10 paces, he was frozen solid. As dawn approached, The group received more news that cast a heavy pall over their spirits. Someone had died, signaling that matters had taken a grave turn. Shortly thereafter, another message erupted in the group. 2 more individuals had succumbed to the cold, frozen in the snow. Everyone should refrain from going outside, for the chill was lethal. Chen Feng approached the window and, peering through the glass, confirmed the sight of 3 frozen figures at the center of the district. They stood motionless in the snow, devoid of any signs of struggle, likely having frozen before they could comprehend the danger they were in, with half of their bodies buried beneath the accumulating snow. Alas, they had underestimated the forces of nature. Logically, temperatures of -40 degrees should not have killed them outright. But transitioning from a relatively warm environment to such extreme cold could wreak havoc on the body. Chen Feng set down his phone, donned a tank top, and began preparing coffee and breakfast. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family huddled together for warmth. Zhao Qian's tears had run dry. She had never before endured such humiliation. She had never anticipated that she would one day be brought to the brink of despair by such bitter cold. Originally, she had planned to return to her own residence that morning, but after the tragic incident of the previous night, she dared not venture out. I must break up with this useless fool, Zhao Qian resolved inwardly, utterly disappointed in her family. In such frigid weather, they had no means of keeping warm and had merely draped themselves in a few curtains. In truth, every curtain in the house had been taken down, and she was already bundled in several. Su Jiqiang had even provided her with extra layers. At that moment, Wang Hao held Su Qing close, consumed by resentment. The very thought that he had lost his dignity because of Chen Feng was unbearable. Chen Feng, one day I will make you pay. Hurry, hurry. I've borrowed some clothes and blankets from the neighbors. Put them on quickly. Su Dahu and his wife entered, carrying a few quilts and garments. They had inquired at 5 or 6 households before managing to gather anything. Although the calamity had struck suddenly, most households typically kept such items on hand. Only their family had been unfortunate enough to be cast out by the Tiger Lord just as disaster struck. All of this was the fault of that scoundrel Chen Feng. These are so thin. How can I wear them? They not only look terrible, but they offer no warmth. Zhao Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her disdain as she regarded the clothes Su Dahu had brought in. Qian, please make do. It's fortunate we could borrow anything at all. Su Jiqiang hurriedly reassured her, wrapping the garments around Zhao Qian. I don't care. I want a down jacket. Zhao Qian protested vehemently, kicking out in frustration, causing the expressions of Su Dahu and the others to darken. They had already provided her with the thickest clothing available, yet she remained dissatisfied. However, out of respect for Su Jiqiang, they dared not voice their discontent. Qian, we don't have down jackets. Zhao Qian's eyes suddenly brightened as she exclaimed, let us ask Chen Feng. He bought several trucks of down jackets and silk quilts just yesterday. Chapter 31, A Bunch of Fools, Are You Serious? Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, not only did Su Dahu and his wife appear astonished, but even Su Qing hurried closer to Zhao Qian. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Jiqiang. He saw it with his own eyes. Yes, we even laughed at him for it, not realizing he had struck gold. Su Jiqiang wore an expression of annoyance, unable to comprehend how Chen Feng had stumbled upon such good fortune. Did he really acquire several trucks? Su Dahu inquired once more. Even if one were to buy clothes and quilts, it seemed excessive to procure several trucks. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. How could I lie? Su Jiqiang nodded repeatedly, then skeptically remarked, could it be that he checked the weather forecast in advance, knowing it would turn cold today, and thus deliberately purchased so many clothes to sell? What nonsense are you spouting? I have seen the weather forecast. It was supposed to be 35 degrees today. Wang Hao, who stood nearby, wore a disgruntled expression, lamenting how Chen Feng seemed to have all the luck. Let's not dwell on the weather. We need him to bring us some clothes and blankets quickly. Will he agree? We have already made such a mess of things. Su Qing hesitated, sensing the slim chances of success. He must agree. That scoundrel has caused us so much misery. It is his obligation. Su Dahua cursed vehemently, and Ma Tsuolan beside him readily echoed his sentiments. If he is willing to give us clothes and blankets, perhaps we can let him off the hook. If he dares to refuse, he will have to pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt the reasoning was sound and quickly took out her phone to contact Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng lounged leisurely in a chair by the window, admiring the snowy scenery outside, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. The outside world was entirely different from the comfort of his home. Chen Feng himself was exhilarated. After all, in his previous life, he had nearly succumbed on the very first night. The sudden drop in temperature had led to Su Qing getting angry with him for not buying her an LV bag, locking him out, and nearly costing him his life on that first night. Yet now, he could sip coffee while enjoying the snow. The contrast was stark. Just then his phone rang. Although the number was unfamiliar, Chen Feng answered without hesitation, knowing it was Su Qing. In the past, he might have ignored her call, but circumstances had changed. He now had ample time and energy and was eager to witness the misfortune of Su Qing and her family. Chen Feng, it's me. Su Qing's voice trembled on the other end, clearly affected by the cold. Oh, you haven't frozen to death yet. You've certainly opened my eyes. Chen Feng chuckled, and there was a noticeable pause on the line as Su Qing struggled to contain her anger. I heard you have several trucks of down jackets and silk quilts. Indeed, I possess quite a few of those items that can fend off the cold. What of it? Do you need something? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. Could you spare us a few sets? After all, you have more than enough, and one person can't wear them all. Why not come stay in my villa for a few days? Really? You're not joking, are you? Su Qing's voice grew increasingly animated. Wasn't it you who started this joke? What exactly is your family thinking? You asked for things right off the bat. Who do you think I am? What obligation do I have to give you anything? Chen Feng berated, unleashing a torrent of words. In his previous life, even a slight change in his tone would have earned him a scolding from Su Qing. Now, life felt as if he were living among the gods. Chen Feng, don't get too arrogant. Do you really think we can't handle you after being gone for a few days? At this moment, Ma Sulan, who had been eavesdropping, snatched the phone and began to berate him. Is this your attitude when you're begging for help? Chen Feng sneered. If you had approached me with sincerity, I might have shown some mercy and given you a few sets of clothes. But now, I'm afraid I can't be bothered. Go look elsewhere. Chen Feng, you better think carefully. In a few days, you'll face a lawsuit, and then you'll owe us a significant amount of money. If you give us a few sets of clothing now, maybe we can negotiate. As Ma Tsuelan listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, her expression shifted dramatically. That scoundrel dared to hang up on me. Call the lawyer. He must not be spared a single cent. He must be severely punished. Su Qing, upon hearing this, wore a frown. Was the focus now on making the other party pay? What mattered most was whether they could endure through this bitter cold. They would likely freeze to death in this situation. A bunch of fools. Chen Feng muttered in disbelief, tossing his phone aside before turning his gaze back to the window. The snowfall would only intensify, soon accumulating to 2 meters. What is that? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he noticed something amiss. Not far from the community's entrance, a black figure moved through the snow. A dog? How could that be? Chen Feng was astonished, watching the figure with incredulity. In such frigid temperatures, virtually all creatures would perish outside. Even a person could turn into an ice sculpture. Yet that black dog seemed unaffected. Something was off. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a memory from the apocalypse. A black dog had roamed their community, one that possessed awakened ice abilities. Many had attempted to capture it for food, but those who tried invariably met a frozen fate. If this were indeed that ice-empowered dog, it would explain its immunity to the cold. Chen Feng rose, donned a down jacket, and wrapped himself warmly. This was a creature with abilities. He had to bring it back to his residence. Most importantly, a dog was a far more reliable companion than a human. He had no fear of betrayal. After ensuring he was adequately protected from the cold, Chen Feng made his way to the underground garage. The yard was piled high with snow, making entry and exit cumbersome, but the underground garage was far more accessible. Upon opening the garage door, Chen Feng discovered a large group of people gathered inside, all discussing their next course of action. Most were still oblivious to the severity of the blizzard, remaining optimistic that it would cease shortly. As he exited the garage, Chen Feng spotted Su Qing and her family approaching from a distance, their demeanor fierce and filled with fury. Chen Feng, return our house and money, or don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 32. What does he intend to do? It was evident that Su Qing's family had mobilized, each one resolute in their determination to obtain something from Chen Feng. Even if they could not reclaim their house, they were intent on securing clothing and silk quilts. Otherwise, this matter would not end today. Chen Feng glanced at them, noticing they were clad in multiple layers of ill-fitting clothing, stuffed with curtains, making them appear excessively bulky. "Well, it seems you managed to acquire some clothing after all," he remarked with a smile. Currently, they were still at the beginning of this disaster. Human nature had yet to change, and many remained bound by morality and law. Mutual aid among neighbors was still commonplace. However, in a few days, people would realize the scarcity of resources, and no one would lend anything to anyone. Su Qing and her companions were fortunate to have borrowed so much on the first day. "Chen Feng, how cruel you are. Do you have any idea how close we came to freezing to death because of you?" Su Qing seethed, her anger palpable. The others closed in around her, clearly conveying their intent. They would not let him go without an explanation today. "Isn't this what you deserve? You were so arrogant back then. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? You even dared to cuckold me. It would be too lenient to let your family off lightly." Chen Feng was disinclined to maintain any pretense. The world was already frozen. What was the point of pretending? Upon hearing his words, Su Qing's family looked utterly shocked. This was not the Chen Feng they had known, the one they could bully at will. The man before them was evidently no longer the feckless individual they once perceived. "Chen Feng, I never imagined you could be so malicious. I must have misjudged you." Su Qing shook her head, while beside her, Wang Hao and Su Jiqiang appeared ready to take action. "Had they misjudged me?" Chen Feng chuckled, realizing that he was the one who had truly misjudged, for otherwise he would never have endured such misery in his past life. "So, they were intent on confrontation, were they?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, a look of indifference settling on his face. If it came to blows, he would not hesitate to incapacitate this group. Many onlookers had also noticed the unfolding situation, watching with a sense of morbid curiosity. How audacious of the Su family, having been unfaithful, yet still daring to approach Chen Feng for money. Indeed, it seemed they were blinded by their greed, disregarding all sense of propriety and honor. Yet, Chen Feng was truly ruthless, having driven others from their homes with such cunning, an act not easily executed by an ordinary person. They had brought this upon themselves. As he listened to the murmurs around him, the expressions of the Su family turned sour. It was evident that their reputation within the community had been irreparably tarnished. "We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Is that a crime?" "Chen Feng, your actions are unlawful." Su Jiqiang, visibly irate, clenched his fists and declared, "Enough. Let us not waste time talking to this fool. I will deal with him today. If he doesn't return our house and belongings, he will regret it. You wish to fight? It seems your hand has healed completely." Chen Feng's tone shifted, exuding an aura of menace that instantly filled the air. Surviving for 2.5 years in a post-apocalyptic environment required more than mere luck. In an instant, the others were taken aback, their legs trembling. "Chen Feng, if you agree to give us a few down jackets, I will forgive you. How about that?" Su Qing whispered anxiously, sensing the tension. However, Chen Feng merely shot her a disdainful glance. He was no fool to be deceived by such a petty ploy. Was she out of her mind? His gaze swept over to Zhao Qian. "Qian Qian, why are you still associating with this loser?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but snort. It was clear that her earlier bravado had vanished. Upon noticing Chen Feng's attire, she realized his down jacket must be exceedingly warm. Had it not been for her pride, she would have certainly approached him for one. "Chen Feng, what do you intend to do?" Su Jiqiang's expression changed dramatically as he pulled Zhao Qian behind him. "Nothing much. Merely informing Zhao Qian that you shall not receive a single cent from me. Neither the villa nor my savings have any connection to you. Didn't you say that those funds were communal property and that you would leave with nothing?" Zhao Qian quickly inquired. "Indeed, leaving with nothing is true, but that does not equate to communal property. You're not foolish. Think it through. If my money were communal, wouldn't it have been frozen long ago? Would they still be waiting until now?" "Su Jiqiang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Qian could no longer contain her fury, glaring at Su Jiqiang. "Qian Qian, Don't listen to his nonsense. We have a house. Su Jiqiang anxiously reassured her. Oh, a house. If it truly belonged to you, would you be evicted? Chen Feng stoked the flames further. As expected, upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was immediately displeased, demanding to know the truth. Mr. and Mrs. Su were unwilling to concede and exchanged glances with Chen Feng, ultimately joining the effort to persuade Zhao Qian. Regardless of his circumstances, they needed to stabilize their son's girlfriend first. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was disinterested in continuing this farce. The crowd's scrutiny was of no concern to him. His attention, however, was drawn to Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu not far off. Dressed in down jackets, their star quality remained unmistakable, even in such clothing. Hey, Lin Feier, would you like to visit my home? My bed is quite warm. Chen Feng waved, his words lacking any subtlety, only serving to intensify Lin Feier's disdain. Shameless scoundrel, she huffed, turning her head away. Xiao Lulu, though silent, kept her gaze fixed on Chen Feng, recognizing the expensive jacket he wore, worth over 200,000. Chen Feng paid her no mind. Despite his fondness for Lin Feier, he would never grovel without reason. In a world lacking resources, he was not short of beautiful women. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot's exit, a chilling breeze struck him, clearly indicating the outside temperature was frigid. What was he up to? A crowd of onlookers regarded him with curiosity. However, when they saw him step outside, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Had he lost his mind? The temperature was so low. Did he not fear freezing to death? Chapter 33. No one else may reside here. Such a person deserves to perish. The elderly Mrs. Su glared with malice at the parking lot's exit, where only Chen Feng's footprints remained. In such cold weather, stepping outside could lead to death. She had witnessed others succumb to the frost. Initially, she had planned to deal with Chen Feng, but now he seemed to be running to his own demise. Meanwhile, the Su family, still bickering, halted upon seeing Chen Feng exit. Excellent. That brat is dead. His villa and house are ours. Su Jiqiang hastily restrained Zhao Qian, urging her to cease her commotion. Qian, if he is dead, the villa is ours. I'll make you the lady of the house. Yes. Although we may not have clarified the financial matters, you can see now that his possessions belong to us. Do not mention 2 million as a bride price. Even 5 million is within our reach. Mr. Su suddenly grew assertive. He had even begun to disregard his own house. Chen Feng's villa was right in front of him. Why not go directly to the villa? More importantly, this villa contained down jackets and silk quilts, which they desperately needed. The group excitedly approached Chen Feng's parking space. Due to the villa's design, the garage was located in the basement, allowing direct access to the villa. Observers could only shake their heads in disbelief at this family's audacity. Even before Chen Feng's divorce, they had exploited him shamelessly, cheating on him and expecting him to support another man's children. After the divorce, they continued to covet his money, and now, following Chen Feng's presumed death, they were eyeing his villa. Truly, they were a spectacle. Birds of a feather flocked together. Lin Feier scorned, looking down on Chen Feng and the Su family alike. As for Xiao Lulu, she felt a twinge of regret. This villa had once been her goal, yet Chen Feng's demise had come too swiftly, benefiting this family instead. The Su family, filled with excitement, arrived at the garage only to realize they had no keys. A wave of confusion washed over them. What could they do now? Why are you still standing there? Open the door, Zhao Qian exclaimed impatiently, eager to enter and don a down jacket. Qian, we might have to wait. We lack the keys, Su Jiqiang exclaimed as Zhao Qian kicked him in frustration, exasperated by his incompetence. Around them, onlookers observed with derision. Perhaps you should just give up. This villa has nothing to do with you. One could not resist mocking. It is ours. That brat owes us. Su Dahua scoffed. I owe you nothing. At our age, how can you be so shameless? Just then, a voice rang out. A group of people, puzzled, turned towards the exit, their expressions transforming into disbelief. Chen Feng had returned unscathed, cradling a dog in his arms. What on earth? How is he fine? Those three were frozen to death in mere seconds. And he was gone for over 5 minutes. Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. It must be his jacket. That down coat is exceptionally warm, capable of withstanding extreme cold. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the significance of Chen Feng's attire. Even the best coat couldn't endure -40 degrees, could it? Other down jackets might falter, but this one is worn by Antarctic workers, where temperatures are comparable to this. Instantly, many in the crowd fixated hungrily on Chen Feng's coat, some nearly drooling. With such a coat, it was akin to having an extra life. I wondered why he was so reckless in going outside. It turns out he had no fear of the cold, someone murmured, particularly upon seeing Chen Feng return with a dog. They realized that his excursion had merely been to rescue a canine. Lin Feier's demeanor shifted, evidently altering her attitude towards Chen Feng. Upon his return, the Su family wore expressions of dismay. They never anticipated that Chen Feng would return alive, thwarting their plans for inheritance. I've seen shamelessness before, but yours is unprecedented. You still wish to enter my villa? Chen Feng mocked. I'd rather let the dog in than you lot. Begone. Though anger simmered within them, they dared not confront Chen Feng, for both Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao were well aware of his capabilities. Just as the family cleared the way, Luo Zhongyuan stepped forward, blocking Chen Feng's path. The surrounding crowd held their breath, fully aware of the animosity between Chen Feng and Luo Zhongyuan. Luo Zhongyuan was notorious for his vindictive nature, and it seemed Chen Feng was in for trouble. What do you want? Chen Feng squinted, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He had intended to toy with them slowly, but if they remained obstinate, he had no qualms about teaching them a lesson. Give me that down jacket. Luo Zhongyuan looked down at Chen Feng disdainfully, extending his hand, clearly intent on seizing the coat. The clothing robbery was merely a pretext. His true aim was to deal with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, not to be outsmarted, easily evaded Luo Zhongyuan's grasp, regarding him with a mocking gaze. I advise you not to provoke me, or you will live to regret it. Who do you think you are to threaten me here? In this situation, even Lord Hu cannot save you. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the remark, then chuckled. You don't actually think my reliance is on Lord Hu, do you? Of course, if it weren't for Lord Hu, I would have incapacitated you last time. Luo Zhongyuan's cold stare bore into Chen Feng. You harmed my son and struck my mother. Today, if you hand over the jacket and kneel to apologize, I might spare your life. I'm sorry, but you can forget about that jacket. Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, before he could continue, Su Qing interjected. Chen Feng, you have 2 trucks full of down jackets at home that you can't possibly wear all of them. Why not spare one for Brother Luo? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? As her words echoed, the crowd turned their gaze towards Chen Feng. In an instant, Chen Feng's expression darkened, realizing the venomous intent behind Su Qing's words. It was clear that she was inciting the crowd against him, aiming to make him the villain. People are strange beings, always resentful of others' good fortune. Although Chen Feng was aware that his affairs would become common knowledge among the neighbors, he never expected it to start from Su Qing. 2 trucks? Does he really have that much? Luo Zhongyuan squinted, fixated on Chen Feng. Yes, Brother Luo, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes that day. Su Jiqiang, eager to escalate matters, rushed forward and informed Luo Zhongyuan, his gaze filled with mockery. Chen Feng, weren't you arrogant? Let us see how you handle this. If you don't give us the jackets, I will make sure you have no good days ahead. Now, not just Luo Zhongyuan, but even the others present were casting eager glances at Chen Feng, approaching him with interest. Chen Feng, with all those jackets, can't you spare a few for us? Once the snowstorm ends, I'll return them. Luo Zhongyuan's eyes gleamed with malice, his demeanor growing increasingly aggressive, as if ready to strike at any moment. Yet, Chen Feng remained unfazed, merely smirking at Luo Zhongyuan, a hint of derision on his lips. What are you? You come here asking for my clothes? I'm not your father. Why should I give you anything? Chen Feng set the black dog down and responded nonchalantly. This time, before Luo Zhongyuan could speak, the neighbors chimed in. Chen Feng, many of us lack winter clothing. You have so many, it would be reasonable to share a few. We all need warm clothes. Grandma Zhou took the moral high ground from the outset. Indeed, you have so many jackets. Sharing 1 or 2 shouldn't be a problem, right? Yes, Chen Feng, if you give me a down jacket, I will be sure to express my gratitude. The crowd buzzed incessantly. Meanwhile, Chen Feng looked at them in disbelief. You think you can morally blackmail me? How ridiculous. I paid for these. Each jacket costs a fortune. If you want one, buy it yourself. A fortune? Have you lost your mind? The crowd erupted in anger upon hearing this. Grandma Zhou couldn't help but shout, Chen Feng, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to profit off your neighbors? Do you have no shame? You're inflating prices, which is illegal. Don't go too far. I'm a staff member of the relevant authority, and I order you to hand over those jackets immediately, or I'll see you imprisoned. The crowd's emotions flared, their previously favorable impressions of Chen Feng evaporating. Chen Feng, you deserve this. The Su family reveled in their secret delight, convinced that Chen Feng was doomed. Are you insane? Chen Feng stared at the crowd incredulously. I never said I was selling these jackets. Even if you had money, no one would foolishly sell them to you. The crowd fell silent, but their discontent simmered. Are you really going to watch us, your neighbors, freeze to death? Do you have no conscience? Insanity. Your lives have nothing to do with me. Arrogant. Observing Chen Feng's defiance, Luo Zhongyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had hesitated to act against Chen Feng for fear of inciting the crowd's hostility. Yet, now that Chen Feng was digging his own grave, he felt liberated from those concerns. Acting now would seem like a righteous deed, aligning with public sentiment. Today, you will hand over the jackets to share with everyone. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Zhongyuan spoke as he approached Chen Feng directly, just as he was about to reach out and grasp the man before him. However, the latter suddenly dodged, evading his grasp. Slap! Luo Zhongyuan had barely registered what had occurred when he found himself struck across the face. You dare to hit me? He exclaimed, incredulous, clutching his cheek. Yet before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Feng charging at him with a crow-like dive. You dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Have you considered whether you are worthy? Chen Feng held nothing back, delivering punches and kicks to Luo Zhongyuan with unrelenting force. In this apocalyptic world, you're still trying to show off before me. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Though Luo Zhongyuan was indeed brash and possessed some skill, he was no match for Chen Feng, who mercilessly battered him, eliciting cries of pain. The crowd around them grew tense, initially ready to condemn Chen Feng. But none anticipated his ferocity. You dare to strike my son? I will not let this go. Elder Zhou, prepared to intervene, was instead kicked aside by Chen Feng, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Is there no justice? You even dare to strike an old woman like me. Someone, please, adjudicate this. Insanity. You continue to act arrogantly before me. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? Chen Feng spat, observing the bruised and battered Luo Zhongyuan. Just as he was about to strike again, Zhou's daughter-in-law hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chen, please spare my husband. I apologize on his behalf. One must admit, Luo Yan was indeed a striking beauty. Even in bulky clothing, her charm was undeniable. Humph. Out of consideration for your wife, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I will render you incapacitated, Chen Feng declared, dismissing Luo Zhongyuan's murderous glare as he embraced the large black dog and retreated to his garage, returning to his villa. Meanwhile, in the basement, the onlookers turned to leave after Chen Feng had departed. That scoundrel! I will eventually make him pay, Luo Zhongyuan seethed, gritting his teeth. Husband, perhaps we should let this go? Qin Yin spoke nervously, sensing that Chen Feng was not to be trifled with. Let go. Your man has been struck, and you suggest I let slide? That man is not easy to deal with. What are you planning? Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin, slapping her without a second thought. Wretched woman, whose wife are you to side with that scoundrel? Your mere words halted him earlier. Are you too involved? Luo Zhongyuan grasped Qin Yan's neck, seemingly intent on venting all his fury upon her. Enough. Do not unleash your anger on your own kin. That Chen Feng is formidable. How do you intend to handle him? Elder Zhou asked, reluctant to concede. Do not worry. He will suffer in due time. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's abilities were impressive. Upon returning home, Xiao Lulu sat in her chair, unable to restrain her musings. Today, Chen Feng had indeed left her astonished. Even that ruffian, Luo Zhongyuan, fell effortlessly to him. He exuded undeniable masculinity. What does it matter if he is skilled? He is still a scoundrel, Lin Feier retorted dismissively. That Chen Feng is no different from a rogue. He calls for people to crawl into his bed at first glance. Is that the behavior of a respectable person? You would do well to keep your distance from him. Minimize your interactions, do you understand? Lin Fei warned as she burrowed into the sofa's blanket. Her family was relatively well off, equipped with warm bedding, and her belongings were of high quality, providing excellent insulation. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, she felt little discomfort. Understood. Rest assured, Xiao Lulu replied, then discreetly sent Chen Feng a message. Upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately assessed the large black dog in his possession. The more he looked, the more it resembled that black dog he had encountered in the apocalypse, one awakened with ice-type abilities. Who would have thought we share such a connection? Chen Feng reflected, recalling how he had often fed this dog during recent days at gatherings. This bond had formed, and it was no surprise that the dog willingly followed him home today. From now on, we shall live together. As long as I have food, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Chen Feng examined the dog closely, observing its head, tail, back, and belly. Eventually, the large black dog presented its rear toward him, as if to say, "Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. If you wish to sniff, do so quickly. I, Chen Feng, am not the type to be easily swayed. Move your rear away." With aspirations of achieving great feats in this dystopian world, he decided the dog needed a fitting name. Given your pitch-black appearance, how about I call you He Huang? Chen Feng said earnestly, but the black dog reacted as though it had seen a ghost, fur bristling in alarm. Woof, woof, woof. Such a name carries immense significance. It is beyond my capacity to bear. Are you trying to bring about my demise? Seeing the dog shake its head wildly, Chen Feng recognized its discontent with the name. After much contemplation, he suggested, "Then how about Lao He?" The black dog eagerly nodded, relieved that it was anything but the previous name. Lao He, woof. Lao He, woof, woof, woof. The duo reveled in their playful banter within the villa. In this harsh apocalypse, Chen Feng trusted no one. Yet he found solace in having a companion with whom to converse. Regardless of whether the dog possessed abilities or not, it provided a welcome distraction from the monotony of survival. After feeding Lao He, Chen Feng returned to the sofa to read. Just then, his phone vibrated, a message from Xiao Lulu. Chen Feng, do you really have so many down jackets? Indeed, there are quite a few. Chen Feng replied candidly. This was common knowledge, and there was no point in concealing it. Could you spare a set for me? The sudden drop in temperature is unbearable. Xiao Lulu implored. Of course, if you spend the night with me, I can give you a down jacket. Initially confident, Xiao Lulu's demeanor shifted drastically upon reading his message. She indeed wished to win over Chen Feng, aspiring to be the mistress of the villa, yet he had the audacity to place a price on her companionship, suggesting she could be dismissed with just a down jacket. Was he jesting? While the jacket was indeed valuable, she lacked any need for it. Dressed in Lin Fei's clothes, she felt perfectly warm. Though seething with anger, she refrained from expressing it, hastily responding, Mr. Chen, in such cold weather, do you not desire the warmth of someone by your side to care for you? Chen Feng, sensing her intent, was disinclined to continue the conversation. The thought of her moving into his villa was absurd. Am I courting death? Setting his phone aside, he returned to perusing his book. It detailed the traditional martial arts of Shenzhou, documenting various techniques such as Tongbei Quan, Tai Shaz Heng, and Wuxing Quan. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, Chen Feng understood that strength was paramount. Despite possessing abilities in firearms, he aimed to enhance his skills further, following the illustrated manuals and video tutorials. Though their impact might be minimal, they could still provide a slight improvement. Idleness was not an option. Without training or learning, would he simply watch action films daily? After finishing its meal, Lao He approached Chen Feng, curiously gazing at the book in his hands. These concepts are far beyond your comprehension. They pose too great a challenge for you. Chen Feng chuckled, amused by Lao He's bewilderment. Soon, while Chen Feng was engrossed in his reading, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was a message from Zhao Qian. He had previously been blocked by her, yet it seemed he had been re-added. Chen Feng, is it true that the Su family is as destitute as you claimed? Yes, that should be about right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renting a place. Su Jia. Zhao Qian glanced at the message sent by Chen Feng, and an overwhelming surge of anger enveloped her. The Su family had exhibited an utter lack of humanity by deceiving him so grievously. Having just returned home, she had raised her voice and made a scene. Yet the frigid temperatures outside rendered her unable to leave. She could only confine herself in the bathroom to contact Chen Feng. The cold was unbearable, a hardship she had never experienced in her life. Were you plotting against the Su family from the very beginning, covertly digging pits for them? Yes. How wicked of you not to give me a heads up, causing me to be so grievously deceived by their entire family. Upon reading her reply, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was one thing to be materialistic, but to be so blind as to blame him for her predicament was absurd. Chen Feng Gij, do you still stand by what you said last time? What did I say? Chen Feng feigned ignorance, having never encountered someone as mercenary as Zhao Qian. Once he ascertained that she held no value, she was not worth a moment's wait. She had treated him this way before, and now she was treating Su Jiqiang similarly. Of course, I meant marrying you. Chen Feng Gij, I've realized through all this turmoil that I've always liked you. I'm coming to your house right away. Could you please open the door for me? Seeing the barrage of texts from her, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside without a second thought. Rather than squander time on Zhao Qian, he would rather amuse old He. Meanwhile, at the residence of old lady Zhou, Luo Zhongyuan stormed outside, wielding a steel rod and an array of burglary tools, his fury palpable. Husband, please calm down. What if this escalates into a problem? Qin Yan attempted to intervene, but was brusquely pushed aside by Luo Zhongyuan. Enough of your nonsense. I must deal with him today. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Chen Feng had inflicted such immense damage upon Luo Zhongyuan, leaving him utterly humiliated. No matter the cost, vengeance was imperative. Qin Yan appeared anxious. Yet she understood full well that she could not deter him, only letting out sighs of resignation. Meanwhile, old lady Zhou not only refrained from dissuading him, but instead unleashed a torrent of curses. When the time comes, remember to deal with that scoundrel for me. She had been kicked by Chen Feng, and the pain still lingered. Rest assured, mother, I will bring him before you to apologize. Though he had been thoroughly beaten earlier, Luo Zhongyan was convinced he could best Chen Feng. It had merely been a moment of carelessness that had led to his ambush. After years of navigating the underbelly of society, could he not handle a mere waste like Chen Feng? Ridiculous. Nai, I'm cold. Luo Xiaolong, wrapped in thick blankets, hollered. Just wait a moment. I'll have your father fetch you some down jackets. Son, hold on. I promise you'll be warm soon. After uttering this, Luo Zhongyuan took his tools and exited. The entire underground garage of the complex was deserted, and he hurriedly arrived at Chen Feng's parking space. As he approached the garage, Chen Feng received an alert on his phone. During the villa's renovation, the entire underground garage had been equipped with various alarm devices, and the garage itself had undergone special modifications. Upon opening the phone's surveillance, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Luo Zhongyuan sneaking around his garage with tools. The entire villa, including the basement, was fortified with titanium alloy steel plates. Even the door was a specially designed double-layer structure, each door half a meter thick with titanium alloy. For him to think he could break in with mere tools was laughable. After futilely attempting to pry the door open for some time, Luo Zhongyuan realized the futility of his efforts. His assaults seemed utterly ineffective. The door, enhanced by Chen Feng, appeared exceptionally sturdy. Damn it, what has this waste done to make the door so impenetrable? He muttered, raising his hammer to strike the door. If the pry bar couldn't do the trick, surely brute force would suffice, and he was beyond caring whether he was discovered at this point. Bang! With one strike, the door remained unscathed, and instead, his hand throbbed painfully. What material was this made of? Luo Zhongyuan was genuinely astonished. Normally, a single strike would at least leave a dent. Yet this door was remarkably resilient. Upon closer inspection of the area he had struck, he was shocked to find no mark whatsoever. However, as he scrutinized the door, a tingling sensation surged through his fingers, escalating rapidly. Electricity? He was bewildered, and just as he realized what was happening, the voltage surged, causing him to leap into a spontaneous dance. 30 seconds later, the current ceased, leaving him collapsed on the ground, twitching. Chen Feng, you son of a gun. Who in their right mind would install such a contraption in their basement? As the basement door opened, Chen Feng leisurely emerged alongside Old Hay. I thought it was someone important making a fuss, but it's just you? Chen Feng approached with a grin, unable to resist delivering a kick. What's this? Are you still not convinced after our last encounter? Do you need another lesson? It's a misunderstanding. This is entirely a misunderstanding. Chen Feng, I noticed your doors seem problematic, so I came to help you fix it. Luo Zhengyan pleaded in a panic, no longer daring to provoke Chen Feng. At least not for the moment. Huh. Chen Feng scoffed, gesturing for Old Hay, who promptly trotted over, lifted his leg, and urinated on Luo Zhongyuan's face. Woof, woof, woof. I've marked my territory. This one is mine now. Old Hay proudly wagged his tail as he returned to Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Luo Zhongyuan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? He just got washed by a dog. Go home. Don't catch a cold. This apocalypse is so dull. Without you to provide entertainment, I would feel quite lonely. Chen Feng, eyeing the visibly enraged Luo Zhongyuan, kicked him away. He then returned to the villa with Old Hay. Watching the garage door slowly close, Luo Zhongyuan's face twisted into a snarl. Chen Feng, you have guts. Just wait. I will kill you one day. He shouted in fury, drawing the attention of several passers-by who couldn't help but comment on the spectacle, noting that evildoers indeed had their comeuppance. Usually, no one dared to confront him. But here was Chen Feng, dealing with Luo Zhongyuan as if it were a game. Luo Zhongyuan lay in the underground parking lot for about 10 minutes before Qin Yan, having heard the news, rushed to bring him home. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death in the parking lot. Gazing at the now calm surveillance on his phone, Chen Feng exited the interface. Luo Zhongyuan would likely not survive long. After humiliating him so thoroughly, it wouldn't be long before he sought revenge. Nevertheless, this was an opportunity to establish dominance and deter any future troublemakers. Woof woof. Old Hay eagerly chimed in, pleased with their handiwork. That guy used to kick me. He deserved what he got. Just as Chen Feng exited the surveillance feed, the owner's group chat erupted with notifications. Upon opening it, he found Old Lady Zhou furiously venting her frustrations and issuing threats, but Chen Feng was unfazed by her antics. Chen Feng, you are breaking the law. After repeatedly assaulting my son, expect to spend time in prison. After her tirade, seeing that Chen Feng remained silent, Old Lady Zhou begrudgingly fell silent herself. However, just as Chen Feng was about to set his phone down, she spoke up again. Neighbors, does anyone have cold medicine? My grandson has a fever from a cold and urgently needs medication. After Old Lady Zhou made her plea, there was silence in the group for quite a while, prompting her to send another voice message. Neighbors, could someone lend me some cold medicine? I would be immensely grateful. My grandson is really in a serious condition, and without medication or the ability to go to the hospital, it could lead to serious complications. I beg you all. Unfortunately, the Zhou family had a poor reputation, and no one was willing to assist. Just as Old Lady Zhou was in a state of desperate anxiety with no responses, Chen Feng posted a picture in the group. In the image, Chen Feng had a towering pile of cold medicine before him. Old Lady Zhou, do you need children's cold medicine, antiviral cold medicine, or fever-reducing cold medicine? Chapter 37, Power Outage. Haha. Chen Feng is clearly trying to provoke Luo Zhongyuan's family. It's utterly hilarious. Many neighbors who saw Chen Feng's photo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone in the community knew about the conflict between Chen Feng and Old Lady Zhou's family. And even if he had cold medicine, he felt no obligation to share. Upon seeing Chen Feng's message, Old Lady Zhou gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could eliminate him. However, needing cold medicine, she suppressed her fury and began typing in the group. Chen Feng, if you give me the cold medicine, I might consider letting you off the hook. I want to report you. Are you out of your mind? After all this, it's still my fault? Chen Feng scoffed. Too lazy to type, he directly sent a voice message filled with curses. How is it not your fault? Your son has assaulted mine twice. This is intentional harm. So many neighbors witnessed it. They can all testify. Old Lady Zhou coldly interjected, her tone righteous. Unfortunately, no one in the group spoke up to corroborate her claims. I hate your son because that good-for-nothing deserved it. He wants to bully others, yet is so arrogant. But the problem is, he is utterly useless. Chen Feng vented into his phone. If I had been the one hit by him, you would have been overjoyed, but your son is incompetent. What could be done? Chen Feng, do you think you can assault someone and still be in the right? I'm calling the police right now. When the enforcement team arrives, you won't even have a chance to regret it. I fear you not. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's best you don't come looking for trouble in my place in the future, or I'll hit you every time I see you. What a ridiculous situation. The other party is still threatening me. If the enforcement team were effective, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Old lady Zhou listened to Chen Feng's words, her nose flaring with anger. She had never encountered someone so infuriating, unable to fight back, outsmart, or even act shamelessly without concern. This stubborn character made her feel as though all her blows landed in vain. The neighbors in the group secretly reveled in the drama, realizing that the Zhou family had finally met their match. Aware that she couldn't out-argue Chen Feng or acquire cold medicine from him, old lady Zhou continued to plead in the group. Can anyone lend me 2 boxes of cold medicine? I would repay you with all my might. Old lady, what good are your empty promises? It's freezing outside, and even if someone has cold medicine, they wouldn't give it to you. Who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? Why don't you offer some money? With that, Chen Feng's words silenced those who were initially willing to help. Indeed, with such low temperatures and snow blocking the community, it would be impossible to purchase medicine if one caught a cold. Lend medicine to the Zhou family? Are you crazy? Old lady Zhou glared at Chen Feng, her anger at a boiling point. That scoundrel, I will surely make him pay for this. Son, you must help me regain my dignity. Lying in bed, Luo Zhengyan finally reacted, speaking in a deep voice. Let me rest for a moment, I must deal with him. You should privately message the neighbors to see who can lend some medicine. Don't argue with him in the group. Hearing this, old lady Zhou quickly started private conversations. Yet the situation remained dire, as Chen Feng had already indicated that almost no one was willing to help. Chen Feng, seeing the prolonged silence in the group, was about to put down his phone when a friend request popped up. It was Luo Zhongyuan's wife, Qinyan. How interesting. He hadn't expected her to add him. After accepting the request, she quickly sent a message. Mr. Chen, do you truly have that much cold medicine? Clearly, Qinyan was also seeking cold medicine. Acquiring it in such circumstances was nearly impossible. Yes, I have plenty. I'm sure I can provide what you need. Could you spare me 2 boxes? Such items are incredibly valuable right now. But if you're willing to exercise with me, I can give you 2 boxes. Chen Feng replied in an exceedingly calm tone. Qinyan was beautiful. Even in the entire community, she was among the top. Countless residents fantasized about being with her. Chen Feng, an ordinary man, was no exception. In the apocalypse, medicine was an exceedingly precious commodity, and he had no reason to give it away for free. On the other end, Qinyan did not respond again, and it was unclear whether she was angry or hesitating. However, Chen Feng was indifferent. The group returned to lively chatter, with many complaining about the unbearable cold weather. Suddenly, a message caught Chen Feng's attention. I have cold medicine. Where are you? I will bring it to you. This was from someone with a WeChat nickname Jing, who also directly tagged old lady Zhou. Thank you, Dr. He Jing. I'm in building 2. Apartment 301. I'm so grateful. Old lady Zhou was ecstatic. She had asked around extensively with no replies, but unexpectedly, there were still kind-hearted people in the group. No worries, I'll come right over. Great, I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, old lady Zhou began to speak sarcastically in the group. Look, this is what we call generosity. Dr. He Jing is truly magnanimous. When faced with such significant issues, we neighbors should help each other to overcome difficulties. Unlike some who hoard emergency supplies and refuse to share. Such people wouldn't help even if they were on their knees begging. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. Clicking on He Jing's moments, discovering that her posts were all about hospital promotions. Clearly, she was a doctor dedicated to saving lives. If she weren't a doctor, she likely wouldn't have offered help in this situation. Unfortunately, such kindness in the harsh environment of the apocalypse would yield no benefits and could even jeopardize her own safety. Chen Feng bore no ill will towards her for disrupting his plans. Rather, he mused that if Dr. He Jing were beautiful, he might make her an ally. as doctors were exceedingly valuable in the apocalypse. He possessed medicine, but lacked the ability to treat illnesses. He was entirely incapable of dealing with complex problems. He needed to find an opportunity to connect with her. In his previous life, he had merely heard of a doctor in the community, but had little interaction and no impression of I Ching. After eating something, he lay down to sleep. What happened outside was trivial to him, and he couldn't be bothered until the next evening, when the lights in the room suddenly went out, followed by a brief flicker before they turned back on. Chen Feng got up and approached the window. Outside, the community was engulfed in darkness. The neighborhood was experiencing a power outage, raising the survival difficulty in the apocalypse once more. Chapter 38. You don't have a generator, do you? What's going on? How can there be a power outage all of a sudden? This is a huge problem. I can't even use my little son. The community group erupted in chaos. Due to the extreme cold, their air conditioning units had long ceased to function. However, they could still rely on small heaters and electric kettles. Yet now, with the power outage, they found themselves unable to warm up. A group of people erupted in frustration. What on earth was happening? Was it a joke to cut off water and electricity under such circumstances? Even if we were in our homes, we would likely freeze to death. Some could not help but complain, questioning how this differed from endangering lives for profit. It was probably just some lines that had been disrupted. Given the heavy snowfall, issues were to be expected. Yes, the repair crews were likely already on their way. Did you not notice? Our mobile signal had not been interrupted, indicating that the power to the signal towers was still operational. Someone pointed this out, and the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It was as expected. There was no need to worry excessively. Chen Feng observed the reactions of these individuals and could not help but shake his head. Ultimately, they were still too naive, harboring a sense of misplaced hope in such dire times. It would not be long before an official notification arrived. Chen Feng recalled his previous life experiences, remembering that typically an hour after the power went out, an official announcement would reach everyone's phones, utterly shattering their hopes and expectations. As expected, an hour later, amidst the complaints, their phones began to buzz with messages. Due to the blizzard, electricity resources were scarce. Power would now be concentrated for 2 hours starting at noon each day, and everyone was advised to plan their electricity usage accordingly. This concentrated supply would cease once the heavy snow stopped. Initially, the group had held on to hope, but upon seeing this message, they were left in shock. 2 hours of electricity each day. Was this a death sentence? Someone angrily cursed. 2 hours a day meant they had only that time to cook. Would they only eat once a day? In such frigid weather, without power, how could they stay warm? We need to lodge complaints immediately, someone exclaimed, and the group responded in unison. However, it was not long before others began to voice their grievances. Damn it, the complaint hotline is down. They clearly anticipated this. Quickly, find someone to report to the relevant authorities. Otherwise, we will all freeze to death. Someone suggested, and although they garnered agreement from the crowd, no one was willing to venture outside. In such low temperatures, stepping out would mean certain death. Doesn't Chen Feng have a down jacket? He went out last time and was fine. Let him go find someone. Old Lady Zhou intervened in the group, directly pointing her finger at Chen Feng. Yes. Let Chen Feng go find someone. He probably wouldn't agree. Disagreeing is not an option when it concerns the lives of thousands in our community. How could he refuse? Old Lady Zhou took a stand on the moral high ground. If he is unwilling to share his down jacket, then he should be sent to find help. Yes, I support Old Lady Zhou's proposal. The group echoed, and they frantically tagged Chen Feng in the chat. However, at that moment, Chen Feng was far from his phone, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, engaging in a playful tussle with his large black dog. After dinner, he needed some exercise to aid digestion. Old Black, here comes my iron horse formation. Woof. Watching Chen Feng, Old Black displayed a serious expression. Chen Feng was impressive. He had not encountered such an evenly matched opponent in a long time. They had battled for 300 rounds without either yielding. This person had the demeanor of a canine king. He even felt a bit like urinating. Don't you dare pee in my living room. Go to your designated spot. Upon hearing this, Old Black hurriedly complied, scampering off to the bathroom Chen Feng had arranged for him. Remember to flush, or you'll be punished with no steak for your midnight snack. Woof, woof, woof. Listening to the response, Chen Feng finally settled down to rest, growing increasingly convinced that this was indeed the extraordinary dog. A mutt could not possess such intelligence. The scene of Chen Feng battling with his large black dog was captured perfectly in the eyes of Xiao Lulu, who stood by the window wrapped in thick down jackets and blankets, her eyes wide with disbelief. The entire community had lost power, yet Chen Feng's home was still ablaze with light. While the rest of the neighborhood was shrouded in darkness, Chen Feng's house shone brightly. More importantly, he was only dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, and it was warm inside. Xiao Lulu was thoroughly captivated. Since the power outage, she had felt an exaggerated chill. Initially, Lin Fei'er had electric blankets and small heaters to keep warm, but now they could only rely on down jackets and quilts to stave off the cold. How wonderful it would be to stay in Chen Feng's villa. Without hesitation, Xiao Lulu sent another message to Chen Feng. Just as Chen Feng sat down, his phone rang incessantly. Opening it, he automatically skipped Xiao Lulu's message and jumped straight to the community group chat. A throng of people had tagged him, and many shamelessly urged him to go out and seek help. Among them, Old Lady Zhou was the most vocal. Chen Feng looked at Old Lady Zhou, who was incessantly invoking the community's well-being, nearly feeling nauseated. Old Lady Zhou, stop dragging me into everything. If you're so eager, why don't you go find someone yourself? He sneered. With all those warm-down jackets you have, shouldn't you be the one to venture out? If I had those, I would feel obligated. He spoke candidly, not holding back, which left Old Lady Zhou speechless. Chen Feng, the entire community has lost power. Why does your house still have lights? Suddenly, one voice broke through, silencing the group. Many noticed for the first time that Chen Feng's home indeed had electricity. What on earth is happening? Chen Feng, do enlighten us. Many in the community began to express their dissatisfaction, clearly feeling a sense of imbalance. Why does your home have power? Old Lady Zhou also seized upon this issue, questioning him with a cold smile. This boy was certainly courting public anger. However, it conveniently spared her the trouble of dealing with him personally. I have a diesel generator. Why should I be affected by the power outage? ISNT, that's standard procedure? Chen Feng answered without hesitation, then mockingly tagged Old Lady Zhou. You don't have a generator at home, do you? In this cold weather, without power at home. One tea you freeze to death, old hag. Chapter 39. Shocked members of the Su family, that wretched creature. I will make him pay. Son, you must avenge me. Watching Chen Feng insult her in front of so many people, Old Lady Zhou's face turned green with rage. Luo Zhonghua was equally furious, having never experienced such humiliation. Rest assured, I will deal with him. Regardless of anything else, just the fact that Chen Feng had a generator and warm jackets meant he had to be dealt with. The snow showed no signs of stopping, and he could not endure this much longer, especially since he had a son to take care of. He needed to obtain that generator and whatever else was inside Chen Feng's home. However, it seemed difficult to break in. This presented a bit of a challenge. Luo Zhongyan mumbled to himself, hastily pulling out his phone to rally support. He had a couple of friends in the community. Once they banded together, even if Chen Feng was skilled, he would have to yield. Mom, keep provoking him in the group. Let all the residents dislike him, and we will see how he manages. All right, I will do that right away. Old Lady Zhou cheerfully grabbed her phone, while Qin Yin was about to dissuade her, but ultimately swallowed her words. She understood the nature of this mother-son duo. They would not rest until they had taken a piece out of Chen Feng. In the group chat, a multitude of individuals expressed their astonishment, marveling at Chen Feng's affluence, particularly noting his possession of a generator at home. It was no wonder he could reside in a villa. Since you have a generator and our neighbors are facing power shortages, I suggest you share with everyone, proposed Old Lady Zhou, promptly presenting a highly constructive suggestion. Her words resonated with the crowd, who quickly chimed in with agreement. Indeed, it was rather unfeasible for one person to consume all the electricity from a generator. Why not let it be placed in my home? I don't mind the noise, and it would be convenient for the neighbors. A large number of people began discussing how to divide Chen Feng's electricity, leaving him utterly speechless. Why don't you all go ask my Baba for money? This is absurd. He retorted. Are you really trying to forcibly seize the generator? Old Lady Zhou questioned, visibly displeased. Seize? This is my possession. How dare you accuse me of seizing it? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng shot back, his temper flaring. What you're saying is utterly excessive. I'm only considering the well-being of everyone. Our neighbors are freezing. Why can't you lend a helping hand? Can you not be so selfish? Selfish? Chen Feng spat, feeling that the verbal altercation was unworthy of his time. He promptly activated his recording mode and unleashed a barrage of insults directed at old lady Zhou. At the conclusion of his tirade, he even pulled in Lao He to join him in the verbal onslaught. Once the video was shared, the group fell silent, acutely aware that they could not prevail against him. Even old lady Zhou, notorious for her unruly behavior, found herself without a retort. Just wait for your comeuppance. While so many neighbors suffer, you will surely pay for this, she warned. Fine, I shall wait and see who faces retribution first, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Observing the messages in the group, Su Qing's family fell into a frenzy of jealousy. Chen Feng's household had a generator, an exceedingly rare commodity. Had I known, I would never have divorced him, Su Wan lamented, particularly irritated by Wang Hao's presence beside her. How did I ever get entangled with him? Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, filled with envy, began secretly messaging Chen Feng, albeit to no avail. If I hadn't heeded Su Jiqiang's advice last time, I could have been living lavishly in his villa by now, she bemoaned, now reduced to relying on curtains and borrowing others' down jackets to survive. Something's off. Look at this useless video, he's wearing short sleeves. Suddenly, Su Jiqiang exclaimed, having made a startling discovery. The Su family members quickly checked their phones, and indeed, they had initially overlooked this detail. It was currently below -40 degrees outside. Water would freeze upon contact. Even indoors, one would need to don thick down jackets to withstand such temperatures. What's going on? Could this be a fake video? Impossible. He definitely wouldn't resort to tricks. I heard he installed a heating system during his renovations. His home must be exceedingly warm. Su Dahua's eyes gleamed with fervor, having inquired about the renovations previously. He had once mocked others, yet now found himself the subject of ridicule. Hurry, let us find out what's happening. The group huddled together, urging Su Qing to reach out to Chen Feng immediately. Chen Feng, how is your air conditioning functioning in such low temperatures? Initially expecting a delayed response, they were taken aback when Chen Feng replied almost instantly. I don't use air conditioning. I have an independent heating system that ensures my home remains at a constant 26 degrees. Chen Feng replied cheerfully via voice message. I just exercised, and I'm now drenched in sweat, preparing to take a hot shower. This revelation left the Su family utterly astonished. Good heavens, in this weather, amidst water and power outages, he can still enjoy a hot shower? This is beyond belief. Zhao Qin nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. This is the advantage of living in a villa. How could I have been so foolish? Su Qing excitedly sent a couple more messages, but Chen Feng did not respond. Likely having gone to bathe. What should we do? Let us quickly say some flattering words to persuade him to take us in. Ma Tsuelon stammered, unable to bear her current living conditions any longer. The stark contrast between her humble abode and Chen Feng's villa was painfully evident. It's futile. I've already said everything that needed to be said. He will never agree. Su Qing shook her head in resignation, feeling that Chen Feng had transformed into someone she could no longer manipulate. If he refuses us entry, we will force our way in. Su Dahua's voice was gruff, his gaze menacing. I refuse to believe that this useless person can withstand our numbers. Chapter 40. How do we all end up on the ground? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to resort to brute force? Su Qing observed, growing hesitant as she noticed her father preparing to gather items. This issue could escalate severely. Robbing someone could land their entire family in jail. What do you mean by robbing? We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us, Su Dahua declared resolutely, feeling that Chen Feng had caused them too much trouble. He needed to settle the score to relieve the pent-up frustration in his heart. Indeed, this is what Chen Feng owes us. We are justified. Ma Tsuelon quickly chimed in, attempting to reassure everyone. Let us prepare to reclaim our home. Even if something goes awry, it will be an act of emergency, Wang Hao shamelessly proclaimed, trying to incite the group. His animosity towards Chen Feng ran deep, and he was eager for revenge. Once they subdued Chen Feng, he would ensure that a multitude of people mistreated him, allowing him to experience the despair of what he had inflicted. Zhao Qian, however, refrained from speaking much this time. Initially, she had contemplated discreetly informing Chen Feng to garner his favor. Yet, reflecting on her previous mistake, she resolved not to err again. She believed that Chen Feng would be unable to withstand his family's onslaught, and if she approached him, she risked making the same misjudgment. Qian, just wait. We are going to secure the house, and soon you shall reside in a villa, Su Jiqiang exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as the family marched towards Chen Feng's villa. Despite the plummeting temperatures outside, their spirits remained undeterred. Today, they would undoubtedly sleep comfortably in the grand villa. As they neared their destination, Su Dahua abruptly halted. You, daughter. We'll lure him out while we hide nearby. He recognized that Chen Feng was not an ordinary adversary, having bested Luo Zhongyuan multiple times. A direct confrontation could lead to complications. Yes, let us offer him an opportunity. If he allows us in, we shall not hold it against him. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to take him down. But what if he doesn't come out? What then? Su Qing asked nervously, clearly uncertain about her ability to draw Chen Feng out. Given the current circumstances, Chen Feng is utterly transformed from his former self. What can we do? Should we not simply force the door open? Does he truly believe that a mere door can restrain us? Su Dahua said darkly before retreating into a corner. Meanwhile, Su Qing stepped outside the garage, attempting to contact Chen Feng. After the apocalypse, Chen Feng had removed Su Qing from his blacklist, allowing him to receive her messages promptly, which brought him some comfort. After all, he relished witnessing the Su family's suffering. Husband, I acknowledge my mistakes. These past years have been my fault, and I sincerely apologize. What wrong have you done? I believe you acted rightly. If it weren't for your infidelity, I wouldn't even have the privilege of living in a grand villa. Chen Feng responded while accessing the video surveillance. He had just received an alert indicating someone was approaching, and upon checking, he discovered the Su family. Su Qing stood at the garage entrance, while Su Dahua and others hid nearby, armed. Chen Feng sighed in exasperation, knowing all too well that these individuals were not to be underestimated. Convincing the Su family to admit their faults would be more challenging than slaying them. Husband, please don't be angry. If you forgive me today, we shall never burden you with chores again, and we will dine at the same table. Su Qing pleaded pitifully, as if her words represented her utmost sincerity. Previously, Chen Feng had not even been granted the right to share a meal with them. Insanity. Chen Feng could no longer contain his outrage. How could they presume he was merely a pawn to be manipulated? Apologies, but entertain yourselves. I cannot serve your family. It's quite all right. We don't require your service. We can hire a maid, considering you possess so much wealth. Clearly, Su Qing and her family were still fixated on his money and villa. A group devoid of shame. Enough. If you have nothing more to say, I shall end this call. I refuse to waste my breath on you. Chen Feng, you ought to think carefully. I am offering you an opportunity. Su Qing's demeanor shifted to one of fury, her words now laced with threats. I'm hanging up. I have no desire to listen to your rants. Chen Feng declared before abruptly disconnecting the call. Su Dahua rushed to inquire about the situation. I want to fall for it. Let us take action. Su Qing huffed angrily, her eyes filled with resentment. Since you squandered your chance, don't blame me for my lack of mercy. Soon, you shall kneel before me, begging for forgiveness. All right, step aside, Su Dahua commanded, and Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao approached with tools, attempting to pry open the door. However, after much effort, they found it immovable, as if it were welded to the wall. What's going on? When did this door become so sturdy? Is it made of steel? Suddenly, they recalled the materials Chen Feng had used during renovations. Could it be that steel plates had been installed here? Just then, Su Jiqiang felt a jolt coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock. Quick, there's electricity. Before he could finish his sentence, he convulsed and collapsed, with the others suffering the same fate, falling to the ground, eyes rolling back, spasming uncontrollably. Father, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Su Qing and the others rushed forward, anxiously querying the situation. There's electricity. Chen Feng electrified the door, that wretched scoundrel. Su Jiqiang stammered in fear. Chen Feng, You despicable fiend, come out and face me. This is not over. Ma Salon cursed vehemently, venting her fury upon the door before it slowly creaked open, revealing Chen Feng and Lao He stepping out leisurely. Ah, isn't this my beloved father-in-law and family? What brings you to the ground? Chen Feng, how dare you? If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have been electrocuted. This was deliberate, wasn't it? Su Qing questioned furiously. Indeed, it was intentional. You sought to deal with me, and now that I'm here, why are you all lying on the ground? As he spoke, Chen Feng approached Wang Hao, delivering a swift kick. You're quite amusing. I regarded you as a brother, yet you betrayed me, and now you aim to kill me? You're truly heartless. Chen Feng continued, raising his foot to kick again. Wang Hao cried out, confusion filling his eyes. He accepted his previous transgressions, but had never contemplated taking Chen Feng's life. I merely slept with your wife. You allowed others to take advantage of me. And now you accuse me? Murder is a crime. I lack the audacity for such acts. After cursing, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to Su Dahua on the ground, a smile gracing his face. He had calibrated the electric shock to be non-lethal, merely incapacitating. Anything more intense could have resulted in fatalities. After enduring this apocalypse for so long, it would be far too dull to dispatch you all at once. Chen Feng, what are you planning? I warn you to tread carefully. Matsuelon trembled, eyeing him nervously. With the men incapacitated, she had no means to confront him. With no hesitation, Chen Feng slapped her. Do not prattle before me. I am no longer as patient as I once was. After kicking Wang Hao, the others seethed with rage, their eyes ablaze, wishing nothing more than to tear Chen Feng apart. Yet, as he returned to Wang Hao, his fury was unabated, and he stepped on Wang Hao's arm. Crack! Wang Hao's anguished scream echoed as his arm broke, the injury far worse than before. Without a doctor, he could only expect a grim fate. You have crippled my arm. Wang Hao roared in despair, writhing in agony. The others, initially resistant, now fell silent, terrified by Chen Feng's merciless demeanor. Zhao Qian had intended to appease Chen Feng, but was rendered speechless by fear. Chen Feng gestured to Lao He. Hurry and get to work. Once we finish, we must return quickly. It's freezing. Lao He hastened to Su Dahua, skillfully lifting his leg to relieve himself. At first, Su Dahua was bewildered, but as warm liquid cascaded over him, he was left dumbfounded. You wretched cur, I shall make you pay for this. His words faltered as he noticed Chen Feng's predatory gaze fixed upon him, glancing at Wang Hao's arm before ultimately choosing to remain silent. After marking Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao, Lao He triumphantly followed Chen Feng back into the garage. As the garage door slowly closed, Ma Hatsulan rushed to assist the fallen. Yet the stench of urine repulsed her. Chen Feng, you are committing a crime. Just wait. I will ensure you face justice. Wang Hao bellowed in anger, never anticipating such cruelty from Chen Feng. Father, that scoundrel seems to have planned this all along. The door is customized. We cannot open it. What shall we do now? Su Jiqiang frantically wiped his face with his clothes, leaving himself reeking of urine. In such frigid weather, if he did not dry off, his face could suffer frostbite. What to do? Wasn't he so arrogant? Su Dahua glared menacingly in the direction of the garage and said coldly, let us expose his family situation. I refuse to believe he can remain so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the others became excited. Indeed, how did I not think of this solution? They hurriedly helped each other back, but Zhao Qian gazed longingly at Chen Feng's villa. Qian, don't worry. I will avenge this grievance. You will not be arrogant for long. Soon, you will live in a grand villa. Watching the family depart, Chen Feng remained indifferent. The apocalypse was far from over. He intended for this family to experience utter despair. You worthless creatures, what I endured in my past life will be repaid to you 100-fold. Woof. Lao He looked at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction. Did the dog offend you? Lao He, you know that's not what I meant. Chen Feng patted the dog's head and said with a smile, from now on, we should try to stay indoors as much as possible. It's far too dangerous outside. Woof. Lao He, is my romantic fortune good this year? Woof woof. After playing with Lao He for a while, Chen Feng suddenly thought of Li Bingyao and wondered how she was doing. After all, She had been running a high fever before the apocalypse struck. He picked up his phone to call her, but unfortunately, her phone was already off. Until nightfall, Chen Feng attempted to contact her, but regrettably, he could not reach her. Eventually, he lost the motivation to continue calling. He had already left behind various supplies for food, warmth, and necessities. If she could not endure, it was her fate. In this era of apocalypse, where everyone was on edge, he could not concern himself too much. However, during the time he tried to contact Li Bingyao, the public opinion in the neighborhood group turned sharply towards Chen Feng. It was evident that Su Qing and her family had actively spread news about Chen Feng's household situation. Initially, many were skeptical, but after watching Chen Feng's videos, they soon realized the truth. His home was indeed warm, and he even wore a tank top. Anyone would find it hard to remain calm. People began tagging Chen Feng, and the elderly Zhou even proposed a constructive idea to let everyone in the community take shelter at Chen Feng's place. You old woman, for your age. How can you be so shameless? Was I too gentle when I kicked you a few days ago? Chen Feng cursed as he logged on and unleashed his frustration at elderly Zhou. She was notorious for her lack of shame and had never shown him even the slightest courtesy. Chen Feng, do not go too far. Everyone is suffering, while you enjoy your comforts alone. It's not just me who is unhappy. The neighbors are upset too. The house and generator are my personal belongings. Is it not natural for me to enjoy them? If you have the ability, go get your own. You keep whining. What business is it of yours? What you said is unacceptable, Chen Feng. When I invited everyone to your house for refuge, was it for my own sake? It was for our fellow neighbors, Zhou retorted. Moreover, your villa is so spacious. What harm would it do to share a few rooms? It won't cost you anything. Why are you so selfish? You old hag, how dare you call me selfish? Chen Feng laughed coldly. You don't even realize how many neighbors you've exploited or how much you owe them. How do you have the audacity to accuse me of selfishness? Hearing this, Zhou's expression soured. Are you really bringing up past grievances? Besides, they all know my character well. It is precisely because they know me that I want to scold you every time I see you. Don't push me to slap you. The group chat became chaotic. Many neighbors, although envious of Chen Feng's living conditions, understood that it was his home. They did not possess Zhou's thick skin. Neighbors, does anyone have food to spare? I'll return it once the snowstorm passes. Suddenly, a resident spoke up, shifting the entire group's focus. Before the disaster, it had been the scorching summer, and no one had a habit of stockpiling food. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, heavy snow had blocked all exits, leaving them unable to leave and purchase supplies. After several days, many were running low on food supplies. Where is there anything? We only have a little rice left, and no vegetables at all. We can only mix soy sauce with our rice. You are fortunate. You still have rice. I've already eaten my feng shui fish. Complaints flooded in, and it was clear that their primary concern was food. They needed to fill their stomachs before they could think about Chen Feng's villa. Even Su Qing's family was facing a shortage of food. If this continued, they would likely starve. Zhao Qian was filled with regret, secretly messaging Chen Feng. But to no avail. She sensed that Chen Feng's life was undoubtedly abundant in food and warmth. Following Su Jiqiang had been a grave mistake. She felt as though she had fallen into a terrible misfortune. Who could have predicted that aligning with Su Jiqiang would leave her hungry and cold? If anyone lacks food, you can come to buy from me. I have instant noodles, 21 packs. Just as the group was lamenting their lack of food, elderly Zhou suddenly spoke, catching everyone's attention. Even Chen Feng was surprised by this turn of events. However, upon further reflection, he understood the reason. Elderly Zhou had set up a small convenience store at the community entrance with her son's resources. Naturally, some supplies were stacked in her home. No wonder in the previous life, Luo Zhongyuan could rally a group and become the leader of this community. However, in this life, they were foolhardy to provoke him. Elderly Zhou, do you have no shame? You demand that I provide my generator and villa for free while you inflate prices? Do you truly think everyone is a fool? Chen Feng retorted sharply, not holding back. I purchased these instant noodles with my own money. Now that the neighbors are in need, it is already generous of me to sell them at all. What is wrong with asking for a little extra? Elderly Zhou insisted in the group. Do you think I want to sell them? If not for everyone's difficulty, I wouldn't do it. Do you think my villa and generator just fell from the sky? She was reluctant to engage further with Chen Feng, realizing she could not outmatch him in argument, secretly thinking he would soon suffer. Aren't you so arrogant? When you run out of food, I'll 1T sell to you. Neighbors, if you want to buy instant noodles, remember to contact me. 20 yuan a pack is a fair price. It's even cheaper than the exorbitant prices at tourist spots. 20 yuan a pack? That's robbery. The original price is only 2 yuan. Your cost price is probably only 1 yuan. How can you charge so much? Isn't that too greedy? The complaints continued, revealing their collective dissatisfaction. 20 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? Is this a heist? Free market. Elderly Zhou sneered, completely unbothered by their accusations. Such a lucrative opportunity was not to be missed. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to, I'm not forcing you. I certainly 1T sell to scum like Chen Feng, letting him starve without even instant noodles. Chen Feng was still pondering over what to reply when he unexpectedly noticed that the shameless old hag had once again begun to tag him. How ridiculous! Did she truly believe that without being scolded, she would feel accomplished? She even audaciously came to offer him her so-called experience. Chen Feng snapped a photo of the lobster on his table and shared it in the group chat. Indeed, how could he afford instant noodles? He could only fill his stomach with such junk food. The group erupted in disbelief, as most of them barely had anything to eat. Yet Chen Feng was indulging in lobster. This was utterly outrageous. It was infuriating to see someone living so lavishly while they were struggling. Su Qing's family gazed at the photo Chen Feng sent, their mouths watering and stomachs growling with envy. Even before the calamity, such delicacies were rare treats for them, only indulged in a few times a year. Zhao Qian, unable to contain herself, burst into tears. If only she had not heeded Su Jiqian's advice back then, she would now be living in a luxurious villa without worries about food or clothing, instead of enduring such hardship. Su Qing felt a tumult of emotions surging within her, a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Old Lady Zhou's eyes turned bitter as she scrutinized the photo. Her grandson merely wished to eat a lobster. Yet Chen Feng had scolded them so harshly. She never anticipated that Chen Feng had such a trick up his sleeve. After a brief moment, she sneered and began to record a voice message. Your lobster may only last a meal or two. Go ahead and boast, but once you've finished those, let's see how you manage. Don't expect me to sell you instant noodles then. Upon hearing this, many in the group nodded in agreement. In such dire circumstances, the most practical sustenance remained instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Though they were unpalatable, they could last for an extended period. A lobster, while exquisite, would be consumed in 1 or 2 meals. The cost of a single lobster was considerable compared to a pack of instant noodles. It was not that they did not wish to enjoy lobster, but instant noodles offered a better value. What would they do afterward? Without hesitation, Chen Feng activated the video recording and uploaded it to the group while tagging Old Lady Zhou. What can I do? I can only indulge in hairy crabs, king crabs, giant squid, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers. If all else fails, I guess I will have to settle for steak to get by. Chapter 43. I shall treat everyone to instant noodles. A profound silence enveloped the group. In Chen Feng's video, there was an aquarium housing a variety of seafood, including king crabs. His home had transformed into a seafood market. He even possessed steak. Good heavens! Why could they not afford even instant noodles? While he feasted on such lavish delicacies daily, some were filled with despair, lying in bed, nearly unable to rise. Such luxurious food was abundant enough to sustain him for quite some time. Chen Feng, could you sell me a king crab? I will pay double the market price. Suddenly, someone in the group who was not short on funds spoke up. In the current situation, having food was a blessing, let alone the prospect of king crab. This was a feast of opulence. Chen Feng glanced at the messages in the group, chuckling coldly to himself. Sell something? How could that be possible? The hairy crabs and king crabs, along with various lobsters, were nurtured with care. He had even set up a special room on the 2nd floor of his villa for this purpose. Unfortunately, his skills were rather lacking, and within just 2 or 3 days, more than half had perished. Although his space possessed the ability to preserve food, he sometimes desired live creatures, which prompted him to create a marine product habitat. However, it seemed that it could not be maintained for long. Forget it. I shall store everything away to ensure its freshness. Chen Feng muttered, waving his hand to gather all the seafood back into his space, thus preserving its vitality. Wong Wong. The black dog stared blankly at the now empty room, circling around Chen Feng several times. Where did the crabs go? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? This matter is lengthy, and only when you possess the strength to surpass me will you be entitled to engage in such affairs. Chen Feng regarded the black dog with a serious expression, but to his surprise, the dog lunged at him. What the? Old Black, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Take this. As they watched Chen Feng's video, everyone in the community became restless, their eyes green with envy. The opulence of a wealthy person's lifestyle was beyond their imagination. Who could maintain such an abundance of marine life at home? The daily cost of feeding them was unimaginable for ordinary folks. In this time of scarcity, Chen Feng's life was exceedingly carefree. Regrettably, these individuals had little connection with Chen Feng. Now, seeking to obtain something from him seemed nearly impossible. Initially, Su Qing's family had relished in the thought of Chen Feng being targeted by many, believing that his good fortune would soon come to an end. However, upon witnessing the subsequent video from Chen Feng, their expressions became increasingly complex. Who could have predicted that Chen Feng possessed such resources and stockpiles? Infuriatingly, that scoundrel had an abundance, yet was unwilling to share even a morsel with them. What made him any different from a heartless wolf? Su Dahua slammed the table in anger. What is wrong with you? Why can you not even handle that useless one? And you, how dare you claim to bring happiness to Su Qing? You are utterly useless, unable to compare even to Chen Feng, unable to confront Chen Feng directly. Su Dahua vented his frustrations on Su Qing and Wang Hao. Their expressions grew increasingly complicated. Zhao Qian had made a firm resolution. No matter what, she would distance herself from this group and be with Chen Feng. After experiencing life with them over the past few days, she had come to realize that this family was nothing but parasites. The reason they had seemed so carefree before was entirely because Chen Feng had been supporting them. Xiao Lulu and Lin Feier huddled together on the sofa, watching Chen Feng's video with envious eyes. Although Lin Feier had fortuitously stockpiled supplies, sparing them from immediate hunger, she had recently begun to ration her food upon realizing the gravity of their situation. Each day, they only consumed 2 meager meals, barely enough to stave off hunger. This left Xiao Lulu feeling discontent. Compared to Chen Feng's lavish feasts, her own meals were hardly fit for a dog. Feier, didn't you buy some steak? Shall we have steak for lunch tomorrow? Xiao Lulu was already yearning for a taste of better days. Lulu, we don't know when the snow will stop. We must conserve as much as possible. Lin Feier's brow furrowed in concern. Lulu, how can you say that? You want tea? Even let me have a piece of steak. Is this how a best friend behaves? Xiao Lulu instantly felt wronged and began to cry. Lin Feier stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on her face. Xiao Lulu, in her own home, with her own belongings, now found herself throwing a tantrum in such dire circumstances. Yet, being her close friend, Lin Feier felt it inappropriate to express her anger. Lulu, the entire world is frozen and rescue is uncertain. If we do not economize, we might starve. Enough. If we don't eat, we don't eat. Why exaggerate so? Xiao Lulu stormed off to the bathroom in a huff. She had come to see Lin Feier for what she truly was, someone unwilling to share food while feigning concern. What a so-called best friend. She quickly took out her phone and messaged Chen Feng. He had no choice but to move into Chen Feng's residence, where he would indulge in sumptuous delicacies without sharing with Lin Feier. At that moment, Chen Feng reclined on the sofa, diligently studying martial arts manuals. With Lao Hei's skills escalating, he felt compelled to bolster his own repertoire of techniques. Suddenly, his phone chimed repeatedly. Upon inspection, he discovered numerous messages awaiting his attention. There were communications from Xiao Lulu, Zhao Qian, and a friend request from an unfamiliar name. In the property owners group, Granny Zhou had nearly inundated him with notifications. Upon closer inspection, this shameless old woman audaciously demanded that he share his food with the neighbors. Chen Feng, do not feign ignorance. The neighbors are ravenous. Can't you spare some of your abundance for them? Granny Zhou shamelessly insisted, determined to render Chen Feng the object of everyone's disdain. If you're so concerned about sharing, why don't you donate some of your instant noodles instead of hiking up the price? Chen Feng retorted, unable to contain his disdain. This is what everyone thinks. The neighbors desire a decent meal. I believe it is you who covets a feast, you shameless creature. He continued before offering a compromise. Since everyone seems to be short on food, I shall treat everyone to instant noodles. With practiced ease, he dispatched 100,000 yuan as a red envelope in the group chat. As per tradition, he promptly set restrictions on Granny Zhou's and Su Qing's families to prevent them from claiming any funds. In Chapter 44, they bore no difference from those courting death. With 500 individuals in the group, the average distribution amounted to 200 yuan each. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Your generosity is unrivaled. I bow to you, and when I find the time, I shall be at your service. Mr. Chen, do you need any ornaments? I believe I can assist. The group expressed their gratitude. Though Chen Feng flaunted a plethora of possessions, his reputation far eclipsed that of Granny Zhou. Look at Granny Zhou. That wretched creature is utterly devoid of humanity, attempting to profit from the neighbors during such desperate times. It is utterly disgraceful. I, at the very least, have contributed funds to resolve the issue. Shouldn't you acknowledge that? Chen Feng noted Granny Zhou's silence and promptly tagged her in the conversation. At home, Granny Zhou's visage turned purple with rage upon witnessing this scene. Enjoy your moment of glee. There will come a time when you shall weep, she declared, beginning to craft her own signs. Instant noodles, 51 yuan per bag, no haggling. At that moment, Luo Zhengyan, observing her actions, swiftly altered the price from 50 to 2,000. Will anyone actually purchase that many? Granny Zhou inquired skeptically, while Luo Zhongyuan wore a sinister smile. Let them buy or not. If they refuse, they shall face hunger. Besides, didn't Chen Feng just distribute red envelopes? I intend for the funds he bestowed to flow to us. Excellent. Ha ha ha. They won't even let us claim red envelopes. Just wait until he sees how furious it makes him. Chen Feng, disinterested in the ongoing chatter, regarded the old woman as no match for him. Moreover, the money had lost all significance. Distributing red envelopes was merely a trivial endeavor for him. After glancing at Zhao Qian's and Xiao Lulu's messages, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Undoubtedly, they sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Their intentions clear. They wished to reside in his home. Their ambitions were excessive, aiming to become the mistresses of his villa. Chen Feng chose to disregard them for a while longer, allowing their pride to be thoroughly dismantled by the harsh realities of the world before discussing any transactions. Upon opening the friend request, he beheld the profile of a strikingly beautiful woman, rivaling Qin Yin in allure, with the WeChat nickname Jia Yibao Bei. Chen Feng recognized her well. Her real name was Sun Jia Yi, a moderately famous internet celebrity. He had encountered her several times in reality. Her beauty and figure were beyond reproach. Online, she presented herself as a captivating influencer, playing the single persona to entice many unsuspecting admirers into showering her with gifts. In real life, she and her husband, Zhang Qiming, utilized the funds from these internet patrons to purchase a home in Yudai Longting, living a carefree life. Among the women Chen Feng knew in the community, aside from Lin Feier, Sun Jia Yi and Qin Yin were the most remarkable, the dream women of nearly every male resident. Of course, he could not discount the possibility of other women he had yet to meet. After all, the neighborhood boasted a commendable environment, attracting many affluent individuals seeking to keep their romantic interests close. Without hesitation, Chen Feng accepted her friend request. Brother Chen, I finally added you. As soon as the connection was made, he heard her sweet voice. It was no exaggeration to declare her a quintessential tea artist, skilled enough to charm a multitude of wealthy admirers through her live streams. I missed some messages earlier. Did you add me for a specific reason? Chen Feng replied with a cold smile. Brother Chen, could you possibly send me a few king crabs? I am quite famished due to this dreadful weather. Her voice dripped with allure, and without hesitation, Chen Feng agreed. Certainly, but how do you intend to repay me? What does my brother desire as repayment? Sun Jiayi's voice was sweet and enticing, capable of ensnaring any ordinary man. 1 steak, and you shall accompany me for a proper rest. That is my price. If your skills are commendable, I might even grant you an extra king crab. Chen Feng stated candidly, well aware of the implications. He was no fool. Mere gratitude would not suffice. Brother, you truly jest. Am I worth only a steak? Unfortunately, that is my price. If it does not suit you, seek someone else. Chen Feng concluded, exiting the chat interface, just as he noticed Lao He diligently flipping through a book, his expression earnest. Ah, you cunning creature. You dare read behind my back. Wong wong wong. Instantly, a playful scuffle ensued between man and dog. How'd it go? Did she agree? At Sun Jiayi's residence, she and her husband, Zhang Qiming, huddled together under the covers, seeking warmth from the frigid air. The city lacked the comforts of rural life, where one could at least enjoy a heated calm. Here, a power outage rendered all heating sources useless. No. He asked me to accompany him to bed and offered only a steak. Sun Jiayi's face reflected her displeasure, clearly incensed. As a moderately well-known influencer, she was accustomed to being pursued by countless admirers. Any request she made would be met with eagerness. She never expected someone as brazen as Chen Feng to demand such a thing. I know that Chen Feng, he is merely a sycophant. Find a suitable time to engage him in conversation. You can surely win him over, and if necessary, offer him some incentives. Zhang Qiming consoled her. How can you ask me to entice another man? Sun Jia protested, her dissatisfaction evident. Primarily, we are running low on food. This is something we often do online, and you will not suffer any loss. Zhang Qiming reassured her, embracing Sun Jia. This is the only solution I can envision. You are my wife. How could I bear to see you go hungry? Fine, I shall give it a try. Sun Jia relented, though her spirits lifted only after considering the numerous benefits she had previously bestowed upon her #1 supporter. The following day, Chen Feng was awakened once more by the persistent alerts of his phone. Upon checking the surveillance, he noticed a gathering in the underground parking lot. At the center stood Granny Zhou and her family, commencing their sale of instant noodles. When Chen Feng glimpsed the sign they had erected, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. 2,000 yuan for a single package of instant noodles. What difference does that make from courting death? Chapter 45. Is there any law left? In the underground garage, a crowd gathered around old lady Zhou, their expressions filled with discomfort. This is outrageous. It's merely a package of instant noodles. How can it cost 2,000 yuan? The cost can't even be a single yuan. One exclaimed. Indeed, old lady Zhou. Just make a reasonable profit. No need to be so extreme. Even 20 yuan would be a considerable gain. The crowd was visibly unsettled. They had already found the initial price of 20 yuan exorbitant, but to see it escalate to 2,000 was simply absurd. How could one not feel a pang of conscience? Yet, in the face of their dissatisfaction, old lady Zhou remained unperturbed. Buy it if you want. I won't force you to. With a loud thud, Luo Zhengyan slammed a steel pipe onto the ground, casting a fierce glare at the onlookers. If you don't want to buy, step aside. Don't obstruct those who do wish to purchase. Today, I will charge you 2,000 yuan. In a few days, that may not even be an option. Despite their grievances, the crowd dared not act out in front of him. This thug was not someone they could provoke. Only someone as ruthless as Chen Feng would dare to confront him. Filled with discontent, yet unable to bear hunger any longer, they begrudgingly paid for the noodles. As she watched her wallet swell, old lady Zhou beamed with delight, her demeanor becoming increasingly smug. Chen Feng, you think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Didn't you say I couldn't collect red envelopes? The money you sent has now found its way into my pocket. With that thought, old lady Zhou couldn't resist sending Chen Feng a message to gloat. Upon reading her message, Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter. In this desperate time, it was comical that the old woman still believed herself clever. In the midst of an apocalypse, especially one marked by scarcity, her actions were nothing short of a farce. Although she was selling instant noodles an outrageous price now, soon enough, they would realize that even money would not be able to procure such items. In this era, currency was merely worthless paper. Resources held true value. More critically, the fact that she was so brazenly displaying her stock would soon bring her misfortune. Ignorance of the principle of having a jewel brings trouble would lead to her downfall. After all, not everyone had a safe haven like Chen Feng's. Ironically, Chen Feng spotted Su Qing's family purchasing instant noodles on the surveillance feed, as well as Dr. He Jing, who had once treated old lady Zhou's grandson. The Su Dahua couple was notorious for being unreasonable. Yet, in the face of Luo Zhongyuan, they could do nothing but stare helplessly and obediently hand over their money. They were already impoverished, having scraped together 10,000 yuan to buy 5 packages of instant noodles. With 6 people to share 5 packages, Chen Feng imagined that a grand spectacle would unfold at their home. Dr. He Jing had hoped to negotiate a lower price with old lady Zhou, but she turned a blind eye to past kindness. Dr. He, I have no choice. Everyone else is charging this price. If I give you a discount, how can I justify it to the others? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Dr. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to buy 3 packages and then turned to leave. In a corner of the garage, Xiao Lulu was taken aback by the scene. Covering her mouth in shock, she and Lin Feier had initially come to buy instant noodles as well. Lin Feier thought it prudent to stock up. After all, 20 yuan wasn't too steep, and in such circumstances, acquiring anything was a blessing. Who could have predicted that upon their arrival, the price had soared to 2,000? There was no way to buy now. Xiao Lulu's eyes darted around in disbelief. If a single package of noodles could sell for 2,000, wouldn't the items Lin Feier had hoarded fetch a handsome price too? She hurried to catch up with Lin Feier, her mind racing with thoughts unknown. Chen Feng had no inclination to concern himself with the noodle sales. He knew that old lady Zhou would eventually face retribution, but he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. That very night, old lady Zhou began to message in the group. Dear neighbors, do any of you have antipyretics? My grandson, Xiao Long, has a high fever and urgently needs medication. Upon hearing this, the once disgruntled crowd now reveled in secret delight. Serve her right. That old hag is getting her just deserts so quickly. Ideally, that brat should burn up. Matsuolan, wrapped in her blanket, was visibly thrilled. Clearly, she had not encountered such exhilarating news in quite some time. Not only had old lady Zhou swindled them out of 10,000 yuan, providing only 5 packages of noodles, but throughout the day, the 6 of them had consumed merely 3 packages. In Matsuolan's eyes, old lady Zhou had become as contemptible as Chen Feng. Neighbors, I truly beg you, if anyone has antipyretics, I will be eternally grateful. Old lady Zhou's voice trembled with desperation, clearly distressed about her grandson's plight. I have antipyretics, 100,000 a box. Interested? Suddenly, someone interjected, and upon seeing those words, old lady Zhou was thrown into a panic. Neighbor, this is a matter of life and death. How can you raise the price like this? Do you have no conscience? Oh, now you care about conscience? Where was your conscience when you were selling noodles? Take it or leave it. Old lady Zhou attempted to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Luo Zhongyuan. I know where that person is. Damn it, still daring to negotiate? You're courting death. With that, Luo Zhongyuan grabbed a hammer and charged outside. Chen Feng was unaware of these developments, initially thinking it was just some petty squabble, a chance for others to mock old lady Zhou. However, it wasn't long before the group exploded with messages. Old lady Zhou, are you going too far? Someone merely spoke out, and you want to escalate it to such extremes? What happened? A bewildered crowd inquired. Just now, Luo Zhongyuan broke down my neighbor's door, and then I heard the most horrific screams. Someone probably lost their life. The crowd gasped. They understood Luo Zhongyuan was a thug not to be trifled with. Yet, no one expected him to be so brazen as to commit such a heinous act. This is too much. Is there no law left? Is he a demon? Whoever makes a fuss again. Do you want me to come to your house? Luo Zhongyuan suddenly declared, silencing the crowd. Chen Feng shook his head in disdain, uninterested in the unfolding drama. Just as he was about to put down his phone, Luo Zhongyuan's call came through. Chen Feng, as long as you give me the antipyretics, I will overlook our previous disagreements. Luo Zhongyuan threatened directly. Fine, let your wife come entertain me, and I'll give them to you right away. Chapter 46, Go When I Say Go. Chen Feng, do you know what you're saying? Luo Zhongyuan's tone darkened, his voice lowered to a chilling whisper, as if he were forcing down his rage. The atmosphere was eerie enough to send shivers down one's spine. Most would be startled by such words. However, Chen Feng remained utterly unfazed. He had encountered similar threats too often to be alarmed. Don't threaten me here. If you're unhappy with me, just come break down my door, go ahead. Chen Feng appeared remarkably relaxed, leaving the other end of the line in silence. Having established such a safe haven, he had no fear of the man, especially since Luo Zhongyuan had already suffered a setback previously. Chen Feng, I am genuinely trying to reason with you. If you provide me with antipyretics, I will not trouble you again. You know how things are. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Luo Zhongyuan spoke again, his tone noticeably softened. Friends? You still wish to befriend me? Do you have a mirror at home? Yes, why? Look into it and see what manner of person you are, and whether you are worthy. Before Luo Zhongyuan could finish his words, the call was abruptly disconnected. What happened? Did that person give you the medicine? Old Lady Zhou approached with a look of concern, urgently inquiring. No, that wretched creature, I must take him down. Luo Zhongyuan was drenched in blood. He had gone after that man, who was now on the brink of death. Unfortunately, he had found no trace of medicine in the man's home. I'll try again tomorrow afternoon with my tools. Luo Zhongyuan retrieved a cutting machine from his house, determined to break into Chen Feng's door when the electricity returned. He was resolute that these tools would not fail him. Darling, perhaps we should let this go. Chen Feng is not to be trifled with. Qin Yin was genuinely worried, especially upon seeing the blood on him, which terrified her. Silence. Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin, recalling Chen Feng's words, his anger boiling over. You useless thing, they bullied you to your face. And you still speak for them? Who exactly is your husband? Old Lady Zhou shot a fierce glare at Qin Yin. Go take care of Xiaolong. If anything happens to him, I will not spare you. Qin Yin hesitated, ultimately retreating in disappointment. In this weather, a fever was somewhat manageable. Elevated body temperature could decrease in the cold. However, Xiaolong was still just a child and needed medication. That night, Chen Feng discovered he had been added to another group with fewer members, and most importantly, without Old Lady Zhou's family. He is dead. Wang Qipeng is dead. And that Luo Zhongyuan is utterly mad. No way. I just checked next door. He has no breath left. Not only is his life gone, but his home has also been ransacked by Luo Zhongyuan. The group grew tense. And Chen Feng couldn't help but reflect on how little time had passed before tragedy struck. This was not akin to someone freezing to death. It was murder at the hands of Luo Zhongyuan. Such occurrences foreshadowed an increasingly chaotic situation. In a brutal environment, humanity gradually erodes, and the collapse of laws and moral boundaries heralds the most terrifying times. When that moment arrives, lives become as worthless as ants. Chen Feng refrained from excessive chatter in the group, where everyone lamented Luo Zhongyuan's actions, yet none considered a solution. Continuing the conversation would yield no more than empty slogans without any real significance. The next day, when the electricity returned, Luo Zhongyuan had already been waiting outside Chen Feng's garage, swiftly taking out the cutting machine to begin slicing the door. However, after a minute of cutting, his confidence began to wane. What is this? Why are there no marks at all? Normally, metal should yield to a cutting machine as assault. What on earth is this material? Luo Zhongyuan, unwilling to accept defeat, increased his force, but the next moment, the cutting blade shattered into fragments, nearly injuring him. Ha ha! Little Luo, why didn't you remember? If my door were that easily opened, I'd have wasted my money. Chen Feng mocked him through a megaphone. As I said, if you want the fever medicine, send your wife. Luo Zhongyuan clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage, yet he felt utterly powerless. He couldn't even face Chen Feng, let alone confront him. Upon returning home, after finally warming up, Luo Zhongyuan's mother hurried over, anxious. What is the situation? Did you get the fever medicine? Xiaolong's condition is too serious. He must take medicine immediately. Luo Zhongyuan rushed to his son, who had spent an entire night and morning burning with fever. No, I couldn't even cut through Chen Feng's door. What are we going to do? Old Lady Zhou was on the verge of tears, while Luo Zhongyuan's gaze fell upon his wife. Chen Feng said if you spend the night with him, he will gladly give the fever medicine. Prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to go spend the night with someone else? Of course. If I tell you to go, you go. Did you not see how desperately my grandson needs medicine? If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Old lady Zhou cursed vehemently, clearly in a state of panic. Mom, husband, I want to go. Can't we try asking someone else? Chen Yin looked aggrieved, genuinely shocked that both of them would suggest such a thing. Ask someone else? My son can't hold on much longer. Dear, please listen to me. Enough. I only need you to pretend to agree, to lure Chen Feng out, and then I can act. Luo Zhongyuan urged, hastily pulling Chen Yin towards Chen Feng's villa. Old lady Zhou followed closely behind, determined to confront Chen Feng that day. Upon arriving outside the garage, Luo Zhongyuan hid behind a wall, while Chen Yin, under his signal, began to call Chen Feng on her phone. Facing Chen Feng head-on might not guarantee victory, but a surprise attack, coupled with weapons, would surely work. Little did they know, their every move was being closely monitored by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I accept your terms. All right, step back. I'll open the door. Following the instructions, Chen Yin took a few steps back, but before she could react, a water pipe suddenly emerged above her head. The frigid, biting water cascaded down upon the crouching Luo Zhongyuan, drenching him instantly. In that moment, Luo Zhongyuan was utterly bewildered. He was simply hiding there. Yet Chen Feng discovered him and doused him with water. Who wouldn't he be stunned? To make matters worse, the temperature was so low that the water instantly froze upon contact. His clothes, now soaked, turned into ice clumps. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, I will ruin you. Luo Zhongyuan, unwilling to yield, charged madly at the door with his weapon, striking furiously. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, leaving not a single mark on the wall. Ruin me? You should hurry back and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Chen Feng's mocking voice echoed through the speakers. The underground garage was meticulously designed by him. Did he really think he could hide in a blind spot for a sneak attack? So naive. In this environment, even ice water could become a formidable weapon. After all, in the absence of doctors and medicine, even the slightest ailment could prove fatal. Chen Feng, what do you truly want? Luo Zhongyuan, though filled with resentment, felt utterly helpless. He was a loss. What do I want? Normally, I wouldn't even bother with you. You came seeking me out, intending to kill me. I am merely defending myself. What must I do for you to give me the fever medicine? Luo Zhongyuan growled, suppressing his fury. Didn't I say? Let your wife accompany me, and once I am comfortably attended to, I will naturally provide you with the fever medicine. Chen Feng lounged in a chair, casually sipping wine, unconcerned with Luo Zhongyuan's plight. He was indifferent to whether Luo Zhongyuan agreed or not. After all, witnessing his distress was enough to fulfill his purpose. You come here, and go get the medicine. Husband, how could you do this? I cannot believe that you are truly willing to exchange me for a mere box of fever-reducing medicine. Chen Yin felt utterly flustered. She had never anticipated such a betrayal. She had intended to evade the situation, but Grandma Zhou firmly grasped her arm. If I tell you to go, then go. Spare me your protests. If anything were to happen to my grandson, you would not escape unscathed. Mother, please refrain from calling me mother. I have cared for you with the best of everything. It is time you contributed to our family, Grandma Zhou admonished. Observing the commotion outside, Chen Feng was equally taken aback. He had not expected that Grandma Zhou and Luo Zhongyuan would treat Chen Yin with such disregard. It seemed that Chen Yan's predicament at home was not much better than his own. As Chen Yin hesitated, Luo Zhongyuan seized her clothing and shoved her toward the entrance. Open the door and hand over the medicine. Let her remain at the doorstep. You two should return home. Once this is over, I will have him bring the medicine back. Luo Zhongyuan's expression shifted, and he felt a sense of defeat wash over him. He could not believe that Chen Feng would be so obstinate. Even in such dire circumstances, he refused to open the door. If you do not return with the medicine today, do not expect to come back, he declared to Chen Yin before reluctantly turning away. The cold had transformed his clothing into icy clumps, and he trembled as he struggled to endure the frigid air. Watching Luo Zhongyuan and his mother depart, Chen Feng finally opened the door, allowing Chen Yin to enter. Upon reaching the basement, Chen Yin felt a wave of confusion, but she quickly realized that this place was utterly different from the outside world. It was warm, exceedingly warm. Her icy hands began to regain warmth as she felt a sense of comfort envelop her. Compared to the outside, this place felt like a paradise. However, in the basement, she did not see Chen Feng's figure, and the door leading upstairs appeared more formidable than the garage door. It was evident that even if someone breached the garage, they could not harm Chen Feng. "Remove your clothing." Chen Feng's voice echoed through the speaker in the room, causing Qin Yin to freeze momentarily, her expression torn between reluctance and trepidation. "If you are unwilling, I will not force you. You may leave," Chen Feng stated, opening the first door leading out of the basement. Seeing this, Qin Yin seemed to gather her resolve, biting her lip as she began to discard her garments. At this moment, she had evidently surrendered all resistance. "Continue. I do not wish to see any covering," Chen Feng commanded through the microphone. His caution stemmed not from a desire for pleasure, but from a need for vigilance after Su Qing's betrayal. Should the other party conceal something on her person and attempt to strike unexpectedly, it would be a significant loss. Chen Feng focused on his phone, while Lao He watched him with wide eyes. Just as they approached a critical moment, Chen Feng sensed something amiss and pushed Lao He aside. "You are still young. You cannot witness such things. Go to the third floor." "Huh?" Lao He tilted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. He was already aware of such matters. Previously, he had been a most beloved dog in the neighborhood, surrounded by a bevy of admirers. "Go on quickly. Do not linger here as a third wheel. And no sneaking peeks." After ushering Lao He upstairs, Chen Feng leisurely opened the passage from the basement to the first floor. Upon seeing Qin Yin, he could not help but admire her beauty. No wonder she was the object of affection for all the male residents in the community. Her figure and face were truly exceptional. Chen Feng had thoughts of her, but he had not anticipated that he would manage to win her over so swiftly. "I truly did not expect Luo Zhongyuan to use you as a bargaining chip for that troublesome child." Chen Feng's gaze unabashedly roamed over Qin Yin, who lowered her head, blushing profusely, standing bare before strange man. How could she remain composed? "Would you like something to eat?" Chen Feng gestured toward a nearby table, and Qin Yin was taken aback. There was indeed a lavish spread of over 20 dishes, all steaming hot. In the midst of such a frigid environment, not only was it rare to encounter such a sumptuous meal, but even a hot dish was a true luxury. Qin Yin swallowed hard, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Go ahead, eat as much as you like. We will need our strength for later." Her cheeks flushed, Qin Yin hurried to the table, eagerly devouring the food. Such delicacies were difficult to come by even in ordinary circumstances. Watching her maintain her composure while eating, Chen Feng chuckled softly as he approached her from behind. Chapter 48. Though I'm not human, you must not treat me like a dog. Qin Yin was indeed the woman whom countless men in the community yearned to possess. Compared to Li Bingyao's youthful innocence, she exuded a mature charm that was utterly captivating. Chen Feng and she engaged in an intimate encounter for 3 hours before he finally settled onto the table, feeling a sense of fulfillment that left him wanting more. Of course, if they continued, it would not only be overwhelming for him, but Qin Yin would likely struggle to endure such exertion as well. "You truly care for your child," Chen Feng remarked, unable to contain his astonishment at her willingness to sacrifice for the sake of her child. "That child is not mine," Qin Yin retorted. "Then why do you still? If I do not bring back the fever-reducing medicine today, my husband will not let me off easily. You should know his methods." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Initially, he had presumed that Qin Yan's lack of resistance stemmed from concern for her child's illness, but now he understood the true reason behind her compliance. "You must have been blind to have followed that man." Qin Yin lowered her head, unsure of how to respond to his words. "What about the medicine? I must return." As she rose, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to collapse. It took her a moment to regain her balance. Chen Feng retrieved a box of fever-reducing medicine and, after seeing her off from the garage, slowly returned to his room. He felt little sympathy for Qin Yan's predicament. Their interaction was merely a transaction, a mutual exchange of what they needed. Having taken a brief rest, Chen Feng was not foolish enough to involve himself in Qin Yan's family troubles. However, judging by Luo Zhongyuan's situation, he surmised that the latter would not have many peaceful days ahead. Having angered so many, his arrogance could not last long. Chen Feng meandered back to the third floor, where Lao He was seated on his sofa, emulating human behavior as he flipped through a book. "Hey, Lao He, how despicable of you to read behind my back. I shall compete with you." Bark. Lao He barked in response, eager to explain his desire for self-improvement. Upon returning home, Qin Yin had barely crossed the threshold when her mother-in-law rushed toward her. "Where is the medicine? The fever-reducing medicine? Did you manage to get it?" Qin Yin felt a surge of dissatisfaction. After spending so long at Chen Feng's, her mother-in-law showed no concern for her well-being, particularly when she recalled how Luo Zhongyuan had sent her to accompany Chen Feng for a mere box of medicine. Her displeasure deepened. "Here." Qin Yin produced the fever-reducing medicine, and Grandma Zhou snatched it away, hurrying to administer it to her grandson. Meanwhile, Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin with a sullen expression. "Is Chen Feng's villa truly as warm as he described?" "Yes. What about the food? There's plenty." "You fool, did you not think to bring back more food?" As Qin Yin faced Luo Zhongyuan's rude remarks instead of gratitude, her dissatisfaction grew. She had sacrificed herself to assist him, yet he responded with scorn. Was he even a man? Luo Zhongyuan cursed once more before hastily picking up his phone to contact his acquaintances. He had successfully secured Chen Feng's villa. Unable to tackle the situation alone, he called upon his neighbors to join him, convinced that together they could seize control. As Luo Zhongyuan was reaching out to his contacts, the community group chat became lively once again. However, they had created a new group, leaving Chen Feng out in the cold. "Have you heard? Chen Feng actually sent Luo Zhongyuan's wife to accompany him, only agreeing to provide fever medicine in return." Luo Zhongyuan, that scoundrel, would never consent to such a thing. "Just moments ago, I saw his wife enter the villa, and when she emerged, she was holding cold medicine, struggling to walk properly." As one person spoke up, the chat erupted into chaos. Not a single man in the neighborhood was uninterested in Qin Yin, had it not been for their fear of Luo Zhongyuan. Some might have already attempted to woo her. No one anticipated that Chen Feng would manage to win her over so easily. They were even more astonished to learn that he had succeeded merely by offering fever medicine. "Had I known, I would have used fever medicine as well. I have some at home." One person lamented, as if they had missed out on a fortune. "Please don't joke. Who knows? You might end up losing more than you gain. Can you handle Luo Zhongyuan?" Someone beside them scoffed, and the group fell silent. They harbored desires but lacked the courage. Otherwise, they would have long since made their moves. In the entire community, only Chen Feng dared to challenge Luo Zhongyuan. Luo Zhongyuan was truly ruthless. He would forsake even his wife for a box of fever medicine. "Huang Lei, are you looking for death? Do you believe I won't come to your house and deal with you?" A voice message suddenly came through, causing panic and resulting in the group chat being disbanded. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Luo Zhongyuan's alternate account was lurking among them. On Xiaolu's end, upon seeing these messages, she was utterly taken aback by the unexpected implications of the resources. Even more shocking was the realization that someone would indeed sell their body for fever medicine. She had encountered Qin Yin a few times. Her looks and figure were beyond reproach, and it was simply shameless for her to engage in such behavior. Seeing someone enter Chen Feng's villa before her, Xiaolu felt a surge of displeasure. After all, she was to be the future mistress of that place. She muttered to herself, her gaze shifting to the food hoarded by Lin Feier. Given that a pack of instant noodles was now worth 2,000, and a box of cold medicine was so precious, selling some food could lead to significant profit. As close friends, Lin Feier shouldn't be upset if she secretly sold some food. Xiaolu's eyes darted around, her mind formulating an exquisite plan. At Sun Jiai's home, her husband excitedly clutched his phone. "See, I told you he was a lecher. You must contact him and employ some tactics to procure food. We have provisions at home. Do you really want me to flirt with that man?" Sun Jiai retorted, clearly displeased, though they had enough supplies to last a couple of days. Her husband was eager for better food, urging her to pursue another man. "My dear, I haven't eaten meat in days, and you're nearly starving. I'm just trying to care for you." Zhang Qiming smiled apologetically, quickly presenting his phone to her, insisting she act swiftly. At Chen Feng's residence, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with Lao He, but things were looking bleak, He was on the verge of being subdued. He nearly fell victim to Lao Hei's sudden attack. You are despicable, taking advantage of my weakness to strike. One day, I will unleash 100 little bitches upon you. And when you are exhausted, I will make my move. Woof. Lao Hei shivered at the thought. Chen Feng was truly cunning, devising such malicious schemes. Though I am not human, you cannot treat me like a dog. As the man and dog continued their playful scuffle, Chen Feng's phone rang again. It was a call from Su Qing. Chen Feng, can we talk? Sure, come over. After hanging up, Su Qing felt a rush of joy. She had anticipated a cold reception, but to her surprise, he had readily agreed. Clearly, he still held feelings for her. Su Qing believed that after Chen Feng had mingled with other women, he would realize she was the best. With that thought, she wasted no time preparing to leave. Daughter, you must take care of that useless man. I can't endure this miserable life any longer, Ma Zuolan said weakly, suffering from hunger. Don't worry. If Chen Feng had no feelings for me, he wouldn't have invited me over. Su Qing declared before turning to leave, taking a moment to apply some perfume. Finally, the hardships of our family may be coming to an end. Ma Zuolan was on the verge of tears, as this was no way for a person to live. Hurry, bring out the last 2 packs of instant noodles. Auntie, let us be frugal. If something unexpected happens, we'll have nothing left to eat. Wang Hao, pale and weak from injuries and hunger, urged. He sensed the situation was not so simple. Would Chen Feng let them off easily? As for Su Qing, wasn't that a joke? Whether it was Li Bingyao or Qin Yin, weren't they all more attractive than her? With so much food and a villa, Chen Feng could easily entice many women to willingly offer themselves. Get out of here. We're about to feast. What could possibly go wrong? Quit being such a pessimist. Ma Zuolan snapped, tearing open the instant noodles and starting to eat them dry. Mom, give me some too. Su Jiqiang pleaded weakly. You're still young. Don't fight with your mother. I have anemia. You can hold on a little longer. We'll eat a feast soon. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Su Qing, Chen Feng tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. As for Su Qing waiting outside, he couldn't care less. The next day, Chen Feng rose slowly and, after preparing breakfast, checked his phone. A flurry of messages greeted him. There were texts from Xiaolulu, Sun Jiai, and an overwhelming number from Su Qing, who had called him countless times the previous night. He filtered through the messages automatically, and the homeowners group chat had erupted in chaos. The main cause was that old lady Zhou had raised the price of instant noodles from 2,000 to 20,000 per pack. A multitude of people were indignant, clamoring in the group chat. If only one person had been dissatisfied, perhaps they wouldn't have dared to speak out. But with everyone upset, it was clear old lady Zhou had stirred public outrage. The group was extremely displeased with her actions. Was she not forcing everyone into a corner? Yet old lady Zhou seemed completely unconcerned, reveling in her revenge. When my grandson needed medicine, none of you helped. Now that I'm raising prices, what's wrong? If you can't afford it, that's your own fault. Meanwhile, Xiaolulu's excitement grew. 20,000 for a pack of instant noodles. Old lady Zhou had gone too far. And when she sold her goods, it would be entirely justified. Moreover, she had meat. Selling a steak for 100,000 was not unreasonable, was it? She felt that the resources she possessed could yield a substantial profit. Even if Lin Feier got upset, she could always wait for the snow to stop and buy her some back. Waiting a little longer might even increase the prices further. As the group continued to vent their frustrations at old lady Zhou, several figures stealthily approached Chen Feng's villa. It was Luo Zhongyan, accompanied by his friends. They were armed with various tools, including larger cutting machines and impact drills. Today, they were determined to breach the opponent's door. Is there really food in Chen Feng's residence? One person asked, looking skeptical. Indeed, it is true. My wife has been inside, and it can only be described as a paradise, exceedingly comfortable. Once we move in, we should no longer suffer from the cold. Luo Zhen appeared exceedingly sullen, and those nearby could not help but marvel at his ruthlessness. Willing to relinquish his own wife to another. The electric vehicle is arriving. Everyone hurry. The group hastily began their preparations. As the clock struck 12, they abruptly activated the machinery and commenced their work on the area before them. Luo Zhongyan was aware of the surveillance. Yet at this point, they were unconcerned. for a group wielding tools would inevitably be discovered. To prevent the opposition from dousing them again, Luo Zhongyan even brought a large umbrella. Every move they made was keenly observed by Chen Feng. It was time to stretch his limbs. Chen Feng rubbed his shoulders, donned his clothing, and proceeded towards the basement. To prevent Lao He from secretly reading, he decided to bring him along this time. Lao He was quite cheerful, wagging his tail as he followed Chen Feng. These people are utterly shameless. We have granted them so many opportunities, yet they still do not cherish them. Woof. Indeed, just wait and see. When the time comes, I shall mark whoever you desire. Upon Chen Feng's arrival at the basement, the others outside sensed something was amiss. This is strange, Brother Luo. What is happening? The cutting machine is ineffective, and the impact drill is useless as well. What on earth is this door made of? Someone was sweating profusely, despite the temperature. They were clearly anxious. If we do not open this door soon, we will likely lose power. Damn it, let us change locations. We could break through the wall if necessary as long as we can get inside, regardless of whether it is a door. Luo Zhongyuan wore an expression of displeasure. He truly did not expect that, even with everyone's efforts, they could not open the door. The others, upon hearing this, agreed. As long as they could enter. What did it matter if it was a door? Just as the group began to work on the wall with their tools, a sudden loud sound erupted, and the heavy door swung open. What is happening? We didn't even damage it. How did it open? Regardless of how it opened, let us go. Luo Zhongyuan, filled with excitement, rushed in without a second thought. Yet upon entering, he found himself in a 3-meter-long passage, at the end of which stood Chen Feng, smiling at him. Young man, weren't you quite arrogant? Today, with all 4 of us working together, I wonder what qualifications you have to be so haughty before us. Qualifications? If I lack the qualifications to be arrogant, then what about this thing? Chen Feng chuckled as he slowly drew a weapon, aiming directly at Luo Zhongyan. In an instant, the previously arrogant group fell silent, especially Luo Zhongyuan, who felt his legs weaken in fear. Although he had always acted with dominance, he was merely a thug. When had he ever encountered something like this? The mere sight of it instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure that left him bewildered. As for those behind him, they were equally tense, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Feng, it's a misunderstanding. This is entirely a misunderstanding. You must not act recklessly. Luo Zhongyuan felt his voice quiver. By now, he had done his utmost to calm himself. I'm asking you a question. Do I qualify enough? Yes, absolutely enough. My previous behavior was wrong. Chen Feng, you must remain calm. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Luo Zhongyuan was utterly terrified, completely forgetting his original purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter. Was he joking? Here, he was, uttering such words while completely indifferent to the life-threatening situation. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may kneel now. Chen Feng spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, the other man suddenly froze. Just a moment ago, someone had quietly whispered to him something that seemed profoundly insightful. In this place, where could there possibly be so many weapons? Surely, they must be fake. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhongyuan was momentarily stunned. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, these are controlled items. How could they possibly be real? Chen Feng, do not think that you can deceive me with a fake. To be honest, you cannot fool me. Indeed, even if you claim it is real, what of it? The 4 of us can take you on. You may not be able to kill us all. Another henchman chimed in, displaying an air of arrogance. They had already begun to approach Chen Feng. Haha, since you have such disbelief, I shall test it on you. Boom. As the group continued to swagger, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by anguished cries echoing throughout the area. My hand is ruined. Luo Zhongyuan clutched his arm, which was now drenched in blood. The henchmen were paralyzed with fear. This was indeed real. Chen Feng truly had a genuine weapon. Chen Feng stared blankly at his own hand, then at Luo Zhongyuan's arm, his gaze oscillating between them, filled with astonishment. How could he have missed from such a close range? I am the fool in this scenario. Although I knew from the outset that precision required systematic training, this was utterly outrageous. Lao Hei's jaw dropped, his pupils dilating. He genuinely had not anticipated Chen Feng possessing such formidable weaponry. Had he employed this during their skirmishes, he might have met his end on the spot. Truly, his master, whom he acknowledged, possessed terrifying strength. Chen Feng, you wait. This is illegal. We will immediately have the enforcement team apprehend you. Seeing that Chen Feng remained in shock, the group dared not linger, hastily dragging Luo Zhongyuan away from the scene. At that moment, their thoughts were far removed from the villa. Survival took precedence. Lao He watched the fleeing figures, shaking his head. Why are you running? I have yet to mark anyone. However, he was too lazy to pursue them. It was far too cold outside, and remaining indoors was preferable. After shutting the door, Chen Feng returned upstairs with Lao He. Throughout the ordeal, he held his weapon, feeling quite helpless. I must practice more. I cannot remain so careless. As he spoke, he could not help but pull Lao He closer, seriously stating, we must be cautious from now on. For instance, if this weapon of mine had malfunctioned today, we would have found ourselves in grave danger. Woof! Lao He quickly shook his head, baring his teeth, seemingly asserting his prowess, suggesting that no one could possibly defeat him. I am well aware of your strength. I engage in battles with you daily. How could I not know? Yet that is merely a facade. Do you understand? Chen Feng implored earnestly. Do not think that your exchanges with me signify true strength. The outside world is fraught with peril, and those who survive out there possess extraordinary abilities. We must not provoke them. Woof! Lao He tilted his head, looking doubtful, recalling how he could chase people without encountering much resistance. You must believe me. Did you not see how I nearly faced defeat just moments ago? Therefore, you must refrain from incessantly clamoring to venture outside. It is indeed dangerous. Chen Feng earnestly cautioned, and only then did Lao He nod in confusion. If that is the case, it is indeed perilous. I cannot go outside. Precisely when we do go out, remember to stay close to me so that I can assist you in times of danger. As Chen Feng earnestly attempted to manipulate Lao He, Granny Zhou and the group suddenly unleashed a torrent of invective against him. Chen Feng, do you even realize what you are doing? You shot my son. This is a crime, and you should prepare to be arrested. Initially, the crowd was merely observing the spectacle, given that Granny Zhou's family had already incurred widespread ire, provoking a chorus of grievances. However, upon hearing her words, the onlookers were taken aback. Chen Feng actually possessed a firearm? This was monumental news, and they could not fathom how he had acquired such a weapon. In this environment, who would dare to confront Chen Feng? The wealthy truly had their ways, even managing to procure such items. Caution was certainly warranted moving forward. What are you afraid of? He hasn't been out looking for trouble. Luo Zhongyan, after all, has already caused someone's demise. This predicament is entirely deserved. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in it. Compared to Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan was far more menacing. Chen Feng, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, we will never forgive you, and you can expect to find yourself incarcerated. Granny Zhou continued her tirade, clearly fuming. Your son has committed murder, and you dare lecture me about legality? How dare you bring people to trouble me? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Chen Feng, unyielding, retaliated with insults of his own, and without hesitation, began sending messages in the group. Dear neighbors, who among you can assist me in dealing with this foul old woman and that scoundrel Luo Zhongyuan? I will offer you 10 million. This proclamation stunned the group. 10 million. While it might not mean much to the wealthy, it was enough to purchase a house outright. Anyone else hearing this would be unable to remain composed. Granny Zhou, upon seeing this message, was filled with anxiety and hastily resumed her verbal assault. Chen Feng, do not think that having a bit of money makes you exceptional. You are breaking the law, and retribution will come for you. Old woman, do not attempt to intimidate me with such words. If I were afraid, I would not be acting this way. Chen Feng retorted, feeling exasperated as she failed to consider the legality of her own actions. While he was unconcerned, many in the group felt tempted yet hesitated. Few responded. The sum was indeed substantial, but if it meant facing legal consequences, things could turn dire quickly. Wealth would be of little use then. Do not fret, everyone. The owner was killed by Luo Zhongyuan. Visiting his home merely ensures that this criminal does not escape. We are on the righteous path, performing a just act. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted from surprise to excitement. Indeed, we are merely checking if the criminal has fled. There is nothing wrong with that. They even abandoned any pretense, openly discussing it in the group, which only further infuriated Granny Zhou. I warn you, do not act recklessly. My son will not spare you. Granny Zhou shouted in a fit of rage. Do not listen to this old hag. Her son is injured and likely cannot even move. Chen Feng added, striking a decisive blow, and, after a moment's hesitation, he could not resist adding, by the way, I recall that Granny Zhou has a plethora of food at her home. He paused there, choosing not to elaborate further. The fire had been ignited. Whether they chose to take advantage of the situation was up to them. Chen Feng believed few could resist the allure of food, especially when so many were hungry. In his previous life, Luo Zhongyuan had expanded his influence through stockpiling. But in this life, with Chen Feng's emergence, he was unlikely to thrive, let alone survive for long. Lao He, do you see? This is the power of knowledge. In the future, remember to think more critically when faced with such situations. Chen Feng boasted, reveling in his cleverness before Lao He. With minimal effort, he had managed to bring Luo Zhongyuan down, which felt quite rewarding to him. Before he could set his phone down, Su Qing sent him another message. In truth, she had not ceased messaging during this time. Chen Feng had simply chosen to ignore her. Darling, are you all right? I heard that Luo Zhongyuan came looking for you, and I have been worried sick. Su Qing feigned concern, while the chat interface was filled with numerous messages questioning why he had stood her up the previous night. I'm fine. I've already dealt with it. Upon receiving Chen Feng's response, Su Qing hurried to reply, her excitement palpable. It was difficult for her to articulate her feelings. She had endured nearly half an hour in the biting cold the night before and had been angry for an entire evening and the following morning. Yet, upon seeing Chen Feng's reply, all her anger dissipated. It was a feeling akin to that of a devoted admirer. Su Qing suddenly realized this, yet even with the awareness, she quickly responded again. It's such a relief. By the way, what happened last night? I waited for you at your garage entrance for so long, and you completely ignored me. I didn't TC you. Chen Feng replied coolly, suddenly feeling as though his conversational skills had improved. Darling, could you please open the door for me? You've provoked Luo Zhongyuan's family, and it might lead to trouble. I want my parents to move in. Having more people around will provide some protection. Su Qing expressed her concern, but to Chen Feng, it sounded as though she was saying, I'm coming to drain your resources. Protection? Relying on them for help? It would be a stroke of luck if they didn't stab him in the back. Ah, you are so thoughtful. What would I do without you? Chen Feng responded sarcastically, yet Su Qing was thrilled by the compliment, and the entire family became animated. The hard times are finally over. Su Jiqiang eagerly pointed at himself, and Su Qing understood, turning to her phone to sweetly address him. Darling, now that our family is here, we can handle any troubles that arise. You need not waste money. That 10 million should go to my brother as a wedding gift. What the heck? Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What kind of audacious statements were these? He simply could not comprehend their reasoning. How do you plan to deal with Wang Hao? Instead of answering, Chen Feng shifted the topic. The Su family turned their gaze toward Wang Hao, who appeared extremely uncomfortable. He was acutely aware of the consequences he would face now that he was injured and had been abandoned by these people. If the snow continued, he might very well lose his life. Chen Feng, considering we were once brothers, could you spare me and let me serve you like a mule? Wang Hao abruptly seized Su Qing's phone and messaged Chen Feng. If you strip him and give him a beating, I will agree to let you move into the villa. Chen Feng sent a voice message, causing Wang Hao to instinctively recoil in fear. Meanwhile, Su Dahua and the others, having waited eagerly to move into the villa, immediately turned their predatory eyes toward Wang Hao upon hearing this news. Take care of it yourselves. Uncle, it was never my fault. It was your daughter who seduced me. Do not act recklessly. Suddenly, anguish cries echoed throughout the space as Su Dahua lashed out, cursing vehemently. It is all your fault. Were it not for you, would our family have fallen to such depths? Indeed, at such a time, how dare you slander my sister? Do you think we are easy to bully? Let us all join forces and strike. Su Jiqiang, driven by the allure of 1,000,000 in betrothal gifts, did not hesitate to swing his fist. The room was instantly filled with cries of distress. Wang Hao initially believed that even if they were to trouble him, it would merely be a facade to gain Chen Feng's trust. However, who could have anticipated that they were genuinely attacking him without holding back in the slightest? In truth, the Su family harbored deep resentment towards Wang Hao. Had it not been for the affair between Wang Hao and Su Qing, they would not have endured such suffering. They had merely been unable to vent their frustrations due to the heavy snowfall in recent days. Yet now, spurred by Chen Feng's words, they unleashed their pent-up anger. There was no longer any restraint. Today, that scoundrel must be dealt with. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang swung his fists wildly, each strike fueled by the desire for his betrothal gifts. Brother-in-law, I have always seen you as worthless. Let me help you vent your anger. As he fought, he did not forget to record a video for Chen Feng. Upon receiving the footage, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. What a spectacular display of dogs fighting among themselves. Upon hearing this, the dog, Lao He, hurriedly leaned in. Woof! Where? Where are the dogs? Chen Feng shot it an exasperated glance. This creature surely was the extraordinary dog from the apocalypse. For no ordinary dog could possess such intellect, rivaling that of an adult human. He speculated that perhaps it was awakening its powers, or perhaps its intelligence had evolved due to its abilities. Not a real dog, I meant those shameless individuals. Chen Feng casually explained, but Lao He was immediately displeased, pulling a face at Chen Feng. Woof woof. Why do you use a dog to describe shameless beings? Are you not insulting me? Chen Feng hastily apologized. Dog brother. Dog lord, I was wrong. How about I prepare a steak for you as an apology? Woof. Now, that's more like it. Just don't let it happen again. Lao He huffed, then flopped onto the sofa, expertly crossing its legs and focusing on the television, watching Tom and Jerry. Seeing this, Chen Feng lost interest in the Su family and quietly returned to his study, secretly perusing a martial arts manual. He aimed to put in secret effort and astonish Lao He. On the other hand, after beating Wang Hao, Su Qing and her family rushed out, feeling both cold and hungry. Yet, the thought of soon arriving at Chen Feng's villa filled them with excitement. Wang Hao, battered and bruised, hastily dressed and locked all the doors, retreating into his bed. You won't be arrogant for long. There will come a day you seek my forgiveness. Wang Hao trembled, his hatred for Chen Feng intensifying. He could not believe that the Su family could be so easily forgiven. As the Su family excitedly arrived at Chen Feng's building, Su Qing found herself unable to reach him. What's going on? Why aren't they opening the door? Yes, I feel like I'm freezing to death. What is Chen Feng up to? Matsuelan rubbed her hands together, filled with grievances. Is there anyone who treats their in-laws this way? Zhao Qian huddled to the side, her eyes darting as if she suspected something. I don't know. Perhaps he simply didn't see his phone. Let us wait a little longer. Su Qing felt anxious, praying fervently for Chen Feng to respond soon, fearing they would freeze to tears. Standing in such frigid weather for so long, something had to give. However, 10 minutes passed, and she could no longer endure it, while Su Dahua and his wife were already cursing. This scoundrel, is he toying with us? Their furious voices echoed, and Su Qing could only manage a bitter smile. Surely, we helped deal with Wang Hao. He promised to give me the betrothal gifts. Su Jiqiang continued to defend Chen Feng. Have you lost your mind? If he wanted us inside, would he make us wait this long? But perhaps he simply hasn't seen us yet. That scoundrel never leaves his phone. How could he miss it? Matsuelan, utterly frozen, shouted at Su Jiqiang and hurried home. However, when the family returned to their residence, they found the door barred shut, locked tight. Wang Hao, open up. Get out of my house. Su Dahua kicked the door fiercely, yet there was no response from within. At that moment, they realized they had truly been played by Chen Feng. Now, Wang Hao was also filled with fury towards them, leaving them unable to enter anywhere. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. This isn't over. Even Su Qing could not help but erupt in anger, baffled as to why Chen Feng would treat her with such cruelty when she had done nothing wrong. That evening, as Chen Feng prepared steak, he was bombarded with messages in the group chat. Old Lady Zhou cursed him and his ancestors thoroughly, using the most vulgar language imaginable. Upon reviewing the chat history, Chen Feng discovered that around 6 o'clock, a group had organized an incursion into Old Lady Zhou's home, not only assaulting her in Luo Zhongyuan, but also stealing the instant noodles she had hoarded. A smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. He was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. After all, the Zhou family had many enemies, and with Chen Feng's bounty and food as bait, no one could resist such temptation. Had human nature not yet been entirely extinguished, Qin Yan would likely have faced significant problems. With her looks, she would undoubtedly have become a tool for that group to vent their frustrations. Chen Feng had no intention of wasting time on Old Lady Zhou. Shortly after, a man named Zhao Tianhu added him as a friend and sent him a video of the raid on Old Lady Zhou's home. This was the reward coming in. Chen Feng promptly transferred 10 million to him. At this point, money held no significance for him, and it was excellent to channel his surplus energy. Boss Chen is generous. If there is ever a need for assistance, remember to call on me. Zhao Tianhu sent a message in the group, igniting excitement among the members. No way. Did he really just give the money like that? 10 million, just like that? Of course, it's already in. Zhao Tianhu chuckled. No wonder Mr. Chen is so generous. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled at the group messages, only to be interrupted by a message from Xiao Lulu. Chen Feng, I've been short on cash lately. Could you lend me 10 million? From now on, I'll be yours. What? She really thinks she's important enough to negotiate with me? Chen Feng sighed, quickly typing a reply. Just a pack of instant noodles, nothing more. Chapter 53. Old Lady Zhou's please. Xiao Lulu stared at her phone in disbelief, her eyes wide open. She had been so proactive, even throwing herself at him. Yet who could have anticipated such a cruel response? Is $1 million too much? To an ordinary person, perhaps it is a fortune, but to Chen Feng, it is merely trivial. After all, the individuals in the group were generously distributing red envelopes worth millions. And just moments ago, one had even given away 10 million. Was it really 10 million she desired? What she sought was merely an attitude. She was willing to entrust herself to him, yet he was not even willing to extend a modicum of respect. That was simply too much. The fact that he would rather give 10 million to a stranger than to her made her feel undervalued, as if she were a mere trinket. Surely, there were countless suitors vying for her affection. However, after a brief moment, she managed to regain her composure and, suppressing her dissatisfaction, continued, Chen Feng, how cruel you are. How can you jest in such a manner? As she spoke, she snapped a photo of the supplies in the room. Women are often inclined to grant wealthy individuals another chance. Upon seeing the photo, Chen Feng was taken aback, clearly surprised by the extent of Xiao Lulu's stockpile. In the entire neighborhood, aside from himself, she was likely the wealthiest. However, upon reflection, Chen Feng surmised the situation. Xiao Lulu resided in Lin Feier's home, and it was evident that these items were hoarded by Lin Feier. Indeed, she was a woman worthy of my admiration. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly, for if he were to choose someone to inhabit his villa, Lin Feier would undoubtedly be his first choice. After all, her reputation in his previous life was exceptionally commendable. Coupled with her beauty, allure, and captivating charm, her very presence inspired a desire to conquer. Yet, Chen Feng merely acknowledged her worth. The prospect of actually allowing her to reside in his villa was nearly impossible, at least for now. Chen Feng chose not to respond further to Xiao Lulu. Given her nature, it was only a matter of time before she would return to seek his assistance, and he was in no rush. Moreover, even if Xiao Lulu denied him a place to sleep, Chen Feng was indifferent, for he was certainly not lacking in female companionship. Lin Feier, observing Xiao Lulu's fixation on her phone, could not help but cast a glance. Immediately, she noticed the photo Xiao Lulu had sent to Chen Feng. Lulu, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you not to mention our food supplies? Lin Feier suppressed her anger. She had clearly emphasized this issue. Yet Xiao Lulu had disregarded it entirely. Was she not jeopardizing her? Startled by the sudden reprimand, Xiao Lulu was taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of profound grievance. Feier, you actually yelled at me over a photo. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, showcasing her distress. Lin Feier was momentarily stunned but refrained from further approach, instead continuing, Lulu, you see the current situation. The Zhou family has been robbed. If word gets out that we have food, we too could be targeted. You are clearly dissatisfied with me. Who would rob over mere food? The Zhou family was robbed solely because Chen Feng placed a bounty of 10 million. Xiao Lulu pouted angrily, visibly displeased. Lulu, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Why are you still fixated on money? Money has become worthless. Lin Feier was no fool. Over the past few days, she had gained a thorough understanding of the current predicament through her international friends. The entire world was blanketed in snow, frozen in ice. What did this signify? It meant that rescue would be delayed, and the most precious resource would soon become food, not currency. Amidst the desert, $1 million and a bottle of mineral water would lead anyone to choose the water. The current chaos was merely due to people's failure to grasp the reality of their circumstances. What are you babbling about? How could money possibly be useless? Forget it. Just remember what I said. Do not disclose this to anyone. Otherwise, you will have to find a place of your own. Lin Feier's tone was resolute. Xiao Lulu, after a moment of bewilderment, began to cry once more. Lin Feier, feeling helpless, attempted to console her, and after some time, Xiao Lulu finally forgave her. Feier, if you scold me again, I will genuinely be upset. All right. Then I want steak for our next meal. Chen Feng was living quite comfortably in his residence, engrossed in reading, exercising with Lao He, and preparing meals whenever hunger struck, completely unconcerned about the external situation. For the moment, things were manageable. Society's long-established moral boundaries had yet to be breached. However, given a little more time, once everyone found themselves devoid of food and desperate to survive, true chaos would ensue. Early the next morning, Chen Feng noticed Zhou Laodai calling for assistance in the group chat. Dear neighbors, please, I implore you, help my son. If anyone assists him, I shall overlook the matter of you stealing my food. Otherwise, you will all spend a few years behind bars. Zhou Laodai's tone shifted from pleading to threatening. Unfortunately, rather than finding help, the group was filled with mockery. The reason was simple. Initially, they had refrained from acting due to Luo Zhongyuan's influence. Many had suffered in silence despite their grievances. Yet now, with Luo Zhongyuan reduced to a sickly state, who would continue to endure? Old woman, do not threaten us. We have not robbed you, and we have no obligation to assist. Indeed, you are the epitome of an ingrate. Look at Dr. He Jing. The last time she helped you, how did you repay her? You refused to give her even a pack of instant noodles, and instead charged her 2,000 per pack. What? Am I out of my mind to help you? As Zhou Laodai faced the ridicule in the group, her face twisted with anger. She had done nothing wrong. Why were they speaking to her in such a manner? However, the lack of assistance she received reminded her that perhaps she could seek help from He Jing, who was a professional. Without hesitation, Zhou Laodai rushed to He Jing's residence, tearfully pleading for assistance. He Jing, a recent university graduate, felt conflicted about her desire to refuse, but ultimately accompanied Zhou Laodai to her home. Yet, after examining the situation, He Jing shook her head. I can only help stop the bleeding. He will need anti-inflammatory medication and antibiotics, which only Chen Feng has. I saw plenty of anti-inflammatory medicine when Chen Feng showcased his cold medication. Is there truly no other way? Zhou Laodai wept profusely, desperately imploring. He Jing could only shake her head in resignation. Chen Feng, Zhou Laodai gritted her teeth, suddenly struck by an idea. She hurried to Qin Yin and spoke with a menacing tone. Quickly go to Chen Feng for medicine. Mom, how could he possibly give me medicine? Stop dawdling. Does he not want to sleep with you? Hurry up. If anything happens to my son, I will not spare you. Chapter 54. This is my home, Mom. I do not want to go. Qin Yin felt utterly wronged, yet the response she received was a sharp slap from Zhou Laodai. If you do not bring back the medicine today, do not call me Mom. I have no daughter-in-law like you. Exactly, you are useless. Get out, get out. The child, Luo Xiaolong, also scolded Qin Yin vehemently, showing her no respect. In this household, she was the sole outsider. Today, by any means necessary, whether through persuasion or negotiation, you must retrieve that medicine. Otherwise, you may as well pack your bags and leave. Zhou Laodai shouted as she pushed Qin Yin out the door. He Jing, witnessing the scene, felt utterly helpless. Just as Qin Yin was nearly pushed out, she finally spoke up. "All right, I still have a little medicine here that can be used temporarily." Zhou Laotai's spirits soared, disregarding Qin Yin entirely as she eagerly approached Yijing. "Wonderful. I knew you. Dr. He would not stand by and watch. You are far better than those cold-hearted neighbors." Yijing sighed and produced the last 2 boxes of medicine she had. These were her emergency supplies, but she had never anticipated they would serve such a significant purpose at this moment. She had planned to give Zhou Laotai only half, as she believed the person in front of her held little hope. In the absence of systematic medical measures, even the slightest amount of medication proves to be utterly insufficient and futile. Giving it all to the other party would merely be a waste. To her surprise, before she could even retrieve her half, it was snatched away by old lady Zhou. "My son's condition is far too severe. Even if I borrow this medicine from you, I will return it once the snow ceases." Yijing, however, understood all too well that the other party would never return the favor, yet she found herself at a loss as to how to reclaim her share. Ultimately, she could only sigh and respond softly. "Although I have managed a simple bandaging of his wound, true recovery is an arduous task. The most crucial thing is to ensure he receives adequate nutrition. Perhaps that might save his life." Old lady Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and then began to berate Qin Yin from a distance. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and go find something to eat. Our food supplies have been completely depleted, and we have no choice but to venture out for sustenance." Qin Yin wanted to retort, but upon catching sight of old lady Zhou's venomous glare, she resignedly wrapped herself in her coat and stepped outside. Nonetheless, given the frigid conditions, and with nearly every household devoid of any surplus provisions, Qin Yin inquired at several homes, only to be met with the same denial. No one was willing to share food with her. Moreover, old lady Zhou had been excessively ruthless in recent days, leaving even Qin Yin's acquaintances with no inclination to assist her. "Qin Yin, I hear you are borrowing food." At that moment, Zhao Tianhu sent her a message. He was the one who had orchestrated the raid on Luo Zhongyuan's house and had secured the most provisions, now considered relatively affluent. "Could you spare me a little? I promise I will repay you." "Repay? There is no need for that. Just come over and keep me company. I guarantee your family one tea go hungry. Besides, I currently have over 10 million in cash. You could easily come and stay with me, which is certainly preferable to enduring hardship at Luo Zhongyuan's home." Upon reading the message, Qin Yin was instantly infuriated. She had encountered several individuals of this ilk before, utterly shameless. "If I were to sell myself, I might as well seek out Chen Feng." Suddenly, she recalled Chen Feng, and it crossed her mind that his home was likely warm. The thought of returning empty-handed and facing another scolding from her mother-in-law left her hesitating in the biting wind. Ultimately, she made the resolute decision to head towards Chen Feng's underground garage. This time, she appeared more familiar with the process, especially when it came to shedding her clothing. She completed it without even prompting Chen Feng. "Are you here to return the anti-inflammatory and antibiotics?" Chen Feng observed Qin Yin from above, fully aware of the messages circulating in the group. After old lady Zhou inquired about the situation, Qin Yin's appearance here was unmistakably revealing her intentions. Qin Yin shook her head. "I need food." Chen Feng's gaze reflected a hint of surprise, but after a brief moment, he nodded and said, "All right. You can either choose to have a nice meal here, the same standard as last time, or you can take 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 sausages to go. Could you not spare me a bit more?" Qin Yin approached Chen Feng barefoot and almost pleaded. If she returned empty-handed, her mother-in-law would certainly scold her. Yet she yearned for a warm meal. "You have only these 2 options. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave now. I will not force you." Chen Feng turned to depart, but after taking just a couple of steps, Qin Yin rushed to his side and grasped his hand. A smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. It was evident she had made her choice. "Go take a shower first," he said, patting her rear and pointing toward the nearby bathroom. Due to power shortages and water stoppages, bathing conditions here had become exceedingly rare. Most people had utilized the electricity for cooking when it was available. Furthermore, to obtain water, one had to venture downstairs to collect snow and bring it back home to heat and melt, a perilous task when water resources were so precious. Who would consider bathing in such circumstances? Upon hearing that she could take a shower, Qin Yan's eyes lit up. After so many days without bathing, she felt utterly uncomfortable. When she had mentioned wanting a shower at home, she had been scolded by her mother-in-law. Now, unexpectedly, her wish was being fulfilled here. Soaking in the tub, surrounded by warm water, Qin Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Chen Feng entered, much to her astonishment. "How did you get in?" "The door was locked. This is my home. Locking the door is futile against me." Chen Feng chuckled as he stepped into the tub, pulling a startled Qin Yan into his embrace. "Let's wash together." Instantly, the temperature in the bathroom rose several degrees. It must be said that Qin Yan possessed an allure capable of captivating any man. Chen Feng felt no trace of weariness in her presence. After an intense encounter, though he emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory, for the adversary was formidable. Upon returning home, Qin Yan was immediately accosted by old lady Zhou, who searched her for food. "Where's the food? I couldn't borrow anything." "You useless wretch. What good are you to me?" Old lady Zhou's eyes blazed with fury. "Mom, that doctor, he should have some. Why don't you go ask her?" Luo Zhongyuan, having regained some strength, suggested. "Yes. Why didn't I think of that?" Old lady Zhou's face lit up with realization. Just moments ago, the other party had claimed to have no medicine, yet had produced 2 boxes. "I will go find her immediately." Chapter 55. What do I gain from this? The instant Qin Yan heard those words, she nearly froze in disbelief. She had never anticipated that her mother-in-law would set her sights on Dr. He Jing. After all, the latter was Luo Zhongyuan's savior. Without her, it was evident that Luo Zhongyuan would have lost his life. Though she wished to intervene and dissuade old lady Zhou, the words caught in her throat. Swallowed back down. In this household, she had no voice, and it was pointless to seek trouble for herself. "Keep an eye on my son and grandson. If they encounter any issues, I will not spare you." Old lady Zhou admonished Qin Yan before departing. However, it was not long before old lady Zhou returned, her expression one of helplessness. "Why are you back so soon?" Luo Zhongyuan inquired weakly. Dr. He Jing had already provided him with basic treatment, even extracting the bullet. Yet the severity of his injury remained. "It's because their family is destitute. I can't fathom how a young family could lack any food." Old lady Zhou spat in frustration, her demeanor filled with irritation. She had managed to gain entry under the pretense of inquiring about her son's condition, but upon entering, she found nothing but a bed and clothing. The kitchen was devoid of any meat, as though it hadn't seen a fire in many years. "What are you staring at? It's your incompetence that has led to this. Otherwise, why would I need to go out searching for food?" Old lady Zhou snapped at Qin Yan, who had been observing her. "Grandma, I want to eat meat." Luo Xiaolong approached, clutching his stomach. He had gone a long time without food and was starving. "There's no food. How can there be meat?" "I don't care, I want to eat. If you don't give me meat, I'll hit you," Luo Xiaolong threatened, his behavior that of a spoiled child who would lash out if things did not go his way. "Fine, I will go find you some meat." Luo Zhongyuan rose from the bed, weakly walking into the kitchen to retrieve a knife, his expression darkening as he left. Qin Yan was filled with suspicion. She had no idea where he was headed, yet a sense of foreboding settled in her heart. Chen Feng, meanwhile, was preoccupied with his own matters, feeling the outside environment grow increasingly dire as the residents began to exhibit more extreme behaviors. In times when they previously lacked the courage to act, they now find themselves compelled to do so, for the alternative is starvation. A group of individuals congregated, deliberating on venturing to the supermarket outside their community in search of sustenance. After all, during these days, all the residents have refrained from stepping outside, and the supermarket is likely stocked with provisions. The call to action resonated throughout the group, and many concurred, with several individuals providing warm clothing for a few brave souls to don as they prepared to venture forth. Those who ventured out did not succumb to the cold, as they were heavily bundled. However, they did not return. Chen Feng stood by the window, his gaze fixated on that direction, noting that not only had the group failed to return, but they also could not be reached by phone. It was likely that danger had befallen them. Chen Feng muttered to himself, recalling a similar occurrence from a previous life, when numerous individuals from the community sought to acquire supplies from a supermarket, only to vanish without a trace. Later, when the temperature rose slightly and others ventured out to investigate, they discovered that the supermarket had already been entirely looted, and the bodies of those who had gone in search of food lay outside its entrance. It was evident that they had been attacked, yet the specifics remained a mystery to all. Either the supermarket had been seized by others, who eliminated anyone approaching to avoid detection and share in the spoils, or the individuals who had gone out had turned against one another, resulting in conflict among themselves. The outside world is indeed perilous. We must refrain from venturing out recklessly. Do you understand? Chen Feng remarked earnestly to Lao He. Woof. Lao He responded hastily, asserting that he would never consider leaving, for this place provided food, drink, and even reading material. He had once been impoverished and unable to indulge in books. A multitude of individuals in the group inquired about the fate of those who had ventured out, but alas, no one replied. Meanwhile, the female streamer Sun Jai once again sought out Chen Feng. In truth, she had been attempting to reach him for several days, but Chen Feng had paid her no mind. Chen Feng Gij, please respond to me. Sun Jai expressed her impatience, yet she had no choice. Her household supplies were dwindling. Even if her husband did not beckon her, she felt compelled to reach out to Chen Feng. What is it? Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Chen Feng Gij, you finally replied. I thought you were upset with me, since you didn't respond to all my messages. Sun Jai exclaimed, eager to hear back from him, and promptly sent a voice message with her soft, melodic voice. No, I was just busy preparing Buddha jumps over the wall, and I didn't see your messages. You know this dish requires several days of preparation. Chen Feng explained, sending her a photo of his culinary creation. Instantly, both Sun Jai and her husband were left salivating. This was simply inhumane. How could it be fair that everyone in the community struggled to enjoy a warm meal while he indulged in such a luxurious dish? It is known that preparing this delicacy is labor-intensive and requires a plethora of ingredients to create even a single serving. How could Chen Feng manage to enjoy Buddha jumps over the wall in such circumstances? Hurry, ask him to prepare a pot for us. Zhang Qiming exclaimed, excitement evident as he drooled at the thought. Even without Zhang Qiming's urging, Sun Jai would not remain calm. She hastily sent Chen Feng a message. Wow, Gij. Your culinary skills are extraordinary. Could you spare me a bit? I would love to taste your cooking. What do I gain from that? Chen Feng inquired bluntly, prompting Sun Jai and her husband to exchange knowing smiles. The bait was set. After a moment's thought, Sun Jai began typing. Gij, would you consider joining my fan club? There are benefits involved. As she spoke, she sent Chen Feng a rather conventional yet suggestive photograph. Chen Feng thought, is she out of her mind? It's the end of the world, and she's talking to me about some fan club. If you deliver a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall and 2 king crabs, then you can join the fan club. Once you're in, they update benefits weekly. Chen Feng retorted mockingly. Huh, with that level of appeal, you think you can reel me in? You're delusional. I'd rather offer you a single pack of instant noodles if you come down and keep me company. Without a second thought, Chen Feng sent the message. Chapter 56. You must provide me an explanation originally. Sun Jai had anticipated successfully captivating Chen Feng today, but upon seeing his message, her demeanor soured. She had not expected Chen Feng to respond in such a manner. It is worth noting that many suitors sought her attention, with numerous affluent individuals willing to spend lavishly just to catch a glimpse of her. Yet here was Chen Feng, suggesting a mere pack of instant noodles in exchange for companionship. This was utterly outrageous. She was incensed, questioning when she had become so cheap. More importantly, she had only asked Chen Feng for a bit of Buddha jumps over the wall and some crabs. Beside her, Zhang Qiming prepared for a feast, noticed his wife's frown, and hurried over to inquire about the matter. Did that simp fall for it? No, that scoundrel suggested I accompany him for a pack of instant noodles. Sun Jai expressed her frustration, visibly upset, though she was well aware that most men were untrustworthy. Chen Feng's behavior particularly irked her. If you desire intimacy, you should at least show some sincerity. Be my #1 supporter and shower me with gifts. I am not averse to giving you a chance. Is your communication at fault? Quickly send him some alluring photos. Zhang Qiming urged. eager to salvage the opportunity for the coveted Buddha jumps over the wall. What nonsense is this? You expect me to go accompany him? I'm your wife. Sun Jiai retorted angrily, kicking Zhang Qiming away. Chen Feng, disinterested, surmised that it would not be long before Sun Jiai would find herself at his mercy. He did not doubt that a streamer who thrived on the edge would eventually succumb. When that time came, she would have no choice but to seek him out. Although other residents in the community, such as Zhao Tianhu, had food, it paled in comparison to Chen Feng's lavish offerings. As long as Sun Jiai was not foolish, she would gradually fall under his influence. Life was indeed much better than in his previous existence. In his past life, he had merely clung to Su Qing, only to be betrayed in the end. This time, he would play the role of the wolf. Lao He regarded Chen Feng with suspicion, his eyes scrutinizing him. Woof! This did not seem like the demeanor of a wolf. What was this individual prattling on about? No matter how hard he tried, he could never be a dog in this life. Did he not understand? The positioning was all wrong. Effort would be in vain. Chen Feng, noticing Lao He's lecherous gaze, quickly shifted to the side. This insatiable desire for comfort. Surely this dog would not be eyeing him. I must find a few female dogs for you soon, rest assured. I will remember this, Chen Feng solemnly promised, while Lao He shook his head in disapproval. You despicable little brat, attempting to dull my senses with wine and pleasure. I am not falling for your tricks. Amidst the playful banter between Lao He and Chen Feng, Chen Feng's phone buzzed again. His current life was quite pleasant, filled with ample leisure time, all thanks to these neighbors. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from Zhao Qian. You all are still all right? Chen Feng felt astonished, hardly believing that they had managed to survive the night. Logically, after their departure, Wang Hao, who had been dealt a severe blow, would harbor resentment and lock the door to prevent their return. According to Chen Feng's plan, Su Qing's family would either freeze to death or desperately plead for their lives. Moreover, Zhao Qian, who was following them, would not meet a favorable fate either. However, Zhao Qian had now reached out to him, indicating that Su Qing's family must not have encountered any misfortune. Chen Feng, you are truly wicked. You did not inform me in advance about your intentions toward Su Qing's family, leaving them nearly frostbitten yesterday. Zhao Qian's tone, although flattering, carried a hint of grievance. Had it not been for Su Jiqiang providing her with warm clothing, she might have truly fallen ill from the cold. Naturally, in such frigid weather, Su Jiqiang himself ended up catching a cold. Did Wang Hao let you in? Yes, after much discussion, Su Qing finally persuaded Wang Hao not to hold it against us, and he allowed us in. Observing the response from the other side, Chen Feng's regard for Wang Hao elevated several notches. This individual was becoming increasingly formidable and could not be left unchecked. Chen Feng desired nothing less than a spectacle of mutual destruction. Yet Wang Hao managed to suppress his internal fury and allowed them entry despite past grievances. Chen Feng understood that it was not merely Su Qing's words that held sway, but rather Wang Hao recognized that he could not endure alone in this environment for long. Chen Feng, may I come over? I feel that Wang Hao is looking at me with inappropriate intentions. He clearly harbors ulterior motives. Zhao Qian sent another message, leaving one to wonder whether she was genuinely playing the victim or if Wang Hao had indeed set his sights on her. Let's take a look at your legs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's spirits soared. She glanced around the room to ensure no one was watching her before making her way to the restroom. Inside, she felt utterly frustrated. Her attire was excessively cumbersome, preventing her from achieving the desired effect. Ultimately, she made a bold decision, lowering her pants to reveal her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings, and sent the image to Chen Feng. There was little choice. The biting cold had compelled her to wear everything she could. All right, come over. Zhao Qian, overjoyed, hurriedly dressed. She loathed this wretched place and had no desire to return. Her heart raced with anticipation. Her days of hardship were finally coming to an end. However, just as Zhao Qian was regaining her composure and pondering how to concoct an excuse to exit, she was startled to find Su Qing and her family glaring at her from the restroom door, their expressions decidedly unfriendly, causing her heart to race with anxiety. What are you doing in the restroom? Su Qing glared at Zhao Qian with displeasure. What could I possibly be doing? Naturally, I'm using the restroom. Do you expect me to be sneaking snacks in here? Zhao Qian replied, attempting to divert the conversation elsewhere. However, just as she prepared to leave, her phone was abruptly snatched by Su Dahua, and their expressions shifted dramatically to one of fury. How dare you, while we are freezing and starving here, you conspire with others behind our backs. Ma Zuolan, upon seeing the chat history, could no longer contain her outrage. Do you have any conscience? My son has been saving food and clothing for you, and you dare to flirt with Chen Feng. Su Jiqiang's temper flared, and he could not refrain from shouting. What is going on here? Qian, you must provide me with an explanation today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Chapter 57. Mistakes must be penalized. Su Jiqiang was genuinely furious, his entire being trembling with rage, itching to confront Zhao Qian right then and there. In the brief moment of panic, Zhao Qian, instead of retreating, responded with equal indignation. Yes, I contacted Chen Feng, but what of it? ISNT at your incompetence that has led us to this dire situation? What? Our family has sacrificed everything for you, and you dare to say such things? Do you have any sense of right and wrong? Su Jiqiang took a step forward, ready to strike, yet Zhao Qian did not flinch. Instead, she stepped closer. Go ahead, strike me dead. Then let us see how you will reach Chen Feng's residence. Zhao Qian's voice rose, startling everyone into confusion. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? You tried every trick in the book to reach Chen Feng's villa, and you've all failed miserably. Am I supposed to wait here to die alongside you? Zhao Qian snatched back her phone, pointing at the messages as she scolded. Do you see this? I merely used a few words to make him obedient. I had originally intended to inform you once I secured him, but I never anticipated you would doubt me. How cruel is my fate? Zhao Qian burst into tears, kicking Su Jiqiang while expressing her grievances, leaving the entire family in a state of bewilderment. Even Su Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback, filled with guilt. Qian, you truly do not wish to be with him? What nonsense! If I truly wanted to be with Chen Feng, would I still be following you? Would I endure so much suffering here? Zhao Qian's demeanor reflected her immense sense of injustice. Alas, it is my fault, my fault. Qian, I apologize. Su Dahua hurriedly interjected, repeatedly apologizing, feeling utterly worthless. Ma Zuolan also grasped Zhao Qian's hand, continuously expressing their regret for their impulsiveness and for doubting her. Only Su Qing regarded Zhao Qian with suspicion. As a woman herself, she doubted Zhao Qian's simplicity, yet she was at a loss for words. No matter what she said now would be futile. What shall we do next? Su Jiqiang inquired, filled with suspicion. What shall we do? Naturally, we must deceive Chen Feng into opening the door, and then we will confront him together. Once he opens the door, we will surely overpower him. Su Dahua clenched his fists, sneering. They had now completely abandoned any thoughts of negotiating with Chen Feng. If they seized even the slightest opportunity, they would not let him off the hook. Let's not act hastily. Su Qing shook her head, outright rejecting the idea. Do not forget how Luo Zhongyuan was injured. Those ruffians could not take down Chen Feng. We would likely have no chance either, and more importantly, he possesses a firearm. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation. A firearm could easily cost them their lives in the event of even the slightest mishap. Then what shall we do? We cannot remain idle. With the opportunity so close at hand, none of them were willing to let it slip away. Chen Feng was exceedingly cautious, making it incredibly difficult for them to gain entry. At that moment, Wang Hao approached and handed a small vial to Zhao Qian. Once you go in, find a way to make him take this medicine. Then he will be rendered powerless and at our mercy. Zhao Qian received the vial with astonishment, and the others were equally taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Hao to possess such an item. However, despite their discontent with Wang Hao, they did not wish to argue at this moment. This was not the time for conflict. Once I incapacitate him, I will let you in immediately. After tidying herself up, Zhao Qian proceeded to the entrance of Chen Feng's underground garage. Since everyone knew about Chen Feng's surveillance, they could not accompany her. Zhao Qian, employing a bit of cunning, tossed the vial into a corner. Letting Su's family in? That was absurd. She preferred to share an intimate world with Chen Feng over associating with them. Zhao Qian was not foolish. The Su family was truly shameless, and she had no desire to be with them. Seeing only Zhao Qian, Chen Feng opened the door without hesitation. In an instant, Zhao Qian was greeted by a wave of warmth that invigorated her, causing her eyes to brighten. This was a two-layered door. After the garage door opened, there was yet another door 3 meters away, ensuring that even if someone opened the first door, a more formidable barrier remained. Was this his source of confidence? Zhao Qian could not help but marvel at Chen Feng's ingenuity in constructing such a robust fortress. Upon her entrance into the garage, she still did not encounter Chen Feng. "Remove all your clothing." Chen Feng's voice blared through the speakers, causing Zhao Qian's cheeks to flush crimson. However, she displayed no hesitation, instead exuding an air of confidence, even more so than Qin Yan, who had come here for the second time. After all, her initial intention was to win over Chen Feng. They had already been candid with each other from the beginning. Had it not been for Su Jiqiang's phone call, she might have already moved in. Nevertheless, all the detours taken had led to a sense of fulfillment. Zhao Qian assumed that Chen Feng was eagerly attempting to claim her, unaware that his fear was the true motivator. What if she concealed something within her clothing and, at a critical moment, used it against him? Wouldn't that mean his immediate demise? Only after realizing there was no threat did Chen Feng allow her to ascend. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhao Qian, already in a state of shock, found herself even more astonished, her expression filled with disbelief. Despite being devoid of any clothing, she felt no chill, and Chen Feng's abode was adorned with lavish designer items, igniting her excitement anew. Spotting Chen Feng lounging on the sofa, she approached him without uttering a word. "I need a shower first." Chen Feng, his brow furrowed, abruptly pushed her away. His interest in her was virtually non-existent, especially after his recent encounter with the stunning Qin Yan, which left him with even less desire for Zhao Qian. In terms of appearance, physique, and sensual allure, Zhao Qian paled in comparison to Qin Yan. Were it not for the prospect of annoying Su Jiqiang, he would not have bothered with her at all. Once Zhao Qian finished her shower, she eagerly approached him. "Weren't you rather arrogant before? Collaborating with Su Jiqiang to trouble me. Why the sudden interest now?" Chen Feng regarded Zhao Qian with a stoic expression. "Chen Feng, I was wrong before. Please forgive me." "Wrong? Mistakes must be punished," Chen Feng replied, glancing at his lower half, causing Zhao Qian to blush and cast a knowing glance at him, slowly bending down. Chapter 58. Is there something wrong with your mind? Despite his lack of interest, Chen Feng had reached a point of no return and proceeded without further hesitation. An hour later, he sat on the sofa, his demeanor lacking enthusiasm, while Zhao Qian, still displaying her alluring charm, rested a hand on his shoulder. "Chen Feng, would you like me to accompany you like this every day?" As she spoke, her fingers danced before him. Though she radiated seduction, to Chen Feng, she appeared quite ordinary. His sage mode had been activated, rendering him impervious to her allure. Of course, had it been Qin Yan or Li Bingyao, he would have engaged in a much more intense encounter. Every day, Chen Feng shook his head disdainfully. "That won't do. Chen Feng, don't you want someone by your side, attending to your every need?" Zhao Qian pressed on, unhesitatingly. She was confident in her charm. Although she could not match Qin Yan, she was obedient and far more skilled. Had Chen Feng been privy to her thoughts at that moment, he might have slapped her for her audacity. "Are you joking? What gives you the right to compare yourself to Qin Yan? If you wish, we can enjoy a nice meal, and I'll give you 3 packs of instant noodles to take home, and you may return next time. If you're unwilling, then there is no need to come back." Chen Feng concluded, gesturing toward the sumptuous spread he had prepared, designed specifically to create a psychological disparity for Zhao Qian. She wished to say more, but Chen Feng had already risen and moved away. The enthusiasm in her eyes darkened, especially as she regarded Chen Feng, feeling as though she were looking at a heartless man. After dinner, Zhao Qian initially wanted to attempt again, but Chen Feng's stance was unwavering. "Even Qin Yan couldn't stay here. I hope you have the self-awareness. If you desire a good meal, feel free to seek me out." Zhao Qian's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet she ultimately departed with the 3 packs of instant noodles Chen Feng had given her. On her way back, she retrieved the discarded pill bottle. "Chen Feng, since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhao Qian's heart was consumed by fury, since Chen Feng refused to acquiesce. She resolved to eliminate him. Once she seized the villa, she would do as she pleased. As for Su's family, she intended to keep them at bay as well. So, did you manage to capture him? Upon returning home, Su Jiqiang rushed over, his face alight with expectation as he gazed at Zhao Qian. No, I didn't find the opportunity. Have you showered? Su Jiqiang pushed past Zhao Qian, his eyes fixated on the instant noodles in her hands. What on earth did you do at his house for so long? Even a fool could deduce what had transpired. Darling, let me explain. He didn't do anything to me. He intended to take advantage of me, but he couldn't perform. He didn't even manage to penetrate. Zhao Qian hurriedly reassured him, yet Su Jiqiang remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Su Dahua eagerly seized the instant noodles and began to munch on them. Enough, regardless of the circumstances. He did contribute something to our family, so stop being paranoid. 3 packs of instant noodles shared among 5 people, while still insufficient for a full meal, was better than nothing. Su Jiqiang continued to insist that Zhao Qian pursue Chen Feng, considering him ineffective. The family tacitly agreed not to delve further into Zhao Qian's situation, while Su Qing, who had long been aware of the circumstances, remained composed. Having been Chen Feng's ex-wife, she understood that he had a complicated past. But there was no issue at hand. She could surmise that Zhao Qian had likely attempted to curry favor with Chen Feng, only to be rebuffed and subsequently cast out. After all, Su Qing felt confident allowing Zhao Qian to approach Chen Feng, having prepared herself for the outcome. Given that even a woman as beautiful as Qin Yin had not been retained by Chen Feng, she believed Zhao Qian lacked the qualifications. Now that Zhao Qian had been dismissed, it confirmed her suspicions. What is your plan moving forward? Su Qing inquired as she approached Zhao Qian. Next time, I will definitely capture him, Zhao Qian replied coldly, adding, I must deal with him so that you all can move in. Su Qing nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was leisurely tidying up the aftermath, with the large black dog sniffing around and observing his surroundings. Upon spotting a riding whip on the ground, it instinctively retreated a few steps. Woof, is a dog here? Or are you preparing to engage me in combat? This is rather unsporting. Isn't it? Chen Feng remarked. This isn't meant for you. That woman used it earlier. The large black dog, visibly disdainful, thought the activities were rather bizarre, shaking its head in disapproval. Enough of that. Let us exchange a few moves, Chen Feng declared. His gaze sharpened as he lunged toward the large black dog. He needed an outlet for the energy that had yet to be exhausted. That very evening, the authorities finally issued another statement. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the globe, and it was expected to persist for an extended period. Citizens were urged to take care of themselves. The announcement was exceedingly straightforward, scarcely leaving any room for interpretation. It was tantamount to instructing everyone to fend for themselves, with no anticipated rescue in sight. Many individuals, upon receiving this news, descended into despair, leading to a surge in prices. People began to grasp the significance of food. A single pack of instant noodles was no longer obtainable for 20,000 yuan, and some were even resorting to trading Rolex watches for mere packs of noodles. Upon reading the news, Chen Feng felt a profound sense of reflection. For ordinary individuals, the upcoming events may indeed herald a true calamity. Resources are exceedingly scarce, and with so many people, desperation will drive individuals to trample upon dignity, humanity, and a law. In the ensuing days, Chen Feng received a piece of news from Qin Yin. Luo Zhongyan was not dead. In fact, he had managed to bring back those he had once killed to consume. Although his arm was rendered useless, Luo Zhongyuan was temporarily out of mortal danger due to the nourishment he received. Qin Yin, however, could not bring herself to consume what he had prepared and was compelled to seek out Chen Feng daily. Should there be any news, do not forget to inform me promptly. I assure you, I will not treat you poorly when the time comes. As Chen Feng saw Qin Yin off, he noticed Xiao Lulu sneaking around in the underground garage. Like a streetwalker, a man approached her, and after a brief interaction with his phone, Xiao Lulu extracted 2 packets of instant noodles from her clothing to hand over to him. How intriguing. In such dire circumstances, she dares to sell food. Does she not possess a shred of common sense? Chapter 59. The enraged Lin Feier, what is this? After selling 2 more packets of instant noodles, Xiao Lulu fortuitously caught sight of Qin Yin exiting Chen Feng's villa, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of discontent. She had previously made efforts to express her goodwill, yet Chen Feng repeatedly belittled her. Now, he was involved with Qin Yin, a married woman. Was she truly inferior to others? Frustrated, she completed her sales and stormed back to her residence. Xiao Lulu pondered extensively, unable to comprehend why she had been overshadowed by Qin Yin. Despite the latter's slightly superior appearance and physique, she was ultimately a second-hand item. At least she had never been married. Could it be that Chen Feng was attracted to such? Lulu, where have you been in this frigid weather? Lin Feier inquired suspiciously upon her return home. Bored at home. I took a stroll outside. Xiao Lulu replied absent-mindedly, but Lin Feier became visibly anxious, hastily advising her. Things are chaotic outside. Many have begun looting. Be cautious. And please refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. All right, I understand. Xiao Lulu replied dismissively, wrapping herself in a blanket and curling up on the sofa. What was wrong with this girl? Xian provoked her, so why was she seething with anger? Upon returning to his abode, Chen Feng sat by the window, gazing at the neighboring Villa No. 4. He could surmise that Lin Feier had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies for reasons unknown before the heavy snowfall. But now Xiao Lulu had taken him to sell. This situation could potentially lead Lin Feier into trouble, either through food shortages or being targeted by a horde of desperate individuals. In his past life, Chen Feng only knew that Lin Feier met a tragic fate, ravaged by a group of people, yet the specifics eluded him. It was prudent to offer her a warning. As Chen Feng contemplated this, he prepared to send a message. But Xiao Lulu initiated contact instead. Chen Feng, have you gotten involved with Qin Yin? She accused immediately, as though he had betrayed her trust. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was this a jest? What right did she have to question him? None of your business. How could you treat me this way? I reached out to you, and you humiliated me instead, only to pursue that shameless Qin Yin? Am I not worthy compared to her? What do you possess that can compare to her? Chen Feng retorted, utterly speechless. Xiao Lulu not only lacked intelligence, but also possessed no self-awareness. What gave her the audacity to compare herself to Qin Yin? The latter's beauty, physique, and graceful demeanor far surpassed her own. Am I not younger than her? She has never been married, while I have not. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Crazy. Chen Feng was equally at a loss. He could not fathom how Xiao Lulu could utter such words. Given her proficiency in tea art, she was hardly a paragon of virtue. It was likely she had already been with numerous partners. Yet, Chen Feng was not one to possess a moralistic obsession. As long as one was attractive, he would not overthink matters if they approached him. However, Xiao Lulu was genuinely repugnant, driven by excessive ambition and foolishness, frequently engaging in shameless acts. Initially, she had disparaged Lin Feier to win his favor, and now she was maligning Qin Yin. If you want to join me, you may, but I will only reward you with a packet of instant noodles. Xiao Lulu, already filled with resentment, was further incensed by Chen Feng's words. Did he think she was worth merely a few packets of noodles? Did he assume she was easy to bully? With a cold snort, Xiao Lulu sent a screenshot of her bank balance. 10 million. This is the money I earned today from selling food. Prices have skyrocketed, and I made this much from just a little bit of meat. Look at this. This is my hard-earned money. Don't think for a moment that a few measly coins will allow you to act as you please. Soon, you will find it hard to keep up with me. Xiao Lulu typed coldly, exuding an air of triumph. In just one day, she had earned 10 million. With another 2 or 3 days, she would realize her dream of becoming a wealthy woman, at which point she would no longer concern herself with Chen Feng. Upon seeing the screenshot, Chen Feng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated prices had escalated to such heights. No wonder Xiao Lulu was selling food. She was far too greedy to resist such temptation. However, this left Lin Feier in dire straits, as it had only served to make her work for Xiao Lulu. He did not hesitate to send Lin Feier a friend request. Yet, within just 2 minutes, he was met with rejection. Chen Feng, this woman. I am trying to save you. Chen Feng submitted another request, this time including a verification note, Xiao Lulu is selling food outside. Having completed this task, he cannot be bothered to pursue it further. He was no sycophant, and it was unnecessary to grovel for assistance. He had provided the necessary warning. Whether Lin Feier would heed, it was her own affair. What if Xiao Lulu's selling of food was Lin Feier's idea? These matters were beyond Chen Feng's concern. When Lin Feier initially received Chen Feng's message, she was filled with disdain, yet upon receiving the verification message for the second time, she was taken aback. Although her impression of Chen Feng had always been poor, she promptly checked her food stock. To her dismay, she discovered a significant depletion of supplies. Lin Feier's countenance darkened. Her anger simmered within her. You, Xiao Lulu, I took you in during this weather, and instead of gratitude, you dare to sell my food. She approached Xiao Lulu, yanking the blanket away with an expression of fury. Lulu, have you gone too far? Selling my possessions? Xiao Lulu, already irked from her quarrel with Chen Feng, was further agitated by Lin Feier's reprimand. Feier, I merely sold a few packets of instant noodles and some meat. You wouldn't perish without those items, and you're scolding me for such a trivial matter. Xiao Lulu stomped her feet in anger, tears streaming down her cheeks, looking utterly aggrieved. I once considered you my close friend, yet you never allow me to eat my fill, and now you scold me for selling a few things? You have truly disappointed me. Lin Feier was taken aback. She had not anticipated such shamelessness. After all this, was it still her fault? Fine, you want to be uncomfortable, don't you? Aren't you so capable? Get out of my house right now. Don't stay here any longer. In a fit of rage, Lin Feier flung open the door, demanding Xiao Lulu leave. Chapter 60. Is this not a threat to my life? Xiao Lulu gazed at Lin Feier, her expression a portrait of astonishment, her face etched with disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated that the other party would speak such words to her. If you choose to leave, Feier, even if you plead for my return, I shall not come back. With a stomp of her foot, Xiao Lulu stormed towards the door. Yet, as she reached the entrance, a gust of icy wind hit her squarely, instantly filling her with regret. Should she abandon this place? Where'd she go next? The outside was a frozen wasteland. She would likely encounter dire consequences within mere moments of stepping out. Moreover, given the current scarcity of food for nearly everyone, her chances of finding someone to take her in if she left were virtually non-existent. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears streamed down her face as she turned to grasp Lin Feier's hand. Feier, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I was merely trying to earn some money for you, seeing how rapidly prices have soared. I had your best interests at heart. Lin Feier, possessing a tender heart, reflected on the grim fate that awaited Cho should she leave. Even if she were not frozen to death, she would surely face a dismal destiny. Ultimately, she relented. Lulu, do you not understand? Money has lost its value. The world is in crisis, and food is of paramount importance. If you promise me not to sell food anymore, I shall overlook these matters. How could it be that severe? That sounds exaggerated. Xiao Lulu retorted, disbelief written all over her face. If it were truly that dire, wouldn't it signify the end of the world? If you can uphold your promise, we remain sisters. If not, you might as well find another place to stay. Lin Feier's countenance turned serious, as if she were issuing a final ultimatum. Xiao Lulu felt her anger dissipate, and she immediately softened, grasping Lin Feier's arm with a conciliatory smile. All right, I understand. I'll heed your advice. Though her face bore a smile, her heart bristled with dissatisfaction. Lin Feier was being unreasonable. It was only a matter of selling some food. What fault was it of hers to be treated so? How could she have considered Lin Feier a close friend? Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family gathered once more around Zhao Qian. Just moments prior, Chen Feng had finally agreed to let Zhao Qian visit his villa, which was undoubtedly good news for them. After all, they were on the verge of starvation and desperately needed sustenance. Should Zhao Qian manage to win over Chen Feng, at the very least, she could obtain food from him. If the plan fails, remember to bring back plenty of food. Su Jiqiang's weak gaze sparkled with excitement, for he knew nourishment was imminent. Su Qing, Inauri, reminded Zhao Qian to be cautious while also urging her to secure Chen Feng as quickly as possible. With so many women around him, he will tire of them eventually, and your opportunities are limited. Remember to act swiftly. Su Qing also harbored concerns that Zhao Qian might grow fond of Chen Feng and end up with him, hence the need for a precautionary warning. After parting from the Su family, Zhao Qian concealed her medicine and hurried toward Chen Feng's villa. Do you think Zhao Qian might betray us and end up with Chen Feng? Matsuelan asked nervously, noting that Zhao Qian seemed preoccupied. Impossible. Qian Qian could never like that good-for-nothing. She is my girlfriend and has promised to marry me. Su Jiqiang interjected, clearly unwilling to accept such a notion. The others remained silent, but Su Qing remarked, regardless, it's better than our current situation. As long as Zhao Qian isn't foolish. She want to keep Chen Feng around. Whether or not he allows us into the villa is another matter. However, I believe Zhao Qian is far easier to handle than Chen Feng. Upon reaching the villa, Zhao Qian was even more decisive than last time. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, she swiftly removed her clothing. The warmth of the environment solidified her resolve to give it her all. Yet, before taking action, she was willing to offer Chen Feng one chance. If he agreed to her terms, all would be well, and she could spare his life. But should he refuse, she could not be blamed for her ruthlessness. Go take a shower, Chen Feng commanded without a moment's hesitation. Beside him, the dog Lao He looked at Chen Feng with suspicion. What do you mean? Are you not even going to hide from me during such matters? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed at Lao He, realizing the dog was becoming increasingly astute. He could no longer keep secrets from him. In just a few days, his usual tricks were proving ineffective. We'll eat together, and after dinner, you'll stay in the basement. Do you understand? Lao He clearly disapproved, barking in protest. You're not letting me improve. That is effectively a death sentence. Moments later, Zhao Qian emerged from the bathroom, completely unclothed, yet showing no sign of embarrassment as she walked over to wrap her arms around Chen Feng's. Who are you just speaking with? This dog is a bit unruly. I had to scold him, Chen Feng replied, relishing Zhao Qian's massage. One of his hands began to stray. Meanwhile, Lao He shielded his eyes with his paws, exclaiming, I can't bear to look. This is utterly shameless. My dear, I truly don't wish to return. The Su family treats me terribly. I only want to be yours. Zhao Qian pouted, whispering sweet nothings into Chen Feng's ear. She knew how to tug at a man's heartstrings. No man would want his woman to be claimed by another. If Chen Feng remained indifferent, she would have no choice but to act decisively. I reiterate, if you want good food, I have no issue providing it. However, if you wish to stay here, you had best reconsider. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression turned frosty. But she quickly forced a smile. All right, let us eat first. After I fill you up, I'll tend to you properly. Chen Feng nodded and rose to approach the liquor cabinet nearby. During his time in the ugly country, he had acquired a winery, and thanks to a pre-apocalyptic sale, he had stockpiled a vast array of fine wines. Today, he intended to test the waters for drinking and driving. As he turned to fetch the wine, Zhao Qian swiftly retrieved a small vial, pouring its contents into Chen Feng's bowl of chicken soup, while Lao He looked on, utterly baffled. Hey, what are you doing? Do you think I don't exist? Lao He approached, peering at the soup, then glancing at Zhao Qian. This woman was clearly up to no good, engaging in underhanded schemes. Zhao Qian paid no heed to Lao He's disapproval, reveling in her secretive actions, lost in her own delight. Once she had secured her position, she intended to rid herself of that dog, whose gaze was simply intolerable. Woof! Lao He's eyes remained fixed on her, suspicion creeping in. Are you insulting me right in front of my face? That is a bit too much, don't you think? Unfortunately, Zhao Qian remained oblivious to his expression, and by the time Chen Feng returned with the wine, she had completed her preparations. Chen Feng, you have la fight here. Zhao Qian feigned surprise, approaching him eagerly to take the wine. Yes, I stockpiled a bit ahead of time. I never expected it would come in handy. Chen Feng chuckled. Before we drink, let us have a bowl of chicken soup to warm your stomach, ensuring you won't feel unwell later. Zhao Qian said, handing the bowl to Chen Feng. Without a hint of suspicion, he drank it all in one go. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Qian's heart bloomed with joy. I am eager to observe just how audacious you can be. Soon, you shall find yourself begging for mercy. However, even if you do plead for forgiveness, it will be too late, for I possess no antidote. What thoughts occupy your mind? You seem quite elated. No, I simply feel happy, for I shall soon be by your side. Zhao Qian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and then seated herself, crossing her legs while enjoying a gentle sway of her wine glass. In that moment, she felt as if she were a noble mistress. Naturally, she was unconcerned about whether or not she was properly clothed. Chen Feng, tell me, if I hadn't received the call from Su Jiqiang back then, would you have been with me? Zhao Qian asked leisurely, her tone devoid of any submission, exuding a confidence that suggested she was in control. Of course not. You never had any feelings for me. You merely followed the money, Chen Feng candidly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's demeanor shifted to one of evident displeasure. Is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? Certainly not. Chen Feng shook his head nonchalantly. It is entirely normal for women to be attracted to wealthy men. I do not even consider it materialistic. It is ingrained in our very genes, all for the sake of providing a better living environment for future generations. Men are no different. Their preference for youthful beauty serves the same purpose of ensuring superior offspring. Your actions are entirely justified. Zhao Qian rose abruptly, her dissatisfaction becoming increasingly palpable. If you perceive no issue with this, then why refuse to be with me? Did I not mention that without any emotional foundation, men desire youth and beauty, and you, unfortunately, fall short? Chen Feng replied calmly. Furthermore, the current climate is exceedingly dire. I cannot, in good conscience, allow someone who might betray me to remain by my side. Zhao Qian was livid, realizing that Chen Feng had never regarded her with any seriousness. Perhaps it is for the best. After eliminating him, I shall have no regrets. Chen Feng, you are indeed formidable, but alas, today marks your demise. In your next life, do refrain from such arrogance. You intend to strike me? Chen Feng chuckled at Zhao Qian, as if she were a mere jest. Do you truly believe that, as a woman, you surpass those like Luo, Zhongyuan? I certainly do not compare to them. Yet in the broth you just consumed, I have introduced my poison. You are now afflicted. Zhao Qian smirked, approaching Chen Feng and playfully lifting his chin, reveling in her triumph. Do you not feel weakness coursing through your body, your limbs growing heavy? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. I feel utterly drained. My limbs are so weak. How ruthless you are. Chen Feng's performance was excessively dramatic, yet Zhao Qian remained oblivious, basking in her newfound arrogance as she looked down upon him. Lao hai hu din Chen Feng, inspecting him closely. Wang Wang Wang, what is happening? Did I not warn you to be cautious? Look at the predicament you find yourself in. As Lao He circled around, he pondered whether to jump in and perform chest compressions on Chen Feng. Chen Feng nearly met his end under Lao He's clumsy paws. The strength of this dog was now comparable to that of an adult. If blame is to be placed, it rests solely upon your failure to cherish the opportunity. Had you merely allowed me to remain here, you would not have faced such a fatal outcome. Zhao Qian hummed slowly. In her eyes, Chen Feng was already a corpse. Chen Feng disregarded Zhao Qian entirely. After Lao He made another desperate leap, he could no longer suppress his urge to rise. Enough of this nonsense. I am fine. If you persist, you shall be the cause of my demise. Zhao Qian? Lao He Wan. You should have mentioned you were fine earlier. Look at how worried I became. Lao He shot Chen Feng an exasperated glare, while Zhao Qian was left in utter disbelief. She had clearly seen Chen Feng consume the poison. How could he possibly be unharmed? What is happening? Why are you not poisoned? She was filled with incredulity, wondering if perhaps Su Qing's family had deceived her. However, upon further reflection, she dismissed this notion. For Su Qing's family too wished to deal with Chen Feng and would never resort to such treachery. Why? Did you truly believe I would consume what you offered? Do you think me a fool? Chen Feng replied, exasperated. Even in the apocalypse, one must exercise caution. But I distinctly saw you drink it. Zhao Qian shook her head vehemently, unwilling to accept this reality. I have told you, yet you do not comprehend. Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief. The broth had never even touched his lips, but had been absorbed into his space instead. Yet Zhao Qian, An ordinary person had failed to notice. But I cannot fathom where you concealed the poison, given that your clothing is gone. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to Zhao Qian's legs, his mouth agape in disbelief. How can people be so audacious? Zhao Qian, now engulfed in panic, scanned the surroundings until her eyes landed on the kitchen knife on the table. Without a second thought, she seized it and charged toward Chen Feng. Seeking death, Chen Feng sneered, preparing to unleash his spatial abilities to subdue her, but Lao He dashed forward first. With a sudden tremor, countless ice pillars erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing Zhao Qian within their frozen grasp. Chapter 62. Luo Zhongyuan's target Chen Feng stared at the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered. The Zhao Qian who had just moments ago intended to attack him was now completely ensnared within the ice. She might be lifeless, or perhaps conscious yet utterly immobilized. It was evident from her still poised to strike at Chen Feng that she had no opportunity to resist. She had not even comprehended what had transpired before being encased in ice. Lao He, when did you become so formidable? When did you awaken your powers? Chen Feng quickly turned his gaze to Lao He, realizing his earlier suspicions were correct. This was indeed the extraordinary dog of the apocalypse. However, he had not anticipated that it would awaken its ice abilities at this moment. Upon further contemplation, it made sense as a rural dog. How could it have survived in such frigid conditions for 2.5 years without some form of power? Wang, Lao Hai, Quali Astonitz, stared at the ice pillars, his eyes wide with confusion. I have no idea. Who could possibly know such things? Lao He, you are incredible. In the future, we shall be invincible together. Chen Feng exclaimed with excitement. Wang, really? Am I truly that impressive? Indeed, you are extraordinary. From now on, should anyone dare to trouble us, a simple freeze will suffice. Let us see who will dare to confront us. Chen Feng chuckled, waving his hand as a spatial rift appeared, directly pulling Zhao Qian into it. Even if she were not dead, her fate within Chen Feng's space would be sealed. Come, I shall prepare a grand feast for you, Chen Feng declared, tossing aside all the food on the table. Though he understood that Zhao Qian had merely added poison to the broth, he remained cautious. What if she had inadvertently contaminated something else? Retrieving an emperor crab from his space, Chen Feng entered the kitchen to begin his culinary endeavors. Lao He, pass me the knife. Wang. Lao He, despite having acquired a remarkable ability to freeze, still felt he fell short compared to his master. After all, it is nothing short of astonishing that one can conjure food with a mere flick of the wrist, a feat beyond the wildest imagination of others. When will I ever attain the prowess of Chen Feng? Just look at him, effortlessly whipping up culinary delights. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qing and her companions had been waiting for quite some time, yet Zhao Qian and the others had not returned. Their expressions had shifted from eager anticipation to simmering anger. I told you that wretched girl was no good, but you refused to believe me. Father, perhaps something unexpected happened. Qian would never deceive me. Impossible? Matsuelan's face contorted with fury. She was convinced her son had completely lost his senses. How could he still defend Zhao Qian at a time like this? She had always felt that this woman was unworthy, having grown accustomed to living in Chen Feng's home, indulging in his comforts, and forgetting all about us. From the outset, I knew she was no good. Salon scolded vehemently, while Su Qing could only feel helpless. It was evident that she had placed her bets wrong. Zhao Qian had betrayed them. What should we do next? Wang Hao, usually reticent, finally spoke up, his body still bearing wounds that, while not hindering his movement, caused him considerable pain. Their family had gone far too long without food. If they didn't eat soon, they wouldn't just be unable to contend with Chen Feng, but their very lives would be at stake. What can we do? Let's ask others and find a way to survive. Sudawa declared, cursing again as he began to dress and prepare to search for food, though he understood it would be difficult to procure any sustenance. They had no choice but to seek help. Chen Feng, on the other hand, paid no mind to the plight of the Su family, yet he could surmise their predicament. After all, they had run out of provisions. At this rate, they wouldn't last long. Life in the post-apocalyptic world would only grow more arduous. and it seemed that only the two of them could watch the turmoil of the community with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the treachery of others. Woof woof. Invincibility breeds solitude. In such a vast community, only you can spar with me even a little. Come, let us engage. Woof woof, Chen Feng said, pouring a bit of red wine into Old Hay's bowl, and they both drank deeply. Just then, Chen Feng's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Qin Yan. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan, is seeking allies to confront you. Has he recovered? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. He had already shot this individual, yet he was still causing trouble. A normal person, even after visiting hospital, would need to recuperate for at least 10 days to half a month. Yet this person, having only rested briefly, was now stirring up chaos again, which took Chen Feng by surprise. Not fully recovered, but able to get out of bed and move around, he had called many people, claiming that there was food and clothing at your home, promising that anyone who captured you would be well fed, and now many were willing to assist. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Luo Zhongyuan had a history as a thug, and he still possessed certain capabilities. Although he had made numerous enemies recently, under greater temptation, many were willing to set aside their grievances. Understood, just ensure your own safety. Chen Feng dismissed the antics of these clowns without concern, confident that his well-fortified sanctuary posed no threat. Not only would they be unable to breach his defenses, but with himself and Old Hay, two formidable beings, why would he fear them? Nevertheless, Chen Feng could distinctly sense that Qin Yan had likely grown quite reliant on him. Between Luo Zhongyuan and himself, she had chosen him. In the underground garage, a gathering of individuals convened, led by none other than Luo Zhongyuan. Everyone should be aware of the current situation. Chen Feng's home is abundant with food and particularly warm. We must enter to survive this crisis. Luo Zhongyuan calmly weighed the pros and cons, and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. This was the only viable option. Not far away, the Su family exchanged glances, soon becoming fervently animated. Hurry, now is a golden opportunity. A throng is seeking trouble with Chen Feng. We must contact him without delay. Su Qing also reacted swiftly, hastily pulling out her phone to message Chen Feng. Chen Feng, right now, Luo Zhongyuan is gathering people to attack your villa. There are at least 20 of them, and you won't be able to hold out alone. We can come to assist you. Upon reading the message, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Do you think I've lost my mind, or am I merely foolish? Are you helping me, or merely seeking to usurp my position? Chapter 63. This is too cunning indeed. No worries, let them come. I truly do not care. Chen Feng replied leisurely. Even if they wished to trouble him, they would find it impossible to enter. However, upon reading Chen Feng's response, Ma Hatsuelon grew frantic. At this moment, they had not even a morsel to eat. Their only hope lay in forging a closer relationship with Chen Feng, seeking a way to earn his forgiveness, which might grant them a sliver of opportunity. She quickly snatched Su Qing's phone, her voice urgent. Chen Feng, your situation is genuinely perilous. Luo Zhongyuan is a rogue, and he has amassed a large group. The likelihood of you holding out is 0. We are your family, and now is the time to unite. Yes, let's not dwell on past grievances. I apologize for any issues. Let us endure this harsh winter together. Su Dahua chimed in eagerly. The entire family sought to employ this tactic to persuade Chen Feng to open the door, for once inside, their lives would undoubtedly improve significantly. Yet, they remained unaware that Chen Feng had dismissed their predicament entirely. I advise you to cease your feigned concern. Forget about the past. Is that even possible? Chen Feng shook his head with a cold smirk. I am in no need of anything and fear no trouble. You should look after yourselves and be careful not to meet an early demise, or I shall find myself quite bored. Witnessing Chen Feng again reject their proposal, Su Dahua, though prepared for this outcome, could not contain his temper. To hell with it, Chen Feng, I am trying to help you. Must you persist in this charade? Do you truly think yourself so remarkable? I tell you, we shall soon ally with Luo Zhongyuan. We will not rest until you are finished. Indeed, even if you kneel and beg us, we shall not spare you. All right, I concede. Let us join forces against Luo Zhongyuan. Chen Feng slowly acquiesced. Really? Then hurry and open the door for us. We need to eat first. Yes, I want steak and pork knuckles. Matsuelan immediately began enthusiastically ordering dishes, while Chen Feng lay on the sofa, watching this unfold with a series of cold laughs. Let you in? I out of my mind? As he spoke, Chen Feng promptly shared their chat history in the community owners group. Old hey, did you see that? This is wisdom. Without shedding blood, one can vanquish the enemy. Impressive, isn't it? Woof. Old hey looked at Chen Feng, clearly puzzled by his words. Even with his high intelligence, grasping such concepts was not something he could comprehend immediately. Allow me to illustrate an example. If other dogs are vying for a bone, what will you do? Old Hay, without a moment's hesitation, bared his teeth. What can I do? I would naturally fight them off. Do you think I am so easily bullied? You see, that would be falling into a trap, wouldn't it? We cannot act hastily. Instead, we should call upon their rival dogs and let them fight it out, allowing us to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Old Hay's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Woof woof. This is truly cunning. How did I not think of this? His gaze was fixed on Chen Feng, feeling overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge he needed to acquire. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family had been waiting downstairs for quite some time when they finally sensed something was amiss. Wang Hao had already discovered Chen Feng's screenshot in the group chat. We must leave at once. We are in deep trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao grasped Su Qing and prepared to depart. Upon seeing the screenshot, Su Dahua and his wife could not help but widen their eyes in shock. That scoundrel had gone too far, treating us in such a manner. Even if they were foolish, they could clearly understand what was about to unfold. A group of individuals nearby, who were discussing how to deal with Chen Feng, had begun to cast their glances in their direction. It was only after a few had departed that Luo Zhongyan realized that the conspiracy they had meticulously crafted had been leaked by those individuals. Was this not a deliberate act of defiance against them? What should we do, Luo Ge? With a spy among us, this situation becomes difficult to manage. Someone hesitantly spoke up. Chen Feng was armed, and now that the other party was prepared, the ensuing circumstances would be hard to navigate. Follow me, Luo Zhongyuan. With a grim expression, led his men toward the Su family's residence. What do we do, Mom? What should we do? Given Luo Zhongyuan's vengeful nature, we are bound to encounter significant problems. Su Jiqiang was terrified, fully aware of Luo Zhongyuan's ruthless tactics. Not only had he committed murder, but it was also rumored that he had indulged in unspeakable acts during this time. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. What are you afraid of? Why are you panicking? Does he dare to come here and harm us? Exactly. Even if he is arrogant, we have not provoked him. Why should he come to trouble us? The sounds of their angry denunciations echoed within the room, as if the confines provided them with an immense sense of security. However, just as their words fell, the door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force, and a group burst in. What do you want? This is our home. Get out. Matsuelan was immediately flustered. Having never witnessed such a scene, the fierce demeanor of the intruders frightened her greatly. Get out? Huh? Who do you think you are? Luo Zhongyuan slapped Matsuelan without hesitation. He had no intention of wasting time or patience with these people. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? With a wave of his hand, his followers surrounded them with cold smirks. Luo Ge, we were wrong. To be honest, we also have a grudge against Chen Feng. We can join forces to deal with him. Su Qing, standing nearby, pleaded, her demeanor replete with appeasement. However, Luo Zhongyuan regarded her with a chilling smile. You have a bit of charm. If you ensure my brothers are satisfied today, I might consider helping you deal with Chen Feng. Su Qing's expression changed drastically. She attempted to flee, but was immediately blocked. Girl, do you still wish to run? Do you really look down on us? Laughter erupted as someone seized Su Qing and dragged her toward the room. Brutes, you're all brutes. Let go of my daughter. Su Dahua roared in anger, but he was met with a steel rod as a response. Beat them. Teach this group a lesson. Instantly, the room was filled with cries of agony, wails, and pleas for mercy. That same night, Chen Feng received news from Qinyan. The Su family had been thoroughly dealt with. Upon hearing of the leak from their family, Luo Zhongyuan had rushed over with his gang, wreaking havoc in their home. Su Dahua and Wang Hao were heard wailing, and the situation was dire, while Su Qing had become a mere outlet for their frustrations. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could not help but wear an expression of inevitability. Clearly, this outcome had been predetermined from the very beginning. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was notorious for his merciless nature. Initially, with moral and legal constraints, he might have shown some restraint, but now that he had grasped the situation, he would show no mercy. Generally speaking, only those of his ilk could thrive in such a brutal environment. Su Qing had now been brought to their home, and Luo Zhongyuan had bound her. Anyone who obeyed him could partake freely. Su Qing sent another message, and upon reading it, Chen Feng's surprise deepened. On one hand, he marveled at Luo Zhongyuan's ruthless disposition. On the other, he lamented Su Qing's plight. In his previous life, he had protected her well, yet she had been ungrateful, constantly looking down on him, and even conspired with Wang how to bring about his demise. In this life, devoid of his protection, her descent to such a state was entirely deserved. You brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame me. Chen Feng smiled faintly, casually instructing Qin Yin to keep herself safe before putting down his phone. The Su family's current misfortunes were entirely of their own making. Given the circumstances, they likely would not survive for long. Old Hey, in this environment, you cannot trust anyone. Do you understand? In my previous life, I was betrayed by that woman, and it was a tragic end. I was asleep when they struck me with a knife, leaving me in excruciating pain. Wang. Old Hay stared at Chen Feng in admiration. That's incredible. You can even remember an event from your past life. I struggle to recall my own past. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before retrieving a small notebook from his space and began to jot down notes. Survival rule no. 1. Never trust any outsider. This had to be documented and reminded to himself daily. From now on, we must read this every morning upon waking, understand? This world is perilous, and if we are careless, we might lose our lives. Wang. Absolutely, whatever you say goes. Old Hay nodded in agreement, then lay on the ground, examining the notebook to see if there was anything else worth adding. Luo Zhongyuan's group gathered together, chatting and laughing, each one visibly content. Although Su Qing was of average appearance, she was still a woman, and their recent outburst had quelled their pent-up frustrations. Have we all had our fill of fun? Luo Zhongyuan sneered, securing Su Qing and tossing her into a room. Ha. She lacks charm and has a poor figure, someone remarked. Yet their gaze lingered on Qin Yin from a distance. In comparison to Su Qing, Qin Yin excelled in every aspect. Qin Yin, feeling their gazes, quickly lowered her head and attempted to leave. As for Luo Zhongyuan, being astute, he instantly comprehended their intentions, and, with a dismissive pat on the shoulder of the man who spoke, coldly said, "Once we take care of Chen Feng, if you genuinely wish to experience something, I have no objections." Instantly, the room erupted with excitement. How could they possibly resist? With Qin Yin's beauty and figure, she was undoubtedly the dream of everyone in the neighborhood. Is that true? Luo Go, if you can arrange for me to spend a night with your sister-in-law, I will assist you with anything in the future. If you direct me west, I will not venture east. Me too. I swear my word is my bond. Luo Zhongyuan scoffed inwardly. He was unconcerned about their intentions toward Qin Yin. On the contrary, he was more than willing to utilize Qin Yin to solidify his control over them. Luo Zhongyuan was well aware that, in such circumstances, only by expanding their ranks could they grasp even a sliver of opportunity. Prepare yourselves. We shall seek out Chen Feng shortly. So soon? Nonsense. Our approach is to catch him off guard. Chen Feng likely never anticipated that we would choose this moment to trouble him, remarked Luo Zhongyuan as he began to rally the group into action. Meanwhile, Qin Yin found herself engulfed in a state of anxiety. She had heard Luo Zhongyuan's words clearly, originally harboring a sliver of hope for them. That hope had now completely dissipated. Was this a joke? To consider oneself as a mere tool for winning hearts? To be handed over so casually to others? This place seemed rather challenging. Hadn't they already attempted to breach it with a power drill? Someone glanced at the underground garage, their face betraying hesitation. If it were easy to enter, Luo Zhongyuan would have breached it long ago. This location was fortified with titanium alloy plates. Ordinary means would not suffice to break through. We should not squander our time here. Luo Zhongyuan's countenance darkened as he regarded the imposing door before him. Despite numerous attempts, he had returned empty-handed each time. What shall we do then? Do not fixate solely on this place. Let us venture outside. I noticed there are glass windows at his residence. If we can shatter a window, we can gain entry. As Luo Zhongyuan spoke, the others couldn't help but silently admire his ingenuity. However, a moment later, someone voiced a concern. It's freezing outside. We could freeze to death. Indeed, in this icy weather, attempting a frontal assault would be exceedingly difficult. The group began to feel conflicted. Was this not risking their lives? Do not be so lacking in resolve. Luo Zhongyuan scoffed coldly before continuing. Although the conditions outside are harsh, if we dress warmly, we will be just fine. Moreover, think of it. Inside the enemy's abode lies warmth and abundant food. Is it not worth the risk? With this declaration, the hesitation among the group evaporated. They promptly donned additional layers and hurried outside. The first floor was nearly blanketed in snow, and braving the cold, they successfully ascended to the second floor of Chen Feng's villa. Then, without a moment's thought, they struck at the glass. However, the next instant, their faces froze in disbelief. What the hell? It's bulletproof glass. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They had never imagined that anyone could be so fearful of death. After all, who installs bulletproof glass in their own home? It was one thing for Chen Feng to fortify the basement with titanium alloy plates, but now even the glass was bulletproof? Anyone witnessing this scene would find it impossible to remain calm. What now? What shall we do? Some had begun to panic, realizing how hard-won their arrival had been, only to find their plans utterly derailed at the outset. What can we do? Let us attack the adjacent wall. I refuse to believe we can't break through with the weapons we have. Someone muttered, and without further ado, they swung a sledgehammer against the nearby wall. Despite the heavy clothing, they exerted themselves with remarkable vigor. After all, Chen Feng's residence was truly a paradise, equipped not only with electricity and heating, but also with an abundance of food. Merely gazing through the glass made them restless. Today, they were determined to get inside. Yet, after a few strikes, as they beheld the metallic gleam emerging from the wall, their faces fell once more. What the hell is this? Just how fearful of death must one be to install titanium alloy plates in such a place? The expressions of some turned anxious, while the garage was fortified. The entire house's walls were similarly reinforced with such material. How terrified of death can one be? At this moment, they finally comprehended the extent to which Chen Feng had fortified his villa during its renovation. After all their efforts, it was clear he had reinforced the entire structure. Faya, do you see those individuals attempting to pry open the wall at the villa? Xiao Lulu sat by the window, momentarily distracted as she spotted several figures at Chen Feng's residence. His villa was illuminated every night, contrasting sharply with the envy felt by Xiao Lulu. She often cast glances in that direction and, coincidentally, had just witnessed a group working on his house. Lin Feier's gaze also lingered for a moment before she took out her phone to send a message to Chen Feng. What are you doing? Didn't you say you despise that guy? Xiao Lulu remarked with evident displeasure, particularly upon noticing that Lin Feier had added Chen Feng as a friend. After all, they were neighbors. It was prudent to offer a warning. Yet what would it do? He has already drawn the ire of many, and a hoard was after him, likely overwhelming him. Xiao Lulu felt a sense of schadenfreude, relishing the sight of Chen Feng encountering trouble, a source of delight for her. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained composed, sipping coffee by the window as he observed the flurry of activity outside. Due to the biting cold, they had already changed shifts twice. Yet the situation showed no signs of improvement. They simply could not breach his defenses. After all, this was a place crafted with considerable expense. Walls that could withstand explosives would not yield to such rudimentary methods. Can your ability be activated? Chen Feng pointed to someone nearby, encouraging Lao He to give it a try. His own powers had a range limitation, only capable of creating spatial fissures within 3 meters. And he was curious if Lao He could replicate this. Let us not make this too conspicuous. Just freeze their feet quietly. Now is not the time to reveal one's abilities. Lao He nodded eagerly, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the figures outside. It seemed he was gathering his strength before suddenly exerting it. Puffed. In the midst of Chen Feng's eager anticipation, Lao He let out a loud fart. Lao He, even if you're going to fart, could you not aim your rear at me? Do you believe I want to unleash a fierce blow that will have you weeping? Chen Feng hastily retreated to the side, while Lao He wore an expression of disbelief. After all, Chen Feng was behind him, so why was he being blamed? The individuals outside seemed to sense something amiss. Why has the temperature dropped so suddenly? Faces blanched as they realized something was wrong. What's going on? Oh no, I can't move my feet. One of them looked down to find their feet frozen in place. Remaining like this would surely spell disaster. Let us go. We can't stay here any longer, they exclaimed, hurriedly using their hammers to shatter the ice on their feet before retreating. So they think they can escape? Chen Feng smirked as he watched from within, promptly activating a mechanism. Instantly, several pipes filled with hot water aimed at them, unleashing torrents of water. The hot water rapidly cooled in the frigid air, drenching the group, turning them into soaked chickens. Soon, their clothes were encased in ice. Chen Feng, you coward. If you have any guts, come out and face us one-on-one. The enraged voices echoed in the vicinity as the group retreated in disarray back to the underground garage. What happened? Luo Zhongyan observed the disheveled return of the group, his expression darkening. That Chen Feng has titanium alloy walls. We simply cannot break through, and more importantly, he doused us with water. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. It sounded absurd, but in such frigid temperatures, that was indeed lethal. Chen Feng, you'd better wait for us. Luo Zheng's eyes darkened, and just as they were deliberating their next course of action, suddenly, the sound of a door opening resonated. The group turned their gazes to discover that Chen Feng's underground garage had just swung open. I went, it actually opened on its own. Are you conceding defeat? Someone, filled with excitement, rushed towards that direction without a second thought. Although Luo Zhongyuan was also somewhat incredulous, he knew that opportunities like this are fleeting. Even if the opponent possessed some skill and strength, they had ultimately opened the door, providing them a glimmer of hope. At the very least, there was still a chance. Charge in, regardless of the consequences. With a fierce roar, Luo Zhongyuan took the lead and charged towards the great door. Bang! Just as the crowd was filled with exhilaration, a sound akin to a firecracker rang out, and in an instant blood gushed from Luo Zhongyuan's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground. The surrounding individuals were instantly startled. The previous fervor vanished without a trace, and one by one, they scrambled back in panic. Clearly, the gunshot that had just resonated had left them utterly paralyzed with fear, leaving no room for their earlier arrogance. TSK, this time was rather satisfactory. Not a single shot went astray. Chen Feng hummed leisurely as the garage door slowly descended, sealing shut once more. Chapter 66. Subversion, what is happening? What on earth is going on? As a few people carried Luo Zhongyuan back, Grandma Zhou appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend the situation of the day. How could it be that her son had only stepped out for a brief moment and returned drenched in blood? Was it Chen Feng's doing? Chen Feng had a gun and acted without hesitation. We had no means to counter it. Someone anxiously remarked from the side, their faces filled with tension and fear. The overwhelming pressure brought by modern weaponry was indeed staggering. The average person would likely be unable to maintain their footing in such a scenario. What? It was Chen Feng again. Grandma Zhou was furious, desperately grasping the arm of a nearby man, her eyes bloodshot as she struggled to contain her immense rage. You all went together. Why is it that you are unharmed while my son is in trouble? She bellowed in extreme frustration, while the group awkwardly stood, unsure of how to respond. After all, Luo Zhongyan was on the brink of death. They felt it inappropriate to say much more, hastily offering a few words of well-wishing before turning to leave. A bunch of useless scoundrels. When faced with adversity, they only know how to flee. Grandma Zhou cursed vehemently, wishing she could drag that group back for a good thrashing. Grandma, what happened to my dad? Xiaolong, dear, go play over there for a while. Your father is just a bit unwell, Grandma Zhou said, hastily directing her gaze towards Qin Yan. Why are you still standing there? Quickly go find Dr. He Jing. The scolding echoed in the space, and only then did Qin Yan snap back to reality, rushing out to fetch Dr. He Jing. However, upon examining Luo Zhongyuan's injuries, He Jing shook her head, indicating her helplessness. Dr. He Jing, you must save my son. I will be indebted to you, even if I have to toil like a beast in the future. Grandma Zhou, unwilling to accept defeat, clutched at He Jing, as if vowing not to relent until she received an affirmation. It's futile. This wound is in the thoracic region. Even in a hospital, it will require time and effort, and right now, we don't even have any medicine. He Jing sighed, genuinely unable to provide treatment. The individual before her was already in a dying state. There are medicines. Whatever is needed, I will find it immediately. You must save my son today, no matter what. Grandma Zhou's demeanor was akin to madness, seizing Qin Yin's arm with a fierce glare. Hurry, go get the medicine, quickly. If you cannot find it, today you too shall perish. He Jing attempted to speak, to persuade her that medicine would no longer be of any use. Yet Qin Yin had already been forcefully pushed away by Grandma Zhou. Dr. He Jing, quickly, help my son stop the bleeding, whatever assistance you need. I will lend a hand. Grandma Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having lost her sanity. Stop what bleeding? He has probably already lost his life. What is the point of stopping the bleeding? On Chen Feng's side, returning to his residence, he began to reflect on the day's events while lying on the ground. Now that I have mentally prepared myself, the bullets fired have not deviated much. Lao He, what insights can you glean from this? Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Lao He, who was currently lying there, his eyes fixed on a small notebook. Taken aback by Chen Feng's sudden inquiry, he appeared momentarily dazed. Wang? Could it be expressing the bullet's longing for home? He hesitantly vocalized. But Chen Feng's face darkened at once. What nonsense are you spouting? Longing for home. This matter teaches us that practice is essential. One must practice anything to succeed. Do you understand? Familiarity breeds skill. Do you comprehend? Lao He, upon hearing this, promptly nodded vigorously. Chen Feng, as expected, possesses the remarkable ability to articulate such profound truths in such simple terms. You need to practice diligently, understand? While Chen Feng was imparting wisdom to Lao He, a notification from the surveillance indicated someone approaching. Qin Yin, what brings her here at this hour? Chen Feng suspiciously opened the door, and once she entered, shedding her clothing and approaching him, he regarded her with a quizzical expression. Are you here to fetch medicine for Luo Zhongyuan? His current condition cannot be remedied by mere medication. No, I came over to enjoy a good meal. Qin Yin replied expressionlessly, her heart utterly desolate. She had completely lost her feelings for that family. As for fetching medicine, ridiculous. She would almost prefer Luo Zhongyuan to die immediately. Very well, go take a shower first. Chen Feng said, thoughtfully, immediately piecing together the situation. However, he paid no mind to Qin Yin's thoughts or her current emotions. She had come to exchange for food, and as long as he satisfied her needs, he had no inclination to delve further into the matter. After another 2 hours of indulgence, Chen Feng sensed that Qin Yin was more fervent than before. He could not tell whether she was deliberately trying to please him or if she was venting her dissatisfaction towards Luo Zhongyuan. Only after Qin Yin had eaten to her fill did she slowly depart from Chen Feng's villa. In terms of maturity, charm, and that graceful figure, few could rival Qin Yin. Chen Feng, filled with lingering thoughts, felt a surge of emotions. His existence in this lifetime had essentially saved her. After all, in his previous life, she had been reduced to a mere tool for Luo Zhongyuan to win hearts, with a tragic fate awaiting her. Ah well, such matters are not for me to ponder. Lao He, come, let's practice. Upon returning to her residence, Luo Zhongyuan had already breathed his last, severely wounded. There were no conditions for rescue. Only one path lay before him. Grandma Zhou, in a fit of rage, berated Qin Yin, deeming her useless for failing to manage even such a trivial matter. What good are you to me? Get out, get out. With a broom in hand, Grandma Zhou relentlessly struck Qin Yin, yet she remained unresponsive. It was only after Grandma Zhou grew weary from her tirade that she returned to Luo Zhongyuan's side, wailing inconsolably. In such a family, you should not continue to stay. They have never regarded you as one of their own. In the room, Su Qing bound. Address Qin Yan. What do you wish to convey? Now that Luo Zhongyuan is dead, her mother will not spare you. And she is merely an old woman who might even use you to barter for food. Your fate will be no different from mine. Su Qing desperately sought to manipulate her, and indeed, her words had a profound effect. Qin Yan was already wavering. If you release me, I will have my family come and help you deal with that old woman. We can protect you. You? Qin Yan questioned, her face filled with skepticism. Yes. We are both unfortunate women. I understand your suffering. We should assist each other. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan could no longer contain herself and approached Su Qing to untie her. Chapter 67. A Grateful Betrayal. Rest assured, I shall express my gratitude. Su Qing hastily rose, her eyes now filled with resentment. Her suffering was profound. She had been humiliated by Luo Zhongyuan and his entourage, a disgrace she would never forget. That scoundrel deserved every bit of his fate. As she spoke, Su Qing swiftly grabbed her phone to contact Su Dahua and the others. She was determined to avenge herself. The death of Luo Zhongyuan would not suffice. She had no intention of letting the malicious old lady Zhou escape unscathed. Upon receiving his daughter's message, Su Dahua hurriedly brought the entire family to the location. This family is composed of demons. I will assist you in dealing with them. Su Qing comforted Qin Yan, primarily fearful that the other party might turn against them at a critical moment. I sincerely feel for you. You have sacrificed so much for this family, yet they treat you like an animal. Meanwhile, old lady Zhou sensed something amiss and rushed towards the room. Qin Yan, what are you saying to that wretched girl in there? Her furious voice echoed from outside. Upon discovering that she could not open the door, she sensed trouble. Qin Yan, come out. If you don't, I will not be courteous. The incessant banging on the door frightened both Qin Yan and Su Qing. Qin Yan, having been subjected to her mother-in-law's control for so long, was psychologically scarred, while Su Qing was simply terrified from recent events. However, they soon realized that with Luo Zhongyuan dead, only old lady Zhou and her grandson remained. They had nothing to fear. Even if it were just Su Qing, she would not back down. With that thought, Su Qing kicked the door open without hesitation. Before old lady Zhou could react, she was met with a frenzied assault from a woman whose hair was disheveled. You old hag, weren't you arrogant? Now that your son is dead, who will help you? Su Qing showed no mercy, her fists raining down upon her adversary as if to vent all her grievances. Qin Yan, you worthless thing, why are you just standing there? Come help me. Old lady Zhou's wails echoed, and even as she was being beaten, she could not refrain from hurling insults at her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had completely lost faith in her. Before long, Su Dahua and the others arrived and, witnessing the scene, immediately joined the fray. To them, this family deserved death. Let go of my grandmother, you bastards! Xiao Long shouted as he charged at the intruders. Get out of my way! Wang Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending Xiao Long crashing down the stairs, lifeless. At this point, they had no qualms about killing. Strike! Beat that scoundrel mercilessly. Ma Tsuan, though injured and in pain, could not resist kicking at old lady Zhou. With Luo Zhongyuan dead, all their anger was unleashed upon her. The screams gradually diminished, and soon, old lady Zhou ceased to breathe. Only then did the group feel a sense of relief. Daughter, what on earth happened? How did that scoundrel lose his life? Su Dahua gasped for breath, exhausted from the confrontation. It was Chen Feng. Luo Zhongyuan sought trouble with him and ended up being killed instead, Su Qing explained. And the color drained from their faces in an instant. Their fury towards Chen Feng was indescribable. Our current plight is all due to that scoundrel. We must find a way to deal with him. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table. Although old lady Zhou's family was dead, their rage remained unquenched. Yes, we must find a way to eliminate him. Su Dahua was equally infuriated, while Su Qing's expression was grim. Her experiences could not be articulated in words. She had irrevocably severed ties with Chen Feng, and any possibility of reconciliation was gone. Now, even if Chen Feng sought to make amends, she harbored thoughts of vengeance. Let us not be hasty. Revenge is not a matter of a moment. We should hastily clear this place of all its belongings. Su Dahua murmured. Realizing they had not eaten in ages and were on the brink of starvation,
while Luo Zhongyuan's family still had provisions. This astonished him, considering they had been robbed not long ago. Look, there's even meat. Their family still has meat, Su Jiqiang exclaimed with excitement, rushing to grab a piece to eat. The family wasted no time and began to feast, regardless of the nature of the meat. Furthermore, old Lady Zhou's family had already prepared it, rendering it unrecognizable to ordinary people. Only Qin Yin stood by, nearly retching, before hastily returning to her room. She was uncertain if aiding this family was a mistake, a nagging sense of anxiety lingering in her heart. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Qin Yin nervously opened it slightly. "What is it?" Su Jiqiang appeared with pieces of meat, a malicious grin on his face. "You must be starving. It's been a while since you last ate, hasn't it?" Qin Yin quickly shook her head, declining. "I'm not hungry." However, just as she attempted to close the door, Su Jiqiang forcefully pushed it open, his eyes unabashedly scanning her form. Even with thick clothing, Qin Yin felt exposed under his scrutinizing gaze, a sense of foreboding intensifying within her. "What do you want? Leave? I need to rest. On such a cold day. Aren't you cold, resting alone? Let me keep you company." "What do you mean?" Qin Yan's expression shifted as she retorted angrily. "I helped you. Is this how you repay me? Humph. You've already colluded with Chen Feng, haven't you? Pretending in front of me." Su Jiqiang, filled with resentment towards Chen Feng, who had not only caused his family immense trouble, but had also stolen his girlfriend, was determined to have his way with Qin Yin. He lunged at her, but in the next moment, she delivered a kick to his groin. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "Quick, Dad! Sister! Grab that filthy bitch!" Chapter 68. Do you really think I have no temper? Originally, Su Dahua and the others were enjoying their meal, but they froze at the sudden shout. Before they could react, they saw Qin Yin hurriedly fleeing. "Not good. We must chase after her," Su Qing exclaimed, while Wang Hao wasted no time, dragging his uncooperative body to pursue Qin Yin. Ma Sulan and her daughter entered the room. Finding Su Jiqiang writhing on the floor, one hand clutching his groin, clearly having just suffered an attack. "You useless fool. Were you not supposed to comfort Qin Yin?" Su Qing scolded angrily. Qin Yin was a crucial pawn, having visited Chen Feng's villa multiple times. If they could sway her, their chances of defeating Chen Feng would significantly increase. However, who could have anticipated that Su Jiqiang would create chaos and provoke her to this extent? Thus, it seems that their forthcoming path is likely to become increasingly arduous. "Sister, it was clearly her who nearly shattered my egg. Why do you still blame me? Am I not your biological brother?" Su Jiqiang lamented incessantly, his entire being filled with discontent. The excruciating anguish of the broken egg had already plunged him into despair, and now his sister came to scold him, leaving him feeling utterly wronged. "Umph, you useless wretch. All you do is create trouble. Do you not understand that she is our golden goose? If you let her slip away, what shall we do in the future?" Su Qing berated angrily. "Enough, enough. What fault does Jiqiang have? It is all that Qin Yan's doing, merely a harlot. My son is fortunate to have caught her eye. How dare she act violently here? Go fetch her back." Ma Tsuelan interjected with dissatisfaction. "We are all family. How can we quarrel over an outsider? Hurry." Although Su Qing was brimming with resentment, upon hearing this, she hesitated not and swiftly dashed out. The priority now was to retrieve Qin Yin. Regardless of whether she was willing to assist in dealing with Chen Feng, her presence would prove invaluable. Although Qin Yin had initially escaped, she was ultimately a woman, and having fled outside, she had nowhere to turn. After wandering the building for a while, the Su family members had already caught up. She glanced around and hurriedly made her way towards Chen Feng's villa. At this juncture, it was the only option available. If Chen Feng wished to save her, she would have no qualms. Yet, she could not help but feel anxious. Would Chen Feng truly come to her aid? To him, everything that had transpired might merely be a transaction. He might not even consider helping her. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to take this gamble. Qin Yin arrived at the entrance of Chen Feng's underground garage, banging desperately on the door. "Chen Feng, please save me." As she pounded on the door and called for help, her heart raced with trepidation. Do not harbor illusions that he will rescue you. At this moment, If he dares to show himself, I will deal with him as well. Wang Hao sneered as he approached, seemingly having anticipated her arrival and waiting for her. In his heart, Wang Hao had scolded Su Jiqiang innumerable times for his ineptitude. Even if he wished to seduce this woman, he should have done a better job. Now, creating such chaos only invited trouble. However, as his gaze shifted to the woman before him, he was filled with satisfaction. Once he took her home, he intended to indulge himself thoroughly. Qin Yin struggled fiercely to break free, but alas, she found no means of escape. Within mere moments, the Su family members had all arrived, their expressions menacing. "You shameless harlot, you dare to strike me and then run away, truly believing I have no temper?" Su Jiqiang approached, gritting his teeth and limping. "You thought to come here, seeking Chen Feng's assistance? Do you truly believe he is formidable? He is but a coward. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, do you think he would dare to show himself?" Su Dahua was equally arrogant, brandishing an iron rod he had procured from somewhere, striking it forcefully against the ground. "Take her back. I shall teach her a lesson." Su Dahua is norteth coldly, inwardly pondering whether he might also enjoy himself later. With the world in such a frozen state, surely his wife would not object. Qin Yin gazed at the still-closed door, her heart filled with despair. Just as a group was preparing to take her away, a series of knocks finally echoed from behind the door. Then, to Qin Yan's astonished eyes, the man slowly emerged. He truly opened the door. He genuinely came to rescue me. Qin Yan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. For her, this was an unfathomable occurrence. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Su Dahua's eyes lit up. During this time, he had sought every means to lure Chen Feng out, yet the latter had remained unresponsive. Now that he had emerged, how could this not excite him? Although Chen Feng had appeared before, Su Dahua felt he had always held back, allowing Chen Feng to act arrogantly. This time he intended to strike with full force. Confident that Chen Feng could not maintain his bravado. "Release her." Chen Feng spoke lightly, his gaze sweeping over the few present, a chill instantly causing them to shudder. "Chen Feng, do you even realize the situation? You dare to act arrogantly here. Who do you think you are?" Susikiang Boostith. And Su Dahua charged forward with his weapon, prepared to strike down this worthless fool. Bang! However, before the adversaries could approach, a tremendous sound erupted, startling everyone into halting their movements. Chen Feng's weapon still emitted smoke, and not far away, Su Jiqiang collapsed, a gaping wound in his chest, gazing at Chen Feng with resentment before toppling over. "I instructed you to release her. Now, who else wishes to test their luck?" Su Dahua and Wang Hao dared not make a move, retreating in haste. "You go in first." Chen Feng urged Qin Yin, guiding her inside, while Su Qing, witnessing this scene, was instantly displeased. "Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? You would harm my brother to save her, allowing this stranger into your villa while denying me entry." Su Qing seethed with anger, but Chen Feng regarded her with disdain. "She is far superior to you. Think of the foolish things you have done. You dared to bully me, truly believing I have no temper?" Chen Feng seized his weapon, aiming it at the distant Wang Hao, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 69, A Bounty Again. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions, Wang Hao was instantly paralyzed with fear. He had never anticipated that he would meet his demise this day. Yet after a moment's pause, nothing occurred, and he stared at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng, too, was quite helpless, having not realized that his ammunition had been exhausted. "Ah, I should have checked that beforehand," Chen Feng muttered, turning to stride towards the villa. For now, he would spare this group. Allowing them to suffer was not an issue. They could not be so easily forgiven. It was not until Chen Feng returned to the villa and secured the door that Su Dahua finally grasped the situation. His opponent was indeed out of bullets. Damn it, I missed such a golden opportunity. That scoundrel deserves to die. He slammed his weapon against the door in frustration, but even as his hands throbbed with pain, he found no resolve to break through. "Curse be this, curse be that." Su Dahua roared incessantly, the opportunity he had finally obtained slipping away, leaving him in utter despair. "Dahua, quickly, our son is in grave trouble. He has stopped breathing." Matsuelan shrieked, pulling Su Jiqiang as she wept. Su Dahua rushed over, his heart sinking as he examined the situation. Su Jiqian's heart had been pierced, and his breathing had grown weak. Given this predicament, the situation appeared dire. "This is bad. We are in serious trouble. Hurry, take him home." The group wasted no time, urgently carrying Su Jiqian back. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Qin Yin sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat at a loss. It was only when Chen Feng returned that she finally exhaled in relief. "Chen Feng, are you all right?" "I am fine. They were merely a bunch of lackeys." Chen Feng waved his hand, surveying Qin Yin before hastily distancing himself. "You should go to the basement and change your clothes." Qin Yan's face flushed crimson, but she said nothing more and hurried to the basement to remove her garments. "Ah, I cannot be blamed, having experienced such lessons. One must be cautious, right, Lao He?" "Wang Wang." Lao He nodded vigorously, his master being truly remarkable. Following him would surely ensure a long life. Qin Yin blushed as she ascended the stairs once more. Chen Feng gestured toward the sofa, where a qipao had been thoughtfully laid out for her. "Put this on. I have several sizes. Choose one that fits you." Qin Yin was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the presence of such garments in Chen Feng's abode. He even had women's clothing, untouched and still bearing the tags, a testament to their pristine condition. Once Qin Yin donned the attire, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was indeed a stunning beauty, her curves accentuated beautifully by the qipao, particularly her long legs. One could not help but drool at the sight. It was evident that she was not merely a pretty face. Her mature and intellectual demeanor was undoubtedly a potent allure for any man. "Chen Feng, thank you for your help. Had it not been for your intervention, I cannot fathom the torment that awaited me in their clutches." Qin Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking somewhat shyly. She was acutely aware of Chen Feng's intense gaze, yet she had come prepared for this meeting. Moreover, Chen Feng was far superior to the group outside. In such dire circumstances, a woman without a formidable ally faced a grim fate. Just like Su Qing, who had been ravaged by a mob. Had she been in that position, she would likely not have survived. "It's nothing, just a small favor." Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile, contemplating the events to come. "What are your plans now?" Qin Yin hurriedly approached him, leaning in closely. "I have nowhere else to go. Will you take me in? I can care for you here." Her sincerity was palpable, her eyes glistening with vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng shook his head, resolutely declining. "Staying in the villa is out of the question. I intend to live a bit longer." It was not a matter of distrust towards Qin Yin, but rather a principle. Wise men do not place themselves against perilous walls. And there is no need to gamble on someone's goodness. Establishing distance from the outset was the wisest course. After all, one wrong move could cost him dearly. Qin Yan's countenance fell, leaving her at a loss for words. It dawned on her that he was merely captivated by her beauty, akin to the other men who simply wished to share a bed. Why would he assist her in her predicament? Just when despair threatened to engulf her. Chen Feng spoke again. "You cannot stay at your home any longer. I have rented a room in the community that is still vacant. You may reside there, and I will ensure you have sufficient food and warmth." As he spoke, Chen Feng entered a room and retrieved a down jacket and a silk quilt. These provisions would undoubtedly ensure Qin Yan's comfort in the chilly indoor environment. "Really? Thank you, Chen Feng," Qin Yan exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to plant a kiss on his cheek. At least he was willing to help her, unlike those heartless individuals who sought only to exploit her. "Tell me what happened. Why were you targeted by Su Qing's family?" Qin Yin openly recounted the entire ordeal to Chen Feng without reservation. To his surprise, she was indeed resourceful enough to escape. Chen Feng chuckled, instructing her to rest while he prepared everything for her to move in. "Are we not going together?" Qin Yan's eyes shimmered with longing. Even after their intimate exchange, Chen Feng felt a stirring within himself, and embracing her, they both sank onto the sofa. Old He, witnessing their affectionate display, quickly covered his eyes and stealthily retreated to the third floor. "I can't bear to watch this," he muttered, kicking the door shut behind him while clutching a book on martial arts techniques. He was determined to study hard to defeat Chen Feng. A spirited battle ensued for 2 hours, ultimately culminating in Chen Feng's overwhelming victory. Now, Qin Yin was entirely smitten with him. having unlocked a myriad of romantic positions, much to Chen Feng's exhilaration. It was not until Qin Yin succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber that Chen Feng finally turned his attention to his phone. Su Jiqiang had perished, and Ma Solan and her husband were berating him in their group chat, vowing to eliminate this murderous fiend. Meanwhile, Su Qing was relentless, bombarding him with threats and promises of retribution. A barrage of venomous messages flooded in from her phone. Chen Feng merely chuckled coldly. "You wish to challenge me? Have you lost your minds?" Without hesitation, he began typing in the group chat. Su Qing dealt with old lady Su and seized their family supplies, which included a significant amount of meat. "Can anyone assist me in dealing with them?" The group was instantly stirred into excitement. Chen Feng was not merely requesting help. He was divulging Su Qing's family situation and hinting at the bounty available, essentially urging others to act swiftly. Although Luo Zhongyuan's home had been stripped bare, the prospect of teaming up with others to besiege Chen Feng's residence piqued their interest, especially since Su Qing's family posed a lesser threat than Luo Zhongyuan's. A wave of eagerness spread among the group. Upon seeing Chen Feng's message, Su Qing's family erupted in furious curses. "That scoundrel Chen Feng is pushing us to the brink." Su Dahua's eyes blazed with rage. Having just lost his son, this new predicament felt like an unbearable burden, all orchestrated by Chen Feng. "One day, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." In contrast to Su Dahua, Su Qing's mind raced, desperate to find a solution to this unforeseen crisis. She was unwilling to accept this reality, but recognized the necessity of survival in order to exact revenge. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, having completed his tasks, donned his attire and equipped himself as he made his way to his rented room. He wore an exceptionally warm-down jacket, with a bulletproof vest beneath it. Safety was his foremost priority. Upon arrival, he noted that the door had clearly been tampered with, and all items capable of providing warmth had been pilfered. Chen Feng had anticipated this scenario. After all, the security door was not particularly robust and could easily be breached. He swiftly installed a new door and reinforced it with welding and steel plates. Not even a hammer or cutting tool would easily breach this barrier. Satisfied with his work, Chen Feng nodded approvingly. Even if a cutting tool were to be employed, he would undoubtedly arrive in time to address the situation. Moreover, who would bother using such equipment on an ordinary man's door? Perhaps against his villa, but not here. Once the door was secured, he placed ample supplies of food and insulation materials for Qin Yin, ensuring she could sustain herself there. Should she require anything, she could always visit his residence. After everything was in order, Chen Feng summoned Qin Yin, who was taken aback upon seeing the fortified door. Her heart warmed at the sight. While this place could not compare to Chen Feng's villa, it was more than adequate, especially with the abundance of food, an effort clearly made on his part. In this environment, such provisions were indeed precious. The door is fortified, making it nearly impossible for an average person to pry it open. The supplies here are sufficient for your survival. Should you have any needs, feel free to come down and seek me out. After Chen Feng provided these instructions, he left a bulletproof vest for Qin Yin, advising her to wear it beneath her down jacket whenever she steps outside. Once he had conveyed all these matters, Chen Feng hurried back to his residence. The atmosphere in the entire community was exceptionally tense due to food shortages, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The risk of betrayal from neighbors or even family members loomed large. This situation was far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. Chen Feng, unwilling to remain in such perilous circumstances, hastened towards the villa. Despite his formidable strength, an unexpected incident could result in severe repercussions. As he reached the underground parking lot, preparing to leave for home, he suddenly spotted a figure. Xiao Lulu was lurking in the shadows, akin to a street vendor. Yet, her wares were not of the flesh, but rather food items. Chen Feng had assumed that after the previous incident, Lin Feier would surely prevent Xiao Lulu from selling again, but he had evidently overestimated Lin Feier. Given the current circumstances, Xiao Lulu's presence here once more to vend could either indicate Lin Feier's approval or that Xiao Lulu was surreptitiously selling food behind her back. Regardless of the reason, Chen Feng felt Lin Feier was being foolish. He had always treated Lin Feier kindly, and considering that Luo Zhongyuan had aided him during the recent attack, He had even sent her a message as a warning. Upon returning, he would remind her once more. But what she chose to do thereafter was no longer his concern. Xiao Lulu, upon noticing Chen Feng, lifted her chin with a hint of pride, exuding an air of arrogance as if flaunting her success. Presently, apart from her modest living conditions, everything else in her life was quite splendid. Her bank account boasted a staggering 200 million, all accrued from her clandestine food sales, with prices soaring to alarming heights. She disregarded Lin Feier's warnings and had once again covertly procured goods to sell. The demand was unprecedented. Some were even willing to trade their homes for a mere palm-sized piece of meat. She mused to herself, "You may still look down on me, but now I am a tycoon, and I don't even deign to acknowledge you." She relished the thought that if Lin Feier were to discover her earnings, she would undoubtedly regret not heeding her advice. As she awaited her next customer, a plump man approached. "You are Xiao Lulu?" he asked, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing her. Xiao Lulu, too, was startled. "Director Qian, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. Her reason for coming to Lin Feier's place was to encounter this very individual, hoping for a chance meeting to curry favor and secure a role. However, her encounter with Chen Feng had distracted her, and the heavy snowfall had delayed her until now. The heavens had surely rewarded her perseverance. For if she could win over Director Qian, she might just become a rising star. "I'm out of food at home, and thought I'd take a look, but I didn't expect to run into you," Director Qian remarked. "No food. I have some right here. If you're in need, take these." Xiao Lulu eagerly produced instant noodles, complete with a piece of meat, causing Director Qian to salivate. "Thank you, Lulu. By the way, I have a project in need of a female lead. If you're interested, we can discuss the script further when I return." "Of course, I'm interested," Xiao Lulu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. How could she not be? She had come here precisely to connect with Director Qian and hoped to catapult herself to fame. It was surprising that a director of his stature would offer her a role for a mere meal. Without a second thought, she linked her arm with his. Director Qian, quite pleased, thought that not only could he enjoy a meal, but also treat his companion to a seafood feast. Although Xiao Lulu's looks were average, her figure was commendable, and he had been yearning for companionship. Had he known Xiao Lulu would be here, he would have sought her out sooner. The two turned and departed, while Chen Feng, already back at his residence, scrutinized the surveillance footage. Ultimately, he decided to send Lin Feier a message to keep an eye on Xiao Lulu. After a brief pause, he forwarded a clip of the surveillance footage, leaving Lin Feier to decide how to respond to the situation. Having completed these tasks, Chen Feng lifted Lao He and began to summarize their discussion. Lao He, bewildered, thought, "I was learning, and you just interrupted me. What a waste of my time." Chen Feng, with utmost seriousness, took out a notebook and began jotting down notes on the ground. Survival rule number 2, always be prepared ahead of time. As he wrote, he educated Lao He on the recent dangers they faced. "Do you understand how perilous this situation was? I was in the middle of a fight when I discovered I was out of ammunition. That's an absurdly precarious position for anyone." Wang Wang. Lao He opened his mouth wide in disbelief, unable to fathom how his master could make such a simple mistake. You see, it's often the most inconspicuous details that are the most lethal. If I had encountered a formidable adversary in that moment, I might have lost my life. Is it really that dangerous? Lao He asked, astonished. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gathered you for this meeting. We must learn from this experience. Do you understand? This cannot continue. We must take heed of our mistakes. Lao He quickly nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Now that you mention it, I wouldn't want to disappoint your good intentions. Chen Feng wrote down 2 survival rules on separate pieces of paper and affixed them to the mirrors of both himself and Lao He, ensuring they would be reminded every morning as they washed up. Meanwhile, upon receiving Chen Feng's warning, Lin Feier frantically rummaged through her supplies, quickly discovering that several items were indeed missing. Despite Xiao Lulu's attempts at secrecy, Lin Feier had meticulously documented all her provisions since the last incident, making any discrepancies glaringly obvious. Infuriated, she immediately called Xiao Lulu. At that moment, Xiao Lulu was nestled in Director Qian's embrace, sweetly complimenting him. "You're so amazing, Director Qian. Don't worry, the female lead is yours. From now on, You'll be my exclusive lead. Really? I adore you. Director Chen exclaimed, and Xiao Lulu, brimming with joy, rewarded him with a kiss. She felt elated. After merely a few minutes of company, she had secured such a coveted opportunity. How could she not be thrilled? Once she gained wealth and fame, her life would be utterly delightful. After enjoying a meal with Director Chen, Xiao Lulu finally remembered her phone. Upon checking, she found a multitude of missed calls and countless messages from Lin Feier. Glancing through them, she noted Lin Feier's furious admonitions regarding her surreptitious food dealings, demanding that she never return. Coldly, Xiao Lulu huffed and sent a screenshot of her balance in response. If you choose not to return, then so be it. Hijo likir, Fayat, I have come to see you for what you truly are. Is it merely a morsel of food that has prompted you to insult me so? How blind I was back then. Behold, this is the wealth I have accumulated during this period. I could easily purchase a villa. Who needs to dwell in your home? She has now ascended to a relationship with Qian Dao, rendering it a simple matter to surpass Lin Feier in the future, who would still consider her a close friend. Qian Dao, having consumed the last morsel of meat, could not resist casting his gaze toward Xiao Lulu. After a satisfying meal, it was only natural to engage in some form of exercise. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted Xiao Lulu and made his way toward the bed. How annoying, Qianzong. How can you be ready again? Lin Feier, already fuming, felt her anger escalate upon reading a message from Xiao Lulu. After all this fuss, how could I end up being the one at a disadvantage? If that is the case, then do not come my house. With a cold huff, Lin Feier hastily locked the door, determined that even with a key, the other party would not enter. Chen Feng was currently engaged in a tussle with Lao He, as daily sparring was indispensable. However, he sensed that Lao He might be up to something behind his back, as he could no longer maintain the upper hand. His dog-fighting fist had become ineffective, and he had even suffered a couple of bites from Lao He. Lao He, tell me honestly, did you sneak up at the third floor to read while I was asleep? Chen Feng questioned, exasperated. If he were to lose due to talent, he would not mind, but losing to such underhanded tactics was unacceptable. Woof! Lao He, realizing he had been discovered, quickly shook his head in denial, insisting he had been asleep all night. Nonsense. You stayed up late enough to develop dark circles under your eyes. Do you think you can fool me? How despicable. Woof woof woof. Lao He appeared bewildered, hurrying to his mirror. Where are my dark circles? I am entirely black all over. Just as Chen Feng was preparing to confront him, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Lulu. She was so smug, boasting not only about her newfound wealth, but also about her boyfriend, a director, claiming he was far superior to you. Chen Feng could only scoff at this. A director? Your meager sacrifices will likely yield no returns for a lifetime. Suddenly, he recalled something from his past life regarding this director. He was a ruthless individual who used women around him to attract others. Those who chose to follow him could easily find themselves in close proximity to beautiful starlets. However, the woman in question had previously entangled herself with numerous directors and screenwriters in her pursuit of advancement, and she had long since contracted a disease, now spreading it among a group of people. This incident had caused quite a stir in the community, as many sought to confront the director. Damn! Suddenly, Chen Feng was taken aback, rising in alarm. That ailing woman cannot possibly be Xiao Lulu, can she? Chapter 72. Shall I perform a dance for you? Chen Feng felt utterly disheartened. Although he had not interacted much with them in his previous life, given the current circumstances, it seemed entirely plausible. After all, the only woman who maintained a close relationship with the director was indeed her. It is worth noting that he had nearly gotten involved with Xiao Lulu. It was a close call, and had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to her advances. My goodness, she even had her clothes off back then. Had I been less steadfast, I would have likely been infected. As I reflect on this, I feel compelled to add another rule for survival. Never engage in intimate contact with women casually. I nearly fell victim to her schemes. After all my efforts and precautions in this apocalypse, I almost met my downfall due to such a close call. I must exercise utmost caution in the future. Chen Feng was filled with myriad thoughts before recalling the connection between that director and Lin Feier. I remember that Lin Feier was also victimized by that director, leading to her demise. Chen Feng murmured to himself as he picked up his phone, beginning to draft a message to Lin Feier. Based on the current situation, it was evident that Lin Feier had drawn the director's attention due to Xiao Lulu. One must remain vigilant against Xiao Lulu and that director. Their words are not to be trusted, not even a single punctuation mark. Lin Feier, still fuming, was taken aback upon seeing Chen Feng's message. After muttering a brief thank you, she offered no further response. She had no desire to engage with Xiao Lulu, yet she felt no fondness for Chen Feng either. Chen Feng, for his part, was entirely unconcerned by Lin Feier's silence. Her lack of response was of no consequence to him. Cool me. I shall prepare roasted duck for you today. I guarantee you will be enamored. Chen Feng patted Lao He, who looked on with suspicion. Woof. Lao He, having wandered for most of his life, was oblivious to what roasted duck was. Could one even eat such a thing? Very well, today I shall open your eyes. The skin of the roasted duck is crisp beyond compare, and the meat is simply delectable. With a bit of sauce, it is utterly delightful. Lao He, upon hearing Chen Feng's description, was drooling. Please, stop talking and hurry up and cook. I will assist you. Although his space contained countless roasted ducks, Chen Feng refrained from bringing them out. What others made was appealing, but his own creations held far more significance. After all, in this apocalyptic world, he possessed ample time and resources to prepare such dishes. One cannot simply engage in combat and study stances from action films every day, can one? Just as he and Lao He donned chef hats and aprons to roast the duck, his phone chimed once more. Woof, woof, woof. Someone is looking for you. Want to take a look? It has been buzzing for quite a while. Chen Feng glanced at his phone and then at the vividly colored roasted duck before him, delivering a light smack to Lao He's head. What time is it? And you are still distracted by your phone. This is a disrespect to food. Lao He looked aggrieved, his gaze fixated on the numerous roasted ducks before him. Can you blame me? The commotion over there was far too great for me to ignore. Eventually, Chen Feng, feeling a twinge of impatience with his phone, reluctantly opened it. It was the internet celebrity streamer, Sun Jiai, who could no longer contain herself and had bombarded him with a flurry of messages. Clearly, she had run out of food and was compelled to seek him out. Considering the timeline, it was about right. Even if Sun Jiai had some supplies at home, they must be running low. After all, individuals like Lin Feier, who hoarded goods, were exceedingly rare. What is it? Is there something you need? Chen Feng asked, smiling while feigning ignorance. Brother, you finally replied. I thought you had blocked me. No. How could I bear to block you? It's just that you hadn't reached out in so long. I didn't want to intrude. Sun Jiai, who had initially been anxious, became excited upon seeing this exchange. Who says my charm is ineffective? Chen Feng was merely putting on a facade before. Even a slight shift in my tone led him to come and curry favor with me. Brother, what are you up to? Roasting duck. Nothing special, just learning to cook. As Chen Feng spoke, he sent a picture of the roasted duck to her. Sun Jiai, who had intended to praise Chen Feng for his skills, froze upon seeing the photo. She could hardly believe her eyes. Chen Feng's home was brimming with food. In addition to emperor crabs and lobsters, he had over 10 roasted ducks. The skin of those ducks had turned a tantalizing red, radiating a glistening sheen that made her mouth water uncontrollably. She had gone several meals without a proper feast, and prior to that, she had dined on a medley of unsatisfactory dishes. It had been ages since she had savored anything succulent. The image Chen Feng had sent her undoubtedly held an irresistible allure. What is truly alarming is that Chen Feng is clad in scant attire, inciting a profound envy within her. Nearby, Zhang Qiming could even catch a whiff of deliciousness through the screen. Quickly, let him procure some roasted duck for us. Sun Jiai hastily began sending messages. Brother, you are so considerate, knowing I'm famished and even taking the time to roast duck for me yourself. Love you. Upon witnessing this, Chen Feng could not suppress a cold chuckle. Do you think you can swindle me effortlessly? Do you truly believe I am one of those gullible top supporters? Very well. But what will you offer in return? I have nothing of value here. Perhaps you could dance for me instead. Gang Difa. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. After all, it has been days since the apocalypse began, and she still fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. A dance? I would rather not witness such nonsense. Apologies, but this duck is meant for my dog. As he spoke, Chen Feng sent over a video depicting Lao He indulging in the roasted duck. Sun Jiai was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that he had chosen to feed such a precious delicacy to a dog. In this dire environment, such a treasure could fetch millions. Yet Chen Feng chose to squander it. This is sheer extravagance. Brother, I am quite hungry as well. Could you spare me a roasted duck? I assure you, I will be immensely grateful. Sun Jiai commenced her most persuasive vocal tactics. He could hardly believe that under such circumstances, she could maintain her composure. Fine. If you truly wish to eat roasted duck, come to my villa and perform a dance before me, and I shall grant you a duck. Chen Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 73. Zhang Qiming's suggestion Sun Jiai could deduce with ease the implication of his words. To dance in his villa might lead to far more than just a performance. Although she was aware that no man could be trusted, all of them were fixated on her physique. Yet, those top supporters merely engaged in empty chatter online. But Chen Feng, he was seizing the opportunity. You may as well look elsewhere. I have no interest in such matters. Very well, if you wish, you can come find me anytime. Chen Feng promptly exited the chat interface, having no desire to entertain such trivialities. Moreover, given the current state of affairs, Sun Jiai could hardly hold out for long before seeking him again. In this apocalyptic world, dignity holds no value whatsoever, and more importantly, to expect to partake in fine delicacies without offering anything in return is nothing short of absurd. He was no fool. As he spoke, he sliced a piece of duck from the platter, wrapping it in a crepe, adding cucumber and scallions, dipping it in sauce, and sending it into his mouth. This series of actions left Lao He utterly bewildered. What's going on? Is there truly so much ritual involved in eating? It muttered, unable to refrain from giving Chen Feng a knowing look. Hurry, let me try too. I have never experienced this before. You must do it yourself. I have already prepared it for you. Do you truly think I will feed you like a servant? Chen Feng retorted, somewhat exasperated. Lao He, upon hearing this, slowly began to clumsily attempt to replicate the process with its mouth and paws. However, being a dog, it was clear that it fell short in this regard, creating quite a mess in the process. Move aside, do not dirty my food. Woof woof. Lao He immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. Aren't we good brothers? I do not disdain you, yet you turn your nose up at me. Meanwhile, after Chen Feng sent that message, Sun Jiai, infuriated, tossed her phone aside. This Chen Feng was utterly excessive. Does he not realize that women require some pampering? How could he be so heartless? What is happening? Why have you stopped chatting? Zhang Qiming, looking anxious, regarded Sun Jiai. This is roasted duck. How could she treat it with such disdain? I do not wish to chat anymore, Sun Jiai replied, visibly irritated. Do not throw a tantrum. We are out of food. You must contact him, offer some kind words, and surely this matter can be resolved. He suggested I accompany him to bed. Why would I do that? Sun Jiai nearly erupted in anger. Yet, she thought this would infuriate him, only to receive a matter-of-fact response from Zhang Qiming. It is no big deal. It is just sleeping with him. But we could enjoy some delicious food. Do you not find that worthwhile? Zhang Qiming stated earnestly, devoid of any guilt, while Sun Jiai looked on in disbelief. Is this how you view our relationship? You see me merely as a tool for procuring food. If you want to go, you may do so. I certainly will not accompany him. Sun Jiai kicked Zhang Qiming away, burying herself in her blanket, tears streaming down her face. I would like to go, but he is not interested in men. My dear, listen to me. You would face no loss in this arrangement. Go away. Zhang Qiming, having received the cold shoulder from Sun Jiai, could only retreat to a corner. Yet the gnawing hunger drove him to devise ways to obtain food. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily retrieved his phone, reaching out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I am Sun Jiai's husband. May we converse? He did not harbor high hopes for a response, knowing that in Chen Feng's current situation, a multitude of individuals sought his attention. He felt he would hardly stand out. To his surprise, however, Chen Feng replied almost immediately. What is it? Zhang Qiming glanced at the still fuming Sun Jiai and quickly typed. You wish to sleep with my wife, do you not? I can assist you. Inside the villa, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, staring at his phone in stunned silence. Initially, he had expected the individual to berate him. Yet who would have thought they were so eager to offer their spouse? How shall I assist? Chen Feng replied, at a loss for words. After all, he was not one to coerce others, nor was he particularly attached to Sun Jiai. He was living quite splendidly with Qin Yan. I possess a sedative that can render my wife unconscious, allowing you to do as you please, Zhang Qiming said nervously, quickly adding that he only required one roasted duck in return. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp, utterly astonished that Zhang Qiming would stoop to such shamelessness for food. It seems that the greatest danger often lies closest to home, he lamented, realizing that betrayal knows no bounds. And those who sell out their closest relationships are often the ones who are the most intimate. However, Zhang Qiming's actions incensed him greatly. Before the apocalypse, he had relied on his wife to gain favor with wealthy individuals online to earn a living, a veritable sponge. Chen Feng did not harbor much disdain for this. After all, being a kept man is a skill in itself. Yet who would have expected that in the wake of the apocalypse, he would still contemplate using Sun Jiai as a bargaining chip for food? Such an individual, who exhibited neither gratitude nor respect, merely seeking to extract the last vestiges of usefulness from another, was no different from Su Qing's family. Chen Feng could not be bothered to engage further and promptly exited the chat interface. He wished to rid himself of such people as quickly as possible. Ah, you are the best, never betraying me. Woof woof. Lao He quickly nodded, having never considered such matters. With the abundance of food and drink, why would it betray anyone? After devouring a duck, Lao He felt its belly swell and hurriedly drank some water. The forthcoming survival conditions would only worsen. We must strive diligently to enhance our abilities. For our enemies are becoming increasingly cunning. Only by strengthening ourselves can we hope to survive. Upon hearing this, Lao He nodded earnestly, but before it could fully comprehend, Chen Feng had lunged forward and struck at it. Behon, woof woof. How insidious of you to launch a surprise attack when I was unsuspecting. The playful banter persisted until the late hours of the night. And just as Chen Feng was about to retire for the evening, a message arrived from Zhao Tianhu. Ever since their last encounter regarding the bounty, the other party had not sought him out again. What could this be about? Mr. Chen, I have heard you are in a bit of trouble. I believe I can assist you. The individuals from the Su family, I can help you deal with them. Chapter 74. The Trap, what are your terms? Chen Feng inquired directly, without a hint of hesitation. It was evident that Zhao Tianhu had approached him with specific demands, whether it was monetary or otherwise. He surely sought something in return. Simple. I will help you resolve this issue, and you will provide me with supplies. This proposition did not surprise Chen Feng in the slightest. What, have you given up on money? He could not help but ask, while Zhao Tianhu wore a look of helplessness. He had not anticipated the current devaluation of currency to be so extreme. Had he known earlier, he would have requested supplies from the beginning. Now, with 10 million in his bank account, it was utterly useless. Had he asked for supplies initially, he would likely be living a more carefree life now. However, discussing past events with Chen Feng at this juncture would be quite inappropriate. He could only swallow his pride. Now that money holds little value, if possible, provide me with some supplies. Certainly. What do you require? Chen Feng did not refuse. If Zhao Tianhu could indeed handle the situation, providing him with some items was no burden. After all, he had plenty to spare. 1 king crab, 10 steaks, 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 10 boxes of cold medicine, 2 sets of down jackets, and 5 cases of instant noodles. Zhao Tianhu rattled off his demands, causing Chen Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. Clearly, he had not expected to be treated like a supermarket. Such audacity left him momentarily speechless. Did he not realize the immense value of these items? The members of the Su family were certainly not worth such a price. If you desire king crab, that could be arranged. However, it will be a choice between 1 king crab, 1 box of anti-inflammatory medication, or 1 box of cold medicine. And I can provide you with a maximum of 2 packs of instant noodles. This was already the most generous offer Chen Feng could extend, and it was a friendly price considering their past collaboration, leaving room for potential future cooperation. As for the down jackets, Those were far too precious to part with. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianhu remained silent for quite some time before finally conceding to accept the instant noodles and medication. I will have them tied up outside the underground garage. I hope you remember to deliver the goods. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Chen Feng replied. Then, disinterested in further conversation, he retired to bed. Whether Zhao Tianhu could manage to subdue the Su family was of no concern to him. If he succeeded, he would deliver the items. If not, it would be imperative for Chen Feng to reassess his capabilities, as it clearly indicated a lack of strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu sat on the couch. Even wrapped in thick clothing, he could not conceal his menacing aura. This Chen Feng is utterly arrogant. Does he truly believe I am merely a cheap labor? His fury was palpable, and he appeared exceedingly displeased. Nearby, the Su family hurriedly offered their fawning smiles. Chen Feng must be eliminated, tiger brother. We cannot let him live. Wang Hao exclaimed, his eagerness to please evident. In this precarious situation, their only option was to align themselves with Zhao Tianhu for protection. Otherwise, their lives would be at stake. Do not worry. I have already begun to deal with him. Just cooperate with me. And Chen Feng is as good as dead. Very well, but how shall we cooperate? The family was instantly filled with excitement. Although they were aware that Zhao Tianhu had his sights set on Chen Feng's villa, the urgency of the situation overshadowed their concerns. When the time comes, you will actively assist me, as if you have been captured by me, and once we lure him out, we shall strike. I refuse to believe he can evade us. As Zhao Tianhu outlined his plan, the Su family found themselves exhilarated. This was a remarkably exquisite scheme, far superior to the crude attempts of Luo Zhongyuan and his companions. Given the circumstances, he doubted Chen Feng would survive their sudden onslaught. Truly, tiger brother, had you acted sooner, Chen Feng would likely have perished at your hands. Wang Hao flattered, and the others could not help but smile in agreement. Zhao Tianhu's gaze, however, shifted directly to Su Qing. Everyone should rest. Tomorrow we have a hard battle ahead. With that, he took Su Qing by the hand and headed towards the bedroom. Tiger brother, what are you doing? She's my girlfriend. Wang Hao's expression soured at the blatant affront to his relationship. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Tianhu's face darkened as he fixed a displeased glare at Wang Hao. It seems I must reconsider tomorrow's plan. After all, I have no grievances with Chen Feng. I have no reason to create trouble for him and risk offending him on your behalf. These words sent a ripple of tension through the room. But Su Qing quickly reacted, grasping Zhao Tianhu's arm. Tiger brother, what are you saying? Surely you can't back out now? You must help me deal with Chen Feng. Without further explanation to Wang Hao, she pulled Zhao Tianhu towards the bedroom. Wang Hao's fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fury. No matter what, once they subdued Chen Feng, he would have to confront him. Otherwise, his anger would remain unresolved. The following afternoon, after finishing lunch, Chen Feng received a message from Zhao Tianhu, confirming that the target had been apprehended. The message included a video depicting Su Dahua and his associates, visibly battered and tied up. Bring them to the underground garage, Chen Feng commanded, activating the surveillance in the garage. True to Zhao Tianhu's word, shortly after sending his message, the latter appeared, dragging Su Dahua and his family along, all securely bound. Throw them on the ground and retreat 10 meters, Chen Feng instructed through the intercom. Although Zhao Tianhu grumbled inwardly, he complied and hurriedly stepped back. This man was far too cautious. Once the tasks were completed, the door to Chen Feng's underground garage slowly swung open, revealing his presence as he strode out. The sight of him elicited muffled laughter from the gathered individuals. This time, they were eager to see how he would escape. Chapter 75. You are no match for me. I never imagined you truly had the capability to bind them, Chen Feng remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the tightly secured figures before him. These foes likely never anticipated such an outcome. Mr. Chen has promised. I will handle this matter promptly, and they are not particularly formidable. Capturing them was quite effortless, Zhao Tianhu responded with a grin, attempting to approach Chen Feng in good spirits, only to be halted in his tracks. Remain there. Do not come any closer. You are far too dangerous for my comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhu could not help but twitch his lips. Chen Feng was indeed overly fearful. In the current situation, it is quite amusing that he remains so cautious. However, he refrains from saying much, simply offering a sheepish smile and halting his steps. I wonder if what you promised me is ready. Rest assured, it has long been prepared. I may lack in many things, but I possess integrity. Chen Feng chuckled and gave a light pat, after which Lao He emerged from the villa, pulling a small cart laden with items promised to Zhao Tianhu. And everything was in order. Chen Feng himself had no need for these items, hence he would not tamper with them. You may examine them thoroughly. If there are any issues, feel free to voice them now. Chen Feng picked up a box of medicine, unable to suppress his admiration. Remarking on Zhao Tianhu's discernment in choosing medicine instead of king crab under such circumstances. Mr. Chen, you jest. Since you allowed me to choose between king crab and medicine, it would be unreasonable to select food. In this environment, these emergency supplies hold far greater value. Zhao Tianhu slowly spoke, his gaze sharpening, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Chen, I have one more matter to request your assistance with. What is it? I am more than willing to engage in reasonable transactions with you. A calm voice echoed in the space. I desire your villa. Whoosh. Zhao Tianhu's words had barely left his lips when a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by an arrow whizzing towards Chen Feng at an astonishing speed, striking his heart almost instantaneously. This group of people is utterly outrageous. Chen Feng was struck by a tremendous force, causing him to crash to the ground. Wang. Lao He appeared bewildered, questioning the sudden turn of events. This was not part of the plan. Quickly, finish him off. Zhao Tianhu was evidently someone who never hesitated. Seeing Chen Feng fall, he called for his men to rush forward without a moment's pause. The Su family led the charge, hastily rushing towards Chen Feng after breaking free from their restraints. For them, seizing Chen Feng immediately was of utmost importance. As long as he remained alive, he posed a significant threat. Chen Feng, you never imagined you would find yourself in this predicament. Wang Hao's eyes glinted with malice, his wild grin betraying his anticipation for vengeance. After waiting so long, he was finally able to eliminate his enemy, Chen Feng. However, just as they lunged at Chen Feng, a group suddenly found their footing slipping, causing them to tumble to the ground in unison. Ouch! Why is the ground so slippery? My goodness! Wang Hao couldn't help but curse, desperate to confront Chen Feng, but after a couple of attempts, he too fell flat. Not only him, but several others nearby experienced the same fate, struggling to rise from the ground. I underestimated you. Chen Feng slowly stood up, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. He initially believed that Zhao Tianhu, recognizing their respective positions, would collaborate with him. But who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would conspire with the Su family to create trouble for him? How could you possibly? Zhao Tianhu stared in disbelief at the arrow lodged in Chen Feng's heart, yet he appeared completely unharmed, shocking him to his core. Was this some kind of joke? That was an arrow shot from a compound bow, its power surpassing that of an ordinary firearm. Even if Chen Feng were strong, he should not have been able to withstand such a shot. There are many impossible things. Chen Feng continued to smirk coldly, although a sense of dread lingered within him. Had he not been wearing a bulletproof vest, he might have lost his life on the spot. It was a close call, merely a hair's breadth away from disaster. Go deal with the archer, do not hold back. Chen Feng casually instructed Lao He, with an arrow man lurking in the shadows. He felt uneasy. The assailant had aimed for his heart, and had they targeted his head, his life would have been forfeit. Lao He barked and dashed toward the garage without hesitation. At this critical moment, I must rely on myself. After a while of scrambling, they finally managed to rise, their eyes fixed menacingly on Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu's hidden accomplices surged forth. Chen Feng, no matter how fortunate you are, this time I shall see how you escape. Zhao Tianhu ominously waved his hand, encircling Chen Feng with a dozen or more individuals. In this scenario, he felt no fear, believing that sheer numbers could overwhelm him. Bang! As the attackers approached, Chen Feng showed no hesitation, drawing his gun and firing at the nearest assailant. Instantly, one figure collapsed to the ground. Under the onslaught of modern weaponry, few could withstand the force. The surrounding crowd, previously brimming with aggression, was suddenly struck with fear. Do not fear him. If we do not act, we will surely starve. We must subdue him. Yes, it is either death or fighting back. The shouts of encouragement echoed around, with Zhao Tianhu fervently rallying his companions, who indeed felt invigorated. Even the Su family was prepared to charge again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out repeatedly, with individuals collapsing one after another. Su Dehua and Ma Salon fell, blood blooming from their chests as they succumbed. Even Zhao Tianhu in that moment was felled by his own hand. You think you can contend with me? You are still too naive. Chen Feng surveyed the remaining individuals who, in the face of overwhelming odds, no longer hesitated and scrambled away in panic. Chapter 76. Do not seek me out in your next life. If they did not flee now, they were recklessly endangering their lives. Within mere breaths, aside from a few wounded individuals, the rest had vanished without a trace. Even Su Qing and Wang Hao disappeared without delay. What now? Do you still possess any tricks? Chen Feng approached Zhao Tianhu, whose face had turned ashen. The once seemingly victorious situation had crumbled. Upon seeing Chen Feng step out of the villa, he had envisioned himself as its new master. Yet, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Lao San, act quickly. Zhao Tianhu shouted desperately to his companions, but alas, no one responded. Lao San, what are you doing? Hurry up. Chen Feng regarded him coolly, disdainfully remarking that the person he was calling for was the one who had attempted to ambush him. He advised Zhao Tianhu to abandon any hope pinned on that individual. Zhao Tianhu looked at Chen Feng with suspicion, confused by his words. However, in the next moment, he saw his black dog dragging someone toward them. That person was one of his own, still clutching the compound bow, yet utterly unconscious. Alarmingly, his head was encased in a large ice block. What on earth had transpired? Zhao Tianhu could not comprehend. Yet, from the situation before him, it was evident that the individual had lost all signs of life. Had he been killed by a dog? An incredulous thought flickered in Zhao Tianhu's mind. In ordinary circumstances, he would never have believed such a thing, but the scene unfolding before him compelled him to question everything. Aside from this conjecture, there are no other possibilities. However, he no longer has the inclination to concern himself with how the other party met their demise. His final means have already been dealt with by Chen Feng. So what should he do next? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianhu knelt before Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I was wrong. It was my fault. I should not have troubled you. Please, show mercy. Zhao Tianhu, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs, repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Show you mercy? Are you jesting with me? Chen Feng gazed at him with exasperation, slowly raising his weapon toward the man before him. I initially regarded you as a competent partner, but it seems I was overly naive. Disappointment was etched across Chen Feng's face, his eyes brimming with fury as he realized he had placed his trust in someone who intended to harm him. Chen Feng, I will be your loyal dog. I will do whatever you ask. Please spare me. Zhao Tianhu's heart was filled with profound regret. He could not fathom what madness had driven him to provoke Chen Feng. Was it not better to live a peaceful life? Woof, woof, woof. Lao He did not hold back. He bit down hard on Zhao Tianhu's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. You will never learn. Do you not understand that there can only be one dog for my master? How dare you compete for his favor? I will make sure you regret it. Lao He scolded, unable to resist taking another bite. Zhao Tianhu dared not utter a word, not even a cry, while Chen Feng simply shook his head. Rest in peace. In your next life, do not come to trouble me again. With a heavy sigh, Chen Feng pulled the trigger, sending the man on his way. After disposing of the body not far away, Chen Feng cast a cold glance at the location before hastening back home with Lao He. The world outside was far too terrifying. He vowed never to venture out lightly again. Quick, let us summarize our experiences. Today, we nearly lost our lives. It was far too dangerous. Chen Feng spoke anxiously, reflecting on how, had he not worn a bulletproof vest, or if the adversary had aimed for his head, he might not have survived. Only after securely locking the door did Chen Feng finally exhale in relief. They had survived. Meanwhile, the one who had fled to safety breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Feng return. They had finally managed to send that demon away. If Chen Feng had pursued them, It was unlikely anyone would have survived, especially given the formidable weapons he wielded. In such circumstances, the average person would find themselves with no escape. Quick, let us assess the situation. Su Qing, observing her father still moving, rushed forward, but was halted by Wang Hao before she could take more than a few steps. If we go over there, we might be captured by Chen Feng. He could very well be waiting for us. But my father is still alive. Su Qing exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. She cannot simply stand by and watch as her father faced peril. Help me! Help! Su Dahua struggled to crawl towards Su Qing, desperate for assistance. However, Wang Hao held him back, preventing any advance. It is futile. In this situation, there is no way to save him. He is gravely injured, and given the circumstances, we cannot help. Although filled with reluctance, Su Qing understood that Wang Hao spoke the truth. Surviving a gunshot wound in this environment was nearly impossible. Our immediate priority is to head to Zhao Tianhu's residence. He has food there that can sustain us and potentially attract others to assist. Wang Hao asserted, hurriedly searching Zhao Tianhu and obtaining the keys before swiftly leading Su Qing away. This was not the time for sorrow. They needed to seize the resources from Zhao Tianhu's home in order to have a chance for revenge. With no choice but to comply, Su Qing followed, her heart brimming with hatred for Chen Feng. One day, she swore she would bring down that scoundrel. Upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately shifted into analysis mode, dissecting the mistakes made during the ordeal. Woof, woof, woof. We should not have ventured out. Lao He quickly voiced his opinion. That is incorrect. Going out in itself was not the issue. The fault lies in our carelessness, our negligence. Chen Feng firmly countered Lao He's statement. They would inevitably have to venture out again. That was a certainty. Next time, you must wear a bulletproof vest as well. We should also acquire helmets. We cannot trust anyone. Lao He nodded in agreement, recognizing that his master was being overly cautious. Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang again. Initially irritated, he became intrigued upon seeing who was calling. He Jing is actually reaching out to me? Chapter 77. Sun Jiai bows down in truth. Chen Feng had not anticipated He Jing would contact him. She was the type of person who held herself in high esteem, entirely different from him. After all, she had been quite displeased with him for previously using food and medicine to impose difficulties on others. What do you need? Chen Feng instinctively inquired. He held a great deal of respect for this doctor, as one could never know when they might fall ill and require her assistance. In this era, doctors were highly sought after and rare talents. Could you spare me some food? He Jing's expression was tense. She was genuinely at her wit's end. She had scoured everywhere. But in this world, few were willing to part with their provisions. Most were struggling to feed themselves, leaving her with no choice but to seek help from Chen Feng. Certainly, come down and take what you need. Without a moment's thought, Chen Feng agreed. When dealing with He Jing, he could not adopt the same approach as with others. Unlike Qin Yin or Lin Feier, he did not need to beg them for anything. He had no requests of them. He Jing's situation was different. He could find himself in her debt at any moment. If she decided to retaliate, it could lead to trouble. Whether sincerity could be reciprocated depended on fate. Yet, Chen Feng had no other option. It seems we ought to acquire some medical knowledge. We cannot rely solely on fighting. Chen Feng said earnestly, grasping Lao He's paw. Woof, woof, woof. What use do I have for that? If I encounter a problem, I can simply search for herbs outside. Are you joking? Chen Feng, noticing Lao He's response, felt compelled to impart wisdom. You cannot say that. Look at the frigid weather. The herbs outside have long perished. Where do you expect to find any? Woof. Lao He, upon hearing this, stood in disbelief. It indeed seemed plausible. In such cold weather, it could freeze a person solid. Where can one find herbs? From today onward, you are forbidden from sneaking off to read at night. We shall learn medicine together, studying medical texts. Do you understand? In this society, longevity was paramount. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not venture out. Before doing so, they must protect themselves thoroughly and avoid getting too close to others. Chen Feng lamented that the grave error he had made stemmed from not strictly adhering to the rules he had set for himself, resulting in significant consequences. Tomorrow, we shall rise early and read through everything twice. No one is allowed to take it lightly. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lao He nodded in understanding, expressing that his dog was now entirely at Chen Feng's disposal, ready to comply with any request. As their conversation unfolded, an alarm from the surveillance system reverberated, signaling the arrival of He Jing. Without hesitation, Chen Feng retrieved several packages of food and proceeded towards the basement. Meanwhile, He Jing stood at the entrance to Chen Feng's residence, her demeanor radiating palpable tension. Nearby, in the underground garage, lay several corpses, evidently the work of adversaries. She could scarcely fathom that one day she would find herself seeking assistance from such an individual, particularly recalling how Chen Feng had previously used food to entice women to bed, which filled her with a sense of aversion. Yet, the gnawing hunger in her stomach rendered her resolve weak, compelling her to make the momentous decision to approach him. Suddenly, the main door began to tremble, and a figure clad in a helmet came into view. Chen Feng wasted no time. He placed the food down and quickly distanced himself from the newcomer. There are provisions on the ground. Take them home. You may return when food is scarce again, but ensure no one else sees this. Many are eager to seize such resources, he instructed before preparing to close the door. He Jing, astonished, could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. She had steeled herself to offer everything in exchange for food, yet here was Chen Feng, outright gifting her supplies. Was it possible she had misjudged him? Do you not have ulterior motives? He Jing suddenly questioned, leaving Chen Feng momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. Did you not come here solely for sustenance? No, I am merely astonished. I heard that those who come here for provisions must meet certain conditions. Chen Feng studied He Jing intently before realizing she had also come to barter for food, and his generosity had left her flabbergasted. I am not that sort of person. Rest assured. However, if you insist on such terms, I have no strong objections. At this, He Jing felt her cheeks flush. And no, thank you for the food. I must take my leave. With that, she hurriedly departed, clutching the food. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chen Feng removed his helmet, appearing utterly speechless. Is it truly so suspect for me to wish to perform a kind deed? Is there no law or order? Am I, Chen Feng, regarded as such an unworthy individual in your eyes? Lao He scrutinized Chen Feng, recalling the women who had previously visited him. Woof woof. Need that even be said? You are precisely that sort of person. Ridiculous. Take this. Chen Feng exclaimed, delivering a punch toward Lao He. It was evident that merely food could compel one to sacrifice everything. In a prior life, many had surrendered themselves for the sake of a meager meal, and that time had returned. Woof woof. Lao He remained unconvinced. Why was it that when you fed the first two women, there were intimate encounters? Yet this time it is simply given away? Did I not clarify this? Dr. He Jing is a skilled professional. Think about it. Who will we consult in the future when we need medical expertise? Lao He's eyes widened in admiration. Chen Feng is astute indeed. How did I not consider this? Truly, you are my master. Simply remarkable. Just then, as Chen Feng and Lao He continued their banter, his phone rang once more. This time, it was the broadcaster Sun Jiai. Clearly, she was on the verge of succumbing to hunger. What is it? Chen Feng inquired knowingly. Chen Feng, I agree to the conditions you mentioned last time. As long as you provide food, I am willing to come and keep you company. Upon reading this message, Chen Feng felt intrigued. Sun Jiai was exceptionally talented, and the prospect of her visiting him was not to be overlooked. He had anticipated she could endure at least a couple more days, yet she seemed unable to hold out any longer. Chen Feng sighed, recalling how Sun Jiai had once looked down upon him, considering him a mere sycophant to be manipulated. Even when he proposed his terms, she had maintained an air of superiority. Now, however, the tables had turned, and the truth of the fragrant law had come crashing down upon her. Very well, come over, Chen Feng replied, acquiescing to her request. After all, she was prepared to offer herself. Providing her with food was but fair. However, let us first discuss compensation. She interjected. After a pause, she continued, I agree to accompany you, but you must provide me with a roast duck, 2 boxes of instant noodles for 3 days, and a king crab. I can agree to the roast duck, but the rest is out of the question. You are well aware of the scarcity of food. If you are unwilling, so be it. Many others are eager to negotiate with me. Chen Feng responded calmly. On the other end of the line, silence ensued, perhaps as she weighed her options. After a considerable pause, she sent another message. Chen Feng, I have a proposal. I no longer require the roast duck. Instead, I will come directly to accompany you, residing in your home, free to do as you wish with me. Chen Feng stared at the screen in disbelief, sensing something amiss. This did not sound like something Sun Jia would say. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. If she wished to negotiate, he would oblige, and if she declined, he would not press her. To him, there was no loss at stake. Is it truly that simple? Furthermore, you must bring along my husband. He shall reside in your villa, and simply provide us with food, nothing extravagant. In the future, I leave the rest to your discretion. At this revelation, Chen Feng instantly grasped the situation. It was likely Sun Jia's husband communicating with him, and he was evidently hiding this from her. After all this, it turns out not to be Sun Jia. What a delight. Chen Feng shook his head in exasperation. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Accompany me for food. That is the best option. Living here is out of the question. Think it over. Having said that, he dismissed the matter, returning to his discussion of martial arts with Lao He. His objectives were straightforward: to hone his skills and seek medical knowledge. Should it prove impossible, he could always invite He Jing to teach him, offering her food in return for her efforts. Chen Feng was confident she would gladly accept, as it spared her the need to serve others. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiming, upon learning that Chen Feng had outright rejected his proposal, found himself in a foul mood, nearly shattering his phone in frustration. That Chen Feng was utterly impervious to persuasion, despite Zhang's accommodating attitude, left him infuriated. Just then, Sun Jia entered, eyeing her husband with suspicion as she noticed him with her phone. What are you doing? What could I possibly be doing? Just sending a message with your phone. Zhang Qiming replied hastily, attempting to delete the chat history, but ultimately failing as Sun Jia snatched the phone from him. Upon reading the messages, her anger erupted, and she glared at her husband. Have you no shame? Are you truly bartering your wife for food? Have you no conscience? Sun Jia was on the verge of tears. It was one thing for her to expose herself online, but now she had not only provided the other party with a comfortable living situation, but had also significantly improved his quality of life. And now, he shamelessly intended to exploit her for food. Did she mean nothing more than a mere commodity to him? Wife, I'm doing this for your own good. Just look at how famished you are. If this continues, my heart will ache for you, Zhang Qiming said, his face clouded with sorrow as he earnestly pulled Sun Jia aside. You are aware of the current situation. Only Chen Feng has food available. My initial plan was to move in, win him over, and then we could reside in the villa ourselves. Who would have thought he would be so unyielding? Really? Sun Jia looked at Zhang Qiming skeptically, glancing at their chat logs, which did provide some evidence. But isn't it true? However, now it's only you who can go to her villa. If you can manage to win her over while you're there, we might still have a chance. You must understand that a large crowd is eyeing him, and the allure of beauty will only diminish over time. If we wait too long, we may lose our opportunity altogether. You make it sound so easy. But what if I go and he mistreats me? Sun Jia's expression was one of discontent. Wife, listen to my analysis. Given the current circumstances, spending a few nights with him is not a problem, as long as I can eventually infiltrate and take him down. It's just a dead man, after all. No one will know what transpired between you. Zhang Qiming spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Sun Jia momentarily dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for such a statement. Yet, her stomach was undeniably growling with hunger. We've done this before. Just think of it as accompanying the top guy. You can trust me. Regardless of the outcome, I will never look down on you. But, wife, we must conserve our energy no matter what. Otherwise, how will we endure the even more arduous days ahead? Half an hour later, Sun Jia could no longer withstand Zhang Qiming's relentless persuasion. With a heart full of trepidation and unease, she arrived outside Chen Feng's villa. At the same time, Zhang Qiming sent a message to Chen Feng, instructing him to have his way with Sun Jia, but not to forget the roasted duck for him. Upon seeing Sun Jia waiting outside the villa, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. So beautiful, yet her fate is so troubled. She has encountered the wrong people. Without hesitation, he opened the underground garage door, allowing her entry into his villa. In an instant, Sun Jiayi was enveloped by an unprecedented warmth, a sensation she could never experience outside. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, Chen Feng's voice suddenly halted her. "Strip off all your clothes and leave them on the floor. I do not wish to see you in any attire before me." Chapter 79. Indeed, there's a problem. Sun Jiayi, who had been filled with excitement, froze in place. She had assumed that upon approaching Chen Feng, she could perhaps take some action, like using her concealed weapon for a surprise attack. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chen Feng would utter such words, rendering her hidden strategies utterly futile? No matter what she had concealed, it was now completely exposed. Isn't he a bit too cautious? After all, I am a woman. If he is this guarded, what about others? Chen Feng, I am completely drained of energy. Why not let me eat something first before we continue? Sun Jiayi said sweetly, her tone irresistibly enticing. This was her usual tactic, which had won over countless patrons during her live streams, coaxing them into willingly showering her with gifts. If you wish to ascend, you will do as I say. If not, you may leave right now. Chen Feng responded without a hint of hesitation, his stance evidently resolute. He was no longer the kind of man who would lose composure in the presence of a beautiful woman. He could face the current situation with ease. More importantly, recent events necessitated that he be cautious. His life depended on it. Sun Jiayi noticed that the door behind her had already opened, and she realized Chen Feng had no intention of conversing further. If she refused, she would likely have to leave. She wanted to turn away, but the gnawing hunger in her stomach kept her rooted in place. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and began to remove her clothing, although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and each piece she discarded heightened her sense of shame. She was unwilling to depart. Watching Sun Jiayi on the surveillance monitor, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and opened the door to the upper floor. Once upstairs, Sun Jiayi had no time to feel shy. She was enveloped in an even warmer environment, devoid of any chill. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Sun Jiayi was undoubtedly one of the two most beautiful women in the community. Compared to Qin Yan, she lacked the mature charm, but possessed a figure and appearance that were truly exceptional. Not only did she have an enviable hourglass figure, but her proportions were also impressive. Easily a D cup. Perfect. She was simply flawless. If she had not mentioned her marital status, no one would have suspected she was married. Go take a shower. Once you're done, I will prepare a meal for you, and when you leave, I will ensure you take a roasted duck with you. Can I really take a shower? Sun Jiayi was incredulous, but after a moment of reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, the temperature here was maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees, and there was no power outage. A hot shower would indeed be simple. While Sun Jiayi was in the bathroom, Chen Feng did not remain idle. He hurried to the basement to rummage through her belongings. Lao He looked on with disdain. Woof. After all this time, I had no idea you had such a penchant. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I am merely being cautious. Chen Feng retorted with irritation and, as expected, discovered a dagger hidden among her belongings. Wong Wong Wong. Lao He was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. This woman is too devious. She even concealed a weapon. Fortunately, Chen Feng is wise and brave. Otherwise, she could have truly ensnared him. After a brief moment of shock, Lao Hei's gaze towards Chen Feng shifted to one of admiration. Indeed, something is amiss. I sensed trouble the moment she arrived. Wong Wong, what do we do next? Should I take her out? Lao Hei Ponda. Such a dangerous situation. I cannot allow my brother to take that risk. Rest assured, I will handle this. Today, she must receive a lesson, Chen Feng declared, silently returning upstairs and instructing Lao Hei to remain on the second floor while he faced the danger alone. When Sun Jiayi emerged from her shower, her demeanor had completely transformed. She no longer resembled the disheveled woman from before. A true gem of humanity was the only phrase Chen Feng could conjure to describe her. Distinct from Qin Yan's beauty, yet equally capable of quickening one's heartbeat. Upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, Sun Jiayi abandoned her shyness and voraciously began to devour the food without regard for her image. Chen Feng approached her from behind, a smile playing on his lips, as his hand began to roam inappropriately. Wait, I'm still eating. Not a problem. You eat your food, and I shall enjoy myself. Chen Feng chuckled, disregarding her protests as he seized the moment. Faced with such a stunning woman, especially one who had willingly come to him, he had no intention of turning her away. The meal stretched over 2 hours, and only after Sun Jiai began to show signs of fatigue did Chen Feng finally carry her to the sofa, away from the perilous cutlery. Even at that moment, Chen Feng could sense the dissatisfaction and hostility lurking in her eyes. Clearly, from her earlier action of bringing a knife, it was evident that Sun Jiai was contemplating how to rid herself of him. Chen Feng chose to remain silent, understanding their game. Far too naive, indeed. I should be heading back. What about the roast duck you promised me? Sun Jiai stumbled to her feet, overwhelmed with guilt, trying to distance herself from Chen Feng. No rush. Let me show you something first. Then you can reconsider if you want to take the roast duck home. Chen Feng pulled up the chat history with Zhang Qiming. Initially, Sun Jiai thought he might have had a change of heart, but upon seeing the conversation, she was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated being treated like a mere commodity by Zhang Qiming. The notion of enduring some humiliation to take down Chen Feng was all a ruse, especially when she saw that just days prior, Zhang Qiming had plotted to knock her out for Chen Feng's amusement. Tears welled up in her eyes. Despite her sacrifices for her family, her partner was ungrateful, conspiring to barter her for food. The betrayal of exchanging her for a mere roast duck shattered her heart. Are you still considering taking the roast duck back to him? Chen Feng inquired with a smile, only to be taken aback when she unexpectedly approached him. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and her crimson lips sealed his mouth. In that moment, Sun Jiai, who had previously been hesitant, now took the initiative. Chen Feng had not anticipated such a dramatic shift in her demeanor. After another hour of passionate engagement, he gently ushered her out, returning to the sofa. His initial intention was merely to sow discord, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. It became apparent that Sun Jiai held deep affections for her husband. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily swayed for sustenance. However, it was equally clear that love could swiftly transform into resentment. The depth of her previous affection had only amassed disappointment, and his message had been the final straw for her. Given the current circumstances, Sun Jiai might not immediately sever ties with Zhang Qiming, but it was reasonable to predict that their relationship would not remain harmonious for long. With a little more provocation from his side, he could ignite a conflict between them. This way, he would also be relieved from the burden of living cautiously. After all, constantly guarding against someone was quite taxing. To conquer a city is one thing. To win over the heart is another. Just like Qin Yin, though Chen Feng still hesitated to invite her to stay in the villa, at least he no longer felt the need to be on guard against her. He decided he needed a proper rest. Otherwise, his health might not withstand the strain. Chen Feng mused, grateful that Qin Yin had not come over today, or he might have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Sun Jiai, even when given a choice by Chen Feng, ultimately opted to bring the roast duck home. Upon seeing the duck, Zhang Qiming was momentarily speechless, not uttering a single word of concern, before seizing the duck and devouring it ravenously. How wonderful! I can't believe that fool actually delivered the roast duck. In this environment, it's incredibly precious. As he munched away, Zhang Qiming was elated, viewing Chen Feng as a complete simpleton. Wife, tomorrow, go spend time with him again and bring back more food. We can sell it for a handsome profit. With soaring prices, Zhang Qiming believed a single roast duck could be exchanged for a top-tier sports car. This was a golden opportunity to amass wealth. Once the heavy snow ceased, he would undoubtedly become quite affluent. When Sun Jiai heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that he would even consider trading the food she had worked so hard to obtain for money. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to get this food? You want to use it to make a profit? Sun Jiai's displeasure was evident. Of course, but you need to eat too. What is wrong with accompanying him to get more food? Zhang Qiming retorted dismissively. Besides, you spent hours with him. Didn't you enjoy it? These words crushed Sun Jiai's hopes entirely. She could no longer hold any expectation for this man. While Chen Feng remained oblivious to the events that would unfold upon her return, he felt rather pleased. After a full night of rest, he began to study with Lao He. Their current knowledge only allowed them to treat minor ailments like colds, and even then, it was merely through medication. More complex conditions were beyond their grasp. This one do. We must seek outside assistance. Our self-study is yielding no progress. Woof woof. Lao He agreed. What on earth is this sildenafil? Such a complicated name. Lao He sported a disgruntled expression, glasses perched on his nose, clutching a book in frustration. Without hesitation, Chen Feng called He Jing, requesting her assistance in exchange for meals but not accommodation. Upon receiving the call, He Jing's heart sank. Was this just an excuse to borrow medical knowledge? It seemed she had overestimated Chen Feng. It had only been a day, and he had already revealed his true colors. Not knowing why he had pretended the previous day, she ultimately relented, as she was uncertain when the snow would cease and would still need Chen Feng's help. She understood that if this situation continued, their vulnerable group would face dire consequences without a strong protector. It was better to stick with Chen Feng than risk being overwhelmed by a crowd. With these thoughts in mind, she anxiously made her way to Chen Feng's residence. 2 hours later, He Jing arrived, medical book in hand, observing Chen Feng and his canine companion 5 meters away, both engrossed in note-taking. She was deeply perplexed, completely unprepared for this scenario. It was evident they were genuinely seeking medical knowledge, especially when she saw the black dog with a small notebook. Using its paw to scribble incomprehensible symbols, she was utterly bewildered. So, our current medical practice can hardly cure any ailments, not even a cold? Chen Feng glanced skeptically at the notebook and inquired, Really? Yes. Most healing relies on the body's self-recovery. He Jing confirmed with a nod. Wow, did you hear that? Lao Hai, we need to strengthen our bodies. We've only been exercising for 2 hours daily, which is insufficient. We should add another hour. Woof woof. Lao Hai barked in agreement. Shouldn't we increase our efforts? I've been holding back all this energy. Let us go. Study, exercise, and build our health. We must develop in all areas. Thank you, Dr. He. Please take a break and remember to let me know when you come tomorrow. He Jing felt that this situation was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu was nestled in the warm embrace of Qian Dao's blankets, lost in dreams of stardom until he abruptly awakened her. Lulu, we've run out of food. We must venture out to find some. Qian Dao ruffled Xiao Lulu's hair, eliciting a soft hum from her, the alluring sound igniting his excitement as he swiftly flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. After a prolonged struggle lasting 3 minutes, Director Qian finally rose, satisfied, to dress himself, while Xiao Lulu wore a face full of resentment. We must hasten to find something to eat. Is there still food to be found at Lin Feier's place? Director Qian muttered, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Lulu. Her family indeed possesses a great deal, but I have already severed ties with her. Upon hearing this, Director Qian's eyes gleamed with sudden enthusiasm. You are best friends. Devise a way to persuade her to provide us with some food. If that fails, we shall resort to thievery. Chapter 81. The despairing Lin Feier, is there truly no problem? I have already cut ties with her. Even if I go, she may not allow me entry. Xiao Lulu hesitated, recalling the harsh words she had recently directed at Lin Feier. It would be utterly humiliating to now seek her assistance. Moreover, when she heard Director Qian's subsequent remarks, trepidation seized her. Steal? If we resort to taking from her, would that not be a crime? Enough. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just ensure I gain entry. I will handle everything. Director Qian resolved firmly, urging Xiao Lulu to cast aside her doubts. We are on the brink of starvation. If she refuses to assist, it will prove that she does not regard you as a friend, and I shall take matters into my own hands. While Xiao Lulu still hesitated, Director Qian approached and embraced her, smiling as he said, I am merely concerned for your well-being. You have grown thinner. If this continues, even as a director, you might not meet the standards of appearance required for roles. What then shall I do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu abandoned her reservations and quickly donned her clothing, leading the director out. As they descended to the basement, they were spotted by Chen Feng, who had just seen Xinyan off. They must be heading to Lin Feier's villa, Chen Feng thought, his brow furrowing. Though he had no interest in meddling in their affairs, The memory of Lin Fei's tragic fate from his previous life compelled him to send her a message. Uncertain if he could truly assist Lin Fei, he reasoned that if he had done all he could and she still encountered misfortune, it would be on her own head. Neither Director Chen nor Xiao Lulu were to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was nestled comfortably in her bed, blissfully unaware. Despite having witnessed Xiao Lulu selling her possessions on 2 occasions recently, her life remained quite carefree. After all, Xiao Lulu had only discreetly taken a few items, leaving Lin Fei with ample supplies. If she managed her resources wisely, she could sustain herself for quite some time. However, at that moment, she received a message from Chen Feng warning that Xiao Lulu was en route to her location with company, advising her to be cautious. The instant she read the message, Lin Fei sprang from her bed, dressed warmly, and peered out the door. As expected, Xiao Lulu had arrived, accompanied by a man. Director Chen. In an instant, Lin Fei comprehended the situation. Director Chen had utilized his resources to ensnare Xiao Lulu. Fei, it's me, Lulu. Please open the door. The voice outside was insistent. Lin Fei felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Xiao Lulu had crossed the line by bringing someone to her home. You should leave. You're not welcome here. Faya. We were once best friends. Please forgive me. I was wrong last time and promised never to secretly sell your food again. Lin Fei dismissed her pleas, knowing that someone who could commit such acts twice was unlikely to change. Allowing her entry would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Seeing no response from within, Xiao Lulu exchanged a glance with Director Chen, biting her lip before pleading again, this time with a hint of jealousy and frustration. Fei, I haven't eaten in ages. Please have pity on me. If this continues, I fear I may starve. Lin Fei felt the internal conflict. She could not bear to watch her sister suffer. Do you truly wish to come in? Will you genuinely abide by my wishes from now on? Yes. I promise I will no longer act recklessly. I have learned my lesson. Very well, I will permit you entry, but only you. The implication was clear. Only Xiao Lulu would be allowed inside, while Director Chen would be left outside. Thank you. Director Chen is simply worried about my safety on the way here. He will not enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei finally exhaled in relief and cautiously opened the door. Fei, I knew you would be the kindest to me. Once inside, Xiao Lulu rushed forward and embraced Lin Fei before she could shut the door. To her dismay, she watched helplessly as Director Chen squeezed in behind her. Director Chen, what are you doing? This is my residence. Please leave at once. Lin Fei was no fool. In this precarious situation, trust was a luxury she could not afford. Fei, I merely wish to see the conditions in which Lulu lives. Rest assured, I will leave shortly. As he spoke, Director Chen made his way towards the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets before Lin Fei could react. What are you doing? Get out immediately. Lin Fei attempted to intervene, but Xiao Lulu clung to her tightly, rendering her immobile. In that moment, the truth dawned on her. Xiao Lulu had allied with Director Chen to raid her supplies. Lulu, I considered you a sister. Is this how you repay my kindness? Lin Fei's eyes brimmed with tears of rage. Despite her generosity, Xiao Lulu had conspired with an outsider against her. Sister? Spare me. You want to even share a morsel of meat with me. Do you truly regard me as a sister? Xiao Lulu shoved Lin Fei onto the sofa as Director Chen filled bags with food, his gaze fixed hungrily on Lin Fei. Shall I teach her a lesson? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu frowned, clearly recognizing Director Chen's intentions. Enough. Do not waste any more time. Lin Fei, this is your fate. You have no one to blame but yourself. With a disdainful huff, Xiao Lulu seized the food and departed with Director Chen. Lin Fei seethed with anger, lamenting her poor judgment in regarding Xiao Lulu as a friend. Had I listened to Chen Feng, I would not be in this predicament. Gazing at her now empty refrigerator, Lin Fei wept in despair once more. Chen Feng sat on his sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Only when he saw Xiao Lulu and Director Chen departing with their spoils did he chuckle to himself. This girl possesses many admirable qualities, yet her greatest flaw is her excessive kindness. In ordinary circumstances, her background might have allowed her a comfortable life, but in this apocalyptic struggle for survival, kindness becomes a fatal weakness. Chen Feng retrieved his phone and, with a grin, messaged Lin Feier, "Big star, do you need assistance?" Chapter 82. The arrogant Xiao Lulu, initially consumed by anger, Lin Feier felt a wave of grievance wash over her upon reading Chen Feng's message. Had she heeded his advice from the beginning and distanced herself from Xiao Lulu, she would not find herself in this dire situation now. With all her belongings pilfered by Xiao Lulu, she had no idea how long she could hold out. However, she could foresee that her fate would soon turn grim. "Chen Feng, I misjudged you. It's nothing, as long as you are safe. Do you require any assistance?" Chen Feng inquired with genuine curiosity. "My food has all been taken from me. Could you spare me a morsel?" Lin Feier implored, her voice tinged with tears. "Certainly, do not mention mere food. Even if you wish to join me in my bed, I would have no objections. You're aware of my rules, are you not?" Chen Feng spoke with unabashed candor, his demeanor remarkably composed, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. The line fell silent for a moment before being filled with an irate tirade. "Leave me be. I have no interest in your offerings. All of you, just go away." The furious outburst was laced with sobs, and before Chen Feng could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Such a temper, he scoffed, unable to suppress a murmur of disbelief. "I am not overflowing with compassion. Why would you assume I would assist you without compensation?" He dismissed the matter, confident that it would not be long before Lin Feier sought him out. If she did not come to him, her fate would either be starvation or a repeat of her previous life, subjected to torment until her demise. He resolved to better himself, to cultivate his body, to study medicine, and to respect the fates of others. Woof woof. Lao Hei, his loyal dog, seemed to understand him like no other, and they took a couple of laps around the yard. The dog playfully bumped its bowl against Chen Feng, gulping down the water within, although it had developed a taste for red wine in recent days. Chen Feng had decided to abstain after He Jing shared various insights regarding its detrimental effects, and the dog, of course, would not lag behind. Alcohol has myriad ill effects. How could it allow itself to be depleted by such vices? The necessity of sobriety was clear. That very day, Chen Feng received news from Qinyan. Su Qing and Wang Hao had not ceased their activities and were actively recruiting followers, reminiscent of Zhao Tianhu's earlier maneuvers, having already gathered a few individuals. Do they possess that capability? Chen Feng scoffed coldly. Wang Hao was utterly incompetent, and Su Qing was merely a sycophant. What abilities could she possibly have? They had procured Zhao Tianhu's supplies and were now within his residence, with Su Qing even willing to entertain suitors, thus attracting several willing participants. Qinyan urgently cautioned Chen Feng to remain vigilant. Has my bounty truly gone unclaimed? Chen Feng queried, perplexed. He had informed those in the group that the two possessed food. By all accounts, they should not have a favorable outcome, following Zhao Tianhu's demise at his hands. Trust in him had dwindled significantly, exacerbated by Su Qing's instigation, leading to a nearly shattered reputation. Chen Feng was taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. His once stellar name had been sullied. Moreover, the food that Su Qing and her cohort were willing to share made it unlikely for anyone to trouble them. Chen Feng shrugged off the topic. He believed the two to be incapable of causing significant issues, as they were simply opportunists. Let them make a fuss. I shan't concern myself with it. Just be cautious and reach out to me should any problems arise. After stating this, he paid little further attention. He remained at home, assured that even if they brought 100 people, they could not harm him in the slightest. Besides, he had modern weaponry at his disposal, which would ensure that those intruders would face dire consequences. For now, he simply needed to endure. Days had passed, and he wondered about Li Bingyao's well-being. He sent her messages and made calls, yet received no response. It was as though she had vanished from existence. Ding dong. Just as he fell into contemplation, a WeChat message from Xiao Lulu appeared. How much did you purchase your villa for? The unexpected question left Chen Feng bewildered, struggling to comprehend its significance. Why do you care? He retorted. Please, Chen Feng, be less confrontational. I no longer require your funds. Simply name your price, and I shall acquire your villa. Chen Feng was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Have you had too much to drink? Yet, Xiao Lulu remained unfazed, responding, 10 billion. If you agree, I will transfer the funds immediately, and you can come to my current residence. 10 billion? Chen Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, never anticipating that she could procure such a sum. However, the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Xiao Lulu had a history of selling food, and she had stolen in abundance from Lin Feier. Goodness, I have encountered foolish individuals, but none as foolish as this. Chen Feng was at a loss for words, incredulous that she would attempt to sell the food she had amassed. Forget it. You should manage your affairs. Aspiring to purchase my house? Clearly, you are not in your right mind. Chen Feng, do not be so ungrateful. I offer you an opportunity. If you fail to appreciate it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Her indifferent tone left him utterly confounded. Are you threatening me? Indeed. Let me be frank, whether you consent or not. I can use this money to buy your life. You would do well to tread carefully. Xiao Lulu exuded an air of arrogance, filled with pride. Previously, Chen Feng had ignored her. Now, she believed herself beyond his reach. What is the situation? Has he acquiesced? Qian Dao eagerly approached, inquiring about Xiao Lulu's status. Not yet, but it won't be long before he seeks me out, she replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Moments later, her phone rang. See? He clearly cannot remain idle. Let us negotiate a higher price. Do not offer that boy a bargain. Qian Dao was brimming with excitement, anticipating his imminent move into a lavish villa. However, when Xiao Lulu opened her phone to check her messages, her expression darkened. Chen Feng was not only placing bounties on them, but also disseminating information regarding the abundance of food within their home. Chapter 83. Using a knife to kill someone. Chen Feng, are you courting death? Have I wronged you in any way for you to wish harm upon me? Xiao Lulu was incensed, fully aware that the revelation of this information would pose a grave threat to her. The neighbors might very well descend upon them to seize their belongings. Chen Feng's actions were tantamount to orchestrating their demise. You wretched fiend. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Xiao Lulu trembled with fury. She had initially intended to help Chen Feng profit, yet had betrayed her trust. The group chat erupted with activity as members began tagging Xiao Lulu. Do you truly have food? Could you spare a little? I am on the brink of starvation. I will repay you tenfold once the snow ceases. Lies. I possess no such provisions. Do not let Chen Feng deceive you. We have always been at odds. Xiao Lulu vehemently denied the allegations without hesitation. Yet, moments later, her claims were challenged. There is indeed food. I just spent $1 million on a pack of instant noodles. Indeed, he sold me a pack of spicy strips for $8 million. Yes, and I offered $50 million for a steak. Clearly, those who had previously purchased her goods were now turning against her. Individuals who profited from calamity require only a slight push to become the target of collective ire. How can you do this? I am merely offering my wares out of goodwill, having saved your lives, yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. Xiao Lulu was exceedingly displeased. She had never endured such humiliation. This group of people was utterly shameless. Was that truly a rescue? It was nothing more than taking advantage of a calamity. Some, filled with righteous indignation, expressed that they had spent their entire life savings merely to procure a meager amount of food, and now Xiao Lulu was being targeted by this crowd, naturally causing everyone to step forward in her defense. Where's your home? Distribute the food, or we will report you. Yes, otherwise prepare for arrest. Raising prices and profiting from disaster will land you in prison in the next life. Xiao Lulu felt a tinge of fear, yet in the next moment, she recalled the misdeeds committed by Chen Feng. There were even reports of murder in the community. If they were unafraid, why should she be? Insanity. Well, have I raised my prices? It has always been this rate, so why not reflect on your own efforts? With all this snow, have your earnings increased? If you cannot afford it, do not bother me. Xiao Lulu scoffed coldly, and in an instant, the group erupted in outrage. Where's her home? Tell me, so I can deal with her. Yes, who knows where she lives? I have no idea. She does not seem to be from our community. After some searching, a few expressed their helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu could no longer contain her laughter. This group was nothing but clowns, unable to even locate themselves while seeking to cause her trouble. Good luck finding me. By the time you do, the snow may have stopped. Xiao Lulu lay in her bed, thoroughly amused, while Qian Dao, beside her, wore a grave expression, urging her to cease her antics. Provoking the ire of the masses is no trivial matter. What is there to fear? They do not even know where I reside. Xiao Lulu retorted coldly, yet before she could finish her statement, her expression froze entirely. In the group chat, Chen Feng suddenly spoke, revealing their location directly. She is at Villa number 6, likely discussing the plot with the director. Chen Feng did not mince words, clearly stating their whereabouts. Though Qian Dao held no grudge against Chen Feng, his close association with Xiao Lulu rendered him vulnerable. In such a dire environment, even if he perished, it would be deserved. So, she is merely an actress at Villa number 6? Just wait. I will come find you. Indeed, what kind of conscience do you possess to profit in this manner? The group was in an uproar, while Xiao Lulu's face darkened significantly. She never anticipated that Chen Feng would betray her location. Chen Feng, how can you be so shameless? I have no grievances with you. Why reveal my whereabouts? Xiao Lulu immediately unleashed a torrent of anger towards Chen Feng. She was incensed, having never faced such outrageous behavior. I am willing, what of it? If you're displeased, strike me. Chen Feng retorted gleefully, feeling quite satisfied with the situation. Xiao Lulu was preparing for a further tirade when a loud knock on the door interrupted her. Clearly, the earlier group had arrived at their doorstep. What now? With so many people seeking trouble, can this door hold? Xiao Lulu trembled, hiding in Qian Dao's embrace, while he was rendered utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. How dare you question me? I told you not to be so arrogant, but you refused to listen. Though he internally lamented, he was at a loss for how to respond, only praying that his door was sturdy. Once this crowd departs, we must move quickly, preferably to Lin Feier's place. The news of our supplies must have come from her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu paused momentarily, her expression contorting with rage. That wretched woman. Did we not merely take a little food from her? Must she go to such lengths to harm us? After sending the message in the group, Chen Feng turned his attention to the surveillance monitor. Upon witnessing a throng heading towards Villa number 6, a faint smile graced his lips. Competing with me? You are still too inexperienced. Initially, Chen Feng had no intention of dealing with the two, deeming it a waste of time to seek them out. However, Xiao Lulu had chosen to create trouble for him. Was this not amusing? Old Hey, remember, whenever possible, avoid taking matters into your own hands. Your safety is paramount. Understand? Woof. Woof. I've learned, don't worry. I'm not a fool. I can grasp these things. Meanwhile, Wang Hao observed the few individuals in the room, his gaze settling on Su Qing. When shall we deal with Chen Feng? He was eager to confront him. Deal with him? Not yet. We are still too few. Su Qing's expression darkened as she surveyed the group. Prepare yourselves. We are leaving. Where to? To Villa number 6. There are supplies there, and we are heading there immediately. Chapter 84. The Furious Zhang Qiming. What do you mean? Why are we going after them? Wang Hao clearly did not understand. Logically, they should be considered allies. The enemies of our enemies ought to be our friends. After all, they shared a common foe. If they cooperated to deal with Chen Feng, it should, in theory, simplify matters. We are after supplies, and besides, hasn't there been a bounty on Chen Feng? I want to see how he handles this. Su Qing spoke darkly, and upon hearing her words, the rest became animated. They had grasped the plan. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it would be advantageous for them. By taking down Xiao Lulu, they would secure supplies, and even Chen Feng would have to provide them with resources. Even if Chen Feng reneged, they could publicly declare him untrustworthy. This meant they would have guaranteed returns regardless of the outcome. Let us go. We might even capture a celebrity today. The group could hardly contain their excitement as they hurried towards Villa number 6. Chen Feng, however, remained indifferent, focusing on cultivating his well-being at home. Ever since He Jing mentioned that this ailment was largely reliant on one's immune system, their resolve to maintain their health had intensified. They would drink plain water, avoiding beverages and alcohol entirely. Chen Feng had even begun preparing goji berries in boiling water. It is essential to prioritize health. Around midday, Sun Jiai arrived once more at Chen Feng's residence. This time, her expression was noticeably graver than the previous day. Her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. Upon her arrival, Chen Feng received a message from Zhang Qiming. Chen Feng, today I desire 2 roasted ducks. In exchange, I can allow my wife to stay overnight at your place. Upon reading this message, Chen Feng was utterly speechless. He found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. Although he had anticipated such a request, it still left him incredulous at how the other party could treat his spouse so casually. No wonder Sun Jiai appeared distressed. However, these matters were of little concern to Chen Feng. She had come a trade for food, so he would provide it. If she did not want the food, he would simply let her leave. Today, I will allow you to eat as you wish, but the only items available to take home are instant noodles. No sooner had Chen Feng spoken than Sun Jiai hesitated. Just yesterday, she had been allowed to take home a roasted duck. Why was she now limited to instant noodles? Yesterday was merely an exception. At most, I can guarantee that you won't starve, but I lack the time and resources to assist others. You are free to leave now. As you know, I have never forced anyone. Sun Jiai hesitated for a while before reluctantly shedding her clothes and slowly ascending the stairs. Clearly, she chose to stay with Chen Feng, as at least she could ensure her own sustenance, while Zhang Qiming could manage with instant noodles. When Sun Jiai emerged from the bathroom after a shower, she discovered a set of clothes awaiting her. These are for you. Put them on and let me see. Chen Feng exclaimed, his expression radiating satisfaction as he beheld her adorning the JK outfit and white stockings. She resembled a quintessential youthful beauty, exuding a charm starkly different from Qin Yan's mature elegance. He was so enamored that he scarcely considered his hunger, promptly carrying Sun Jiai toward the nearby sofa. Woof woof. The old black dog, still perched nearby with glasses on, was suddenly jolted and hurriedly took his book upstairs. You truly do not regard me as an outsider, do you? No, he is clearly attempting to undermine my steadfast resolve and delay my studies. Woof, woof, woof. Such a despicable human. I must burn the midnight oil and finish this book. The old black dog swiftly donned a pair of headphones, determined to seize every opportunity to study diligently and astonish everyone. After nearly 2 hours of intense effort, Chen Feng concluded his endeavor. Sun Jiai, as usual, was reluctant. But when Chen Feng showed her a message that Zhang Qiming had just sent, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and she instantly seized the initiative. Her actions seemed to be a retaliation against Zhang Qiming, becoming unusually proactive and fervent. After dining, Chen Feng handed over the items as agreed and directly escorted her away. The notion of her staying overnight was utterly out of the question. Not only was it impossible with Sun Jiai, who bore a grudge, but even Qin Yin would not be permitted. Survival was paramount. Any endeavor deemed dangerous was unnecessary in his eyes. At Sun Jiai's residence, Zhang Qiming was incessantly contacting clients with his phone. Do you really have roast duck? Don't deceive me. I'm not well read. Yes, of course. How could I lie to you? I had one just yesterday, rest assured. How much are you selling it for? Anticipation began to build among them. It was evident that they could hardly resist the allure of roast duck. This delicacy was indeed precious. Simple. How about 5 million for half? I only sell half. It was not that he did not want to sell a whole duck, but rather he wanted some for himself. He could not allow himself to go hungry. You're quite ruthless. Half a roast duck cost that much? Fine, I agree. But if you deceive me, don't blame me for being rude. Though the person grumbled, he ultimately acquiesced. In these times, even having money could not guarantee one could procure supplies. He had no choice but to comply. Zhang Qiming was instantly exhilarated. A sum of 5 million. That was more than he could ever earn from his wife's relentless streaming for 3 years. I wonder how she will face me now, eating soft rice. Just then, Sun Jiai weakly walked in from outside. Wife, good news. Tremendous news. I earned 5 million. Where's the roast duck? Zhang Qiming excitedly pulled Sun Jiai, but after searching thoroughly, he found no roast duck, and his demeanor shifted to fury. Where is it? Wasn't there supposed to be a roast duck? Sun Jiai handed him a cup of instant noodles. This is all there is. Make do with it. Zhang Qiming, without hesitation, slapped the instant noodles out of her hand onto the floor. Am I out of my mind? Eat this instant noodles? As he spoke, he seized Sun Jiai's clothing, gritting his teeth and snarling. Did you not serve Chen Feng well and anger him? Yes, that must be it. Go back and accompany him right now. If you don't bring back a roast duck, you can forget about coming back. Chapter 85. I said medicine has great use upon hearing Zhang Qiming's words. Sun Jiai was utterly stunned. She clearly did not anticipate that her husband would utter such things. She had gone out to procure food for him, and even accompanied Chen Feng. Yet he was not only ungrateful, but also spoke to her in such a manner. This paltry offering was all that remained, and there would be no more roast duck in the future. Sun Jiai was infuriated. As her thoughts coalesced, Zhang Qiming slapped her across the face, leaving her momentarily dazed. You dare yell at me? Do you believe I want to strike you? No more roast duck? I see you've eaten it yourself. I must have been blind to marry you. Zhang Qiming spat, dragging Sun Jiai over, preparing to use his belt against her. You think you can shout at me? Tomorrow, even if you beg, you must bring me a roast duck. If you dare to bring me instant noodles again, I will make you regret it. Just as Zhang Qiming was about to act, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. He froze for a moment, then quickly forced a smile and ran to open the door. Oh, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Come in, come in. Zhang Qiming chuckled, but the young man who entered showed him no kindness, appearing quite arrogant. Stop the nonsense. Hurry and bring out the goods. Zhong Wenquan's gaze was fixed on Zhang Qiming as he spoke in a deep voice. Brother Zhong, there's been a slight issue. Could we delay for a day? Zhang Qiming rubbed his hands nervously, clearly anxious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was struck down to the ground with a slap. Zhong Wenquan glared at him, his voice dripping with fury. Do you dare to play tricks on me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As he spoke, Zhong Wenquan slapped him again. Zhang Qiming's face was swollen from the blows, yet he dared not resist. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant in front of Sun Jiai. But now he was utterly humiliated, repeatedly bowing to Zhong Wenquan. Brother Zhong, there was a minor mishap. Rest assured, I will deliver it to you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenquan coldly snorted, kicking Zhang Qiming aside. If I don't see the roast duck tomorrow, do not blame me for what happens next. Yes, I understand. Brother Zhong, you can rest assured, I will personally deliver it to your doorstep tomorrow. Zhong Wenquan's gaze shifted towards the bedroom, and upon spotting Sun Jiai, a wicked smile crept across his face. Your woman is quite lovely. He made no effort to conceal the heat in his gaze, admiring Sun Jiai as if he felt a rush of warmth in his abdomen. Unexpectedly, he had encountered such a beautiful woman. Zhong Wenquan licked his lips, secretly vowing to possess her. If I can't produce the goods tomorrow, your woman will have to serve me well. Yes, rest assured. If I fail to bring the roast duck, I will personally deliver her to your residence. Sun Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief, and she was filled with horror, while Zhong Wenquan merely let out a cold snort. After Zhong Wenquan departed, Zhang Qiming's dissatisfaction resurfaced as he approached Sun Jiai. Did you hear what he said? If I can't get the roast duck tomorrow, don't blame me for sending you to accompany Brother Zhong. Tears streamed down Sun Jiai's face. She could not fathom that her husband would utter such shameless words. Crying? You still have the nerve to cry. If you and T failed to bring back the roast duck, I would T have been beaten. Go get me some instant noodles. Zhang Qiming cursed, unwilling to relent, and kicked Sun Jiai again. Chen Feng, unaware of Sun Jiai's subsequent tribulations, had fully entered a state of sagacity alongside Lao He, diligently immersing themselves in their studies. He Jing, teaching beside them, was earnest in her efforts, clearly taken aback by the depth of Chen Feng's commitment. Initially, she had presumed that Chen Feng's request for her assistance was merely a jest, a way for him to indulge in his peculiar inclinations. Yet now, she found herself questioning her own allure, as Chen Feng exhibited no untoward behavior toward her. It was common knowledge that Chen Feng had garnered a rather unsavory reputation, having treated the beautiful women in their community as mere prey, and had already ensnared many. As for her, she could scarcely approach him within a 3-meter radius. Was it that she was not attractive enough? He Jing pondered, her brow furrowed. After all, she had once been the belle of the hospital, pursued by many admirers. Alas, every time she drew near to Chen Feng, he would instinctively distance himself. This could hardly be blamed on him, given the tumultuous experiences he had endured recently. After all, guests in his home were often naked, and as his instructor, she could not expect him to allow her to arrive in similar fashion. Maintaining a respectful distance was the only sensible course. Indeed, I assert that studying medicine bears fruit. The majority of ailments are reliant upon one's own immune response. Yet external injuries necessitate surgical intervention by physicians for a swifter recovery. Lao He, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded in agreement, recognizing Chen Feng's profound foresight, and wondered why he himself had not contemplated such matters. Observing Lao He engrossed in his studies on the floor, occasionally sipping on goji berry-infused water, He Jing found herself at a loss for words to describe her current sentiments. Engaging in learning, reading, and physical exercise, Chen Feng felt his days had become both busy and fulfilling. Naturally, the residents of the community were not idle either, after days of heavy snowfall. Even those with ample supplies found their provisions nearly depleted. Each individual was devising ways to procure food. A group had ventured to the supermarket outside the community, but, regrettably, much like before, they had vanished without a trace. Chen Feng watched them leave the community, and soon after, all communication ceased. That supermarket seemed peculiar. He would need to investigate further at an opportune moment. Woof, woof, woof. Lao He was the first to concur, eagerly nodding his head, expressing his desire to accompany Chen Feng. This matter requires caution. The potential dangers are unknown, and it is wise to be prudent. Chen Feng murmured to himself, acknowledging the necessity of preparation. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. That evening, he received a call from Su Qing. Initially, he presumed she was calling to create trouble, but to his surprise, she was there to collect a reward. Chen Feng, we have successfully dealt with Xiao Lulu and the director. You promised a handsome reward for handling them, did you not? Chapter 86. Shall we discuss? I did not anticipate you could capture them, Chen Feng replied, momentarily taken aback by the message, struggling to process the information. Logically, both parties had grievances against them, and one would expect them to unite in their pursuit of vengeance. However, circumstances appear to have shifted. After all, when food was involved, who could turn a blind eye? Su Qing's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any fury directed at Chen Feng, which puzzled him. Why had she become so formidable? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Whether Su Qing was powerful or not was of little concern to him. If she truly wished to challenge him, she would be met with unrelenting wrath. In this era, sheer numbers did not equate to arrogance. For ordinary individuals, numbers provided an advantage. Yet to Chen Feng, they were merely insignificant insects. In the grand scheme of existence, their lives held little value. Lao He, do you suspect any trickery? Woof, woof, woof. It must be a ruse. I've always believed that person to be untrustworthy. Can you trust her? Lao He shook his head vigorously. Do you trust her, or do you trust me? The Xiao Tianquan? Chen Feng vividly recalled the last encounter, where Zhao Tianhu and Su Qing had colluded to nearly eliminate him. If he were to fall prey to a similar scheme again, it would be akin to throwing himself upon a block of tofu. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time, urgently instructing, you should bring them to the entrance of my underground garage. Su Qing, upon reading his message, wasted no time and signaled to Wang Hao and the others. All right, when we have time, we can play. Get them to the underground garage. At that moment, Director Qian was battered and bruised, while Xiao Lulu appeared even more disheveled. Her clothing was in tatters, her hair disarrayed, clearly having endured a rough time. No, please don't hand me over to Chen Feng. I promise to serve you well. Please, do not deliver me to him. Xiao Lulu, not lacking in wits, understood that should she fall into Chen Feng's hands, her life would be forfeit. After all, he had already taken many lives. Anyone who had crossed him faced dire consequences. We cannot make any decisions here. Let us go. Wang Hao licked his lips, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. He had never anticipated that he would one day have dealings with a celebrity. Please, show mercy and spare me. I am merely an innocent party in this. I harbor no animosity toward Chen Feng. Director Qian repeatedly bowed and pleaded with the group, hoping for clemency. He was genuinely despondent. Had he known this was to be his fate, he would have never associated with Xiao Lulu. What folly it was to invite trouble upon himself. He had enjoyed a few carefree days, indulging with kuan and feasting. Yet now he faced the prospect of losing his life. Or could he seek redress? Get lost. Do you think begging now will be of any use? Wang Hao slapped him across the face as the group dragged Xiao Lulu and Director Qian toward the underground garage. Upon arriving at the garage, they unceremoniously tossed the two in front of Chen Feng's vehicle. Observing the scene through surveillance, Chen Feng displayed a look of surprise. From the current circumstances, it was evident that there were no signs of mischief. However, he was not naive. After all, he had been ambushed by Zhao Qianhu for similar reasons last time. The primary figures, Su Qing and Wang Hao, were still present. It was clear that he could not afford to take risks in this situation. Chen Feng, we have brought the individuals you requested. How you choose to handle them is your prerogative, but what are the reward you promised us? Su Qing inquired, recognizing that the outcome of the day was beneficial for her. If Chen Feng provided the promised items, they stood to profit. If he withheld them, the entire community would likely lose faith in him. Once an individual forfeits their credibility, the repercussions are dire. Of course, I shall provide what I promised. However, how can I trust that you're not plotting against me? What must we do to earn your trust? Simple. You must give those two another beating. This should not pose any difficulty for you, I presume? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the group remained indifferent, but Xiao Lulu was thoroughly terrified. Chen Feng, I was wrong to provoke you. Please show mercy and spare me. I shall never trouble you again. Xiao Lulu pleaded desperately, while Director Qian echoed her sentiments, insisting he had no part in the matter. Yet, Chen Feng paid them no heed, and what awaited them were the fists and feet of Su Qing and Wang Hao. The echoes of agonizing screams reverberated throughout the vicinity. Initially, there were pleas for mercy, soon followed by curses, and ultimately, the two individuals likely succumbed, rendered unconscious by the relentless blows. Witnessing this scene on the surveillance footage, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. Chen Feng, we have complied with your instructions. It is now time to receive our remuneration. Su Qing inquired once more. Rest assured, I shall not delay in providing what is due to you. Chen Feng responded as he produced 2 boxes of instant noodles and placed them onto a small cart. Lao He, please deliver these to them. Woof. Me? Lao He was taken aback and promptly shook his head. I refuse, if danger lurks outside. I would perish if even one of them kicks me. Indeed, it seemed that possessing a high intelligence was not always advantageous. Fearing for his life, he was unwilling to engage in any perilous endeavor. Chen Feng, exasperated, retrieved a remote-controlled vehicle to transport the items out of the underground garage. At this moment, Su Qing and her companions carefully examined the situation through the door. They discovered a 3-meter corridor leading to another large door. Even if they managed to open the one before them, entering would be impossible. More critically, they could not even access the door in front of them. After obtaining the items, Chen Feng showed little concern for Xiao Lulu's predicament. Wang Hao and the others, upon seeing that Xiao Lulu had fainted, swiftly carried her away, uninterested in the matter of the money. Once Su Qing and her group departed, another individual approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I am aware of your intentions regarding Su Qing and her companions. I can assist you. Shall we discuss this further? Chapter 87. Do you truly believe I lack temperament? Observing the other party, Chen Feng realized he had little familiarity with them, as they rarely communicated in the group. However, it appeared that this individual was indeed seeking collaboration. Yet Chen Feng remained cautious. Many had perished from starvation due to scarcity of supplies. Under the current circumstances, those who survived were not to be underestimated. You may proceed. Chen Feng replied. We are aware of the enmity between you and Su Qing. She has amassed a considerable following, and given the present situation, it is likely to grow, especially since you have supplied them with resources, prompting others to offer assistance. The other party spoke leisurely, exuding an air of strategic confidence. For ordinary individuals, food would dwindle. But for those in their situation, resources would likely increase. Once Su Qing's group became established, seeking trouble with her would become nearly impossible. Since you acknowledge that Su Qing's faction has grown significantly, does that imply that your numbers are even greater? Chen Feng directly addressed the crux of the matter. He understood the dynamics of increasing food supplies, having survived for 2.5 years in a post-apocalyptic world. Relying on theft, naturally prevented food shortages. And there was even the option of cannibalism. Although not abundant, dealing with them posed no challenge. So, why not simply confront Su Qing's group and seize their supplies? Why seek my assistance for additional resources? Chen Feng inquired with a sardonic smile, intrigued. You could interpret that way. After all, you are not lacking in resources. However, I wish to establish a more enduring partnership with you. The individual continued, catching Chen Feng off guard with such an unexpected proposition. How do you propose we collaborate? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that manpower was crucial. Whoever possessed more followers would wield greater influence in the community. Our collaboration could lead to dominance over the entire neighborhood. The other party presented a compelling argument, demonstrating a profound understanding of the situation that few could attain. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Feng flatly rejected the proposal. I'm afraid I cannot afford to support so many individuals. It is not a problem if you lack sufficient resources. Simply provide what you currently possess to ensure we are fed temporarily. Consider it an investment. If you feed us today, I assure you that you will be well taken care of in the future. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the suggestion. Are you jesting? Are you attempting to recruit me as a charity case? Enough, enough. I have no desire to entertain this nonsense with you. If you wish to find someone gullible, seek them elsewhere. Do not disturb my peace. Chen Feng, consider this carefully. Even if you possess exceptional skills, you remain isolated and vulnerable. Only by joining our collective can you hope to survive in this environment. Chen Feng realized he had confirmed his suspicions. The individual was merely a brainwasher. They had the audacity to request resources while cloaking their intentions in lofty rhetoric. He felt no fear of them. No matter how many they claimed to have, they were still a joke in his presence. Once I close the door, no matter how formidable you are, can you breach my defenses? Chen Feng, exasperated, chose to disregard the individual entirely. Within the community, numerous factions sought to align with him, following the spread of his reputation. Many women had even approached him privately. In the face of survival, dignity was of little consequence. Yet, Chen Feng was not one to be easily swayed. He had little interest in the flattery of those seeking his attention. Moreover, encountering someone like Xiao Lulu again would be undeniably awkward. Forget it. I cannot be bothered with these matters. Chen Feng felt no inclination to engage with them. To him, they were mere clowns. Lao He nodded in agreement, suggesting that spending time on such individuals was far less productive than honing their own skills, especially as he had made significant progress in his combat techniques. You cannot solely rely on physical confrontations. We must also enhance our abilities as much as possible. Chen Feng began drafting plans, realizing that the current situation was quite overwhelming. Medical skills, physical training, practicing abilities, and managing relationships with Qin Yin and others required careful consideration. Dividing attention too broadly would only dilute their expertise. They could no longer afford to waste time on extraneous matters. Woof, I feel quite fulfilled. What's wrong with you? Lao He regarded Chen Feng with suspicion, believing he had squandered too much time on social interactions. Why are you looking at me like that? I lead a normal life. You, a single dog, wouldn't understand. When you become as handsome as I am, you'll grasp my struggles. Chen Feng could not suppress his sarcasm. Hey, what is wrong with giving you a little critique? You dare to sneak attack me? Feel my dog-killing palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng lunged at Lao He once more. It was unavoidable. The initial martial arts he had employed were thoroughly countered by his opponent, leaving him with no choice but to adopt new tactics to have any chance of victory. That night, while Chen Feng remained in slumber, a group of individuals clad in heavy clothing stealthily approached his villa. This time, they did not venture to the basement, but instead ascended to the second floor. Can we truly gain entry? It is said that even Luo Zhongyuan could not breach this villa. One trembled while voicing his concerns. Despite the thick layers of clothing, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Do not worry. We are not like that fool Luo Zhongyuan. We are merely here to survey the terrain. Once we have gathered sufficient intelligence, launching an attack will be a piece of cake, the man proclaimed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, filled with a mixture of astonishment and determination. The entire structure was nearly enveloped in titanium alloy, making it virtually impossible to pry it open with external force. The window was undoubtedly made of bulletproof glass. It seemed feasible to breach it. He pondered carefully as he cautiously approached that direction. Even with several layers, not even a bomb could breach it. However, multiple attempts might succeed, revealing a flaw in the bulletproof glass. While contemplating where to place the explosive charge, he was suddenly taken aback. Raising his head, he saw a person and a dog standing inside the glass, both staring motionless at him. "Everyone, what are you doing here at night? Try pry open my window. Do you truly believe I lack temper?" Chapter 88. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, instantly causing a group of individuals to be utterly terrified. "Quick, we've been discovered. We cannot linger here any longer." Someone was clearly shaken. They were well aware of Chen Feng's notorious reputation and that he was armed. If caught, death would likely await them. "Hurry, let's south flee this place," someone shouted, urgently pulling another to escape. However, the other person, after a brief moment of shock, coldly snorted and replied, "What are you afraid of? He is behind bulletproof glass. Even if he has a weapon, he poses no threat to us." Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, even if Chen Feng was formidable, he couldn't cause them trouble from behind the glass. One person couldn't help but scoff. "Kid, weren't you being arrogant? Why don't you come and hit me?" Their laughter was vibrant, for once Chen Feng emerged, he would face their collective assault. No matter how strong Chen Feng was, he would ultimately succumb. Woof! Lao He looked at Chen Feng with suspicion. The glass not only resisted bullets, but also isolated sound, allowing them to see someone outside mouthing words but hearing nothing else. "I have a feeling they are cursing your mother." Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing this, Lao He immediately became furious. "How dare they curse my mother?" With a shiver, a radiant glow flickered around him, and unbeknownst to them, a thin layer of ice had formed beneath the feet of the two individuals outside. Suddenly, they felt their footing slip and plummeted from the second floor. Their screams echoed as many witnesses gasped in shock, hurriedly rushing to dig the two out from the snow. "What happened? Why did they fall?" someone asked anxiously, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. "It seems a bit slippery there. Thank goodness for the thick snow. Or we might have been injured," one remarked, their face etched with fear. "If it weren't for the accumulated snow, they might have faced serious consequences." "Everyone, do not fear. Chen Feng cannot harm us. He can only watch from within." Indeed, while that bulletproof glass can block our attacks, it also prevents him from attacking us. Chen Feng observed the group, who were still quite agitated, and even began to taunt him, unable to suppress a faint smile. "Is this a joke? This group dares to provoke me in front of my face?" Without hesitation, he grabbed several hoses and unleashed scalding hot water upon them. In an instant, the group was caught off guard and drenched, resembling drenched chickens. Given the temperature of the weather, the hot water wouldn't last long in the air and would quickly turn to ice water, effectively soaking the group. In mere moments, it could freeze. "Quick, flee. This despicable creature is too cunning. Move, or we might freeze to death," someone exclaimed in alarm, not daring to delay as they hastily retreated from the scene. "Chen Feng, wait for me. We will surely kill you." One individual, escaping, could not resist hurling threats. Chen Feng, however, paid no mind to their words. They were of no consequence to him, merely a troop of clowns. "Time to sleep. Woof, woof, woof. Aren't you going to continue dealing with those people? I have 1,000 ways to end their lives." Lao He grumbled, feeling that they were utterly reckless for seeking trouble late at night. "Enough of that. There is no need." Chen Feng waved his hand, dismissing the effort on that group. "Heaven has mercy on the living, since they have not caused me harm. It matters not. If they truly sought to challenge me, they would have no chance to regret it." The atmosphere in the entire community grew increasingly tense as everyone was devising ways to find food. Given the current situation, even those with reserves were on the verge of running out. "Is there really no rescue? I am nearly starving." "Rescue? What are you dreaming of? The entire world is blanketed in snow. It is impossible to expect any rescue now. We must find ways to save ourselves," someone retorted. In today's environment, expecting rescue was a sign of madness. Of course, self-rescue was nearly impossible, as they could not exit. The only solution was to huddle together for warmth. In some areas, Cannibalism had already become an unspoken reality. The next day, after completing his training, the person who had contacted Chen Feng the previous day approached him once more. Chen Feng, you must be aware of the current situation. You are being targeted, and if this continues, things may become even more troublesome. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Stop pretending. Chen Feng, someone came looking for you last night, right? To be frank, others from the neighboring buildings have set their sights on you. Eventually, you will face trouble alone." Chen Feng was filled with suspicion. No one in the group had mentioned last night's events, so how did they know? "Join our family. Together we shall strive, using your villa as a stronghold. I believe we can not only bring all our families back together, but also lead them to glory." Is this person out of their mind? Chen Feng had every reason to believe that they were involved in last night's incident. Even if they did not directly participate, they were surely complicit. How dare they employ such tactics against me? Do they truly think I am easy to bully? Next time someone provokes me, I will not show mercy as I did last night. You will have no chance to escape. With that, Chen Feng exited the chat interface. I cannot endure this. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Threatening me like that is intolerable. Chen Feng mumbled as he posted a bounty in the group. Whoever can help me teach this person a lesson will receive 10 packs of instant noodles. Moments later, a dozen individuals eagerly reached out to him, offering their assistance. Chen Feng provided them with the details, allowing them to act freely while he only required a video of the results. Once he concluded these matters, he set his phone down contentedly. At that moment, Sun Jiai arrived downstairs, clearly seeking food. However, this time, Chen Feng noticed through the surveillance that a man was accompanying her, evidently her husband, Zhang Qiming. What is he doing here? Chen Feng thought, his brow furrowing in confusion. Chapter 89. I haven't said anything. It seemed as if Zhang Qiming was eager to rush into Chen Feng's residence, his gaze darting about as he spoke, fearful of being discovered. If there was something to say, it could be expressed outside. Chen Feng showed no leniency, questioning why Zhang Qiming was putting on a facade in front of him. Why should he allow him entry? Was this a jest? Even if she were a woman, he had no reason to let her in without cause. Who did he think he was? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qiming ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts and opted to communicate via his phone instead. Chen Feng, I wish to request a bit more food. The instant noodles you provided are insufficient to satiate my hunger. This was nearly impossible. He had no justification to bestow upon him an abundance of provisions. What he had already given was quite generous. Without a second thought, Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. He chose to communicate directly through a microphone rather than using his phone. What a farce. You are resorting to trading your own wife for food and yet attempt to play the righteous man? Afraid others might discover this and cast me in a negative light? Is this not a joke? Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Zhang Qiming trembled, hastily typing on his phone. Can we not just speak through the phone? He could clearly sense that several people had begun to glance in their direction upon hearing the commotion. Though there were few individuals outside in such weather, some remained. Speak plainly. Chen Feng continued to relay his words through the loudspeaker. From this day forth, my wife is yours to handle as you please. Play with her at your leisure. My only request is a roast duck daily or something of equivalent value. Zhang Qiming hurriedly typed on his phone, eager to resolve this matter swiftly so he could depart. However, it was evident that he was not to receive such favorable terms, given the current circumstances. A single packet of instant noodles was already a generous offering, one that others might covet without receiving. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng rejected the proposal. Chen Feng, this is rather excessive. My wife is exceedingly beautiful. If I were to spread the word, countless individuals would undoubtedly come seeking her. Zhang Qiming's frustration was palpable. In his eyes, his wife's beauty and figure were unparalleled, a near-perfect existence. Numerous individuals within the community would be willing to pursue her, and he certainly did not believe that Sun Jiai was worth merely a packet of instant noodles. Chen Feng's words were nothing short of humiliation. Then go seek others. I have no interest in engaging in this quarrel. Chen Feng could not help but scoff. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qiming had come merely to argue. Under the present circumstances, having any food at all was already quite fortunate. It was undeniable that if he brought Sun Jiai to entertain clients, there would undoubtedly be opportunities for greater rewards, but would Sun Jiai agree to that? Absurd. Even if she were naive, she would undoubtedly recognize that her current situation was the best choice. Meanwhile, onlookers who overheard Chen Feng's loudspeaker remarks began to express their skepticism. While they did not catch the entirety of the conversation, they could surmise its gist. Goodness, Zhang Qiming is utterly shameless. To trade his own wife for food? How can he be so devoid of shame? Alas, such a beautiful woman like Sun Jiai is wasted on such a useless husband. Do not speak so harshly. Given the current situation, anything could occur, and he is not entirely at fault. Wow, what a disgrace. Why does he not trade himself for food instead? Individuals vented their disdain, their faces etched with scorn. As for Zhang Qiming, he was on the brink of fury, feeling as though Chen Feng was egregiously overstepping boundaries. Chen Feng, you better think this through. Such opportunities will not last. He was too incensed to continue using his phone, shouting directly at Chen Feng. Were it not for Chen Feng's presence, he would likely have resorted to physical confrontation. Enough. Do not cause a scene at my doorstep, as if I owe you something. If you wish to remain here, you may. If not, then leave. I have never forced anyone. Chen Feng spoke languidly, while Zhang Qiming became increasingly irate. Leave if you must. Do you truly believe we cannot manage without you? We can thrive just fine. Zhang Qiming cursed vehemently, pulling Sun Jiai beside him, ready to depart. However, in the next moment, Sun Jiai firmly waved him off. Are you attempting a rebellion? Come with me at once. Zhang Qiming shouted in anger, attempting to pull her along. Yet this time, Sun Jiai was more resolute than before. Without a moment's hesitation, she evaded Zhang Qiming and made her way to the entrance of Chen Feng's underground garage. You return to where you belong. I will not be going back. Sun Jiai's expression was devoid of emotion, yet her resolve was unmistakable. Vile woman, what do you mean? Are you conspiring with him against me? Zhang Qiming seethed with rage. Clearly incensed, he had not anticipated that she would defy him. Observing this scene, Chen Feng could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Indeed, she was not entirely foolish. Returning to Zhang Qiming would yield no rewards. Now, he could offer a feast of extraordinary quality, something no one else in the community could provide. Just as Zhang Qiming prepared to take action against Sun Jiai, Chen Feng slowly opened the door. Come in. Without a second thought, Sun Jiai rushed inside, while Zhang Qiming attempted to pursue her, only to be obstructed by Chen Feng wielding a weapon. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? To snatch my wife before my very eyes? If the community learns of your actions, how do you think they will perceive you? In response, Chen Feng merely let out a faint snort, slowly stating, I have done nothing. Ask her if she wishes to leave or stay. From this moment forward, I have no ties to you. You may depart. Before Zhang Qiming could utter a word, Sun Jiai spoke first. You wretched man, I must have been blind to marry you. Zhang Qiming was furious but found himself powerless, forced to watch as the door closed. Chen Feng shook his head dismissively. Zhang Qiming was no different from his ex-wife's family. They were all shameless individuals. Chen Feng, you shall regret this. What did you say? Do you wish for me to eliminate you immediately? As the door abruptly halted its closure, Chen Feng aimed his weapon at Zhang Qiming. Misunderstanding. You misheard me. I said nothing. Chapter 90. Your timing could not be better. Let us hope so. Otherwise, next time, even if I have no objections, I doubt my weapon will share the same sentiment. Chen Feng waved the weapon in his hand, prompting Zhang Qiming to hastily flee the scene with great speed. Regardless of his grievances, he could only swallow them in silence at this moment. Now explain what happened. How did you come to be at odds with him? Chen Feng closed the door, gazing curiously at Sun Jiai. He understood that her visit was motivated by hunger. Yet he could discern that she and her husband had once shared a loving bond. In light of the earlier scene, Chen Feng was inclined to believe that it was merely a performance for his benefit. Was there a possibility of some ulterior motive behind it? Given the current environment, his instinct was to suspect such. Trusting an outsider was nearly impossible. He had promised someone a roast duck. If he failed to secure food today, he would have to compensate with his own efforts. Tears streamed down Sun Jiai's face as she spoke, her demeanor pitiful as she gazed at Chen Feng. Understood. The essence of the situation is that she is being urged to accompany other men, and considering the circumstances of the other party, this arrangement might even be prolonged. After all, there is a scarcity of food at their home. It is not that she cannot return, but rather that staying here offers better value. Here, one merely has to take care of oneself to enjoy a lavish meal, whereas returning home could lead to a life of mundane instant noodles. Thank you for today. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss, Sun Jiai said, inching closer to Chen Feng, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. Stop with that. Quickly remove your clothes. Chen Feng spoke urgently, his demeanor tense, indicating that he was on edge and ready to react at the slightest provocation. As a skilled tea artist, Sun Jiai perceived that Chen Feng's actions were not driven by a desire for intimacy, but rather by concern for her well-being. At that moment, she comprehended that his insistence on her remaining here without any belongings stemmed from a fear of her being harmed. How overly cautious. Chen Feng, I am merely a delicate woman. There is no need for such vigilance, Sun Jiai remarked, her expression tinged with vulnerability. No, it is entirely necessary. My caution is not solely directed at you, but applies indiscriminately to everyone. Chen Feng hastily distanced himself, recalling the misfortunes he had faced at the hands of Zhao Qian and Zhao Tianhu. He had no choice but to remain vigilant, for a single misstep could cost him his life. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Sun Jiai ceased to prolong the conversation and promptly removed her clothing, which allowed Chen Feng to feel at ease, leading her upstairs. Go take a shower. After she entered the bathroom, he retrieved a provocative outfit from his space and placed it outside. Sun Jiai exhibited no resistance, even displaying a proactive demeanor. Undoubtedly, her conflicts with her husband had rendered her the greatest beneficiary of this situation. I currently have no place to stay. If I return, he will surely make my life miserable. Can you provide me shelter? Sun Jiai pleaded, wrapping her arms around Chen Feng's shoulders and pressing against him, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of desperation. It was clear that she wished to remain here, beyond the presence of Zhang Qiming at home. The allure of this place's environment was more significant. Compared to the harshness of the outside world, this locale resembled a paradise. No, I cannot accommodate anyone. Chen Feng decisively shook his head. Allowing someone to reside with him would be a dereliction of duty towards his own safety. Sun Jiai's face fell, disappointment evident. Indeed, men often behaved in such a manner. I certainly cannot stay here, but do not worry, I have a place arranged for you, and you will not have to return to face him. Chen Feng continued, and Sun Jiai's demeanor shifted to one of excitement, unable to contain herself as she kissed Chen Feng. Thank you, Chen Feng. Where will I stay? Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, he received a message from Qin Yan, indicating her arrival at the underground parking lot. Speak of the devil. Chen Feng opened the entrance, and, as Qin Yan arrived, she wasted no time disrobing. However, upon entering the upstairs, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Feng with another woman. Although the other woman was clothed, her attire was quite revealing, causing Qin Yan's face to flush instantly. I seem to have come at an inopportune time, she exclaimed, lowering her head in an attempt to leave. No, you arrived just in time. Chen Feng intervened, startling Qin Yan and causing her face to redden further. Let me introduce you. This is Sun Jiai. You two will be living together from now on, so remember to take good care of her. Understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Yan grasped the situation, having already heard about the tumult between Zhang Qiming and Sun Jiai in their group chat. All right, that sounds good. If you encounter any troubles, be sure to inform me at once, Chen Feng said, wrapping his arm around Qin Yan's waist as they strolled towards a nearby sofa. Let us engage in some exercise. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiming returned home, venting his fury by smashing furniture. He felt a profound sense of humiliation, realizing that not only had his wife left him, but he was also left without sustenance. Chen Feng, that scoundrel, I will make him pay for this, Zhang Qiming cursed, kicking a nearby stool in a fit of rage, desperately seeking an outlet for his frustrations. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Zhong Wenquan entered. Zhang Qiming, where's my roast duck? He demanded, advancing towards Zhang Qiming and seizing him by the collar. It was evident that he was aware of the unfolding circumstances. "Wait a moment. I assure you I will find your roast duck," Zhang Qiming pleaded, but Zhongwen Quan, without hesitation, kicked him to the ground and drew a dagger, pressing it against his throat. "Do you have the capability to procure that roast duck? How amusing. You trade your wife for a roast duck. Truly pathetic." Zhongwen Quan spat, his tone shifting to a cold menace. "Hand over your wife, and I may spare your life today. Otherwise, I will end you." Feeling the icy blade against his neck, Zhang Qiming trembled, realizing the gravity of his predicament. He had never anticipated a situation would escalate to such a dire state. "It's all that scoundrel Chen Feng's fault. If he had just provided me with a roast duck, I would not be in this predicament." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Not only had Chen Feng stolen his wife, but now he was left to face Zhong Wenquan's wrath. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiming declared, "Zhonggu, I initially considered sending Sun Jia to you, but at a crucial moment, that scoundrel Chen Feng snatched her away. I truly had no choice." As he spoke, he was swiftly kicked down once more. Zhong Wenquan, still seething with rage, unleashed a flurry of kicks. "So, you have nothing to offer me today? Zhonggu, this is truly not my fault. It's the other party's issue. Blame that Chen Feng." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenquan kicked him again. "How dare you mock me? You think I will deal with Chen Feng? You will not survive today. Zhonggu, spare me. Show mercy. I can help you take down Chen Feng's villa. Now that Sun Jia has gone his place, I can coordinate with her." Zhang Qiming frantically bowed and begged for mercy, kneeling on the ground. You lack the capability and dare to jest before me? Enough." Zhong Wenquan coldly scoffed, losing interest in the exchange. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Zhang Qiming's neck. In mere moments, Zhang Qiming's heartbeat ceased. Zhong Wenquan licked the blood from his blade, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Chen Feng, this is intriguing. I shall see just how formidable you truly are." With that, he dragged Zhang Qiming's lifeless body away. In the midst of a vast emptiness, the Emperor Gaudi, with a swine at his side, gazes around in profound bewilderment, pondering the whereabouts of his adversaries, for throughout history, heroes have often found themselves in solitude. A modest cup containing merely 2 taels of goji berry water serves as a companion to alleviate the timeless sorrows alongside me, the Dark Emperor. As Lao He took a sip of the goji water, he could not help but howl once more. The heavy snow fell like blades, severing the brilliant talents of the heavens. I have always been unparalleled among my peers. Now, as Chen Feng succumbs to the allure of feminine beauty, I alone remain invincible. A solitary dog reigning supreme in this world, truly a loneliness akin to snow. Unable to resist, he removed his headphones, only to discover that a fierce battle still raged below. His concern for Chen Feng's well-being grew, and he resolved to find an opportunity to procure some medicine for him. After an arduous 2-hour confrontation, Chen Feng finally escorted Sun Jia and Qin Yin to the entrance, not forgetting to bestow upon Sun Jia a down jacket before their departure. After all, one must still provide what is necessary. He lacked for nothing in that regard. Just as he opened the door to bid the two farewell, another figure emerged outside, causing both Sun Jia and Qin Yin to pause in surprise. Dr. He Jing, with a bashful demeanor, entered at that moment, coincidentally colliding with them. "You go ahead, I will be there shortly," Chen Feng instructed He Jing, while Qin Yin and Sun Jia exchanged skeptical glances. "Are you truly fine with this relentless schedule, seamlessly transitioning from one to another?" Moreover, Sun Jia noticed that the other party effortlessly entered without shedding her clothing. "Chen Feng, she is, you need not concern yourselves. She is different from you. She is a technical talent," Sun Jia asserted with utmost seriousness, while Qin Yin wore a look of confusion, evidently failing to grasp the true meaning of her words. "What on earth is this about? Enough, let us hurry back. She is a bona fide graduate student. Not like your technical skills." Chen Feng, perplexed, wondered what they thought of him. After sending the two away, Chen Feng returned upstairs, and before he could even sip water, he observed Lao He, clutching a notebook covered in paw prints, seated before He Jing, barking incessantly. "This fellow is excessively audacious. Even attending supplementary classes," Chen Feng mused. Utterly bewildered, Yet the one silver lining was that He Jing, unable to comprehend Lao Hei's barks, stood there in utter confusion, unsure of how to respond. He is inquiring that since the human body is predominantly composed of water, if a person were to be completely frozen and then thawed, would they be revived? Furthermore, should ice suddenly pierce through the body, what is the likelihood of this method being fatal? Upon uttering these words, Chen Feng was left dumbfounded. Was this truly a question a dog could pose? Clearly, this creature had clandestinely absorbed a great deal of knowledge. He Jing, equally perplexed, shifted her gaze between Chen Feng and the dog. He merely barked a few times. How could you translate so much? Are you attempting to deceive me? Quickly now, let us commence the lesson. I can hardly contain my eagerness to navigate the ocean of knowledge. Woof, woof, woof. He Jing gazed at the duo, utterly at a loss for words, her thoughts drifting back to Sun Jiai and Qin Yin, a surge of inexplicable jealousy swelling within her. I am not lacking either. Why does he show no interest in me? As Chen Feng immersed himself in the depths of knowledge, his phone chimed once more. Had it been anyone else, he would have lacked the inclination to respond, but upon seeing Lin Feier's name, he could not help but smile. It seemed she was truly reaching her limit. After all, everything had been taken from her, and persevering further might prove challenging. What is it, superstar? Chen Feng inquired cheerfully. Chen Feng, could you spare me some food? Of course, I did mention that as long as you come and engage in a heartfelt discussion about life, I would provide you with as much food as you desire. Upon reading this, Lin Feier's expression darkened. Can you be serious? If you assist me now, I will surely express my gratitude. I do not accept empty promises. You understand the current situation. I cannot waste food on those who are irrelevant. You are being too unreasonable. This is exploiting my dire straits. Lin Feier exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Nonsense. I am merely providing timely assistance. I am here to rescue you. Contact me once you have made up your mind. Chen Feng concluded, choosing not to prolong the conversation, confident that if she truly could not endure any longer, she would seek him out. However, just as he prepared to set his phone aside, another message arrived. Chen Feng, I have dealt with those individuals. When will you provide the supplies?